Chapter 170. Spiritual Medicine. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Zhi realized it was Master Leopard. Master Leopard entered alone, without any attendants. Dressed simply in a white shirt, resembling a cultured teacher. Chen Zhi immediately rose to offer him a seat, but Master Leopard appeared quite indifferent, stating, "Please, sit as you wish. I shall only speak a few words before departing." He took a seat on Chen Zhi's hospital bed, casually surveying the surroundings, and inquired, "Are you satisfied with the environment here?" "Indeed. If one is not content here, where else could be better?" Chen Zhi replied as he poured tea for Master Leopard. Accepting the cup, Master Leopard took a casual sip before placing it on the bedside table. "I have come specifically to see you," Master Leopard remarked with a smile. "How is your recovery from your injuries?" "I am essentially well," Chen Zhi replied with a smile, lowering the sleeves of his patient gown to conceal the scars on his arms. He had grown accustomed to the scars that adorned his body. Reflecting on the past, he had once found it hard to believe when witnessing the numerous scars on Fat Wei and Ghostblade, and now he had become similar in appearance. "Master Leopard, there is something I have long wished to inquire of you," Chen Zhi said, casting a tentative glance at Master Leopard. "What has become of Qin Yeyang? Is there truly no other solution from the organization? I recall you mentioning that there are formidable sorcerers within the organization." At the mention of this, Master Leopard seemed slightly displeased. After a moment of silence, he shook his head gently and responded, "There is no solution. The structure of her eyes has been irrevocably damaged, as if the ocular crystals had never existed. This is a powerful divine technique, and even the great sorcerers within the organization are powerless against it." After pausing, Master Leopard raised his eyebrows, his deep gray eyes fixed on Chen Zhi. "I have come today to discuss this matter with you." With that, he glanced towards the door, rose to close it securely, and returned to his seat, speaking softly. "Are you familiar with something called spiritual medicine?" "Spiritual medicine?" Upon hearing the term, Chen Zhi felt somewhat perplexed. "Isn't spiritual medicine synonymous with miraculous elixirs? I've heard tales of Chang'e stealing the elixir from the Queen Mother of the West. Does it refer to the potion of immortality?" Master Leopard shook his head, responding calmly, "Spiritual medicine is one of the oldest legends in China. We often encounter such descriptions in folk tales or mythological texts, stating that in certain places a deity descends, bringing forth a spiritual medicine capable of curing all ailments. Any difficult illness can be treated with this medicine. As long as a person still breathes, spiritual medicine can bring them back to life. Those with physical imperfections can also be restored to normalcy." Chen Zhi nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed heard of such legends. There are frequent tales of the miraculous elixirs of Taishang Lao Jun, the elixir of immortality of Qin Shi Huang, and the spiritual herbs stolen by Bai Suzhen for Su Xian, all purported to be panaceas. Yet, these are merely fanciful tales. Modern medicine has proven that each ailment requires a distinct treatment. There is no single remedy that can cure all maladies. This is merely the folly of popular legend. After listening to Chen Zhi, Master Bao gazed at him in silence for a considerable time, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He gently shook his head and spoke, "This miraculous elixir indeed exists." "What?" Chen Zhi, taken aback by Master Bao's revelation, found himself at a loss for words, his eyes fixed intently upon him, eager for him to elaborate further. "The elixir," Bao continued, "is essentially a powder derived from a unique type of spiritual stone. Unlike other spiritual stones, it does not influence the human aura, meaning it has no bearing on human fate. However, it possesses a singular function, the ability to enhance physiological recovery." He retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Chen Zhi, and then lit it with his black gold lighter before proceeding. "The elixir serves as a biological microdust that aids the human body in recuperation. When utilized correctly, it can swiftly mend various bodily injuries and rectify physiological deficiencies." He recounted a tale from the Han Dynasty, chronicled in the records of the Ministry of Personnel, about a man named Han Lin. This individual, blessed with wealth due to his family's connections in the court and subsequent success in commerce, was nonetheless troubled by the congenital disability of his only son. During a business trip to Changbai Mountain, while traversing the mountainous paths, he suddenly heard a child's cries for help. He hurried toward the sound and discovered a 5-year-old boy weeping, clutching his leg. Observing the surroundings, Han Lin deduced that the child had fallen from a slope. He rescued the child and followed the route indicated by him homeward. After a while, they entered a thicket and stumbled upon a grand residence. At the entrance stood an elderly man with white hair, his head adorned with a red cord. Upon the child's arrival, he dashed into the old man's embrace. Deeply appreciative of Han Lin's timely intervention, the elderly man invited him into his home, offering a lavish feast and presenting him with rare treasures from his collection. However, Han Lin, inebriated, graciously declined the old man's generosity, asserting that his wealth rendered him no longer in need of material riches. He then expressed his profound regret over his son's disability, lamenting the inability to continue his lineage. The old man, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter and ushered Han Lin into an inner chamber, retrieving a small vial the size of a finger from a treasure chest. He whispered to Han Lin that this vial contained the elixir and instructed him on its use. Upon returning home, Han Lin applied the elixir to his son, and to his astonishment, the boy's disability was miraculously cured. Grateful for the old man's benevolence in saving his son, Han Lin made a special journey back to Changbai Mountain to express his gratitude. Yet, when he arrived, the grand residence had vanished without a trace, and the old man and the child were nowhere to be found. Instead, he discovered a dilapidated temple housing the deity of the ginseng elder, the figure adorned with a red cord upon its head. It was then that Han Lin realized he had encountered a celestial being, and the elixir bestowed upon him was only sufficient for a singular use. As Chen Zhi absorbed the entirety of Master Bao's narrative, he began to grasp the essence of his words, choosing to remain silent and allow Bao to continue. Bao Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued. We do not possess an authentic sample of the elixir, yet the organization maintains comprehensive records of it. During the organization's extensive excavation of the divine tomb, we acquired a minuscule amount of the elixir, which is exceedingly precious. The organization has meticulously documented the methods of its application, the ailments it addresses, as well as its form and properties. Furthermore, this excavation has yielded significant insights. Remnants of divine beings often harbor traces of the elixir, as it is essentially a derivative of the divine essence. Thus, it is inevitable that such elixirs will be found within the divine tomb. You intend for us to venture to the Tianhu divine tomb, do you not? To procure the elixir and restore Qin Yang's sight? Chen Zhi suddenly inquired. Indeed, Bao Yi replied with a gentle nod. Qin Yang is exceptionally valuable, yet she sustained grave injuries during the last mission with you. As her captain, you bear an undeniable responsibility. Should you wish to prevent Qin Yang from living her life in darkness, it is imperative that we locate the elixir during the Tianhu Divine Tomb expedition. Chapter 171. Control Stone Weapons. Bao Ye's words struck a chord with Chen Zhi, who lowered his head, rendered speechless. At that moment, Bao Yi silently took a drag from his cigarette and after a while, said, The remains of Bai Qian that you retrieved have been sent for analysis. It is a condensed humanoid skeleton with an exceptionally high bone density. Our tests have confirmed that it perfectly matches the coccyx discovered in Shandong and the humerus found in Thailand. Moreover, I bring good news. Research on control stones has made groundbreaking progress. Within a month, our internal research facility will produce a batch of low-grade control stone metal. I have engaged a professional weapons designer who will be dedicated to crafting control stone weapons for you. Upon hearing the term control stone weapons, Chen Zhi's heart surged with excitement. The significance of control stones was unparalleled and vital for the impending Tianhu Divine Tomb mission. Chen Zhi nodded in approval, but then suddenly recalled something. After a moment's contemplation, he asked Bao Yi, I have a question I wish to pose, if I may. Speak, Bao Yi replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. What did that statement mean? He asked me to convey to our sovereign, yet in this society, what sovereign exists? Who exactly was he referring to? Chen Zhi's gaze cautiously assessed Bao Ye's reaction. Could he be alluding to the organization? In an instant, all traces of mirth vanished from Bao Yi's countenance. His expression turned colder than ever, his brows furrowing deeply, and his dark gray eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi, sending an involuntary shiver down Chen Zhi's spine. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Bao Yi maintained his gaze on Chen Zhi for a moment longer before slowly lowering his eyes. His voice deep and commanding as he said, This question is not to be asked again. After Leopard Yi uttered these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Zhi, then stood up, patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder, and smiled as he said, Prepare to be discharged in a couple of days. You have a month and a half to prepare as the final task approaches. It seemed that Leopard Yi had no intention of waiting for Fat Wei's return. After speaking, he turned and left the ward. Chen Zhi accompanied him downstairs and saw Leopard Yi drive away in his private dark gray Audi 6, exiting the hospital. Shortly after Leopard Yi departed, Fat Wei returned. Chen Zhi recounted to him in detail what Leopard Yi had just conveyed. Fat Wei exhibited great excitement at the prospect of seeking the elixir, as Chen Zhi understood that the matter of Qin Yang had always been a thorn in everyone's heart. During this time, Fat Wei had asked Chen Zhi on multiple occasions whether, had he not clashed with Bai, Qin Yang's sight would have been spared. By evening, the hospital director arrived, first exchanging pleasantries with Chen Zhi and Fat Wei before informing them that they would be discharged the following day. Before leaving the hospital, Chen Zhi made a phone call home, telling his father that he had returned from a trip to Japan, but his father's response was rather indifferent, seemingly uninterested in his fabricated tale. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei visited a Japanese goods store to purchase some local specialties as gifts, then returned home in Sanzi's vehicle. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Chen Zhi's father had been waiting for them for quite some time. Upon seeing his father, Chen Zhi felt a rush of joy and endeavored to appear cheerful, as if he had just returned from an overseas adventure. However, upon seeing him, Chen Zhi's father said nothing but instead grasped Chen Zhi's arm, rolling up his sleeve. The ghastly scars on Chen Zhi's arm were laid bare before his father's gaze. His father frowned deeply at the sight of the scars but asked no questions, simply letting out a heavy sigh and saying, "Let us go upstairs. I've prepared dinner." The group exchanged helpless glances and followed Chen Zhi's father upstairs. Indeed, his father had prepared a table overflowing with dishes, the aroma wafting through the air. It was evident that Sanzi had no intention of leaving. During dinner, when Chen Zhi's father learned that Qin Yang had been injured during the trip and could not return for the time being, he shook his head in disappointment, saying, "In the future, Miss Qin should avoid dangerous endeavors. Some places are not suitable for women." Mentioning Qin Yang dampened everyone's spirits once more. At that moment, Sanzi attempted to lighten the mood by discussing Fat Wei's achievements during their trip to Japan. It seemed that Fat Wei had garnered the most from their Japanese excursion. The Yao Bao Han, which had been taken from the pinnacle, had been placed in Fat Wei's suitcase and entrusted to Lao Jindo for safekeeping. However, after Lao Jindo encountered Bai, he panicked and dropped the suitcase over a cliff. Consequently, Fat Wei had berated Lao Jindo for 2 entire months, even grinding his teeth in anger during dreams, leaving Lao Jindo too afraid to face him since. Fortunately, Fat Wei had retained a Kagura bell that had been in the possession of Onbei Sayaka within his satchel. The golden bell atop this Kagura bell, upon examination, was found to be crafted from gold-plated brass rather than pure gold. Nevertheless, this Kagura bell possesses considerable collectible value. It has already been photographed and sent to Beijing for appraisal, and its estimated worth is likely substantial. Upon the mention of wealth, Fat Wei immediately brightened, incessantly toasting to everyone. Chen Zhi's father had departed the table early. Before leaving, he patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder and said, "Drink a little less today. I have matters to discuss with you tomorrow." Once Chen Zhi's father had left, Fat Wei became increasingly unrestrained, continuously challenging Sanzi to drink. While boasting about his valiant deeds at the tomb of Yu Zhaoqian, his tale so incredible that Sanzi listened with wide eyes. Suddenly, Sanzi stood up, poured a drink for Chen Zhi, and respectfully declared, "Little Zhi, since you are older than I shall call you brother. I have a request to make. Currently, at the Bao family, I hold no standing. They treat me as a child. Uncle Jean keeps me confined in the secluded pavilion, assigning me either to drive or to collect debts. I am never involved in serious matters. My words carry no weight. The blue-belted warriors around Leopard Lord wear perpetual frowns, and I do not dare approach them. Their discourse is beyond my comprehension. I am still young and wish to advance. I know you are soon to visit the tomb of the celestial fox. This time, I implore you to speak to Uncle Jean and take me along." After finishing his drink, Sanzi gazed earnestly at Chen Zhi, awaiting his response. Chen Zhi looked at Sanzi and replied with a smile, "Do you truly wish to accompany us? Our tasks can be perilous." "You underestimate me, little Zhi," Sanzi responded confidently, thumping his chest. "I, Sanzi, am certainly not one to shy away from danger. Trust me just once." In truth, Chen Zhi genuinely needed reliable hands for the upcoming mission. Hearing Sanzi's plea, he agreed, "No problem. When Uncle Jean returns, I will mention you. You will be counted in this time. Rest assured, Sanzi, I will handle this matter," Fat Wei assured Sanzi, thumping his chest as well. Overjoyed by Chen Zhi and Fat Wei's words, Sanzi continued to toast, and soon enough, he and Fat Wei became inseparable drinking partners. The next morning, upon waking, Sanzi and Fat Wei were still asleep in the room, with Sanzi having drunk too much the previous night, leaving Fat Wei's room in a foul stench. Chen Zhi's father had risen early and called Chen Zhi downstairs to the courtyard. What are your next plans? Chen Zhi's father suddenly inquired after sitting down. Caught off guard by his father's question, Chen Zhi stammered, "We aren't going anywhere, really. We just plan to visit Japan for a couple of days. In time, we may travel again, but we haven't decided where yet, haha." Chen Zhi awkwardly deflected, feeling that his own words sounded somewhat insincere. Chen Zhi's father observed his son's foolish grin without a trace of amusement on his own face. His icy gaze fixed intently upon Chen Zhi as if utterly disinterested in his antics. The location of their conversation remained uncertain. Lowering his head, Chen Zhi acknowledged that he could not conceal anything from his father. "I have no interest in where you are going. I simply wish to inquire about one matter, the calculations and planning I mentioned previously. Have you given it any thought?" Chen Zhi's father asked. Chen Zhi raised his head and nodded in affirmation, recalling the need for meticulous calculations and strategic planning. Indeed, his father responded with a nod. "The tasks you are to undertake will likely require you to enter certain unpredictable areas. Thus, it is crucial that you possess strong improvisational skills and the ability to assess on-site events. Your calculations must be precise." "Understood," Chen Zhi exclaimed, his eyes wide as he absorbed his father's words. "Moreover, your collective strength is alarmingly inadequate," Chen Zhi's father continued. "This is not a reflection on any individual's capabilities, but rather an observation of your overall weakness. You often see on television elite individuals resisting entire battalions, yet in reality, such feats are implausible. Never underestimate the power of unity." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhi's father continued, "For your next mission, which will require navigating treacherous terrains, you must be accompanied by a well-armed unit to safeguard the elite personnel, preventing injuries before they even reach the task site. Additionally, your weaponry is severely lacking. It is not that your firearms and blades are inferior, but rather that they lack specificity. Different weapons yield varying degrees of damage against distinct targets, and this discrepancy is substantial. If you are confronting beasts, an assault rifle is optimal. If you are to confront spirits, then talismanic water is preferable. You must be aware of what you will be facing. Heavy machine guns should not be wielded by just a few of you. Rather, they should be handled by your supporting personnel, as your weaponry must be targeted. Only then can you safeguard your lives in critical moments. Relying on a handful of individuals to recklessly charge into danger is inadvisable. Fortune does not always favor you, and life is singular." "Yes, yes." Chen Zhi listened intently to his father's words, nodding continuously, feeling as though his father had suddenly grown in stature. Chen Zhi's father continued, "I have previously advised you to master rapid calculations, do you remember? For instance, if a building were to collapse, could you quickly estimate the gravitational force of the falling stairs and the potential damage caused?" The thought of those intricate physics formulas caused Chen Zhi's head to throb. "Father, times have changed. I have enlisted old Jindo to customize a miniature calculator for me, which will contain all the necessary physics formulas. Rest assured, I am well prepared. Do not rely on calculators," Chen Zhi's father admonished sternly. "Remember, computers can sometimes deceive. Only your own mind is trustworthy." After imparting this counsel, his father shot Chen Zhi a piercing look, sighed, and began to fan himself leisurely, continuing his discourse. "I estimate that you will soon witness the emergence of new weaponry. It is rumored that the first batch of control stones has already been developed." At this moment, Chen Zhi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at his father, unable to believe he had uttered such words. "Who told you that?" he stammered. Chen Zhi's father, fanning himself like an old master of charm, smiled slightly and replied, "In this world, there are no secrets. On the very day the Bao family transported the control stones, American intelligence agencies were already aware. Breaching the CIA's network is not particularly challenging." Chen Zhi stood there, mouth agape, struggling to find words, before finally managing to utter, "Dad, you truly are remarkable." His father, with a serene demeanor, continued to sway his fan for a moment before leaning closer to Chen Zhi and whispering, "Remember, your future actions must be more discreet. For the world is no longer as it once was. Many eyes are now watching you." After saying this, Chen Zhi's father seemed to hesitate, as if he wished to inquire further, but ultimately refrained, shaking his head and closing his eyes, murmuring, "We common folk shall forever remain mere pawns of the powerful. I once hoped you could lead a peaceful life, but alas, fate has other plans." observing his father's melancholic words. Chen Zhi felt compelled to remain silent and quietly left the courtyard, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he discovered that Pang Wei was waiting for him in the hall. Sanzi had overindulged the previous night and had been confined to the restroom since morning. Pang Wei informed Chen Zhi that old Jindo had just called, announcing his return from afar and that he was currently at the retreat pavilion, accompanied by a weapons designer. He urged Chen Zhi and Pang Wei to join Sanzi shortly to meet this designer and engage in a fruitful discussion. The subjects of control stones and the manufacturing of new weapons had always been of utmost concern to Chen Zhi, and the prospect of old Jindo inviting them to delve into weaponry was most agreeable. He hurriedly extracted Sanzi from the restroom, and the three of them set off in a car towards the retreat pavilion. It had been quite some time since their last visit to the retreat pavilion. While the city's economy was not particularly thriving, the scenery around Qianhua Mountain remained picturesque. As they approached the gates of the retreat pavilion, Chen Zhi noted that it appeared unchanged, maintaining its understated solemnity. However, the flower beds outside were now adorned with a plethora of vibrant and exotic plants, lush and thriving, exuding vitality. Old Jindo stood at the entrance waiting for them, dressed in a gray, worn tang suit that lent him an air of vitality. His injuries were evidently healed, and he greeted them with a cheerful wave. Just as Chen Zhi was about to approach old Jindo to express his greetings, he noticed Pang Wei darting forward, exclaiming, "Oh, Uncle Jean, please refrain from waving at us. Your beckoning only unsettles my heart. Remember when you lured us up that cliff just like this? By the way, they say that the eightfold treasure box could sell for at least 100 million. What shall we do about that?" Upon seeing Pang Wei, old Jindo felt a surge of apprehension and quickly recoiled, saying, "Wei, do keep your mouth in check. Why must you burden me with your treasure? I was nearly frightened out of my wits at the time. I had no bandwidth to concern myself with your package. I did not intend to do so. Moreover, your days of prosperity are fast approaching. Why fret over a mere moment?" Chen Zhi, having pushed Fat Wei aside, smiled at old Jindo and inquired, "By the way, do you have any news about Gui Dao and Qin Yang? When will they return?" Old Jindo, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat despondent, shaking his head as he replied, "Qin Yang's abilities are regrettably compromised, but Gui Dao is unharmed. They should be back in a few days." After saying this, old Jindo suddenly remembered something and urged Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, "Come in quickly. I have a formidable character for you to meet." Chapter 173. The master weapons designer Chen Zhi was puzzled, wondering who this formidable character that old Jindo referred to could be. They followed old Jindo through the garden and entered the hall of the retreat pavilion. Lord Leopard was, as usual, seated leisurely on the sofa in the center of the hall, adorned in a gray-blue Chinese tang suit, sipping tea at a leisurely pace. Behind him stood several blue-belted warriors, their faces stern and expressions impassive, remaining utterly still. To Lord Leopard's left sat a man in his mid-20s, tall and robust, with muscular build. His eyes had a faint bluish hue, and his prominent nose suggested a mixed heritage. The man sported very short hair, revealing a hint of his scalp at the temples, and was clad in a black military vest and cargo pants. A silver dog tag chain hung around his neck, and his exposed arms and back were adorned with colorful tattoos, exuding the aura of an American soldier. The more Chen Zhi observed him, the more he was reminded of the protagonist from the American series Prison Break. Lord Leopard inclined his body slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he introduced, "This is our guest from America, a master weapons designer. Please, make his acquaintance." "Shishin." Fat Wei whispered the English name, seemingly unable to stifle a laugh. "Hello." Chen Zhi rose and extended his hand. "Hello." The tattooed man was exceedingly polite, standing to shake hands with Chen Zhi. As their hands clasped, Chen Zhi immediately sensed that this man's grip was certainly as strong as Fat Wei's. Lord Leopard set down his teacup and, in a neutral tone, elaborated, "He is a weapon expert I specifically invited from America. His expertise in weapon and equipment design is exceptional. Many renowned American weapon systems are the result of his work." After this, Lord Leopard turned to Chen Zhi, his expression turning serious. "The first batch of control stones has been delivered and is currently stored in a secure location. This batch of control stones is of a quality comparable to the rings extracted from the big white fish in the foxhole. They are classified as low-grade control stones. As we understand it, control stones are categorized into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The type of control stone on your ring is classified as advanced. with most of its elements being unknown, thus rendering advanced control stones impossible to replicate. The possibility of replicating intermediate control stones is also minimal. The research and development of control stones have been extraordinarily arduous, requiring significant manpower and resources from our organization during this period. Therefore, any information regarding control stones is highly confidential and must not be disclosed. Do you understand? Indeed. Chen Zhi nodded in agreement. After Leopard finished speaking, he stood up and said, "You all should converse more. You will be residing here frequently from now on. I have matters to attend to upstairs." With a courteous smile, Leopard turned and ascended the stairs. Following him was the blue-ribbon samurai, while old Jindo, apprehensive that Pang Wei might bring up the matter of the eightfold treasure box to press him, hastily followed suit. At that moment, Pang Wei turned to the mixed-race weapon designer and inquired, "I say, can you understand us speaking Chinese?" The designer, with piercing cerulean eyes, cast a serious glance at Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, then suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a set of prominent teeth, and replied in a strong northeastern accent, "My Chinese name is Zhou Feng. From now on, you can call me Madman. No need for dialysis. My kidneys are just fine. By heavens, Madman, you're just a counterfeit foreigner." Pang Wei immediately took a liking to this mixed-blood fellow, delivering a hearty punch on his shoulder. The group quickly bonded, laughing and following Madman to the basement below. It turned out that beneath the retreat pavilion lay a spacious underground chamber of nearly 500 square meters. Chen Zhi had never been here before. This basement was a shooting practice range, well-equipped and surrounded by various metal workbenches adorned with an array of weaponry and schematics. Many of these blueprints were renowned and familiar to Chen Zhi from his online explorations. Madman informed Chen Zhi and Pang Wei that from that day forward, he would be residing at the retreat pavilion, and this basement was designated as his weapon design studio, where he would create specialized stone control weaponry tailored for them. As they settled down to converse, Madman briefly recounted his past. His mother, a northeastern native, had moved to America for work, where she gave birth to him with an American. Growing up in the slums of America, predominantly inhabited by African Americans and Vietnamese, Madman learned to survive in an environment ruled by local powers. To avoid being bullied, he took up boxing at a young age, and no one dared to harass him or his mother. Gradually, he discovered an extraordinary affinity for weapons. He could effortlessly disassemble and reassemble firearms, sketching their internal mechanisms from memory and even modifying heavy weaponry. His talent soon caught the attention of local factions. Thus, as a teenager, he joined a local gang involved in arms smuggling and drug trafficking, where he was responsible for weapon development and modifications. Eventually, during a major arms deal, the gang was apprehended by the police, and Madman was arrested and sentenced in the United States. After spending a year in an American prison, he was noticed by the CIA, who secretly extracted him and placed him in the CIA's Armed Research Center, serving as a covert weapon designer in the Weapon Development Department. In subsequent military operations, the Madman repeatedly achieved merit despite his past transgressions and ultimately had all charges against him pardoned, regaining his freedom. Later, upon the passing of his mother, he returned her ashes to their hometown. Through an introduction, he became acquainted with Lord Leopard, who offered him a handsome remuneration to work in the Northeast, specifically to design new weaponry for individuals such as Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. After hearing the Madman's self-introduction, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei instantly developed a fondness for this fellow from Northeast China. "Before you arrived, were you aware of the nature of our tasks?" Chen Zhi inquired with a smile directed at the Madman. "Buffed." The Madman scoffed, "You may do as you please. My sole responsibility is to craft weapons. However, I am well aware that your endeavors are perilous, akin to placing your heads on the line." He continued, "Let me tell you, I have previously developed weapons to slay vampires. Your trivial undertakings do not faze me. Go on, boast all you want." Fat Wei laughed heartily. "I assure you, the adversaries we face are far more formidable than vampires. Just don't soil your trousers when the time comes." Chuckling, the Madman replied, "I only prepare the equipment. I shall not partake in your missions. Whether you're battling gods or demons is of no concern to me." "However," he said, his expression turning serious, "your original weaponry is utterly inadequate." The Madman gazed at Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, continuing, "That metal known as control stone. I have encountered it before. That alloy is extraordinarily impressive. Weapons fashioned from this metal transcend the mere ability to slice through iron. Its remarkable flexibility and high density, combined with its complex elemental composition, allow it to counteract other metallic elements. Upon confrontation, other metals shatter instantly. Yet, for a divine weapon, mere quality of metal is insufficient. It requires an infusion of divine power. Divine power infusion? What on earth do you mean? Fatway questioned, perplexed. The madman smiled mysteriously, retrieving a pack of original Marlboro cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each of them. The infusion of divine power is a matter of fate. Take the Spear of Longinus, for instance. It began as a mere soldier's weapon but became a sacred relic after being touched by the blood of Christ. Nevertheless, for combat-oriented cold weapons, the malevolent aura of the blade and the number of lives it has taken are paramount, much like that blade concealed within your trouser leg. The madman gestured with his eyes towards the dagger that Chen Zhi had hidden in his calf strap, asserting, "That is undoubtedly a weapon with a history of bloodshed." "Ah, so you possess the gift of sight, able to discern the dagger hidden in my trousers. I want to allow you to see more of it," Fatway exclaimed, astonished by the madman's perceptiveness, as he instinctively shielded himself. The madman chuckled and waved him off. "Do not fear. I see nothing more than the aura of the weapon. Moreover," he continued, "the two of you are entirely different types of combatants, and thus, the weapons you wield should also diverge significantly. For instance, you." The madman pointed at the stout Wei and remarked, "Individuals of your considerable physique often require heavyweight weaponry, as the force of impact and the coefficient of attack must be substantial. However, for your close-range armament, the more diminutive and agile, the better, allowing for ease of movement when your body is restrained." He then gestured towards Chen Zhi, saying, "If I am not mistaken, you are not a physical attacker, yet your posture is remarkably balanced. A long blade with a significant slicing capability would suit you well, enabling you to maintain equilibrium while providing protection within a certain radius." After exhaling a leisurely smoke ring, the madman continued, "In summary, I shall frequently associate with you all henceforth, designing distinct weapons tailored to your respective weight, speed, and running gait." "You are truly impressive," exclaimed Wei, instantly drawn to this mixed blood weapon designer, playfully draping an arm around the madman's neck. "Can you drink? That question should be directed at you." The madman replied with a confident smile. Thus, in the ensuing days, the madman often mingled with Chen Zhi and others, along with Wei and Sanzi. They explored every barbecue establishment within the city. During this time, however, Chen Zhi seldom partook in their drinking escapades. In truth, throughout these nights, he frequently dreamt of the events in the sealed tomb in Japan, where he often encountered the pair of shimmering white eyes, fixed intently upon him. Chen Zhi felt a lingering sense of significance in Bai's final words, "Tell your lords, I am present." About a week later, Lao Jindo unexpectedly called Chen Zhi, informing him that Qin Yiyang and Ghostblade had returned and would arrive home by the afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Chen Zhi was elated and promptly conveyed the tidings to Wei, who was equally pleased, though a twinge of unease surfaced at the thought of Qin Yiyang. Around 4 in the afternoon, Sanzi's vehicle gradually entered the rear courtyard of Chen Zhi's home, where both he and Wei had been waiting anxiously. Lao Jindo sat in the passenger seat, smiling and waving at everyone. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Ghostblade was the first to alight, exhibiting his usual demeanor, and when he saw Chen Zhi and Wei, he merely smiled faintly. Sanzi then jumped out, opened the back door, and assisted the person seated within. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yiyang, supported by Sanzi, slowly emerged from the vehicle. The moment Chen Zhi laid eyes on Qin Yiyang, his heart sank, akin to a shattered jar of mixed flavors. Overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation, the injuries to Qin Yiyang's eyes were deeply alarming. He had not noticed before that the skin surrounding her eyes was severely burned, marred by vivid crimson scars. Qin Yiyang did not tightly shut her eyes, but instead revealed a slight gap, through which her entirely white eyeballs were visible, evoking an eerie impression. It was evident that she was struggling to adjust to navigating in darkness, relying on a blind person's cane and grasping Sanzi's arm as she tentatively moved forward. "Qin Yiyang," Chen Zhi called softly. Yet, Qin Yiyang appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings, offering no response as she persevered into the room with great difficulty. The atmosphere swiftly turned somber. Silence enveloped the group, and Fat Wei's usual playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a deep frown. Wordlessly, they followed Qin Yiyang upstairs. As Qin Yiyang fumbled her way into her room, she abruptly shut the door with a resounding bang, followed by the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking into place. Observing this scene, Old Jindo and Chen Zhi felt it prudent to excuse themselves and hastily took their leave. Qin Yang isolated herself within her room, remaining absent for the entirety of the afternoon. In contrast to Qin Yang's silence, Ghostblade managed to engage in a few exchanges. Chen Zhi relayed the words regarding the stone weapon and the madman to him, discussing the matter of the spiritual medicine, emphasizing that Qin Yang's sole hope for recovery rested upon it. After a moment of contemplation, Ghostblade nodded in understanding. Chen Zhi also brought up his lingering questions about the phrase left by Bai, inquiring if Ghostblade knew the meaning of you, the sovereign. Ghostblade's expression darkened ominously, and he sternly cautioned Chen Zhi never to mention this matter again. Chapter 175, Qin Yang's sealing technique during dinner. Chen Zhi's father knocked on Qin Yang's door to deliver the meal. The rest of the group lacked appetite, hastily consuming their dinner before dispersing to their own pursuits. As night fell, Ghostblade adhered to his routine of nighttime jogging at Qianhua Mountain, while Fat Wei, troubled by the events surrounding Qin Yang, could not remain at home and joined him. Chen Zhi's father stayed in the room, engrossed in stock data, leaving the house eerily empty. As Chen Zhi passed by Qin Yang's room, he noticed the door slightly ajar and unfastened. After knocking twice with no response, he gently pushed the door open and entered. Inside Qin Yang's room lay a large round carpet, where she sat cross-legged, a stack of yellow paper covered in intricate incantations resting on her lap. She was meticulously stroking each piece with her hand. Though she must have heard Chen Zhi's entrance, she remained motionless, seemingly disinterested in conversation. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and seated himself before her. Qin Yang, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Zhi spoke softly, raising his gaze to gauge her reaction. Since the day you joined our team, you should have been prepared for the possibility of injury. It is an all too common occurrence for individuals like us. We are all deeply saddened by what has happened to your eyes, but at least your life has been preserved, he said gently, his tone sincere. Qin Yang remained silent. Observing her, Chen Zhi continued, your eyes are not entirely devoid of hope. You may not yet be aware. But there exists a powdered spiritual stone capable of healing your injuries, referred to as the spiritual medicine, is it not? Suddenly, Qin Yang interrupted Chen Zhi's words. I have long been aware of these matters, yet you remain oblivious to the events that have recently transpired in my life. Qin Yang bowed her head deeply, an air of sorrow enveloping her as she softly declared, I am not as feeble as you perceive me to be. From the very day I joined your ranks, I have been prepared to confront death at any moment. This journey to Japan has afforded me the fortune of reclaiming my life. With her eyelids, marred by scars, slowly lifting to reveal her pearly white irises, Qin Yang addressed Chen Zhi. In truth, blindness may not be a misfortune for beings such as us, the demigods. When I lost my sight, I sacrificed one of my 5 senses, vision, but in doing so, the divine blood within me surged, awakening a potential hitherto dormant. This phenomenon is referred to as the sealing of the eyes. The sealing of the eyes? Chen Zhi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Qin Yang affirmed with a nod. The sealing of the eyes is an ancient legend whispered among our kind. I first learned of it in my childhood from my mother. The principle is simple. By relinquishing the most vital sense of vision, one can awaken the latent divine power within a demigod. Observing the world through our eyes is merely one means of understanding it. However, when that means is stripped away, another method emerges. It is said that during the Tang dynasty, the national protector, a demigod, possessed the remarkable ability to foresee the outcomes of war and fortune. Following his assassination, his brother, who also bore the essence of a demigod, took his place. Alas, this brother lacked the same innate talent, often misjudging predictions, which led to disastrous military campaigns resulting in the loss of countless lives on the battlefield. In desperation, this new national protector attempted the sealing of the eyes, blinding himself in the process. Following his loss of sight, his prophetic abilities were fully unleashed, surpassing those of his brother. It was through his foresight that the infamous usurpation by Wu Zetian was foretold. In time, many demigods sought to emulate this path to power, yet most failed, with only a scant few succeeding. Consequently, the sealing of the eyes fell into disuse. After listening to Qin Yang's narrative, Chen Zhi hesitantly queried, could it be that this sealing of the eyes has succeeded within you? Indeed, Qin Yang responded with a slight nod. Since my blindness, I have gradually begun to perceive things beyond the reach of my eyes. Especially, she continued, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, I have come to understand that some individuals shall never utter their heartfelt truths. With a hint of redness at the corners of her eyes, Qin Yang lowered her gaze and continued. It was then that I realized there are individuals whose hearts are colder than icebergs, whose wills are harder than steel. And no matter how fervently I strive, I shall never thaw their resolve. Upon concluding her statement, Qin Yang averted her eyes, brushing away a tear with her hand, and continued to search for her yellow paper. In the dim light of the room, the scar on Qin Yang's eye appeared even more striking, evoking a pang of sorrow in Chen Zhi, who hesitated to offer words of comfort. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he smiled and inquired, "Can you see through the hearts of us all? Before you, we are entirely transparent, are we not?" "No," Qin Yang replied, shaking her head. "I can only perceive fragments, and only those individuals whom I am subjectively eager to understand. Most of their thoughts remain elusive to me. As for you all, I am completely unaware." After uttering these words, Qin Yang suddenly recalled something and looked up at Chen Zhi, saying, "In truth, the entities I can perceive the most are not the living, but the deceased." "Deceased? The dead?" Chen Zhi was taken aback by Qin Yang's statement, sitting cross-legged before her. "Please, elaborate." Qin Yang, her eyes entirely white, gazed in Chen Zhi's direction and spoke softly. "In my perceptions, I frequently encounter vivid fragments of scenes and the voices of peculiar individuals. These voices carry a chilling, numbing tone, often reciting the same phrase repeatedly, as if confiding a matter to me. I later discovered that those uttering these voices had long since departed from this world." She coughed gently twice before continuing. "Recently, while receiving treatment at an internal rehabilitation facility, my nurse was a trained female veteran. During my treatment, whenever this nurse was near, I could distinctly hear the voice of an elderly lady beside me, incessantly recounting strange numbers and a woman's name. I eventually shared this with the nurse, revealing the name mentioned by the elderly lady. The nurse instantly became agitated, as the name was indeed her own. She later informed me that her mother had passed away the previous month and that her mother had once occupied this very room. Thus, I realized that the voice I heard was that of the nurse's deceased mother. Naturally, I also conveyed the sequence of numbers I had heard. Later, the nurse disclosed to me that she had found a savings book hidden within her pillow, with the password corresponding to the numbers the elderly lady had revealed, which seemed to be a secret her mother had not been able to express before her death. Henceforth, I understood that if certain individuals leave significant matters unresolved at the time of their passing, they may harbor a potent obsession, much like the mother of Lu Jiangwo, whom we once assisted. Now, I find myself capable of sensing such obsessions. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi remained silent for a considerable time, then raised his gaze to look seriously at Qin Yang, quietly asking, "Are you saying that you can see ghosts?" Chapter 176. Words of the Deceased. An old friend returns. Qin Yang shook her head and replied, "This is not about seeing ghosts. It is merely a manifestation of strong obsessions left by individuals after death, their intentions taking form. I have been endowed with the ability to perceive the lingering obsessions of the deceased, which I consider to be a divine gift following my blindness." Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Chen Zhi slowly rose to his feet, gazing intently at her, and resolutely declared, "Yet your gift shall not endure for long. We shall undoubtedly discover the elixir that will restore your sight." After speaking, Chen Zhi turned and exited, leaving Qin Yang visibly moved, her expression contemplative as she lowered her head to continue sifting through her yellowed papers, lapsing into silence. Once Chen Zhi returned to his own quarters, he resumed his study of the extensive plans affixed to his wall. The following day, Chen Zhi and his companions received word from old Jindo that the preparations for their mission had encountered obstacles, necessitating an extended period of readiness. With the task postponed for a month, they were advised to make their individual preparations. During this interval, Fat Wei received delightful news. The gilded Kagura bell he had brought back from Japan had been verified as an imperial artifact from the Heian period, with only one remaining in existence, fetching an astonishing price of 1.2 million. While it is not uncommon to witness antiques sold for tens of millions or even over 100 million in newspapers and on television, those well-versed in the field understand that such prices are often exaggerated. The sale of Fat Wei's Kagura bell at this price was indeed remarkable. Upon receiving the funds, Fat Wei made an unexpected decision, one that seemed incongruous with his usual character. He proposed dividing the 1.2 million into 4 equal portions for himself, Chen Zhi, Ghost Blade, and Qin Yang. He stipulated that, given their current circumstances, which differed significantly from his previous ventures. The customary rule that the finder retains ownership of the discovered items should be amended. In light of their shared struggles and interdependence as a team, he insisted that any valuable items acquired henceforth be pooled and fairly distributed among them. Thus, each of the four received 300,000. When Chen Zhi received the check, he felt an exhilarating rush, reminiscent of sudden wealth, having almost forgotten his original purpose amidst the taxing missions. To Chen Zhi's surprise, Ghostblade did not refuse the check. Contrary to his expectations, he had assumed that someone like Ghostblade, who seemed to transcend the need for money, would remain aloof from such earthly matters. Since her blindness, Qin Yang had seldom ventured outside, but during this time, she made a significant decision. She resolutely changed the name of her shop from Su Ming Tang to Su Ming Tang, asserting that one can never escape fate, and that any pretense of simplicity is mere self-deception. Chen Zhi and the others respected her choice, and henceforth, their establishment was known as Su Ming Tang. Recently, Qin Yang's business thrived. Her yearning for wealth rivaled that of Fat Wei. With her newfound abilities, she rapidly gained notoriety in the city, with people attributing miraculous powers to her. They spoke of a young woman believed to be the reincarnation of a bodhisattva, capable of divining fortunes and conversing with the departed. Chen Zhi even witnessed prominent figures from afar visiting Su Ming Tang, drawn by her reputation. During this period, Fengzi and Sanzu continued to associate with their group, frequently venturing out for drinks. Ghostblade remained dedicated to his nightly runs at Qianhua Mountain. Although unspoken, there was a mutual understanding among them all. After a year of turmoil, the true mission was imminent. One evening, Sanzu and Fengzi arrived at the Destiny Hall, and the four gathered in the lobby on the first floor to play poker. Qin Yang, who had never been fond of mingling with them, retreated to his room. Chen Zhi, after a brief spell of play, found it lacking in interest and decided to take a stroll. It had been a long time since he visited the park, so he meandered towards the city center. Though it was a small city, it boasted the largest natural park in the province, known as 209 Park. Situated in the heart of the city, the park spans an impressive 125 hectares and connects with the picturesque Qianhua Mountain scenic area, renowned for its genuine landscapes of mountains and waters. Within the park, the interplay of hills and lakes creates an exquisite setting, adorned with numerous islands, bridges, and pavilions. The main entrance of the park features a vast square, where, around 7 in the evening, the atmosphere is at its most vibrant. Music fills the air, with people skipping rope, dancing, playing jianzi, and groups of walkers engaging in spirited marches, creating a lively scene. Dressed in a beige, washed cotton casual shirt, Chen Zhi ambled through the square with his hands in his pockets, embodying the demeanor of a contemplative student savoring the leisurely life of an ordinary person. Lighting a cigarette, he settled on a stone step, observing a charming girl kicking a jianzi in the square while his mind wandered to the impending task ahead. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Hey, do you have a lighter?" Chen Zhi turned abruptly, only to be met by a familiar face that he momentarily could not place. "What's wrong, Chen Zhi? Don't you recognize me? You heartless fellow. Have you forgotten who you used to hang out with for lamb skewers after school?" The person said with a smile. Upon hearing lamb skewers, Chen Zhi's memory was instantly jogged, and he grinned. "Zishi, it's you. Where on earth have you been all these years? I haven't seen you around at all." Mu Zishi was Chen Zhi's classmate from middle school, with whom he shared a close bond. They frequently indulged in lamb skewers from an elderly vendor behind their school. Unlike Chen Zhi, Mu Zishi was the epitome of an academic achiever, a combination of class monitor and team leader, the object of romantic fantasies for many girls. The year Chen Zhi entered vocational school, Mu Zishi gained admission to the city's most prestigious high school. Subsequently, as Chen Zhi's family faced turmoil and Mu Zishi became engrossed in her studies, they gradually lost touch. "Hey, what have you been up to? I haven't heard a thing since you graduated high school." Chen Zhi expressed his delight at reuniting with his old friend, offering her a cigarette. Mu Zishi took a gentle puff and replied, "After graduating high school, I went to study in the United States. I completed my undergraduate and then my master's degree, and I just graduated." "Well done. You truly are an academic star." Chen Zhi smiled as he patted Mu Zishi's shoulder and inquired, "So, after your graduation, will you be returning to reside here permanently?" "No," Mu Zishi replied, shaking his head. "My family has long since relocated to the United States, and I will likely remain there." I have returned this time to deal with some real estate matters for my family. He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips, and added, additionally, to fulfill an unrequited wish from the past. Chen Zhi was well aware of Mu Zixi family background. Mu Zixi's father had prospered in business during his early years, and their family was quite affluent, residing in the prestigious Tating district, a true haven for the elite. What wish do you harbor? Chen Zhi asked with a grin. Surely your return is not solely to seek me out. Do you, perchance, still have a first love lingering here? Turning to Chen Zhi, Mu Zixi offered a wry smile and said, You are correct. I have come in search of my first love, but alas, she has passed away. Chapter 177. Words from the Deceased. First love. Exhaling rings of smoke, Mu Zixi spoke softly, recounting his story. After graduating from middle school, he entered the city's premier high school, a time when many were just beginning to experience the stirrings of young love. Owing to his excellent academic performance and striking appearance, he garnered the affection of numerous girls, often receiving love letters from admirers. However, Mu Zixi's heart was steadfastly drawn to a girl in his class named Enai Min, who possessed a delicate beauty. Though not conventionally stunning, she exuded a refreshing charm, and her shy demeanor often had her lowering her gaze in his presence. Enai Min came from a well-to-do family, residing in the same affluent Tating district, and naturally, they would walk home together after school. At the tender ages of 15 or 16, they frequently engaged in innocent discussions about life and the future. Enai Min once mysteriously confided that she possessed a unique ability, but her parents forbade her from sharing it with others, warning her that she would be regarded as a freak. Mu Zixi remained skeptical about this revelation. Throughout their 3 years of high school, Mu Zixi yearned to profess his feelings to Enai Min, but was perpetually too shy to voice them. Just before the college entrance examinations, Mu Zixi's father abruptly shifted their business focus to the United States. Without any prior warning, his parents withdrew him from school and enrolled him in a preparatory program for university in America. At that moment, Mu Zixi had no objections to studying in the U.S., but what he truly lamented was leaving Enai Min behind. That evening, he called Enai Min's home, but it was her mother who answered, her tone impatient, as if something urgent were afoot. Soon after, Enai Min took the phone, her voice hurried. Mu Zixi had little opportunity to converse with her and could only arrange a meeting the next morning at the flowerbed in Tating. In truth, Mu Zixi intended to confess his affection and inform her of his impending departure to America, hoping to learn of her own plans. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the flowerbed the following morning, Enai Min did not keep the appointment. He waited for an extended period, finally mustering the courage to ring the doorbell at Enai Min's home, but no one answered. In a moment of desperation, Mu Zixi hurriedly followed his parents to the United States. Later, he learned from his classmates that Enai Min had not participated in the college entrance examination that year. Instead, she had entered into a romantic relationship with a handsome young man from a wealthy family, who treated her exceptionally well, bringing her immense happiness. This news plunged Mu Zixi into profound sorrow, reinforcing his belief that Enai Min's absence from their appointment was her subtle way of rejecting him. From that day forth, he ceased to inquire about her, severing all ties. Subsequently, Mu Zixi pursued his studies in the United States, completing both his undergraduate and master's degrees. And he had a few girlfriends along the way, yet he remained unmarried. Recently, he encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Initially, he began to hear strange sounds in his room that others could not perceive. Eventually, he started experiencing bizarre dreams, in which he found himself amidst a hazy landscape, with Enai Min standing before him in the flowerbed. However, she was no longer the innocent and charming girl he remembered. She appeared to have aged by nearly a decade. Her figure somewhat swollen and her hair disheveled, with faint wrinkles around her eyes and mouth. Enai Min's demeanor was distressing. Her tattered clothing suggested a state of disarray, and she repeatedly opened and closed her mouth as if attempting to convey something, yet no sound emerged. Blood streamed from her eyes, rendering her visage terrifying. Mu Zixi was deeply unsettled by these dreams, initially attributing them to his lingering feelings for Enai Min. However, as the visions grew increasingly alarming, he discerned that she truly seemed to have something urgent to communicate. Consequently, seizing the opportunity to manage some property affairs, Mu Zixi returned to his homeland. He reached out to his former high school classmates to inquire about Enai Min's current situation. They informed him that after graduating, Enai Min had lived with her boyfriend. But eventually, she had tragically taken her own life under mysterious circumstances. This revelation left Mu Zixi astonished, further solidifying his belief in the spectral nature of his dreams. He was convinced that Ni Min had something significant to share with him. After listening to Mu Zixie's account, Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before quietly asking, "Have you been to her home?" "I have," Mu Zixie replied, "but the house has long been abandoned. Some of the windows are shattered, and the entrance is sealed with a large notice, as if it were under foreclosure due to unpaid debts. The inhabitants seem to have vanished without a trace." Chen Zhi nodded and inquired further. "She mentioned having special abilities. What did she mean by that?" Mu Zixie frowned. "I'm not entirely certain, but she claimed to have the power to manipulate the radio, rewinding it at will, and to replay television programs. However, I never witnessed such feats. They seemed rather far-fetched." At this moment, Chen Zhi smirked slightly, taking a drag from his cigarette, and turned to Mu Zixie with a probing gaze. "Are you suggesting that Ni Min did not die by suicide?" Mu Zixie paused, momentarily taken aback, before affirmatively nodding. "Indeed. In my dreams, Ni Min appears to be around 25 or 26 years old, precisely the age she was before her death. She has come to find me, undoubtedly burdened with some grievance she wishes to express." Understanding dawned upon Chen Zhi as he gently nodded, contemplating that perhaps he could truly assist you with this matter. Unable to disclose the actual circumstances to Mu Zixie, he resorted to a brief fabrication, claiming that a fortune teller had taken residence on the ground floor of their building, possessing the extraordinary ability to hear words spoken by the deceased. Mu Zixie expressed deep skepticism regarding this revelation and felt an unsettling fear about visiting Chen Zhi's home. Vividly recalling the terrifying image of Chen Zhi's drunken father wielding a knife, chasing him during their middle school days, Chen Zhi, with a reassuring smile, encouraged him to remain calm and took his hand, guiding him back to his abode. Upon entering the courtyard of the Destiny Hall, distant shouts from Fat Wei reached their ears, cursing and accusing someone of cheating, indignantly questioning the audacity of claiming such winnings. Chen Zhi led Mu Zixie inside, introducing him to the gathering. Despite Fat Wei's flushed face from losing money, he greeted Mu Zixie with a grin, acknowledging him as a distinguished returnee. Soon after, Chen Zhi's father descended leisurely from upstairs, greeting them with a polite smile, inquiring whether the guests had dined. Mu Zixie was momentarily startled at the sight of Chen Zhi's father, instinctively taking a step back, exclaiming in surprise, "Chen Zhi, is this truly your father? He appears to be in remarkably good spirits. Surprised, aren't you?" "My father is thriving now, embodying the charm of a seasoned gentleman," Chen Zhi replied with a chuckle. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Zhi escorted Mu Zixie to the room of Qin Yang. Qin Yang was seated on the carpet, diligently inscribing characters on yellow paper. The moment Mu Zixie entered, Qin Yang stiffened, raising her head with alertness, revealing her strikingly white eyes. Mu Zixie was taken aback by her appearance, nearly collapsing in shock. "Is there something you need?" Qin Yang inquired in a calm tone. "Yes, this is my old classmate. He has a matter to discuss and seeks your assistance," Chen Zhi said, guiding Mu Zixie to sit on the carpet, succinctly relaying Mu Zixie's predicament to Qin Yang. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang nodded slightly, extending a hand, saying, "Give me your hand." After a moment of hesitation, Mu Zixie placed his hand in hers, and she grasped it firmly, beginning to recite an incantation softly. Just as Mu Zixie felt lost, he suddenly witnessed Qin Yang's head jerk upwards violently, her wide, white eyes staring into the abyss, gasping as if her throat were constricted, her demeanor utterly chilling. Startled, Mu Zixie quickly withdrew his hand, standing up and retreating a few steps. At that moment, Qin Yang turned her head towards Mu Zixie, her vacant, pale eyes locking onto him, a sinister smile curling at her lips, suggesting that she indeed had something to convey. Chapter 178. The Words of the Departed. Mu Zixie, likely witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, felt a shiver of trepidation as he stammered, What does she wish to tell me?" Qin Yang did not respond but continued to wear a mysterious smile, her wide, white eyes fixed upon him. As she began to crawl slowly across the carpet, intent on seizing him, Mu Zixie was utterly terrified and hurriedly took a few steps back, only to be seized by Qin Yang by the leg. Qin Yang, with his hauntingly wide eyes, slowly assisted Mu Zixie to stand. Whispering into her ear, she died in excruciating pain, her neck tightly constricted by a rope. She struggled desperately but could not break free, harboring a deep-seated resentment. A resentment etched into her very being. "Yet, she has something to convey to you. Do you wish to know what it is?" "What did she say?" Mu Zixi's complexion turned pale, unable to look Qin Yang in the eye as she trembled and inquired. At that moment, Qin Yang suddenly dropped his smile, his expression turning serious as he stated, "To hear the message from the deceased, it will cost 5,800 yuan. To exorcise spirits and banish evil, an additional 5,000 yuan. And talismans or prayer beads will be charged separately, no discounts and no invoices." Chen Zhi was nearly driven to the brink of explosion by anger. "Qin Yang, have you fallen into the abyss of greed? You and Fat Wei are truly a match made in heaven, but Zixi is my high school classmate. What's wrong? Do you know how much spiritual energy is consumed in performing a ritual? My hair is falling out because I've cast so many spells. And this price is already quite reasonable, considering she is your classmate," Qin Yang retorted. "Don't give me that. Your hair loss is due to your constant fussing over that messy hair of yours," Chen Zhi exclaimed, genuinely exasperated, feeling that his friends were making him lose face. "It's all right," Mu Zixi interrupted, having finally grasped the situation. She smiled graciously and said, "If you can help me uncover the truth behind her death and fulfill her wishes, I will reward you with 100,000 yuan." Chen Zhi knew that Mu Zixi was not one to make empty promises. During their school days, she was known as a generous soul, always treating friends to meals with her lunch money. Given her family's financial standing, parting with 100,000 yuan was hardly a challenge. "Really?" Qin Yang's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly turned around to shake a bell she had received from Chen Zhi, intended for emergencies. Now, it served as a secret signal between her and Fat Wei. As the bell rang, Fat Wei swiftly dashed up from downstairs. "This is our big client. He is willing to pay 100,000 yuan to uncover the truth behind his friend's death," Qin Yang introduced him excitedly. Fat Wei was instantly invigorated, thumping his chest and assuring, "No problem. You've come to the right place. I heard downstairs that your first love must have been wronged, probably murdered. You can't just ignore a girl who traveled such great distances to reach out to you in a dream. Rest assured, entrust this to us, and you will surely find value in that 100,000 yuan. All right, you two have had enough." Chen Zhi was genuinely on the verge of losing his temper, feeling humiliated in front of his old classmates. He turned to Qin Yang and asked, "Did you really sense something? What does that woman want to say to Zixi?" "I do not know what she has to say." Qin Yang rolled his eyes and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Goodness, you truly are something else. Why did you make it all sound so mysterious just now?" Chen Zhi was nearly beside himself with frustration as he shouted, "You and Fat Wei are undoubtedly two peas in a pod, charlatans of the highest order. What on earth are you sensing? Do you think perceiving the words of the deceased is a trivial matter? It's not as simple as making a phone call where one can just state their business directly," Qin Yang retorted, retreating to the carpeted area and settling cross-legged. The departed do not possess language, only a singular obsession. This obsession is incredibly chaotic and cannot be discerned in a fleeting moment. However, from the instant your classmate entered, I sensed a potent yearning from a woman attached to him. This woman indeed has something she wishes to convey, and her demise was steeped in resentment. After articulating this, Qin Yang spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, continuing, "As for the specifics, that requires a gradual attunement. Ideally, we should locate the place where this woman lived in her lifetime for me to glean further insights." Understanding dawned upon Chen Zhi, who nodded and turned to Mu Zixi, stating, "I happen to have some free time lately. Let us assist you in investigating this matter." Moreover, Chen Zhi shot a stern glare at Fat Wei, emphasizing, "This will be entirely free of charge." Delighted by this development, Mu Zixi expressed her gratitude to both Fat Wei and Qin Yang before departing. Before she left, Chen Zhi advised her to investigate any belongings left behind by Ni Min and inquire about the condition of the house, insisting that these could potentially serve as crucial breakthroughs. After bidding farewell to Mu Zixi, Chen Zhi descended to locate Sanzi, who was engrossed in a card game, and requested his help in uncovering information about Ni Min and her cohabiting boyfriend. The following morning, Sanzi called to report that he had found information on Ni Min. It appeared that she indeed had exhibited extraordinary abilities and had been investigated by authorities in Beijing. However, due to her parents' vehement denial, the inquiry had been halted. Before graduating high school, Ni Min's father went bankrupt, and her parents tragically perished in a traffic accident during a moment of desperation. She had a younger brother, and the two relied on each other, only for him to succumb to leukemia later. Ni Min herself had committed suicide by hanging last month. with comprehensive photographic evidence leaving no room for doubt. Furthermore, her previous boyfriend was easily identifiable, as he was quite renowned in the city. His name was Lan Yu. Lan Yu was a well-known host in this small town. Although it could scarcely support any major celebrities, his car appreciation show was immensely popular and widely recognized. The next day, Chen Zhi, accompanied by Fat Wei, went to meet Lan Yu. Upon their arrival, they found him recording a program at the television station. Lan Yu appeared rather frail, fair-skinned, and gentle in demeanor. Upon encountering Chen Zhi and his companions, he exhibited a cordial attitude. Chen Zhi refrained from mentioning Mu Zishi and Ni Min, instead revealing that they were former classmates from high school who had just returned from abroad. Expressing interest in organizing a reunion and feigning ignorance regarding the circumstances surrounding Ni Min's tragic demise. In an instant, when Lan Yu overheard their inquiries about Ni Min, he exhibited a profound sense of panic, hastily ushering them into his private lounge. Once inside, Lan Yu courteously offered each of them a cigarette and softly inquired, "Are you not aware that Ni Min recently took her own life? She committed suicide?" "We had no idea." Chen Zhi feigned astonishment as he spoke. "We hadn't been in contact with her for quite some time, which is why we came to ask you. After all, you were her boyfriend, weren't you?" "Me? I am not." Lan Yu shook his head, responding, "I broke up with her over 6 months ago." Chapter 179. The words of the deceased once infatuated. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Lan Yu sighed gently and recounted, "I was with Ni Min when she graduated from high school. I had just entered my sophomore year. Prior to that, I was utterly infatuated with her, relentlessly pursuing her. My feelings for her were genuine. However, it seemed she had already set her heart on someone else. I pursued her for an extended period, yet there were no results. Ni Min truly was unfortunate. Her family was once quite affluent, but her father inexplicably faced a disastrous investment, leading to their sudden bankruptcy. Not long after, we received the heartbreaking news of her parents' tragic demise in a traffic accident. She had a younger brother, and the two of them were all each other had. Her brother excelled academically, and Ni Min, prioritizing him, chose not to take the college entrance examination, opting instead to enter the workforce after high school. Her brother was indeed remarkable, obedient and sensible, destined for a promising future. Ni Min dedicated all her earnings to ensure he could attend school. Yet, tragically, her brother later fell ill with leukemia. Ni Min exhausted her family's savings in a desperate attempt to save him, but ultimately, he passed away. This event profoundly traumatized her. Subsequently, her financial situation inexplicably deteriorated, and she found herself in dire need of assistance. It was during this tumultuous time that I entered her life. Through the connection of her family's housekeeper, we eventually became a couple. Ni Min was inherently kind-hearted and innocent. When we were together, she devoted herself entirely to me, with no other thoughts occupying her mind. From that point onward, we cohabited in her family home. She treated me exceptionally well, and I loved her deeply. However, alas, Lan Yu exclaimed, striking his head in frustration, "This is all my fault." After a few years together, I noticed our commonalities dwindling. Furthermore, my parents were vehemently dissatisfied with Ni Min, criticizing her impoverished background, her status as an orphan, and her lack of educational qualifications, firmly opposing our marriage. During this period, I met a young woman named Dai Warner. Warner was a university student, young, beautiful, and intelligent, radiating like a brilliant diamond. Though somewhat capricious, she was utterly charming. I was immediately drawn to Warner. Our time together was filled with joy, and we grew increasingly in tune with one another. Ultimately, I made the decision to end my relationship with Ni Min. As Lan Yu recounted this, he gradually lowered his head, his expression laden with shame. "After you broke up with Ni Min, did she then take her own life?" Chen Zhi asked coldly. "No, she ended our relationship. And it was only 6 months later that she took her own life." Lan Yu immediately raised his head and explained, "I know you must think that I cheated and hurt Ni Min, but I cannot deceive my own feelings. I cannot tell her that I still love you as I once did. That would be a lie. To deceive her would be the utmost disrespect." As Lan Yu spoke, tears shimmered in his eyes. "In truth, I have been engulfed in remorse during this time, pondering whether Ni Min truly succumbed to despair after our separation, leading her to take such a drastic step. Therefore," Lan Yu glanced around furtively, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he whispered, "That is why she returns to me every night." "What did you say? Are you claiming that Ni Min visits you every night?" Chen Zhi asked solemnly, casting a glance at Mu Zishi beside him. "Yes." Lan Yu nodded in terror, tears brimming in his eyes, on the verge of breaking down. Perhaps she truly blames me for the wrongs I committed against her. Lan Yu lowered his head to wipe away his tears and continued. Nimin possessed a precious men's pocket watch, a relic left to her by her parents. It is said to have been part of her mother's dowry, belonging to a family of princes from the Qing dynasty. This watch was once a possession of the royal court, incredibly valuable. Despite enduring many hardships, Nimin could never bring herself to sell it. At that time, before our breakup, I happened to see this exquisite timepiece in her home. Its golden surface was striking, adorned with gems on the dial. I was so captivated that I took it home to admire. When Nimin later discovered the watch was missing, she inquired about it. I told her I borrowed it for a couple of days, and she simply asked me to take good care of it and return it promptly. However, an embarrassing incident occurred. Lan Yu shook his head, saying, thinking back on this matter, I truly feel like a wretched person. Did you give this watch to another woman? Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, staring intently at Lan Yu, questioning him seriously. Lan Yu momentarily froze, then averted his gaze from Chen Zhi, lowering his head like a chastened child, murmuring, At that time, I was in a relationship with Warner. Just as you all mentioned, I was straddling two boats. Warner, being quite young and headstrong, was the type of person who had to obtain whatever she desired. When she saw the pocket watch in my home, she instantly fell in love with it. Upon learning it was Nimin's father's heirloom, she insisted on taking it. When I refused, she threw a tantrum. I was at my wit's end. To spare Warner from distress, I devised a scheme that would satisfy both parties. You told Nimin that you lost the watch, didn't you? Chen Zhi asked, gazing coldly at Lan Yu. Lan Yu was taken aback, hesitating as he replied, I truly cannot hide this from you. I told Nimin that I inadvertently lost the watch outside. Nimin's temperament is gentle. Although she was heartbroken, she did not argue with me. That evening, she searched outside all night, but of course, she found nothing and was left with no choice but to give up. Later on, I found a deep connection with Warner, and my parents also cherished her, hoping that we would marry once she graduated. Consequently, I frequented Nimin's place less and less, and eventually, our relationship faded away. Did she know you had another woman? Chen Zhi inquired. Lan Yu shook his head and replied, she probably didn't know. Nimin's personality was rather introverted. She seldom ventured out when we were together. However, I later heard that her financial situation worsened, and she accrued substantial debts, ultimately even mortgaging the house her parents left her. Then, I learned she had taken her own life in that very house. At this point, Pang Wei could no longer contain his thoughts and exclaimed with a laugh, Come on, you little rascal. I don't mean to criticize you, but you're truly a scoundrel. Even after breaking up, when she was in such dire straits, you ought to have been more considerate. After all, she had shared years of her life with you. I wanted to, Lan Yu replied, his voice tinged with regret. I had been financially supporting her for a long time, but her situation only seemed to deteriorate. After our breakup, our contact dwindled. Who could have anticipated she would resort to borrowing money? After speaking, Lan Yu lowered his gaze, took several deep drags from his cigarette, and continued, but after her death, she returned to seek me out. At this point, Lan Yu's eyes widened in terror as he shared this revelation with Chen Zhi. I nearly dream of her every night. Her visage is truly horrifying. In my dreams, she never speaks, only grins menacingly. Her face is grotesquely distorted, her eyes blood red, clutching a rope, relentlessly pursuing me to strangle me. She is no longer the person I knew when we parted. She appears incredibly youthful, dressed in her high school uniform, a sight that is utterly chilling. After uttering these words, Lan Yu seemed profoundly melancholic, letting out a deep sigh as tears shimmered in his eyes. I understood that she must harbor intense resentment towards me, blaming me for abandoning her, yet romantic relationships inevitably face such endings. Warner and I were genuinely in love. Nimin should have sought her own future instead of succumbing to despair. Her stubbornness was truly disheartening. Observing Lan Yu's demeanor, Chen Zhi and the others fell into a contemplative silence. It is indeed true that breakups between men and women are unavoidable. Yet Lan Yu's act of gifting Nimin's pocket watch to another was somewhat indefensible. What about the pocket watch that her father left her? Is it still with Warner? After a moment of silence, Chen Zhi gently inquired. Lan Yu shook his head and replied, It's no longer with her. After Nimin's passing, I once asked Warner for the watch, intending to place it in Nimin's grave. However, Warner told me she had accidentally lost it. I was furious and raised my voice. But you see, Warner has been spoiled since childhood, too willful. I merely scolded her a little, and she turned away, sulking for days without speaking to me. After Chen Zhi listened to these words, he noticed Mu Zishi frowning, indicating that he was struggling to absorb the information. Thus, he interrupted Lan Yu, saying, "All right, we have a general understanding of the situation. However, regarding Ni Min seeking you out every night, what are you planning to do about it?" "I have no idea," Lan Yu exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, revealing his prolonged deprivation of sleep. "I was hoping to find someone knowledgeable to help me decipher this predicament. Otherwise, I might just lose my sanity. If you genuinely wish to resolve this issue, I could assist you," Pang Wei remarked with a smile, "though, of course, my services will not come cheaply." "What exactly do you do?" Lan Yu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Ni Min has hardly kept in touch with her classmates since graduation. Are you her high school friends? He gazed curiously at Pang Wei, whose arms were adorned with tattoos. "I can't speak for whether they are her classmates," Pang Wei chuckled heartily, "but I can assure you that I am not. I make my living from, shall we say, more sinister endeavors." At this point, Chen Zhi could no longer maintain the facade and concocted a small fib, carefully omitting the relationship between Mu Zishi and Ni Min. He merely stated that Mu Zishi was the class monitor who had returned from abroad, and that their classmates were eager to inquire about Ni Min's current situation. Furthermore, he added that if Lan Yu required assistance, they could help him deal with the haunting issue. Lan Yu, lacking guile, accepted this clumsy lie without skepticism, clinging to Pang Wei and Chen Zhi as if they were lifelines, pleading for their help to rid him of Ni Min's relentless pursuit. "Do you have any belongings of Ni Min's?" Chen Zhi asked. "No," Lan Yu shook his head. "After we broke up, everything was settled. Her belongings should still be at her home. However, I later heard that she took out a loan and mortgaged her house. After her death, that house was seized by the debt collection agency and auctioned off. Do you know which debt collection agency it was? We might find a way to negotiate with them to gain access to the house," Chen Zhi suggested. "I know the agency. Ni Min frequently borrowed money from them while she was alive. But that agency has a notoriously rough reputation. I've met their boss, who is infamous for being ruthless. How about this? I'll reach out to an acquaintance and see what I can find out. I can take you all there this afternoon." "Rough characters? We've encountered our fair share," Chen Zhi laughed at this point. "But repaying debts is a matter of principle. Since we are asking them for a favor, it's best to consult an acquaintance first." Pang Wei concurred with Chen Zhi's sentiments. That afternoon, Lan Yu took a half-day leave from work and, accompanied by Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and Mu Zishi, they ventured to a modern office building in the city center. This building was quite new and stood as the tallest in the city. The acquaintance Lan Yu sought was waiting for them at the entrance. This individual, known as Lao Bo Kai, was in his 40s, with a round face glistening with oil, and a partial gap in his front tooth. His voice had a somewhat croaky quality. "Bo Kai, have you inquired for me? Did your boss agree?" Once inside the office building, Lan Yu grew anxious, addressing him with utmost respect. The old spinach, exuding an air of arrogance, proclaimed in a haughty tone, "Our boss is exceedingly busy. Fortunately, you sought me out. I still hold a modicum of respect within the company. As for your matters, I am not entirely clear on the details. However, when you meet the boss, you may explain it yourselves." The old spinach cleared his throat ostentatiously and warned, "I must caution you. Our boss is no ordinary individual. He commands authority in both the underworld and legitimate circles. With a mere stamp of his foot, all must come forth to light his cigarette. Therefore, when you speak, be vigilant and do not provoke his ire. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in grave peril. And I cannot save you." "Goodness, who is this formidable character?" Fat Wei expressed his discontent. Lan Yu quickly gestured for Fat Wei to remain silent. Turning to the old spinach with a deferential nod, "Indeed, we shall be cautious." Thus, the old spinach led them upstairs. Along the way, Lan Yu turned back and whispered to Chen Zhi and the others, "Let me tell you, do not act recklessly. Their boss is notoriously ruthless. The number of lives he has claimed could fill a mountain, and none in the underworld dare to oppose him." After saying this, Lan Yu emphasized to Fat Wei, "When you enter, tread carefully with your words. Do not provoke him, for if he turns against us, we may not leave unscathed." Fat Wei, incensed, replied, "Fine, fine. I will remain silent. I am curious to see what sort of fierce character this is." As they ascended to the 27th floor, Chen Zhi pondered the situation. The notorious underworld figures of Northeast China were well known to them, and even the elusive leopard Yi was rather understated. What other formidable figures could there be? Upon entering the elevator, they were met with a solemn atmosphere. The entire floor was draped in shades of black and white, devoid of any vibrant decor. The corridor was lined with numerous offices, their doors slightly ajar, and many stern-looking men clad in black stood along the hallway, their expressions grave and the ambience tense, evoking a sense of awe. The old spinach turned back, gestured for silence, and then led the way with light footsteps. Chen Zhi, perplexed, followed suit. They reached the end of the corridor, where a spacious office bore the sign manager's office. Just as the old spinach leaned in to peek, a loud crash erupted from within, as if someone were in a fit of rage. The old spinach, startled, recoiled and dared not enter. Inside, a young man's voice erupted. Is it really that difficult to handle this trivial matter? Are you all seeking death? Get out. Hearing this tone, the old spinach turned to Chen Zhi and the others, visibly shaken, and urged, let us call it a day. You should leave before things get messy. However, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had already heard the commotion inside and felt utterly speechless. Fat Wei shoved the old spinach aside and boldly strode into the office, delivering a resounding slap to the back of the man's head who had just shouted, exclaiming in frustration, damn it. I wondered why you hadn't called me during the day. It turns out you came here to flaunt your superiority. At that moment, Chen Zhi also entered the room and, upon surveying the scene, recognized that the so-called tough character was indeed Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi was perched on the desk, his white shirt unbuttoned, berating those around him. After receiving a slap from Pang Wei, he was momentarily stunned, rubbing the back of his head in disbelief and asking, what brings you all here? Why can't we be here? Just came to check out your pretentious act. Pang Wei replied with a chuckle. The slap had startled Lao Bo Kai, who hurriedly rushed in. I'm so sorry, boss. It's my fault. I must be blind, bringing a few lunatics here and upsetting you. Please don't be angry. I'll have them removed right away. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is a lunatic? Chen Zhi leapt off the desk and retorted to Lao Bo Kai. They are all my friends. What? Lao Bo Kai was taken aback and immediately clasped his fists in apology to Pang Wei, saying, my apologies, brother. I didn't recognize your stature. All right, you all can leave now. After giving a few instructions to his subordinates, Chen Zhi welcomed Chen Zhi and his companions into his reception room. It was then that Chen Zhi realized Chen Zhi had such a remarkable office space. The reception room was impressively large, furnished with 2 rows of black leather sofas and a substantial wooden coffee table in the center. Impressive, Chen Zhi. You truly are the boss here. How did we not notice this side of you before? I hope you'll take good care of us in the future. Pang Wei remarked with a smile. Don't jest, Chen Zhi replied. This office building belongs to the Bao family. Previously, Uncle Jean managed the collection of debts here. But since he is busy now, these matters have fallen to me. It's all just the work of the less capable members of the Bao family. As they spoke, Lao Bo Kai approached, bowing respectfully while carrying a tea tray, serving each of them tea. Chen Zhi lifted his cup, took a sip, and remarked, after shouting all day, my voice is hoarse. My image resembles that of an old miser from the past. By the way, what brings you all here? Is there something you need? At that moment, Lan Yu sat silently, astonished, gazing at Pang Wei and Chen Zhi, contemplating their true identities. Chen Zhi recounted the general situation to Chen Zhi, requesting his assistance in accessing a particular house to search for any belongings of Ni Min Chen Zhi. Having heard about Mu Zishi and Ni Min while playing cards at Chen Zhi's place, nodded in agreement and instructed Lao Bo Kai to investigate the status of that house immediately. It turned out that Lao Bo Kai handled all financial matters and property documentation. After a brief inquiry, he quickly returned, bowing as he reported, indeed, we have that house. Its location is quite good. Situated on the western side of the affluent Tai Town area, an old villa originally built by the Japanese during their occupation of northeast China. The owner of the villa was a woman who had persistently borrowed money from our company. However, it was perplexing how her debts continued to accumulate without any repayment of previous loans. She was merely a lonely woman, and we had never pressured her for repayment. To our shock, she ultimately took her own life within the villa, resulting in a significant drop in the property's value. The villa was in a state of disrepair, having suffered from years of neglect, making it exceedingly difficult to sell despite being on the market. After finishing his account, Lao Bo Kai produced a set of keys, stating, these are the keys to the villa. However, when the house was mortgaged to us, our team cleared out all the clutter, and it is likely empty now. Perhaps a few of you might try your luck. Chen Zhi, feeling resigned, nodded and accepted the keys. The group bid farewell to Chen Zhi and proceeded directly to the villa. On the way, Lan Yu's television station called, urgently requesting his return. Reluctantly, he had to head back to the station, feeling relieved at the prospect of not having to enter the house again. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, guided by Mu Zixi, quickly located the dilapidated residence where Enai Min once lived. This old house was exceedingly decrepit, resembling a haunted mansion from the television. Despite its location in a bustling area, it was deeply concealed, making it difficult to spot without careful attention. The exterior of the villa featured a vast yard surrounded by a rusted fence, with a large iron gate at the center. Chen Zhi produced the keys, and upon unlocking the gate, they were met with a scene of desolation. Overgrown weeds and ruined flora scattered throughout the yard, though remnants of the household's former vitality remained visible. As they opened the villa's grand door, a pungent odor of mildew enveloped them, prompting Mu Zixi to cough. Inside, the darkness was pervasive, revealing wooden furniture stripped of paint, evoking the eerie atmosphere of a haunted house. The electricity had been cut off, and they switched on their flashlights to navigate through the interior. The house was devoid of any possessions, except for a few dilapidated, indistinguishable pieces of old furniture. There were no appliances left, not even a television. The interior was characterized by a classic two-story layout, with a dark wooden staircase in the center. As they ascended the creaking stairs, they were struck by the instability of the steps, which felt as though they might collapse at any moment. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered it was in even worse disrepair. The ceiling was riddled with cracks, and mold was rampant, indicating prolonged leaks. No wonder she took her own life. The living conditions were utterly dismal. How could anyone maintain a good spirit in such an environment? Pang Wei lamented. Mu Zixi expression was somber as she shook her head, saying, "Had I known she was living in such circumstances, I would have certainly offered my assistance. But now, with her gone, words hold no value." The second floor comprised 3 bedrooms, one of which was quite large and likely the master bedroom. Upon entering the room, they beheld a vintage wooden bed, grand in size yet stripped of adornments. Above it hung a black and white family portrait depicting a young couple cradling a boy and a girl, their faces radiating joy and bliss. The woman in the photograph exuded warmth and kindness, while the man's piercing gaze suggested a commanding presence. The boy they held was remarkably handsome, with large, expressive eyes, and the girl beside him appeared to be 3 or 4 years his senior, possessing a delicate beauty. This room likely belonged to Enai Min's parents. Mu Zixi gazed at the girl in the photograph and remarked, "Enai Min hasn't changed much since childhood. After her parents' passing, it seems she has left this room untouched." After a brief exploration, they found nothing of significance and proceeded to a small adjacent bedroom. This space, aside from a slightly newer bed, was filled with worn furniture, yet it bore signs of having been lived in. Beside the bed stood an old vanity, its mirror shattered. "This must have been Enai Min's bedroom during her lifetime," Chen Zhi suggested. "Let us search thoroughly for any remnants of her existence." The group dispersed, with Pang Wei venturing into another room, while Chen Zhi and Mu Zixi remained in the bedroom. It appeared that the room had been tidied before the company acquired the property, for despite their diligent search, they uncovered no trace of personal items, no wooden combs, no hairpins, not even the smallest of belongings. As Chen Zhi rummaged through the vanity, he discovered a mechanism within the last drawer, concealed by a wooden panel that obscured its depth. Such a trivial contraption could not escape his keen eye. A gentle tap caused the wooden panel to fall away, revealing a hidden compartment that contained an antiquated pink diary. Chen Zhi retrieved the diary and, upon opening it, noted that the pages were damp and had adhered together, rendering it hefty. As he perused the diary, he found it filled with elegant handwriting, nearly covering the pages. The lower right corner of the front page bore the name Enai Min. "Where did you find this diary?" Mu Zixi, having spotted the book in Chen Zhi's hand, approached him with curiosity. "This diary was a gift I presented to Enai Min in our second year of high school. I never imagined she would keep it all these years," he replied. Mu Zixi took the diary and leafed through it, noting there were 2 versions of this diary, one blue and one pink. "I bought both, keeping the blue one for myself and giving the pink one to Enai Min. How foolish I was back then." She chuckled, recalling her youthful intentions to inscribe a confession of affection within its pages. "However, fearing that Enai Min's mother might discover it, I refrained from writing. Nevertheless, I believe that gifting her the pink version would convey my feelings." As she spoke, Mu Zixi attempted to pry open the tightly stuck pages with her fingers, turning them one by one. The first page bore neat, youthful handwriting, unmistakably the work of a middle school student, and prominently displayed was Mu Zixie's name. The diary entry reads as follows: "Today, Zixi gifted me this diary, and I was utterly elated. How I long for him to harbor feelings for me. Yet, he is so exceptional. His academic prowess shines, and numerous girls in our class are enamored by him. How could someone like him ever find interest in me? I am but a shadow in the classroom, hardly noticeable. Perhaps he simply treats me with kindness because we share the journey home each day. I am quite foolish. Nevertheless, I am determined to persist in chronicling my thoughts within this diary, recording each day's joys and sorrows. On the day I gain admission to university, I shall confess my feelings to Zhi, sharing this diary with him to reveal that I have cherished him for quite some time, hoping my dreams will materialize. The entry spanned an entire page, with the date inscribed in the lower right corner accompanied by a charming smiley face. After reading this diary entry, Zhi appeared taken aback, his hands trembling slightly. Chen Zhi noticed and promptly took the diary, flipping through a few more pages. This entry was followed by many more. Forming a thick stack of pages, the handwriting youthful and innocent, primarily detailing school events and unspoken affection for Zhi. In the middle of the diary, several pages were left blank, and then another entry commenced, dated a year later. Chen Zhi picked it up and read softly, "This is my final diary entry. A farewell to Zhi. I have harbored feelings for him for so long, yet I never found the courage to confess. Perhaps I am too timid. Yet, someone like him should not be with someone like me. On the day he invited me to meet, I failed to show, and he subsequently went to America. We never had the chance for a final farewell. That night, my father took his own life. I learned that his company had suddenly gone bankrupt, leaving us in dire straits. By the time we reached the hospital, he was barely clinging to life. My father, a man of such strength, wept as he urged me to take care of my younger brother. Fate has been exceedingly cruel to me. My mother was involved in a car accident that same day and never returned home. It was only my brother and I left, with no relatives to support us. Those who once seemed close to my parents turned their backs on us. Suddenly, we found ourselves destitute, and I felt utterly helpless. I was engulfed by fear, knowing that if I failed to gain admission to university, my brother would have to drop out. I resolved to be with Lanyu, who had pursued me for quite some time. He is older and will care for both me and my brother. Though my heart remains with Zhi, perhaps this is my destiny. As the nanny advised me, I ought to seek someone like Lanyu, who is kind and capable of supporting my family. Farewell, my beloved Zhi, whom I have loved for 3 years." As Chen Zhi reached this point, Zhi was visibly moved, his body trembling slightly as he reached into his jacket for a cigarette, but after a prolonged search, he found none. Chen Zhi offered him one. He flipped further back in the diary. After that, I Min truly ceased to write. However, on the last page of the diary, there was a hastily scrawled note. The handwriting was mature, resembling a wild script, devoid of a date, yet it was evident that it was penned by an adult, and written in a state of extreme anger. Chapter 183. The words of the deceased Dai Waner. The contents of this diary are as follows. What constitutes evil? Is what I am doing now truly evil? Is it not an atrocity to regard the dignity of others as insignificant? I have never wronged Lanyu, yet he has inflicted such pain upon me, humiliating and deceiving me. That pocket watch was the sole memento left to me by my parents. I once endured 3 days without food and never once considered selling it. Yet, Lanyu deceived me into believing he had lost the watch. I searched for it throughout a stormy night, but to no avail. Today, a woman named Dai Waner approached me, presenting the watch and claiming it had been given to her by Lanyu. She further insulted me, belittling my worth and calling me an old woman, tearing my heart asunder. If he no longer cared for me, why not simply end our relationship? Why must he bestow such a treasured possession upon another? Moreover, Dai Waner's audacity knew no bounds. I pleaded with her to return the watch, explaining it was my parents' heirloom and that her affair with Lanyu was irrelevant to me, as we had parted ways. In front of me, this woman shattered the watch on the ground, reducing it to fragments. That object was more precious to me than life itself. It was the only remembrance left by my celestial family. My heart and dignity lay in ruins because of her. That wretched Dai Waner has crossed every boundary. I am consumed by a desire to curse her, to sever her neck. My hatred is overwhelming. I have lost all affection for life. Why has fate been so cruel, dismantling my once blissful family in an instant? My beloved brother was taken by leukemia, leaving me utterly alone. My debts continue to mount, seemingly insurmountable, and every investment I make fails, regardless of my relentless toil. Why is this happening to me? Is this what fairness looks like? I wish to curse Dai Waner. I would dedicate my very life to this curse. If I were to perish today, I would transform my hatred into a curse and send it to her, demanding retribution. The diary concludes here, with furious scribbles tearing through the pages. Chen Zhi and Mu Zishi were left in stunned silence after reading the diary. Chen Zhi noticed the pallor of Mu Zishi's face and hesitated before offering consolation. Zishi, having seen this diary, it's likely the police overlooked it at the time. The contents may incite your anger, but the diary reveals a stark truth. Min indeed succumbed to suicide. At that moment, however, Mu Zishi did not absorb Chen Zhi's words. He clenched his fists tightly, furrowing his brow, and glared at the diary with fury. This is intolerable. It is utterly outrageous. Mu Zishi exclaimed, his eyes reddened with rage. So this is how Min met her end. No wonder she sought me out. She wanted me to avenge her. Do not jump to conclusions, Chen Zhi urged. Zishi, you must grasp this principle. Morality and law are entirely distinct concepts. Even if a person lacks morals, it does not equate to a legal transgression. The situation surrounding Min is complex and unlikely to fall within the realm of vengeance. After speaking, Chen Zhi reviewed the diary once more, extracting 3 key pieces of information from it. It is certain that Min succumbed to suicide. Secondly, the individual Min spoke of seeking revenge is not Lan Yu, but rather Dai Waner. Even if there were truly hauntings, why would she seek out Lan Yu? Thirdly, Min frequently mentioned her investment failures, burdened by debts that seemed insurmountable, casting a peculiar shadow over her financial situation. Fourthly, Min intended to send a curse to Dai Waner. This terminology is quite direct, warranting an inquiry into whether Dai Waner has recently received any correspondence. As Chen Zhi pondered, he heard a creaking sound from downstairs, followed by the opening of the front door. Who are you? Suddenly echoed the voice of an elderly woman. Then came the voice of Fat Wei. Who are you? How did you get a key to this place? I was just about to ask you the same. You aren't a thief, are you? The elderly woman replied sharply. Hey, why do you speak like that, old lady? You barged in here without reason and accused me of being a thief. Fat Wei, somewhat agitated, shouted from downstairs. Chen Zhi tucked the diary into his clothing and descended the stairs alongside Mu Zishi. Standing below was a woman in her 60s, dressed warmly for the weather, with a scarf wrapped tightly around her head, as if to shield herself from prying eyes. Our key was given by the homeowner. Who are you, ma'am? Chen Zhi inquired gently upon reaching the ground floor. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the elderly woman seemed taken aback, stammering, I used to work here as a nanny. I still have a key. I was just passing by to take a look, not realizing that the locks on this house had not been changed. Do you know what happened to Min later? Why did she take her own life? Chen Zhi asked. Why did she commit suicide? Isn't it because none of you men are worth a damn? The elderly woman retorted angrily, clearly unprepared to answer Chen Zhi's question, and hurriedly exited through the door. Chen Zhi watched her retreating figure and quietly asked Fat Wei, Fatty, you've encountered many people. What do you think of that old woman? Haha. Fat Wei chuckled knowingly. She seems guilty. Leaving Min's residence, Chen Zhi, accompanied by Fat Wei and Mu Zishi, intended to show Min's diary to Qin Yang. However, midway, a call from Lan Yu interrupted them. In a state of panic, Lan Yu conveyed alarming news. Dai Waner was dead, strangled by a rope. The scene of her death appeared staged as a suicide, with no signs of forced entry. Chen Zhi was taken aback, and Lan Yu, expressing palpable fear over the phone, firmly believed that Dai Waner had been murdered by Min's vengeful spirit. He feared that he would be next, insisting that Chen Zhi and Fat Wei come to the scene immediately. With no choice, Chen Zhi turned back, leading Fat Wei and Mu Zishi to Dai Waner's residence. Dai Waner lived with her parents in a modern apartment building, and when Chen Zhi arrived, Lan Yu had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing them, Lan Yu seized Chen Zhi's arm in desperation, exclaiming, You must help me. It has to be a haunting. Dai Waner's death mirrors Min's exactly. The next turn is mine. What should I do? You must save me. Chen Zhi had no time for idle chatter. Noticing the corridor filled with detectives, he proceeded directly upstairs. The home of Dai Waner was teeming with police officers due to Lan Yu's connection as Dai Waner's boyfriend, allowing everyone access to the room. Dai Waner's parents were inconsolable, weeping uncontrollably. Lan Yu consoled them while simultaneously responding to the police inquiries. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi stood aside, gazing from a distance at Dai Waner's lifeless body. Dai Waner had indeed met a tragic end. Her neck was grotesquely twisted at a 90-degree angle, completely severed, and her head appeared constricted by a rope. swollen and grotesque like that of a bloated pig. This was undoubtedly not a case of suicide, Chen Zhi silently affirmed, yet as he surveyed the surroundings, the room bore no signs of human presence. Chapter 184. The Words of the Dead. The Curse of Ni Min. Chen Zhi moved closer. Stealing a glance at Dai Wanner's face, which was twisted in terror, her eyes bulging. Her mouth was agape, and her tongue protruded, as if she had witnessed something utterly horrific before her demise. How did she manage to hang herself? The sight was horrifying, Fat Wei remarked, grimacing at the corpse. I truly love you. Never depart. I promise my love for you will remain unchanged. Suddenly, a haunting melody filled the air, sung by a woman. The voice pierced the tension, and with a startled gasp, Lan Yu crumpled to the ground, clutching his head, trembling violently as he cried out, Help! Ni Min has returned. She has truly come back. Lan Yu's reaction startled everyone present, and they followed the sound of the singing to find a detective who had just activated a device. The voice emanating from it. Observing Lan Yu's fright, they felt a sense of bewilderment. Is it really necessary to be this terrified? Fat Wei approached Lan Yu and said, Come on, it's only natural for the deceased Ni Min to seek you out at night, considering our infidelity. But we should maintain some semblance of composure. Is it really that frightening to hear a mere sound? At that moment, Lan Yu's face was ashen, trembling as he whispered, You don't understand. This is Ni Min's song. It's called Truly Love You, which I sang daily beneath her window while pursuing her. His voice was barely audible, and only Chen Zhi and a few others caught his words. Just then, the detective opened the device and retrieved a disc, asking Dai Wanner's mother, Have you seen this before? Yes, Dai Wanner's mother sobbed. This was just delivered a few days ago. It must be something she recently purchased. Indeed, Chen Zhi pondered. This must be the curse sent by Ni Min. The detective nodded silently, placing the disc on the table. Chen Zhi then signaled to Fat Wei, who quickly approached the detective, claiming he had some information to report, and began to chatter nonsensically. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi moved closer, discreetly taking the disc and concealing it within his clothing. Lan Yu remained in a state of disarray, trembling beside them. Mu Zishi cast an angry glance at Lan Yu, and Chen Zhi sensed his friend's struggle to maintain composure. He promptly pulled him aside and reassured Lan Yu. Let us return for now. Do not be overly frightened. The world may not be as haunted as it seems. We shall reconnect tomorrow. After offering a few perfunctory words of comfort, Chen Zhi departed the apartment with Fat Wei and Mu Zishi. Upon returning home, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei found Qin Yang entertaining a couple of clients, the woman being pregnant and seemingly seeking a name for her forthcoming child. Noticing their entrance, Qin Yang lifted his gaze and, looking at Chen Zhi's chest, stated, I am currently occupied. Please wait outside. Chen Zhi nodded, and he and Fat Wei exited the room. After delivering some eloquent phrases about the arrival of a precious child and blessings of prosperity, Qin Yang dismissed the couple. Once outside the room, he turned to Chen Zhi and said, Bring that item forth. Let me see it. Chen Zhi retrieved Ni Min's diary from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yang, who placed the diary aside and shook his head, saying, I meant another object. You truly are a mystic. Chen Zhi responded with a smile, producing a disc and summarizing the situation for Qin Yang. Initially hesitant to take it directly, Qin Yang picked up a piece of gauze to cushion his grip before accepting the disc. This is a thought input disc, he explained. What does thought input entail? Chen Zhi inquired. Qin Yang examined the disc closely, stating, There exist individuals in this world who possess extraordinary abilities from birth, which we refer to as paranormal powers. These powers come in many forms, and this woman, Ni Min, can transfer her thoughts into sound. Those who hear such sounds may find their minds enchanted. Chen Zhi suddenly recalled Mu Zishi mentioning Ni Min's extraordinary abilities. It was indeed true. Qin Yang continued, When she creates these sounds, the intensity of her will directly correlates with the cost she incurs, amplifying her thought power. According to your account, it is highly likely that this woman, in her desire to curse her adversaries, sacrificed her own life to infuse her thoughts into the sound, subsequently sending it to her enemies to bewilder their minds and induce hallucinations, ultimately leading them to suicide. I understand. Chen Zhi nodded in acknowledgement. After concluding his explanation, Qin Yang picked up the diary, saying, Let this diary remain with me for the time being. It indeed contains this woman's obsessions, yet I cannot ascertain its full meaning at present. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Yang turned and urged, You must bathe in salt water to cleanse yourself. Then come to me for a protective talisman. This woman's resentment is formidable. Having her essence near you could lead to nightmares. This remark struck a chord with Chen Zhi, as Lan Yu had previously mentioned dreaming of Ni Min. However, Lan Yu's astonishment at seeing the disc indicated he had never received it. How, then, could he dream of Ni Min? Qin Yang, must thought input have a medium? Chen Zhi inquired. It is essential. Qin Yang nodded and remarked that any telekinetic influence must have a medium to support it. There exists no power that operates across distances. After a prolonged silence, Chen Zhi inquired, do you think this matter could be the work of a ghost? Qin Yang gently shook his head, stating, I have never believed in the existence of what you refer to as ghosts. What we perceive are merely the lingering remnants of individuals from their living days, transformed into various forms of existence. Regarding your classmate's situation, I believe I have a grasp of it. Qin Yang continued, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The mischief is still attributed to humans. The following morning, Lan Yu called Chen Zhi to share that he had experienced another nightmare the previous night. He dreamt of Ni Min placing a noose around his neck. Just as he attempted to struggle, he noticed Dai Wanner clinging to his leg, weeping. Her face was grotesquely disfigured, bloodied, and horrifying. Lan Yu was nearly driven to the brink of madness by fear, lacking the desire to attend class, his voice thick with tears and evoking a sense of pity. Chen Zhi asked Lan Yu whether he had received any mysterious packages, but Lan Yu assured him with great certainty that he had received nothing at all. As an individual who eschews online shopping, his mailbox remained perpetually locked, and he had no habit of retrieving items from it. This left Chen Zhi perplexed. After much contemplation, he resolved to accompany Fat Wei to Lan Yu's residence for a visit. Chapter 185. The Words of the Departed. Suspicion. Lan Yu resided alone in a remarkably spacious single apartment, indicative of a comfortable lifestyle. The decor exuded taste, with an array of wine and tea sets, as well as ample entertainment and leisure facilities. Lan Yu guided Chen Zhi and Fat Wei through the various rooms, opening all the cabinets, and remarked, take a look. I have no possessions of Ni Min's. Wanner is quite jealous, and after my breakup with Ni Min, I discarded everything of hers. Rather than rummaging through the cabinets, Chen Zhi's gaze lingered on the dining table, where a portable cup rested. This was a common type of tall glass tumbler, with a removable lid and a plastic strap for easy carrying. Containing clear water, a staple for radio hosts. Chen Zhi quickly noticed that the water within the glass was exceptionally transparent, with a subtle hint of pale green. This particular hue was not a natural characteristic of water, but rather suggested the presence of a hallucinogenic powder, specifically the color of belladonna. Belladonna is a legendary substance, a remarkable powder with intoxicating effects. Its consumption induces fleeting hallucinations. In ancient times, Spanish maidens would drop the toxic juice of belladonna into their eyes to dilate their pupils, enhancing their gaze's allure. Chen Zhi approached, picked up the glass tumbler from the table, unscrewed the lid, and inhaled the contents. The water was nearly tasteless, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a faintly sweet fragrance. Indeed, it is the deadly nightshade, Chen Zhi pondered within himself. Realizing this could very well be the reason behind Lan Yu's nightly hauntings. It appears that the architect of this mischief is not a ghost, but a human. Chen Zhi inquired of Lan Yu, who typically handled the cup in question. Lan Yu, taken aback by Chen Zhi's question, responded that the cup was generally taken to the television station for use. Upon further reflection, he acknowledged that the number of individuals who could have come into contact with the cup was considerable. The makeup room at the station was always bustling with people, and a mere brush against the cup would go unnoticed. Upon hearing Lan Yu's account, Chen Zhi nodded, yet a heavy sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped him. He felt an overwhelming wave of distress wash over him, akin to a slap in the face. The truth of the matter was gradually surfacing, yet he found himself ill-equipped to confront it. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhi said to Lan Yu, I need to take this cup back for examination. You must hurry to the hospital and consult a physician regarding methods to expel the nightshade from your system. In the future, refrain from consuming water of unknown origin, and avoid using a fixed cup. Your nocturnal nightmares shall soon dissipate. At this juncture, Lan Yu finally grasped the gravity of his situation. He had been poisoned. Fury surged within him, accompanied by a palpable panic. Who had poisoned him, and for what purpose? Who had he offended? He began to curse vehemently, declaring, Once I uncover the perpetrator, I will not show them mercy. Chen Zhi's expression darkened further, his mind unwilling to entertain Lan Yu's grievances. Together with Peng Wei, He departed from Lan Yu's home and returned to the Fate Hall. The hall was filled with individuals seeking divination from Qin Yang, whose reputation had burgeoned throughout the city, drawing numerous seekers of fortune and guidance. Gui Dao sat in a bamboo chair within the courtyard, eyes closed in meditation, showing no interest in Chen Zhi's recent endeavors, as his thoughts were solely consumed by the impending excavation of the Tianhu divine tomb. Once inside the room, Chen Zhi first called Chen Zhi, requesting him to find an acquaintance who could examine the fingerprints on the cup. Subsequently, he poured out the water from the cup, refilling it with fresh liquid, only to discover the lingering hue of nightshade. He inspected the cup and found no apparent issues. Upon removing the lid, he noted that the interior was hollow, indicating tampering. A small clump of nightshade powder fell out as he tapped it. Gazing at the nightshade powder, Chen Zhi mused. It is evident that Lan Yu's poisoning was no mere coincidence. Someone had deliberately set out to harm him. A creaking door interrupted his thoughts, and upon turning, he saw that Pang Wei had entered. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Still assisting your middle school classmate with their first love's case?" Pang Wei replied with a grin. Chen Zhi cast a quick glance at Pang Wei, noting his unusually jovial demeanor, albeit with a hint of hesitation. "Speak plainly," Chen Zhi urged. "Haha, you've become quite perceptive, haven't you? You can see right through me," Pang Wei quipped with a playful grin. "Enough banter. Just say what you need to say. I'm not in the mood for idle chatter," Chen Zhi pressed. Fat Wei, with a bashful chuckle, approached and whispered, "Chen Zhi, I must remind you of something. You are indeed quite astute, possessing an exceptional intellect, yet you harbor a significant flaw, your tendency to trust others too readily. Your loyalty to your comrades blinds you to the fact that many people change over the years." His words pierced Chen Zhi's heart like a blade of ice. Without meeting Fat Wei's gaze, Chen Zhi lowered his head and said, "Are you implying that Mu Zishi is the real culprit?" Fat Wei was momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhi's directness, then smiled and replied, "Your middle school classmate, Mu Zishi, claimed to have dreamed of the ghost of Ni Min visiting him. But that is merely his own assertion. Only he knows the truth of his dreams. Who else has witnessed it? Lan Yu also mentioned dreaming of Ni Min, yet that can be attributed to the effects of the dream-inducing drug, which we have already verified. What a remarkable coincidence, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, how many ghosts truly exist in this world? If a person were to die unjustly, could they return as a vengeful spirit? If that were the case, the city of Nanjing, having suffered countless deaths during the massacre, would be overrun by ghosts today." As Fat Wei spoke, he noticed the coldness etched on Chen Zhi's face and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "You must understand. Mu Zishi may have been a decent person during your middle school days, a good friend. But after all these years, do you truly know what he has become? Are you certain he is incapable of murder? The woman named Dai Wanner died a horrific death. It is impossible she took her own life. Even if Qin Yang claimed the disc contained psychic energy, we have yet to see concrete evidence. Moreover, if Dai Wanner was indeed killed by the psychic force of Ni Min, who administered the dream-inducing drug to Lan Yu, do spirits require such substances to harm others?" Fat Wei continued, observing Chen Zhi closely, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he added, "What is truly alarming is the possibility that the murderer and the one administering the drug are the same person. Who could harbor such animosity towards these two individuals that they would go to such lengths to eliminate them? I have heard that Ni Min has no relatives left. The only one who still remembers her in this world is her first love, Mu Zishi." Chapter 186. The words of the deceased and the true murderer. In truth, the thoughts articulated by Fat Wei had long been contemplated by Chen Zhi. The moment he encountered the dream-inducing drug, doubt had crept into his mind. Ni Min was an orphan, alone in this world, who would seek vengeance on her behalf. Additionally, the peculiar circumstances surrounding Dai Wanner's death, with its cause still undetermined, do not preclude the possibility that she was murdered. If both Mu Zishi and Lan Yu claim to have seen Ni Min's spirit, and Lan Yu's experience has been confirmed to be a hallucination induced by the drug, then from where did Mu Zishi's vision arise? There is but one explanation. Mu Zishi never dreamt of anything, nor did Ni Min's spirit visit him. This was all a fabrication of his own making. He may have discovered the truth of Ni Min's death through some channel and, in a bid for vengeance, administered the dream-inducing drug to Lan Yu, creating the illusion of Ni Min's ghost seeking retribution before ultimately killing Dai Wanner. Craft a scene where Ni Min's soul seeks vengeance. An elaborate play orchestrated by him, with Chen Zhi merely serving as an unwitting witness. However, a perplexing aspect arises from Mu Zixi perspective. His greater animosity should be directed towards Lan Yu. Yet, he only kills Dai Waner while administering drugs to Lan Yu. Was he unable to act in time? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhi decided to call Chen Zhi, requesting assistance in investigating this woman named Ni Min, seeking all records of her life, her burial site, and funeral arrangements. The Bao family's network of information is formidable, and Chen Zhi swiftly received Chen Zhi's response. Chen Zhi informed him over the phone. I've looked into this Mu Zixi. Your classmate is no ordinary individual. After moving to the United States, he pursued a degree in biochemistry and was subsequently selected for a military academy, where he completed his Master's degree. He now holds the rank of colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps, primarily working in the military's research department, focusing on chemical agent formulation. As for the woman you asked me about, Ni Min, there is scant information available. She lived a low-profile life with few acquaintances, and no funeral was held after her death. However, someone did retrieve her urn post-cremation. Her resting place is at Lianhua Cemetery, known for its expensive plots, where Ni Min's grave is notably large. It is said that a mysterious benefactor purchased and funded her burial, a not uncommon occurrence. After silently absorbing Chen Zhi's account, Chen Zhi expressed his gratitude and ended the call, a wave of anger and sorrow surging within him. He stepped into the courtyard, smoking alone, and after 2 cigarettes, resolved to call Mu Zixi. During their conversation, Chen Zhi informed Mu Zixi that Lan Yu had discovered a substance in his glass, which he suspected was causing hallucinations. Furthermore, Lan Yu had identified a suspect and gathered evidence, intending to report it to the authorities the following day. Mu Zixi's tone remained eerily calm as he simply acknowledged the information before hanging up. Sighing after the call, Chen Zhi approached Fat Wei, whispering a few words. They both skipped dinner and left the house. At midnight, the sky was pitch black. Lan Yu's apartment stood in darkness, enveloped in silence. A shadow, however, appeared before Lan Yu's door, Mu Zixi, clad in a black hood, revealing only his eyes. He produced a double-ended wire from his pocket and carefully inserted it into the door lock, gently prodding until a faint click signaled its opening. He softly pushed the door ajar. Inside, the apartment was shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight filtering through the windows, casting a vague outline of the interior. Mu Zixi stealthily explored the living room, searching in vain until he finally made his way toward Lan Yu's bedroom. There, a large quilt covered the figure beneath, who was snoring soundly in deep slumber. Mu Zixi softly approached the large bed, her right hand moving gracefully as a short dagger slipped from her sleeve, its blade glinting coldly in the night. She raised the dagger, reaching to unveil the covers on the bed. At that moment, with a sudden snap, the lights illuminated the room, casting a bright glow that revealed Mu Zixi, donned in a hood. Startled, she swiftly turned and dashed towards the door. But the occupant of the bed immediately sprang up, seizing her and throwing her onto the bed. Zixi, have you lost your mind? How could you do something so reckless? Chen Zhi's voice rang out. The person who had been lying in bed was Peng Wei, while it was Chen Zhi who had turned on the light, having stood behind the door all along, observing Mu Zixi's every move. Thrown onto the bed, Mu Zixi was momentarily disoriented, gazing at them in astonishment. Regaining her composure, she removed her hood and addressed Chen Zhi. When did you begin to suspect me? It is entirely reasonable to harbor doubts about you, Chen Zhi replied. Your actions are riddled with flaws, making it evident that you are behind this. Did you think that purchasing a grave at Lianhua Cemetery anonymously would conceal your identity? Have you considered that the source of the funds can be traced? The payment for the cemetery came from a U.S. account, and the account is under your name. In this information age, executing a transaction without leaving a trace is no simple feat. After finishing his statement, Chen Zhi glared at Mu Zixi in anger and exclaimed, Are you foolish? Your future is so promising. How could you engage in such self-destructive behavior? Is it truly worth it? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Mu Zixi offered a faint smile. It seems you are no longer the Chen Zhi I once knew. Impressive. Bowing her head, she spoke calmly of her past. At that time, Mu Zixi was in America, having just graduated with outstanding achievements, which had earned him commendation from the military and the prospect of an exceptional promotion. During that period, he received a letter informing him of the death of his first love, Ni Min. The letter conveyed that, in her final moments, Ni Min had only thought of him, hoping he would return to handle her affairs. The correspondence detailed the humiliations Ni Min endured before her demise, and the years she spent cohabitating with Lan Yu, who deceived her. Though Lan Yu appeared affectionate, he was fundamentally selfish, often proclaiming to help Ni Min raise funds for her brother's treatment, yet only offering empty promises. After Ni Min's brother passed away, she faced increasing financial hardship, even mortgaging the family's sole home, while Lan Yu continuously manipulated her with sweet words without providing any real assistance. Over the course of their cohabitation, Ni Min underwent 3 miscarriages, leaving her health in ruins. At this juncture, Lan Yu proposed a breakup. When Ni Min discovered that Lan Yu had stolen the pocket watch left to her by her parents and gifted it to another woman, she was overcome with rage and grief, leading to her untimely death. In her final moments, she lamented the injustice of fate and held a lingering hope for Mu Zishi to avenge her. After Mu Zishi read the letter, he was indeed infuriated, yet he remained uncertain about the authenticity of the matter. However, upon returning to his homeland, he discovered that the scoundrel, Lan Yu, continued to revel in life with his girlfriend, showing no remorse for the recently deceased Ni Min. Furthermore, no one attended to Ni Min's funeral arrangements. Enraged, Mu Zishi managed Ni Min's aftermath and infiltrated the television station, effortlessly administering a drug into Lan Yu's cup. Mu Zishi's expertise in chemical formulations made concocting a powder to induce hallucinations in Lan Yu a mere trifle. As he recounted these events, Mu Zishi's expression remained serene. He lowered his head, let out a soft sigh, and continued, "The subsequent events are known to you all. Lan Yu, that beast, deserves the torment of his hallucinations. I only mentioned this incident to you when I happened to encounter you. Who would have thought you would be so resourceful, uncovering this matter so swiftly? Now that you have discovered it, I must admit, it's not such a significant affair, even if the police investigate." After speaking, Mu Zishi raised his head and offered a faint smile. "How can this not be significant? Have you lost your mind? This is China. Murder carries the death penalty." Chen Zhi exclaimed, distraught. "You are not a fool. Do you truly believe your actions are justifiable? Murder?" Mu Zishi replied, astonished as he gazed at Chen Zhi. "I did not commit murder. How could I possibly go and kill someone? Come on, stop pretending. Wasn't Dai Waner killed by you?" Pang Wei interjected. "You deceived us, claiming that you dreamed of Ni Min's ghost seeking you out. Then you drugged Lan Yu, making him believe that Ni Min's restless spirit had returned to exact vengeance. Afterward, you killed Dai Waner, leading Lan Yu to think it was Ni Min's ghost committing the crime. You even used us as witnesses to clear your name, didn't you? What are you all saying?" Mu Zishi exclaimed in panic. "Even in my confusion, I would never resort to murder. Yes, I did place the belladonna in Lan Yu's cup, but I merely intended to teach him a lesson. The amount was minimal and posed no harm to his health. It was merely his own guilt that troubled him." When Chen Zhi called earlier to inform him of the evidence he had found, Mu Zishi assumed he had inadvertently left his fingerprints on the cup. Thus, he came tonight to retrieve it. "I intended to wake Lan Yu and press him for the cup's whereabouts, knowing he wouldn't recognize me with the hood on. Furthermore, I genuinely dreamed of Ni Min seeking me out. My description of her was accurate. As for Dai Waner, I truly have no idea how she met her demise." Chen Zhi stared at Mu Zishi's innocent expression, his heart suddenly in turmoil. Chen Zhi had long been perplexed by a particular conundrum. Although all evidence pointed towards Mu Zishi, and he certainly had a motive, could someone like Mu Zishi truly commit murder over such matters? "Zishi, you mentioned previously that you received a letter. Do you know who it was from?" Chen Zhi inquired. "I don't know," Mu Zishi replied, shaking her head. "However, I have a strong feeling that the author of the letter possesses extensive insider knowledge. They seem to have a profound understanding of Ni Min, including her subsequent financial plight. The letter referenced Dai Waner's insults towards Ni Min and Lan Yu's abandonment of her. It mentioned that Lan Yu pursued Ni Min with fervor, serenading her daily beneath her apartment, even resorting to threats of self-harm. Yet, once he found a new love, he callously discarded Ni Min, treating her as if she were inconsequential. After Ni Min's death, Lan Yu neglected her funeral arrangements. Her ashes remained unburied for a time. Fortunately, I returned in time to give Ni Min a proper burial. Otherwise, the poor soul would have been left without a home even in death. Her life was truly tragic. I do not think it unreasonable to intimidate Lan Yu. Yet you must believe me," Mu Zishi stated firmly, locking her gaze on Chen Zhi. "I absolutely did not commit murder." At that moment, Chen Zhi felt utterly convinced that Mu Zishi was not lying. A person's psychological state can be discerned through their tone and demeanor, a principle supported by psychological theory albeit non-evidential. Moreover, Chen Zhi always believed that while Mu Zishi might have had a motive for murder, it was entirely inconsistent with her character. I believe you, Chen Zhi said, sitting beside Mu Zishi and patting her shoulder. I cannot misjudge you. You are still the loyal Mu Zishi from our school days. Wan Yu has expelled us. We told him we would find someone to perform a ritual for Ni Min's soul tonight, and now he is staying in a hotel. Chen Zhi smiled. Indeed. Fat Wei chimed in with a chuckle directed at Mu Zishi. That scoundrel Wan Yu deserves to be frightened. Next time, you should inform us beforehand. The three of us could collaborate to intimidate him. I could wear a wig and emerge from the television covered in blood. It would surely terrify him. Ha ha. As they exchanged banter, Chen Zhi's phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling at this hour? He wondered, glancing at the screen. It was Qin Yang on the line, her voice barely above a whisper as if she feared being overheard, and he could detect a tremor in her tone. Come back quickly. Something has happened at home. The woman you spoke of has appeared, Qin Yang said before abruptly hanging up. What is going on? Which woman has returned? Oh no, my father is still at home, Chen Zhi exclaimed, suddenly anxious as he hurriedly made his way to Su Ming Tang with Fat Wei and Mu Zishi. Upon their arrival, they found Qin Yang waiting at the entrance, having stood there for quite some time. What happened? You called us back in such haste. My father is all right. Isn't Chen Zhi shouted from a distance. It's nothing, Qin Yang replied. Your father is on the second floor, guarded by Ghost Blade, so he is quite safe. The incident occurred on the first floor. What exactly happened? Fat Wei panted, inquiring. Have you seen a fairy descend from the heavens? Yet, at this moment, Qin Yang wore no smile. Her complexion had turned pale as she regarded Chen Zhi with utmost seriousness. Earlier, I placed the diary and the disc you brought back in the reception room on the first floor. However, I found myself unable to sleep and decided to sit in the reception room for a while. Upon opening the door, I encountered the woman you mentioned. Which woman are you referring to? Chen Zhi asked, astonished. Heh, Qin Yang scoffed coldly. Have you forgotten so soon? It is the very Namin you spoke of. My goodness, there truly is a ghost. She has come for us. Fat Wei exclaimed loudly. Shoo, lower your voice, Qin Yang cautioned. This woman is indeed extraordinary. As I suspected, she must have been a powerful psychic during her life, though she remains unaware of it. Her presence in the reception room is unlike anything I have witnessed before, yet I can sense that she is the owner of the diary and the disc. Chen Zhi glanced up the stairs, observing Ghost Blade perched on the windowsill, curled up with one leg drawn in, gazing downwards. He gestured for him to remain upstairs, and, together with Fat Wei, crouched low and stealthily entered through the front door. The reception room door was ajar, and before they reached it, Chen Zhi noticed a wisp of ethereal white smoke slowly drifting through the crack. Drawing his dagger, he gently pushed open the door, which creaked in response. Inside, the room was suffused with white smoke, reminiscent of a recent fire, yet it felt eerily cold. Amidst the hazy mist stood the vague silhouette of a woman, beckoning to Chen Zhi and the others as if urging them to approach. Chapter 188. The words of the deceased. The shadow of Namin, the woman's figure, appeared exceedingly frail, obscured in the smoke, continuously gesturing towards Chen Zhi and his companions. This is the manifestation of thought, Qin Yang whispered softly as she cautiously followed from behind. When I descended from the upper floor, I sensed that something here was extraordinary. Although I am blind, I can still perceive the scene formed by thought before me. The essence of this woman emanates from the disc and the diary. Both relics are imbued with her intense emotions. When layered together, they unleash the entirety of her past obsessions, materializing into a tangible form. She indeed seems to have something to convey. What should we do? Are we to call out to her from here? Perhaps say, Sister, please share your last wishes with us. Fat Wei asked helplessly. Absolutely not. Qin Yang shook her head. The form of this thought is exceedingly peculiar. Before you returned, I ventured inside several times, yet each time I entered, the figure would dissipate. Upon my exit, the silhouette would reappear. It seems that this woman does not wish to seek me out. Rather, she is awaiting the one she longs to see. Upon uttering this statement, all eyes turned towards Mu Zishi. Go on. Your first love has something to say to you, Fat Wei urged, giving Mu Zishi a gentle push forward. We will follow closely behind. Do not be afraid. At that moment, Mu Zishi appeared somewhat unsteady, standing at the door in a state of melancholy. After a brief moment of resolve, he strode directly into the room. Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Qin Yang followed closely behind him. Chen Zhi noticed that Mu Zishi's body trembled slightly, Each step his legs took felt as if they were weighed down by lead. A clear indication of the fear gripping his heart. However, this time, the mist did not disperse. Upon entering the haze, they discovered that the surroundings had transformed. It was no longer the interior of a room, but an outdoor scene. This setting was entirely composed of white mist, swirling and indistinct, yet oddly familiar, resembling a finely crafted courtyard filled with lush flowers and trees. The place where Enai Min stood was a corner of the yard. As Mu Zishi approached within 2 meters of the shadowy figure, the scene became clearer. It was a young girl, perhaps 16 or 17, clad in a tattered school uniform that appeared as if it had just been unearthed from the ground. Her hair was disheveled, her face obscured by grime, yet the traces of tears were evident upon her cheeks. One hand swayed while the other pointed to the ground beneath her feet, where the mist swirled, revealing what seemed to be a mosaic of square tiles. Everyone was at a loss for what to do, when suddenly Mu Zishi, who was leading the way, softly called out, "Enai Min." His voice trembled, betraying the intensity of his emotions. Yet, the figure before them remained unresponsive, continuing to gesture with her hand. "Enai Min, is that you?" Mu Zishi's voice grew slightly louder. At that moment, it seemed the woman in the mist had heard him. She abruptly lifted her face. It was a visage reminiscent of humanity, yet utterly devoid of it. Lacking human skin tone and features, it was a shadow formed of white mist, with hollow eyes staring back. This apparition appeared oblivious to Mu Zishi's presence, fixating her gaze in his direction as if drawn by his voice. Tears streaked her misty face, her entire form radiating sorrow as she leaned toward Mu Zishi. The dark voids where her eyes should be strained to look at him, her face contorting in anguish, as if she was striving to convey something, yet no sound emerged. "Look where she is pointing," Qin Yang whispered. "There must be something beneath that spot." Mu Zishi seemed not to hear Qin Yang's words. He took another tentative step forward, calling out, "Enai Min, it's me, Zishi. I have returned." With that, he extended a hand toward the shadow before him. However, a terrifying incident transpired when Mu Zishi's hand made contact with the shadow. At that moment, the visage of the shadow contorted grotesquely, transforming into a fearsome apparition that lunged violently at Mu Zishi. The unfolding of these events was astoundingly swift, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. In an instant, the menacing figure collided with Mu Zishi and dissipated into thin air. Subsequently, the smoke within the room gradually cleared, restoring the environment to its usual warmth. As all eyes surveyed their surroundings, the space reverted to its original state, devoid of any lingering traces of white smoke. At this juncture, Qin Yang cautiously approached, retrieving the diary and disc from the table, remarking, "The obsession of Enai Min is profoundly intense." Her recent gestures likely conveyed the sentiments she yearned to express in life, or perhaps revelations she came to comprehend posthumously. After articulating his thoughts, Qin Yang inquired of Mu Zishi, "Did you ever visit that scene earlier?" Mu Zishi, still reeling from the experience, appeared pale and nodded, responding, "We have all been there. It is the courtyard of Enai Min's old residence." At this moment, Pang Wei chuckled and remarked, "I suspect this young lady must have hidden her bankbook underground. Upon realizing its potential wastefulness after her demise, she is urging us to unearth it for our benefit. What do you all think? You really have quite the imagination." Chen Zhi interjected, casting a glance at Pang Wei as he continued, "Given that something lies buried in that courtyard, and that the apple appeared specifically to inform us, we should indeed pay a visit to that old house, excavate the soil, and discover what lies beneath." After Chen Zhi's declaration, everyone expressed their agreement, as they had been engrossed in this mystery for some time and were eager to unveil the truth. Though it was already past 1 in the morning, the group could hardly contain their anticipation for dawn and refrained from summoning the ghostly blade on the second floor. Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, Mu Zishi, and Qin Yang embarked in Chen Zhi's car, gliding under the moonlight towards the old house. Chen Zhi drove, with Mu Zishi seated in the passenger seat, while Qin Yang and Pang Wei occupied the back. Along the route, Mu Zishi silently observed Chen Zhi for a while before posing a question. "Xiao Zhi, what have you been up to these past 2 years? Can you speak candidly with me? Your current success and ability to drive such a car is quite remarkable. Surely, you haven't turned to tomb raiding, have you?" Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback, but chuckled. "Why would you think that?" Mu Zishi offered a faint smile and replied, "The scene with Enai Min appearing at your home would have terrified an ordinary person into submission, yet you all remained remarkably composed. Such tranquility suggests experiences beyond the ordinary. I believe your activities are far from mundane. Haha. Pang Wei laughed from the back seat. Clearly, we are well-educated individuals. We would never engage in something as unrefined as grave robbing. Besides, have you heard the saying, seeing through it but not saying it, allows us to continue as friends? Haha. Indeed, indeed. Mu Zishi responded with a smile, shaking her head and choosing not to inquire further. The deserted midnight road led them swiftly to the Tating Villa area, halting before Ni Min's old house. Chapter 189. The True Secret of the Words of the Dead in the Shroud of Night. The house appeared even more sinister. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the shattered glass in the windows exuded a chilling darkness, as if someone were standing within. Gazing out at them, Chen Zhi and his companions switched on their flashlights and ventured through the imposing iron gate. Upon closer inspection, the yard indeed resembled the scene envisioned by Ni Min, albeit in a much more dilapidated state. The group made their way to the rear of the yard, and there they discovered the very spot where Ni Min had stood. It was a secluded corner of the yard, choked with wild grass, concealing the cobblestones beneath. As they approached, they pushed aside the overgrowth, revealing the stones below, which were covered in moss due to prolonged dampness and neglect. The moss was a deep, menacing black. This is the place. There is something beneath the ground here. Start digging, Qin Yang urged, pointing to a specific spot. Prior to their arrival, they had brought along 2 simple hand shovels. Chen Zhi tapped the cobblestone and discovered that it was surprisingly loose, as though it had been disturbed previously. After prying it up with the shovel, he uncovered a layer of black soil underneath. Testing it with his shovel, he found the earth soft and easy to excavate. Digging was a simple task for them, and within minutes, they had created a pit over a meter deep. Chen Zhi paused his efforts and, under the beam of the flashlight, observed that the soil beneath was a vivid crimson, as if it had been stained with blood. Stop, this is the spot, Qin Yang exclaimed. He approached cautiously, touching the bright red soil, only to retract his hand as if shocked, declaring, there is sorcery within this earth. What kind of sorcery? We see only the blood-red soil. Could it be that the soil itself is the curse? The stout one squatted down, peering into the pit with confusion. Qin Yang remained silent, retrieving a piece of yellow paper from his pocket. With his large, bright eyes turned towards the moon overhead, he recited a few incantations before blowing gently onto the yellow paper. He then tossed it into the blood-red pit. At that moment, the yellow paper ignited swiftly, flames roaring within the pit, quickly reducing it to ashes. Beneath the ashes lay an object resembling a shell. It was dark and moldy, akin to a decayed oyster, with red liquid seeping from its crevices. Qin Yang carefully wrapped the object in the yellow paper, stating, "This is called a huigu, a curse intended to bring misfortune upon others. Burying a huigu near a residence can lead to the family's ruin, resulting in financial despair and catastrophic misfortune. Those who dwell here will find their efforts in vain, akin to drawing water with a basket, forever yielding nothing, their toil only leading to exhaustion. The woman named Ni Min possesses a naturally strong psychic ability. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago under such a curse. So this is how it is," Chen Zhi silently thought. Thus, Ni Min's parents passed away prematurely. Her brother succumbed to illness, and her family fell into such ruin. It all stemmed from this object. Who cast the curse? If it were an enemy, it would not be easy to invoke such a spell, Chen Zhi inquired of Qin Yang. Indeed, Qin Yang nodded in agreement, stating that a curse of this magnitude was beyond his capabilities, let alone that of an ordinary person. This indicates that there is likely a highly formidable sorcerer concealed within this city, perhaps akin to me, a demigod as well. Just then, Chen Zhi suddenly sensed a pair of icy eyes observing him from behind. He swiftly drew his dagger and turned sharply, only to behold an elderly visage lurking in the shadows not far away. That face was eerily familiar, and Chen Zhi recognized it instantly. It was the elderly woman, the caretaker of the Ni Min family. Chen Zhi mused inwardly. The old woman stood at the entrance across from them, having entered unnoticed. Her complexion was ghostly pale. Deep wrinkles etched into her face, her gaze vacant as she approached Chen Zhi and the others. "What do you intend to do? You old hag. Are you human or ghost?" exclaimed Pang Wei, his agitation palpable upon sighting her. "Have you discovered it?" The old woman halted before them, speaking in a chilling tone. "I have been searching for this object. It indeed exists, and it is this very thing that has brought ruin to the Ni Min family. Did you place it here?" Chen Zhi coldly regarded the old woman, inquiring with a calm demeanor. No, the old woman shook her head, but it was the one who allowed that man to enter. Under the moonlight, her face appeared as pale as parchment, and 2 streams of murky tears flowed down, revealing the secrets of 8 years past. This elderly woman had been a caretaker for the Ni Min family, known as Aunt Chen, having raised both Ni Min and her brother. During Ni Min's senior year of high school, Lan Yu, having pursued her for years without success, ultimately sought the aid of Ni Min's caretaker, Aunt Chen. Greedily accepting money from Lan Yu, Aunt Chen promised to let him into Ni Min's home when no one was present. Lan Yu merely expressed a desire to see where Ni Min resided, to alleviate his longing. At that time, Aunt Chen, blinded by avarice, thought there would be no harm, dismissing it as mere childish whimsy. Therefore, when the entire Ni Min family went on a trip, she allowed Lan Yu entry. Aunt Chen still vividly recalls that scene. Lan Yu brought with him a man dressed entirely in black, his face obscured beneath a hood, rendering his features indiscernible. Yet he moved as if his feet barely touched the ground. They did not enter the house, but instead circled the yard. At that time, Aunt Chen, occupied with cooking in the kitchen, paid little attention to what they were doing outside. However, since then, Ni Min's family has been beset by misfortunes. First, her father's company went bankrupt, followed by the tragic demise of her parents, and then her brother. Ni Min herself became increasingly unfortunate. At that time, Aunt Chen did not consider this dire trajectory. Instead, she encouraged Ni Min to be with Lan Yu, believing it would provide her with care and support. Eventually, due to Ni Min's escalating financial difficulties, Aunt Chen ceased her work there. After speaking, Aunt Chen lowered her gaze, her expression turning ashen. I knew it was all my fault, the consequence of my avarice. Over the years, I pondered whether Lan Yu had done something to this house, leading to the successive deaths of Ni Min's family, rendering her life so tragic. Thus, after Ni Min's passing, I searched every corner of this house, yet found nothing. Now that you have finally discovered it, my wish has been fulfilled, and I must depart from my destined place. After Aunt Chen concluded her words, she swayed her frail body and slowly exited Chen Zhi's sight. Chen Zhi did not attempt to stop her. He understood where Aunt Chen was headed, and indeed, he believed it was her rightful destination. I will not spare that beast, Mu Zixi's voice echoed beside Chen Zhi. Turning to look, he saw the veins on Mu Zixi's forehead bulging, fists clenched tightly, eyes bloodshot, completely consumed by fury. You need not concern yourselves with what happens next. My actions are none of your business, Mu Zixi declared, striding toward the exit. Chen Zhi grasped his arm. What do you intend to do? Are you seeking out Lan Yu? Do you wish to commit murder? Such a person deserves to die. He is nothing less than a beast. Ni Min appeared in my dreams to urge me to settle this matter, Mu Zixi retorted angrily, struggling to free himself from Chen Zhi's grip. It is impossible. If Ni Min truly wished for you to take a life, she would have expressed it while alive, not after her death, Chen Zhi pleaded, holding Mu Zixi tightly. At that moment, Pang approached with a smile, patting Mu Zixi on the shoulder. Come on, buddy, can you really bring yourself to kill someone? Leave this to us. The less educated. Rest assured, letting him die would be a favor to him. After finishing work, Lan Yu walked toward the underground parking lot, feeling exceptionally pleased. Ever since the toxic components of belladonna were completely purged from his system, he had not experienced any nightmares. The television program he hosted that day had been a resounding success, earning him praise from the station director. It seemed he had firmly secured the position of the lead supporter. Upon entering the parking lot, he used his key fob to unlock the car, only to find it unresponsive. Curiously, he approached the vehicle, only to discover all 4 tires had been deflated. Who could be so malicious? What bad luck? Lan Yu grumbled inwardly. Lan Yu, a voice called from the darkness behind him. Who? Lan Yu exclaimed, startled as he turned abruptly. He saw Chen Zhi standing in the corner behind him, a faint smile gracing his face. Ah, it was you all along. You frightened me to death. I thought I was being robbed, Blue Yu remarked, clutching his heart. Is this yours? Chen Zhi inquired, lifting a yellow piece of paper that contained a cursed shell-like object. Blue Yu glanced at the item, momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to recall its origin. However, after a brief contemplation, his expression shifted gradually. Where did you find this? He stammered. I had completely forgotten. It was such a long time ago. Is this thing buried in Ni Min's yard? Chen Zhi asked coldly. At this moment, Blue Yu sensed the atmosphere had turned ominous. He forced a sheepish smile, saying, It's all my fault. I was so infatuated with Ni Min. I pursued her relentlessly, but she never acknowledged me. I thought perhaps it was because of her family's affluence, that she felt too proud. If she lost everything, she would come to rely on me, to accept me. So, I sought out a fortune teller skilled in sorcery. He claimed he could diminish Min's family's fortune. Eventually, we did end up together, but our relationship was entirely consensual. I never coerced her. I was also trapped by my feelings. Surely you can understand that? Chen Zhi's icy gaze pierced through Blue Yu, akin to observing refuse. So, you were fully aware of the consequences of your actions, yet proceeded regardless. Where did you find this sorcerer? His voice, now chilling, evoked a shiver down Blue Yu's spine. Gazing at Chen Zhi's expression, Blue Yu's legs felt weak. He nervously glanced into the darkness behind Chen Zhi and stammered, I truly can't recall. That was 7 or 8 years ago. I vaguely remember that he appeared before me unbidden. I can't clearly recall his face, but he wore all black, with a large hood that obscured his features. His voice suggested youth, and he emanated a peculiar scent reminiscent of gunpowder from firecrackers. He claimed that for a price. He could perform a spell to diminish Min's family's fortune, enabling me to pursue the one I desired. He was quite demanding, yet I gave him a substantial sum. It is evident that I truly loved Min. I tend to be overly invested in love, often acting foolishly. Eventually, I forgot about it. Now that it is all in the past, will you forgive me? Upon hearing Blue Yu's words, Chen Zhi chuckled coldly. You claim to have destroyed a family and yet profess your love, only to forget it all. Huh. I hold no authority to forgive you. That decision rests with Min. After speaking, Chen Zhi clapped his hands, and from the shadows emerged several figures. Mu Zishi, Fat Wei, Sanzi, and the madman. Blue Yu gazed at them in terror, particularly at Fat Wei, who was holding a burlap sack. What do you intend to do? Blue Yu's voice trembled as he exclaimed. I merely fell in love with a girl and made some foolish decisions in my pursuit of her. Must you go this far? At this moment, Fat Wei broke into a sinister grin, his expression becoming extraordinarily malevolent. Ha ha, kid, let me share a secret with you. I have also fallen for you. Come, I shall take you to a splendid place where we can have a good chat. With a cold smirk, Fat Wei approached Lan Yu, dragging a burlap sack behind him. A piercing scream echoed in the parking lot, only to be swiftly followed by an eerie silence. 2 days later, Lan Yu found himself in the hospital. His ribs shattered and his face battered beyond recognition. His mental state had deteriorated completely. At night, he often shouted in terror, awakening from nightmares, lashing out destructively. The doctor declared there was no hope for his mental recovery, and upon discharge, he would be transferred to a psychiatric facility to spend the remainder of his days. A week later, a newspaper reported a tragic incident. An elderly woman named Aunt Chun had drowned in a lake, her body surfacing only after a prolonged period, grotesquely swollen. Mu Zishi later recalled that it was Aunt Chun who had sent him a letter when he was in America. After Min's death, she fell into deep self-reproach. Feeling utterly powerless, she was aware that Min had always been concerned for Mu Zishi, hence the letter urging him to return to assist with Min's affairs after her passing. Mu Zishi pondered that had Aunt Chun and Lan Yu not interfered, Min's life would have undoubtedly taken a different trajectory. Yet, Mu Zishi remained perplexed by one question. If Min's intent in sending dreams was to seek vengeance, why did she not approach him directly before her demise? Or was it possible that Min's ultimate obsession after death was not revenge? Upon returning to his homeland, Chen Zhi accompanied Mu Zishi to the airport. Mu Zishi advised him to exercise caution in all business dealings, hoping that each time he returned, he would find Chen Zhi there to greet him. Less than 2 days after Mu Zishi's return, Qin Yang asked Chen Zhi to call him, stating that she had completely sensed Min's lingering desires in life. Min did not wish for Mu Zishi to avenge her, but rather had an important message to convey. If rebirth were truly possible, even if it defied the will of heaven, even if my youth has faded, even if I am poor and unattractive, even if you would despise me, I still want to tell you that I love you. Chapter 191. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Honorable Lady Bixia. Not long after Mu Zishi's affairs had settled, the madman was suddenly summoned to Germany, as his newly designed weapon was ready for inspection. Upon his departure, a tense atmosphere enveloped everyone, for they knew the final confrontation was imminent. Days later, upon the madman's return, Chen Zhi received a notification from Lao Jindo, instructing him, along with Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and Qin Yang, to convene at the retreat pavilion the following morning at 9 o'clock to discuss matters regarding the Tomb of the Celestial Fox mission. Chen Zhi had been anticipating this moment. Having prepared extensively for this operation, the group haphazardly spent the night resting, and at the break of dawn, they set forth towards the retreat pavilion. As they arrived at the entrance of the retreat pavilion, Chen Zhi was waiting for them. The courtyard was bustling with numerous individuals, including several foreign mercenaries clad in camouflage military attire, their belts adorned with weapons. Chen Zhi guided them into the grand hall, which was teeming with a diverse assembly of people, including some turbaned Indians, yet there was no sign of Lord Leopard. Old Jindo, drenched in sweat, was conversing animatedly with the foreigners, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Upon noticing Chen Zhi and the others, he exclaimed, "You've arrived. Please head to the study on the second floor and wait for me. I will join you shortly." He then resumed his chatter with the Indians. Following Chen Zhi, the group ascended to the second floor. Qin Yang had gradually acclimated to the dim surroundings and, unaided, navigated the staircase with ease. Upon entering the study, they discovered that Lord Leopard was still absent, compelling them to engage in conversation as they awaited old Jindo's arrival. Fat Wei inquired with a smile, "Why is it so lively at the retreat pavilion today? Could it be that those foreigners are joining us for our venture? Would that not resemble a coalition of 8 nations raiding tombs?" "Not quite," Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head. "They are special international merchants here to offer their technological equipment. The Bao family has invested significantly for your mission. Lord Leopard has spent a fortune acquiring high-tech gear. Did you notice those Indians? They are not ordinary. They are among the elite in creating specialized gear. The headsets they crafted for you are worth more than this entire building." "What headsets could be so expensive?" Fat Wei asked. "Save the money for me. I can bring my own. I went down into the pits without even a hat and came out unscathed." Chen Zhi chuckled and shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think this is a movie where the protagonist is invincible? Uncle Jean has provided you with outfits made from high-tech materials. Otherwise, in such a perilous undertaking, you wouldn't even reach your destination alive. Those Indians you just saw are adept at crafting specialized gear. They have collaborated with madmen for years, and even the equipment for extreme thieves is produced by them." At this point, Chen Zhi turned to Chen Zhi and said, "By the way, Xiao Zhi, you promised to advocate for me. Allow me to accompany you on this adventure. Such an extraordinary operation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and experiencing it with you would make my life feel worthwhile." Chen Zhi nodded in response, assuring him, "Rest assured. After meeting Uncle Jean today, I will discuss this with him. We will take you along for the experience." As they were conversing, the sound of footsteps echoed, and old Jindo ascended to the second floor, glistening with perspiration. He first retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his brow, instructing Chen Zhi to descend and attend to the foreigner's breakfast. Then turning to Chen Zhi and the others, he said, "You all should follow me into the secret chamber. I have some materials to show you." With that, old Jindo activated the mechanism to open the hidden door, leading them into the concealed room. They have visited this dim chamber numerous times. Upon entering, everyone found their own place to sit. "Where is Lord Leopard? Why hasn't he come today?" Chen Zhi inquired. Lao Jindo replied nonchalantly. "Lord Leopard will not be joining us today. Allow me to present the materials. I will accompany you on this mission to Shandong." "Is it confirmed that we are heading to Shandong?" Fat Wei asked as he settled down. Lao Jindo seemed momentarily distracted by his busyness and replied absent-mindedly. "You all should enjoy some tea while I fetch the documents." After pouring tea into the cups, he ventured deeper into the chamber. "It seems the stakes are high this time. What do you think the madman will bring us in terms of weaponry?" Fat Wei remarked with a grin, lifting his teacup. Chen Zhi sipped his tea in silence, lost in thought, while Ghost Blade and Qin Yang were each preoccupied with their own musings, maintaining a solemn quiet. Before long, Lao Jindo returned, carrying a thick stack of documents, which he placed on the table before distributing a folder to each person. "Take a look," he said. "It has not been easy to locate this place." Chen Zhi opened the folder and found a stack of white paper inside, with the first page printed in black ink. "Reading comprehensive survey of the middle section of Mount Tai, Shandong Province. Have you heard of Bixia Yuanjun?" Lao Jindo wiped his brow and smiled. The others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Setting down his handkerchief, Lao Jindo continued, "Bixia Yuanjun, also known as the goddess of Mount Tai, is formally titled the Celestial Maiden of Mount Tai. Bixia Yuanjun. She is a deity from Han Chinese folklore, with her domain situated on the esteemed Mount Tai among the 5 sacred mountains. Her influence has spread from Taiyan and Shandong over thousands of years, particularly after the Ming Dynasty, significantly impacting Han culture in northern China. There are countless legends surrounding Bixia Yuanjun, most of which describe her as the overseer of fox spirits throughout the realm. One of the most authentic accounts we possess is derived from a passage in the notes from the Reading Weed Studio, which describes a story from the late Yuan dynasty. In Wannan County, a man faced poor harvests and sought a livelihood elsewhere. After an extended period without news, his parents set out to find him, but they too disappeared for a long time. Eventually, someone spotted the elderly couple in a village at the foot of Mount Tai. They recounted how, upon reaching the northeastern part of Mian County, twilight had descended. As cold winds blew and ominous clouds gathered, they glimpsed lights in a valley and sought refuge there. Upon arrival, they found a few earthen houses enclosed by walls of sorghum stalks. An elderly woman emerged, inquiring about their hometown, and led them inside. The woman then asked their names and ages, and whether they had a son who had gone abroad. Inquiring about his name and age, the couple answered truthfully. Suddenly, a young woman appeared, adjusting her attire, and invited them to sit in the honored seats. Her demeanor exceedingly warm. The elderly couple, bewildered, stood and pressed for answers. The woman, overwhelmed with sorrow, fell to the ground weeping, saying, "I dare not deceive my in-laws. I am a fox spirit, and I was married to your son. My intentions were born from mutual affection, without any intention to mislead him. Alas, he loved me too deeply and perished from the exhaustion of his essence, his body frail and withered. In my heart, I often harbor regret, vowing never to marry again, choosing instead to dwell beside his grave. By chance, I encountered my in-laws, hoping they would not seek refuge elsewhere, for I still wish to care for them." The elderly couple was initially taken aback, but upon witnessing my sincere emotions, they embraced me, shedding tears together, and thus they chose to stay. The fox maiden devoted herself entirely to the care of her in-laws, and so several years passed. One day, she suddenly sent the old nurse to procure a coffin, along with a shovel and dustpan. The elderly couple inquired about her intentions. The fox maiden replied, "I am but a humble servant of the revered Bixia Yuanjun, and since my true form has yet to be fully realized, I have lingered here. Now that my true self has manifested, I must immediately journey to Mount Tai to attend to my ancestors' spirits. Come with me, dear in-laws." With that, she led them to a side room. There, indeed, lay a black fox upon a couch, its fur as dark as lacquer, light as a leaf when lifted, producing a sound akin to precious metal when struck. The elderly couple then believed her to be a genuine celestial being and accompanied her to Mount Tai, where they settled in a village at its foot. The fox maiden continued to guard the spirits within Mount Tai, frequently descending to lovingly nurture her in-laws. After concluding this tale in one breath, Lao Jindo sipped his tea and continued, "This story is, in essence, a rather ordinary folktale, and it exists solely in this form. However, fortuitously, during the Ming dynasty, an official named Ren Quan recorded a remarkably similar narrative in his family chronicles, albeit with a far less enchanting outcome. In family chronicles, it is noted that the elderly couple resided directly across from Ren Quan's home, and the tale of their daughter-in-law being a fox spirit was known throughout the village. Yet, years later, the entire village where the elderly couple lived mysteriously vanished. Chapter 192. The Vanished Village of the Heavenly Fox God Tomb. This official from Shandong, named Ren Quan, lived at the turn of the Yuan to Ming dynasties. In family chronicles, he recounts that the elderly couple's daughter-in-law frequently brought beautiful young women into the village, who would stay for a few nights before returning to the mountains. These women were enchanting and alluring, often engaging in illicit affairs with the village youth. In his youth, Ren Quan had a few fleeting romantic encounters with a woman named Qingyi. One night, while she stayed at his home, she revealed that she was indeed a fox spirit and that she and her sisters were there to guard the spirit of Bixia Yuanjun, who was, in fact, the progenitor of fox spirits, exiled and perishing here. Bixia Yuanjun had only one legitimate son, while her sisters were all born of lesser status, bound to obey the commands of their eldest sister. They lamented that their eldest sister, consumed by resentment from years of guarding the spirit and performing sacrifices for their mother, would capture and devour them in moments of anger. Qingyi, aware of her impending doom, foresaw that when her sisters were fully consumed, their eldest sister would seek out the villagers for sustenance, urging Ren Quan's family to flee this place at the earliest opportunity. Ren Quan invited Qingyi to accompany him, but she wept, declaring that their eldest sister possessed boundless power, and none of their thousands of siblings could escape. Her end was near. The official was urged to hastily flee with his family, disregarding the other villagers, and to never speak of the matter again, receiving a precious pearl as a parting gift. Indeed, Ren Quan followed Qing Yi's instructions and escaped the village with his parents. Later, they sold the pearl, revitalizing their family fortune. And Ren Quan eventually entered the civil service and gained recognition. In his later years, while enjoying a leisurely life at home, he reminisced about this extraordinary encounter and decided to return to his hometown to uncover the truth. However, upon his return, he found no trace of the village, only desolate mountains and wilderness. Inquiring with the neighboring villagers, he learned that the year his family had migrated, a catastrophic landslide from Mount Tai had obliterated the entire village, leaving no bodies behind. The official, astonished by this revelation, honored Qing Yi's kindness by recording her story in the family genealogy, which was later chronicled in the family chronicles. After narrating these events, Lao Jindo took a sip of tea and cleared his throat, stating that this family chronicles was indeed in their possession and, upon verification, was an authentic artifact from the late Yuan dynasty. When combined with the records from the investiture of the gods, particularly the account of the nine-tailed fox and the Su clan, who were granted the title of Xuanhu Jun during the Shang dynasty, it was revealed that due to her grave transgressions against heaven, she was exiled to Qingqiu and ultimately perished in the land of Qi and Lu, living nearly 19,000 years. The sacred burial ground stretched vast, with her legitimate son, Bai Qian, presiding over the sacrifices. All these details lead us to believe that the revered Bixia Yuanjun is indeed the nine-tailed fox we seek, potentially the very Su clan matriarch. Furthermore, Bixia Yuanjun may have received her title from later higher authorities, much like former monarchs who were ennobled post-abdication. After losing power in the war between gods and mortals, she retreated into seclusion and was interred there. Her legitimate son, Bai Qian, continued to guard her spirit near Mount Tai, which explains the presence of the Fox clan tomb during the Ming dynasty and the ensuing extraordinary tale. During this period, our team conducted extensive investigations and discovered that the interior of Mount Tai is shrouded in chaos, with various elemental and positional information appearing intermittently, making it quite complex and difficult to ascertain. What has been confirmed, however, is the existence of a vast blank area within Mount Tai, extending over 2,000 feet underground, with other conditions remaining uncharted. Moreover, no method, regardless of technological advancement, has been able to reveal an entrance. As Chen Zhi listened to Lao Jindo's account, he flipped through the documents in his hand, which were filled with geological survey maps and elemental tables, most of the symbols remaining inscrutable. This is all the information our technicians could prepare for us, Lao Jindo remarked. We are equipped with the most advanced technology and new stone control weaponry. Most importantly, we have obtained the remains of Bai Qian, the legitimate son of the nine-tailed fox. Now, we shall journey together to Shandong to see what lies within Su Daji's tomb. After concluding his remarks, Lao Jindo appeared somewhat agitated, his eyes darkened, suggesting he had not rested well for several days. It seemed that while Chen Zhi and his companions were recuperating, Lao Jindo and his team had been tirelessly occupied. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. After so much effort, their ultimate objective was finally within reach, the tomb of the celestial fox. Well, just you wait and see, when the time comes. Just ensure that the money you owe me is delivered promptly, Fat Wei chuckled. Oh, you are quite the joker. With your current stature, do you really need those few $1,000s? Surely, the tomb of Su Daji must be brimming with treasures. Just wait until you strike it rich there, huh? Lao Jindo replied with laughter, only to suddenly recall something. By the way, the madman is waiting for you all in the basement. He has returned with the latest crafted stone-controlling weapon and is currently fine-tuning it. You should go down and take a look shortly. Upon hearing this, Fat Wei became ecstatic, unable to remain seated as he rushed to the stairs. Chen Zhi advised them to descend first while he exchanged a few words with Lao Jindo. Uncle Jean, I would like to discuss something with you, Chen Zhi said with a smile. Go ahead. Lao Jindo nodded, organizing his documents. Chen Zhi gazed at Lao Jindo and remarked, Sanzi is quite grown now. It is time for him to gain some experience. He has mentioned this to me several times, and he wishes to join this mission. He is a passionate youth, always striving to improve himself. This is a commendable trait. After hearing Chen Zhi's words, Lao Jindo paused in his task, furrowing his brow and letting out a deep sigh. Ah, my brother, you do not know the burdens I carry. To be honest, I have accumulated quite a bit of karma in my lifetime, leaving no legacy behind. I took Sanzi in when he was young, treating him as my own son. Over the years, I have kept him away from any dangerous dealings. This mission we are undertaking is perilously risky. I cannot let him accompany us. My life can endure anything, but I wish for that boy to remain safe. I intend for him to care for me in my old age. Oh, I see, Chen Zhi replied, taken aback by Lao Jindo's heartfelt concerns. Words eluded him, and he could only smile and say, I understand, I understand. It seems Sanzi will be disappointed once more. After leaving the study, Chen Zhi descended to the basement, where a lively atmosphere enveloped him. Everyone was eagerly gathered around the madman, marveling at the new weapon. Chapter 193. Conversations at the Tomb of the Celestial Fox. This stone-controlling material is unbelievably precious, worth dozens of times more than gold. The intermediate stone must be refined from the primary stone's essence hundreds of times over, infused with numerous complex metallic elements, including diamond dust. The forging process is extraordinarily challenging, the madman proclaimed, brandishing a formidable sword that emanated a chilling aura. The minuscule amount of intermediate stone that was produced is exceedingly rare, merely the size of a palm. I used it all to craft blades for you all. There wasn't even a gram left for myself. The sword in the madman's hand was a new type of stone-controlling weapon designed for Fat Wei. Its design resembled a mountain-cleaving blade, but was much more lightweight, measuring a total length of 432 millimeters, with a blade length of 290 millimeters, a handle length of 125 millimeters, and a blade thickness of 1 millimeter. The sword gleamed brilliantly, resembling a sheet of water from a distance, weighing only 400 grams. It came with a handmade sheath crafted from thick black cowhide, exuding an air of grandeur and flair. The madman raised the broadsword and struck at a thick cast iron pipe, and to everyone's astonishment, the blade made no sound as it severed the pipe effortlessly in two. Fat Wei, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly delighted, his face breaking into a broad grin as he admired the weapon, growing fonder of it with each glance, truly unable to part with it. Alongside this, he was also provided with a compact military dagger, remarkably lightweight with a swift blade, ideal for close combat. However, due to the extreme rarity of the control stone, this dagger was not forged from it. Instead, it was crafted from the finest cold steel, with the blade reinforced by a control stone edge. The madman equipped Qin Yang with an exquisitely crafted short dagger made of control stone, paired with a black leather sheath that fits snugly at the waist. As for Gui Dao, who had previously declined the use of control stone weaponry, the madman refrained from designing a new weapon for him this time, stating that Gui Dao was already adorned with a weapon of unparalleled rarity. Concurrently, they forged 200 bullets made from low-grade control stones, all of standard diameter, compatible with ordinary firearms. These bullets were carefully placed in a box on the table, covered with a dust cloth. At that moment, everyone realized that there was a conspicuous absence of weapons belonging to Chen Zhi. Fat Wei sensed something amiss, and, striking the madman with a fist, exclaimed, Huh? What's going on? We all have our weapons, but why is it that Orange doesn't have one? He is the protagonist. After all, are you hoarding his share? The madman turned to Chen Zhi and replied, Your weapon is quite extraordinary. I've designed a variant longsword for you, also forged from mid-grade control stone, but it was taken by Boss Bao upon completion. He mentioned something about enhancing it with divine power, and I heard it's to be personally manipulated by a significant figure. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but rest assured, that sword is meant for you from Boss Bao himself. Whoa, I knew you were biased. Why is it that Orange's weapon can undergo divine enhancements while mine is just so plain? Fat Wei protested. You think your sword is ordinary? The madman retorted angrily. Do you have any idea how much control stone material was required for that broadsword? Its worth could purchase a small sports arena, and you're still dissatisfied. When the sword was first completed, I was so enamored that I nearly ran off with it. If you don't appreciate it, you might as well give it back to me. The madman reached out to snatch the broadsword from Fat Wei's hands. Wait. Fat Wei quickly pulled the sword back, saying, Listen here, madman, don't even think about it. I'm counting on this to marry a wife. Oh please, with your demeanor, who would want to marry you? The madman scoffed. Let me tell you, fine weapons possess a spirit of their own. You must treat them well for them to bring you fortune. If they hear you disparaging them, they will resent you. All right, I understand. From now on, it shall be my wife. Is that acceptable? I will even hold it close while I sleep, Fat Wei declared, carefully placing the sword back into its sheath and cradling it in his arms, adding, Just so you know, madman, Don't you dare covet my wife. Laughter erupted among the group. As Chen Zhi departed from the secluded pavilion, he beckoned Chen Zhi aside and shared the outcome of his discussion with old Jindo. Chen Zhi spoke little. He merely conveyed that old Jindo deemed him still too young and expressed concern regarding his descent into the tomb of the celestial fox, advising him to undergo further training and to revisit the matter in a few years when opportunities might arise. Upon hearing this news, Chen Zhi was profoundly disheartened. Despite Chen Zhi and Pang Wei's attempts to console him, he ascended the stairs to argue with old Jindo. Thus, the four bid farewell to the madman and departed the secluded pavilion. Upon returning home, everyone immediately plunged into a flurry of activity, acutely aware that their departure was imminent. Each individual busied themselves with preparations. Gui Dao spent countless hours sharpening his blades in the courtyard, as if preparing for murder, which deterred guests from visiting the Destiny Hall. Qin Yang, too preoccupied to attend to business, began concocting vast quantities of talismanic water and potions in her room, the purpose of which remained unclear. She also crafted numerous talismans. Remarkably, after losing her sight, her ability to draw talismans not only remained intact, but seemed to have intensified. This perplexed Chen Zhi. However, due to her blindness, she would become a liability during the expedition, so her primary role was to monitor positioning and decipher spells. During this time, she produced many advanced positioning talisman papers, intending to distribute one to each member of the team, for they had all come to realize that high-tech devices were unreliable in the mysterious underground environment. That evening, after dinner, the group retired to their rooms to rest. Chen Zhi received a phone call from old Jindo. On the line, old Jindo informed him that Lord Leopard wished to see him, and only him, instructing him to wait downstairs in an hour for a vehicle to arrive. As the clock struck 8, darkness enveloped the sky, and a black Land Rover came to a stop outside Chen Zhi's home. Having awaited this moment, Chen Zhi entered the vehicle and noticed old Jindo was at the wheel. There were no others present, and he took his place in the passenger seat. Old Jindo, acknowledging Chen Zhi's presence, remained silent as he pressed the accelerator, and the black Land Rover glided silently into the night. How is Chen Zhi faring? Quite disappointed, I presume? Chen Zhi ventured, sensing a tense atmosphere and attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. It's nothing. A little child can hardly have much to trouble him. A couple of days of sulking will suffice, old Jindo replied, continuing to drive. Chen Zhi hesitated and inquired, Uncle Jean, do you have any inkling as to why Lord Leopard wishes to meet me tonight? It seems rather mysterious. To be candid, I have no idea what this meeting entails. It appears to be quite confidential indeed, old Jindo chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi refrained from further questioning. Yet his mind was ablaze with countless speculations. He inexplicably sensed that after this night, he would uncover a monumental secret. Chapter 194. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Heavenly Seal. The vehicle traversed the night, with Chen Zhi and old Jindo enveloped in a profound silence, not uttering a single word. As they passed by the secluded pavilion, they did not enter but continued along the main road, heading deeper into Qianhua Mountain. After an extended journey, the roadside lamps had long since vanished as the vehicle navigated the winding mountain roads. The moonlight in the hills shone brilliantly, illuminating the surrounding trees with exquisite clarity. After a while, a grand estate came into view not far ahead. This estate appeared to be quite secluded. There was no visible road at its entrance, and towering trees flanked the heavy gate, their lush foliage obscuring the manner from passers-by. The old car made a turn here and slowly ventured inside. The estate was vast, with the courtyard dominated by a sprawling lawn and little else. The air was thick with moisture, creating a palpable humidity. Upon disembarking, Chen Zhi was greeted by a two-story building with pale blue walls, exuding a Mediterranean charm. After the old driver secured the vehicle, he waved his hand, signaling Chen Zhi to follow him into the villa. The interior of the villa was opulently decorated, yet it bore no signs of habitation, resembling more of an exhibition hall. They traversed through the villa and exited via the back door, at which point Chen Zhi beheld a large natural hot spring before him. The spring was about the size of a small artificial lake, naturally formed within a valley, with mist enveloping the sky and a hazy moon casting its glow. The area was shrouded in fog, and the banks of the spring were lined with lush grass, adorned with numerous reclining chairs where the blue-ribbon warriors Chen Zhi had previously encountered were resting. In the center of the hot spring, a pavilion could be faintly discerned, accessible by a narrow stone pathway that led directly to it, with no other route in sight. The old driver gestured towards the pavilion, saying, "You may go now. Lord Leopard awaits you there." Chen Zhi glanced at the winding stone path, which was barely wide enough for a single person. Turning back to the old driver, he noted that there was no intention for him to follow. The blue ribbon warriors on the grass seemed oblivious to his presence, ignoring him entirely. Without hesitation, Chen Zhi proceeded down the narrow path. As he stepped onto the stone walkway, the warm, humid air enveloped him, making him feel as though he were walking a tightrope. After a considerable time, the pavilion at the lake's center finally came into full view. It was a traditional Chinese pavilion with a red-railed stone platform, upon which stood several wine cabinets, and at its center lay a circular hot spring pool. Lord Leopard was immersed in the spring, his muscular upper body exposed, revealing scars on his left arm that were both alarming and striking. He leisurely sipped from a glass of red wine. Upon noticing Chen Zhi, Lord Leopard looked up and casually said, "Take a seat." "All right," Chen Zhi replied, scanning his surroundings. This location was undeniably an ideal setting for discussing confidential matters. The hot spring-s water ensured no sound could escape, and there was no concern of eavesdroppers nearby. On the stone platform, a row of stone benches, all shrouded in vapor, awaited. Chen Zhi selected one that was somewhat drier and took a seat. "Try this. It's freshly brewed from the mountain grapes," Lord Leopard offered, handing Chen Zhi another glass filled with wine. "Thank you, Master Bao." Chen Zhi took the wine cup and sat down with decorum. Master Bao wiped his face with warm water and, with his deep gray eyes, glanced at Chen Zhi and inquired, "Do you know why I summoned you today?" Chen Zhi looked behind Master Bao and saw that the stone platform was filled with low wine cabinets. On one of the cabinets lay a long platter, upon which rested a lengthy object, resembling a knife, covered by a white cloth. "You intend to present me with that stone control weapon, don't you?" Chen Zhi responded. "That's one matter." Master Bao nodded with a smile. "But before that, I must share with you something of greater significance." He picked up a photograph from the stone platform and handed it to Chen Zhi. As Chen Zhi took the photograph and examined it closely, he recognized the contents. It was the royal decree of blood he had discovered in the royal tomb of Bai Qian during his visit to the foxhole in Heilongjiang. "Do you know what this is?" Master Bao asked softly. "Master Bao, I have seen this decree. Did you not say it was personally inscribed by King Wu of Zhou?" "GFA," Chen Zhi replied. Master Bao slightly nodded and gently inquired, "Did you pay attention to the contents of this decree?" Upon hearing Master Bao's question, Chen Zhi lowered his head and scrutinized the royal decree of blood once more. The crimson characters were barely legible, yet he could not fully comprehend them. "I recall you mentioning that this is a divine script, translated to mean the sinful god Bai Qian, in the frigid northern lands, has devoured countless lives, committing great massacres. As a result, in the desolate northern expanse, where few dwell, the heavens are enraged and the people resentful. Despite my repeated admonitions, she continues to voice her grievances and shows great disrespect towards me. Thus, I command the valiant divine generals to capture her and exile her to the Eastern Sea, never to return. The decree is signed by King Wu of Zhou, GFA." At this moment, Chen Zhi was utterly bewildered, unsure of Master Bao's intentions. "Indeed, but the content I refer to is not this." Master Bao tilted his head slightly, surveying the water's surface, his expression suddenly shifting to one of seriousness. "The greatest value of this royal decree lies in the red seal affixed upon it." "The seal?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, now taking a closer look. Behind the red characters of the decree, a dark red imprint subtly revealed itself, a square seal. Previously unnoticed, he now discerned that the design upon the seal was intricate, adorned with many incomprehensible characters, unlike the royal seals we are accustomed to seeing. Master Bao, with a solemn tone, stated, "The seal that bears this mark is the fabled imperial seal of the nation, but it is also known by another name, the heavenly seal." At this moment, Chen Zhi felt a sense of revelation. The enigma that had eluded him for so long was finally on the verge of being unraveled. Silently, he sipped the chilled grape wine in his cup, continuing to listen intently to Master Bao. The latter's tone was exceedingly light, as if he wished only for Chen Zhi to hear. "You must have heard of the legends surrounding the imperial seal, have you not?" "I have," Chen Zhi replied. "The imperial seal is said to be crafted from the He Shi Bai, measuring 4 inches in diameter, with 5 dragons entwined at the top. The front is inscribed with the characters bestowed by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure, and it has been passed down through generations of emperors in China, regarded as a symbol of dynastic legitimacy. Throughout history, numerous aspirants to imperial power have contended for supremacy. During the waning years of the Western Han Dynasty, when Wang Mang usurped authority, he was infamously cast to the ground by Empress Dowager Wang, resulting in the fracture of a corner of the imperial seal, which was later mended with gold. In the tumultuous Five Dynasties period, after Zhu Wen's coup against the Tang, the last emperor of later Tang, Li Tsongka, ascended a tower with the imperial seal and immolated himself, leading to the seal's subsequent disappearance. Very well, it appears you possess a wealth of knowledge, praised Lord Leopard with a smile, yet there is a flaw in your understanding. The imperial seal was not crafted from the He Shi Bai, but rather bestowed by divine entities. In the 195th chapter, titled The Tomb of the Celestial Fox, Slaughter of the Deities, the hot spring enveloped Lord Leopard in perspiration. As he spoke, he turned away, setting his wine cup upon the stone platform, and glanced back at Chen Zhi. Have you ever pondered the true objective of the organization, which has expended vast human and material resources over the years in search of the divine tomb and the collection of spiritual stones? Lord Leopard's gray eyes locked onto Chen Zhi's with an indescribable chill, an unsettling contrast to his smile. Chen Zhi did not shy away from Lord Leopard's gaze. He had long contemplated this question. What lay behind the organization's immense sacrifices to unearth the divine tomb was beyond mere monetary gain. Every endeavor is driven by a motive. If I am not mistaken, the impetus for such actions stems from desire, a profound desire. The greatest aspiration of humanity is to seize dominion over the world, to ascend as a sovereign, he replied softly, observing Lord Leopard's reaction. Instantly, Lord Leopard's gray eyes turned icy, chilling the humid air of the hot spring. You speak truth, yet not entirely. Not all are driven by the ambition to rule. At times, an individual clings to an obsession not for power, but for redemption, he remarked, a smile gracing his features. The imperial seal symbolizes sovereign authority, yet in the mythological era preceding the Zhou dynasty, it was known as the celestial seal, a rough-hewn stone, emblematic of divine selection and sanction, held by each ruler throughout the ages. This stone, referred to as the celestial seal, possessed the power to effect monumental change. Chen Zhi stood in stunned silence. Could it be that you imply this celestial seal is a spiritual stone? Suddenly, Lord Leopard burst into laughter. You are astute. Indeed, this celestial seal is a spiritual stone, yet it belongs to the highest echelon of such stones, said to be conferred by the ancient supreme deity, utilized for the anointment of human sovereigns. However, this remains mere legend. The celestial seal has never been seen. The legendary celestial seal, or what people refer to as the imperial seal, is said to possess the divine power to draw all spirits to its heart, ushering forth auspicious energies. Known as the dragon vein, he who possesses this seal may alter their mortal fate, aligning with celestial timing and earthly advantages. It is said to summon celestial dragons and attract myriad phoenixes, elevating one to extraordinary prominence, an exalted position of power. The tale of King Wen of Zhou's phoenix song at Mount Qi refers to this very legend. While the descriptions of these legends may be exaggerated, one undeniable truth remains. The celestial seal harbors the potential to assist individuals in achieving sovereign greatness, its aura capable of swaying the hearts of men. He who possesses this spiritual stone shall surely conquer the world. Thus, from ancient times to the present, countless aspirants have sought this precious gem, which stands as the most significant of its kind, unique in both heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi suddenly inquired, if I am not mistaken, did the rise of the Zhou dynasty involve the theft of this very spiritual stone? Master Bao gently shook his head, responding, such events occurred long ago, and we cannot verify them. However, it is known that since the Qin dynasty, this spiritual stone has been carved into the shape of a royal seal, inscribed with the ancient seal script commanded by heaven, everlasting prosperity crafted by Prime Minister Li Si. Henceforth, it became known as the imperial seal of the realm. Yet, within our organization, it is still referred to as the heavenly seal, and more frequently, as the dragon bone. Legends abound regarding the dragon bone. Some say it is a brow bone from the primordial dragon that opened the heavens, while others assert it is the most challenging of the spiritual stones used by Nuwa to mend the sky. According to legend, the dragon bone is deep purple, roughly the size of a fist, and radiates a myriad of colors. Those who peer into its depths claim to witness the images of countless dragons surging within, thus earning its name. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi asked, Why do you believe that the missing imperial seal, which you referred to as the dragon bone, resides within the divine tomb? Historical records state that the seal was taken by the deposed Emperor Litsonka, who ascended a tower to self-immolate. Indeed, Master Bao nodded. The facts align with this account, yet the legends are far more intricate. Let us first discuss how the dragon bone came to be in the Qin dynasty. He lifted his cup, took a sip, and continued. Today, people regard Qin Shi Huang with reverence, yet historical records reveal that the nation was quite unstable at its inception. Following the fall of the Zhou dynasty, the whereabouts of the dragon bone remained unknown amidst the fragmentation of the seven states and the ensuing chaos. After Qin unified the six nations, the populace suffered, and reconstruction was urgently needed. During this tumultuous period, for reasons unknown, the dragon bone was gifted to Qin Shi Huang by a mysterious figure. According to reliable sources within our organization, in 219 BC, during a southern expedition to Dongting Lake, winds and waves surged as a man clad in white appeared, holding a purple gemstone in the water. He spoke to the emperor's attendants, saying, "Please deliver this seal to the ancestor dragon," referring to Qin Shi Huang. Upon finishing, he vanished without a trace. Thus, the imperial seal came into the possession of Qin. Another account recounts that after Zhu Wen usurped the Tang dynasty, the deposed Emperor Litsonka of later Tang was defeated by the Khitan, and he took the imperial seal to a tower to self-immolate. At that moment, a eunuch who escaped the flames described a scene he witnessed. As Litsonka clutched the seal amidst the fire, a man in white appeared, snatched the seal from his arms, and sternly declared, "You are but a withered bone in the tomb. This divine seal is a gift from the gods. Return it to the divine tomb." Having said this, he turned and leaped through the window, disappearing into the moonlight, and from that moment forth, the imperial seal has not been seen again in this realm. Who was that man in white? Chen Zhi inquired. "Ah, that is a question for you to ponder," Master Bao remarked as he left the hot spring, donned a bathrobe, and dried his damp hair, approaching Chen Zhi with a measured tone. "For many years, my quest for the spiritual stone has primarily been an endeavor to locate the dragon bone. However, progress has always been exceedingly arduous. During the last expedition to the divine tomb, both the Ghost Blade and his father participated, resulting in the organization suffering the loss of numerous warriors, including the two highest-ranking Red Belt warriors who perished within, one of whom was Ghost Blade's father. Ghost Blade possesses noble lineage and holds a prestigious rank within the organization. He will never betray you. Remember, he is your sole confidant." As Leopard spoke these words, he had already approached Chen Zhi, firmly placing a hand on his shoulder, his grip remarkably tight. Leaning closer, he whispered in Chen Zhi's ear, "Moreover, anyone who dares to covet the dragon bone shall be met with merciless retribution. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a chill in his heart. He turned to face Leopard, whose gray eyes pierced into Chen Zhi's like two hooks. Chen Zhi, now in close proximity, was profoundly shaken by an overwhelming sense of mission. He could sense the unwavering determination and resilience while emanating from Leopard's gaze, along with an unyielding belief in a monumental cause. "All right," Chen Zhi replied solemnly, nodding in response, though he was still unaware of the true significance of those words. "Take this blade," Leopard said, lifting the white cloth covering a platter and presenting a long knife to Chen Zhi. "This blade has tasted dragon's blood. It is a divine artifact. The supreme leader of our organization has personally bestowed a name upon it for you, Slaughter God." Chapter 196. Departure to the Celestial Fox Divine Tomb. As Chen Zhi accepted the long knife, he noted its streamlined design bore a striking resemblance to the large black dog leg he had previously wielded, yet the edge was even sharper. The entire blade shimmered with a clear, transparent silver hue, and the spine featured reverse hooks. The blade measured approximately 45 centimeters in length, with a cutting edge of about 27 centimeters and a width of roughly 5 centimeters, crafted from all dragon bone steel, complete with a thick black leather sheath. The blade possessed a unique quality, as if it had been imbued with something extraordinary. A faint red hue adorned the edge, and when wielded, it radiated a dazzling crimson glow, reminiscent of flames. Prominently engraved on the spine were the two characters Slaughter God. "Safeguard this blade," Leopard urged, patting Chen Zhi's shoulder. "Its worth transcends monetary value." "Understood," Chen Zhi affirmed, his eyes captivated by the Slaughter God. The knife was breathtaking, akin to the legendary weapons depicted on television, making it utterly irresistible. He carefully sheathed the knife and turned to Leopard, inquiring, When do you intend for us to depart from Mount Tai? Leopard regarded him with a gentle smile. Have you considered how you will locate the divine tomb once you arrive at Mount Tai? Chen Zhi hesitated for a moment before responding. As for tomb rating, Fat Wei is an expert. With Bai Qian's remains accompanying us, we should be able to determine the site through feng shui. No, Leopard shook his head. The divine tomb differs from that of mere mortals. It does not rely on the principles of feng shui. The location of the divine tomb is known as the divine domain, a realm belonging to the deities, not entirely manifest within our space. I have kept Qin Yang within your team for this very moment. Now, I shall reveal to you the method to unlock the divine domain. After the mysterious leopard grandmaster whispered into Chen Zhi's ear for an extended period, Chen Zhi's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of surprise. 2 days later, the team embarked on a grand expedition. With the advance party already having reached Mount Tai, Chen Zhi and his companions were the final group, boarding Leopard Grandmaster's private aircraft bound for Shandong. Among the 4 members of this elite team, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, Qin Yang, and Ghostblade, only weapons were permitted. No personal gear could be taken, as all necessary equipment had been meticulously prepared by the madman. In addition to 2 knives and a handgun, Chen Zhi had received special permission to carry a custom miniature calculator, no larger than a matchbox. This portable device not only performed calculations, but also possessed detection capabilities. Able to identify the elemental composition of materials, a tool exclusively held by Chen Zhi within this team. Before departure, Chen Zhi's father gifted him a protective amulet, a small pouch containing a talisman for safety. His father had specifically sought this charm from a temple on Qianhua Mountain, instructing Chen Zhi to keep it close to his heart for fortune and safety. True to prior arrangements, the madman did not accompany the team, but remained at the secluded abode with Sanzi to safeguard it. Before they left, the madman repeatedly emphasized the importance of handling their weapons with care and urged them to ensure their safe return. Upon arriving at the suburban private airport, they found old Jindo waiting patiently for their arrival, clad in a new tactical outfit, as his previous ensemble had likely worn thin during their time in Japan. Old Jindo stood at the foot of the aircraft steps, smiling and waving, though his expression bore a seriousness not seen before. Old Jin, you're really coming with us this time? Fat Wei jested. This mission is unlike the previous ones. It's fraught with peril, and we may not all return. Aren't you afraid of being left in the tomb of the gods? Enough of that, Wei. Don't frighten me, Old Jindo replied, a look of relief on his face. Having lived this long, what is there to fear? As a mere mortal, perishing in the tomb of the gods would still be a gain for me. I am quite curious to see the tomb of the 9-tailed fox spirit, Su Daji. Indeed, perhaps within Su Daji's tomb, we might discover the elixir of immortality, allowing you to regain your youth. Fat Wei laughed, patting Old Jindo on the shoulder. However, I must remind you that if you find yourself entangled in the tomb of the gods, it is entirely of your own volition, so don't blame me before Yama. Rest assured, if my head rolls, it will only leave a scar the size of a bowl. Do you think I was a pushover in my youth? Old Jindo replied nonchalantly. As they exchanged laughter, the group boarded the aircraft, which roared to life and ascended into the skies. Inside Leopard Grandmaster's luxurious cabin, Fat Wei incessantly requested fine spirits from the charming flight attendants, declaring his intent to drink all of Leopard Grandmaster's liquor, lest he owe a debt upon his demise. Others remained silent, with Gui Dao leaning against the window, contemplatively gazing outside, while Qin Yang sat beside him, burdened with thoughts, her snow-white eyes cast downward, not uttering a word throughout the journey. Chen Zhi understood that everyone had prepared for the worst regarding this operation. 2 hours later, the plane touched down at Jinan Yaoqiang International Airport. After several hours of travel by car, they finally arrived in Tai'an, Shandong Province. Mount Tai, located in the heart of Tai'an, is revered as the foremost of the 5 great mountains. Legend has it that Mount Tai was formed from the head of Pangu after he created the heavens and the earth, which is why the Chinese have venerated it since ancient times, believing that where Mount Tai stands firm, peace reigns throughout the land. Throughout history, emperors have conducted sacrifices and rituals at Mount Tai, and scholars have frequented this site, leaving behind a wealth of poetic and literary works. Majestic and grand, Mount Tai boasts picturesque scenery, and the surrounding area has developed a thriving tourism industry. The villagers at the foot of the mountain have embraced their natural resources, operating hotels and guest houses, while both adults and children work as tour guides and sell local specialties. Benefiting from the fame of this scenic spot, they have become quite affluent, with generations having moved beyond the life of true farmers. This operation saw the main forces previously stationed in a small village called Zhengjia Village. Located at the foot of Mount Tai, Zhengjia Village, in close proximity to the mountain, is the wealthiest village in the area, with most of its homes converted into guest houses. The village boasts supermarkets, internet cafes, and restaurants. The majority of the guest houses have been acquired by the Bao family, whose staff have been assigned accommodations in various homesteads. Chen Zhi and his companions were assigned to a two-story villa belonging to a well-known local affluent resident, known as Uncle Zhang, who was the first in the village to build a two-story Western-style house. Chapter 197. The Divine Tomb of the Celestial Fox at the foot of Mount Tai. Uncle Zhang's wife passed away a few years prior, leaving him with 2 sons and a daughter. The daughter married into a neighboring village last year. The younger son is in college, and the elder son helps at home. Uncle Zhang, with a serious demeanor, rarely smiled or spoke, his dark face etched with deep wrinkles, showcasing a prominent gold tooth that glinted when he spoke, revealing a certain roughness. His countenance bore the typical slickness and warmth of a villager in a tourist area. Having grown up at the foot of Mount Tai, Uncle Zhang was intimately familiar with the trails of the mountain. His family had managed the mountain's trading caravans for generations, and even now, the village's supermarket fleet belonged to them. Bao Yi resided in a nearby secluded house, rarely emerging, accompanied by several blue-clad warriors who also made their home there. Soon, the village bustled with the presence of Bao family's associates, many of whom walked fierce hunting dogs that created a cacophony throughout the village, resembling mastiffs in appearance. This mission was well prepared, with many areas in the mountains already set up with Bao's tents, and technical personnel had moved into the mountains early on. On the very night Chen Zhi and his companions arrived in Zhengjia Village, Lao Jindo summoned several associates to introduce them to Chen Zhi and his group, a total of 8 individuals, who were to accompany them into the Divine Tomb. These 8 individuals were meticulously selected as sharpshooters within the organization, all young and vigorous men, predominantly hailing from military backgrounds. Each one possessed robust physiques, quick reflexes, and a deft proficiency in handling various firearms and melee weapons. In this mission, their responsibility was to wield submachine guns, standing guard around Chen Zhi and his companions, prepared to unleash a hail of bullets in moments of peril, ensuring the safety of the team. During dinner that evening, these 8 young men remained behind to share a meal with Chen Zhi and his group. Among them was a particularly striking young man named Ing Shiji, a mere 19 years old, from Heilongjiang, renowned as a fast shooter in the new generation of the Bao family. His hair was dyed in a myriad of colors, resembling a vibrant parrot, earning him the nickname Parrot among his peers. Parrot was a flamboyant young man, exceedingly talkative, exhibiting the typical arrogance and restlessness of his age. Originally a sniper in the Land Special Forces, he had found himself discharged after a confrontation with his captain over a refusal to buy cigarettes, resulting in a physical altercation that left the captain with 3 broken ribs. Following his expulsion from the military, and due to his volatile temperament coupled with limited opportunities, he eventually joined the Bao family as a subordinate. According to Lao Jindo, despite his youth, Parrot displayed remarkable prowess among the new generation of subordinates in the Bao family. He was known for his ruthless efficiency and exceptional long-range shooting skills, having successfully completed several commendable tasks. He was reliable and loyal, the youngest among the 8. On the table in the courtyard, an array of local delicacies was spread out, featuring millet pancakes, wild vegetables, and traditional barbecued dishes. The liquor served was homemade by the locals, with the mountain dwellers of Taishan historically known for their fierce demeanor, accustomed to consuming strong spirits, which often exceeded 50 degrees in alcohol content. After a few sips of the potent liquor, Pang Wei began to jest with Parrot. "What have you done to your hair? You look like a turkey that stepped on its own tail, all colorful. No wonder they call you Parrot. Why choose to hang out here? By the way, do you know what we're about to do?" "Of course, we're going to dig graves," Parrot replied, putting down his chopsticks and defiantly facing Pang Wei. "Digging graves? Is it? You speak so lightly of it. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Pang Wei seemed to take a liking to Parrot, teasing him further. "I fear not," Parrot declared, lifting a roasted pigeon and taking a hearty bite. "We've all heard the tales, Pang Wei. I don't see you facing any consequences for all the graves you've dug in the past." "Hey, you're waiting for me to challenge you, aren't you?" Pang Wei retorted with a playful slap on Parrot's back. "I've heard your shooting skills are quite impressive, Just don't falter when the time comes. By the way, do you know whose grave we'll be digging? Peng Wei glanced sideways at Lao Jindo as he spoke. Of course, Parrot scoffed. We've known what our task was for over a month now. We've all paid our respects to Lord Guan and signed our death warrants, vowing to keep our mouths shut. Otherwise, would we be allowed to dine with you? The parrot surveyed those around him, bursting into laughter as he declared, I care not for any ghosts or deities. I know her, but my gun does not recognize her. Whoever stands in my way, even the Queen Mother of the West, I shall bring them down. Laughter erupted around the table. Fat Wei, amused by the parrot's bravado, remarked, You're still young and yet so bold. It seems this newly born calf fears no death. Fear death? The parrot grinned. Only a fool would fear death, and I am no fool. Chen Zhi, who had been listening intently, found the parrot's words entertaining and asked with a chuckle, If you're not afraid of death, why go? The place we are headed is perilous. I must tell you, the likelihood of dying far exceeds that of surviving. The parrot's eyes momentarily drooped before he lifted them. Replying to Chen Zhi, Once you enter this line of work, it's a gamble with your life. Fear is of no use. Leopard Yi said that regardless of the outcome of this mission, as long as you all return alive, I will become a pivotal figure in the Bao family. I am impatient by nature, and I dislike waiting my turn year after year. Accompanying you brothers to the tomb of Su Daji, once we emerge, I will ascend to prominence. Even if I perish within, at least it would be a swift end, buried alongside deities. Chen Zhi found this audacious young man quite likable. He draped an arm around the parrot's neck and filled his cup with liquor, whispering, Let me ask you, if you encounter a giant towering 5 stories high, and I command you to strike its head, would you dare? Don't end up so frightened that you wet your pants. Do you underestimate me? The parrot retorted defiantly, as if insulted. Brother Xiaozhi, I'm not just spouting nonsense from too much drink. We may know little, but we've heard tales of your exploits. I understand the business you brothers are engaged in is the most prominent for the Bao family. I volunteered to join this mission. I'm not boasting. My gun is like an extension of my own hand. Wherever I direct it, it will strike. Whether the foe is 5 stories or 8. I could make the Jade Emperor weep 3 eyes, and even bring down the skyward Neza. After proclaiming this, the parrot boldly downed a cup of liquor, the blood rushing to his eyes. Brother Xiaozhi, if you trust me, allow me to lead the charge. Chapter 198. Tracing the Celestial Fox Tomb very well, I entrust the lead to you, Chen Zhi said with a smile, patting the parrot on the shoulder. Brother Xiaozhi, don't listen to him. This lad may be skilled with a gun, but his temper is unbearable. Just watch, he has had a drink now. Soon he'll be inebriated and forget all your instructions. A young man in his 20s, wearing glasses, remarked leisurely from across the table. Damn it, 4 Eyes. You're sabotaging me again. The parrot sprang from his seat, attempting to seize the glasses, but missed as they eluded him, crashing to the ground. Enraged, the parrot scrambled up, chasing the glasses around the courtyard. At this moment, the elder known as Lao Jindo informed Chen Zhi that the bespectacled young man was named Luo Song, nicknamed 4 Eyes, a child of the countryside. He was once a student at a military academy but had to drop out due to his mother's grave illness, leaving him in considerable debt. Since joining the Bao family, he had displayed remarkable capabilities and aimed to earn money to repay his family's debts, while hoping this mission would serve as a platform to establish a promising future within the Bao household. Lao Jindo further remarked that 4 Eyes was composed and meticulous in his dealings, suggesting that Chen Zhi consult him on various matters. The winds at the foot of Mount Tai were fierce, yet the aroma of barbecued delicacies was delightful, complemented by the rich fragrance of alcohol. The 8 young men, including the plump Wei, indulged to excess, engaging in drinking games and raucous laughter, completely oblivious to the looming dangers ahead. Chen Zhi refrained from drinking, patting Lao Jindo before departing from the dining table, with Lao Jindo silently trailing behind him. How goes it, Uncle Jean? Has everything been arranged? Chen Zhi inquired. All is in order. It has unfolded exactly as you predicted, Lao Jindo replied. Prior to their departure from the city, Chen Zhi had remotely orchestrated the strategic deployment concerning Mount Tai. According to the reconnaissance data, the routes identified by the technical team to penetrate the mountain's interior were all impractical. The internal conditions of Mount Tai were highly uncertain, and in China, private entities were utterly incapable of excavating a direct passage to the mountain's core. Even if feasible, it would take at least a decade. The frontal area of Mount Tai primarily comprised a tourist zone, devoid of any unexplored territory, while the deeper regions had seen several incursions from Bao's technicians, all of which had yielded no success. Chen Zhi contemplated that if the divine realm did not entirely belong to the human world, then its entrance might differ from the portals of earthly tombs. During this time, he tasked Lao Jindo to dispatch individuals to the surrounding villages of Mount Tai, seeking out elders over 70 to inquire about the legends passed down orally through generations prior to the liberation, specifically those relating to Mount Tai. He dismissed the fabricated tales concocted to promote tourism. The legends of Mount Tai were myriad, spanning from ancient times to the present, with some being absurdly fictitious. Some claimed that the goddess of Mount Tai, Bixia Yuanjun, was the daughter of the Jade Emperor, who, after losing her embroidered shoes, was found by a woodcutter and subsequently settled there. Others suggested that Bixia Yuanjun was, in fact, the sister of Huang Feihu, also known as Huang Fei, the consort of King Wu of Zhou, who ascended to immortality after visiting the southern heavenly gate and was later conferred the title of the deity of Mount Tai. There were even claims that Mount Tai was a gateway to the underworld, the 18 layers of hell. These tales varied widely, some reaching fantastical heights. However, upon thorough investigation, a few credible legends emerged. To understand the origins of Mount Tai, one must trace back to the time of creation. In ancient times, as the world began to take shape and heaven and earth were separated, there existed a being named Pangu who grew amidst the cosmos, rising in height alongside the expanding universe. Year after year, over the course of an astonishing 18,000 years, Pangu reached great heights. His breath transformed into winds, his voice into thunder, and his gaze sparked lightning. As time progressed, Pangu gradually aged and, upon his demise, his head transformed into the eastern peak, his abdomen into the central peak, his left arm into the southern peak, his right arm into the northern peak, and his feet into the western peak, while his eyes became the sun and the moon. The eastern peak, in particular, is famously known as Mount Tai. According to Gu Yinwu's archaeological records, legends of deities associated with Mount Tai have existed since the end of the Zhou dynasty. With the emergence of yin-yang philosophy and the five elements theory during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, Mount Tai became a site of the interplay of yin and yang, a cradle for the flourishing of all living things. The deity residing atop Mount Tai is the revered Bixia Yuanjun. The origins of Bixia Yuanjun are shrouded in numerous legends. Yet a singular consensus prevails. This illustrious deity of Mount Tai is a woman, a goddess of immense stature. Throughout history, every individual who has ascended Mount Tai has paid homage to Bixia Yuanjun, and the emperors of successive dynasties have held her in profound reverence, never daring to slight her. It is said that Bixia Yuanjun is an ancient deity, endowed with formidable powers, capable of bestowing blessings upon the populace, alleviating ailments, and determining the fates of mortals. Thus, for millennia, Mount Tai has remained a sacred site for emperors seeking to perform sacrificial rituals. Legend has it that after Jiangxia assisted King Wu of Zhou in establishing the Zhou dynasty, thereby unifying the realm, King Wu entrusted the authority to confer titles and territories to Jiangxia based on merit. When Jiangxia sought to bestow the magnificent and picturesque Mount Tai upon the valiant General Huang Feihu, a goddess arose to contest this decision. Ultimately, Jiangxia decreed that the victor of a martial contest would be granted the honor of Mount Tai and be enshrined as its deity. Although the name of this goddess remains unmentioned in the legends, it is noted that she was not Jiangxia's chosen candidate for deification. Yet she triumphed over the guardian General Huang Feihu, thus earning the title of the goddess of Mount Tai, Bixia Yuanjun, with her temple situated atop the peak. Huang Feihu, disgraced by his defeat, lingered at the foot of Mount Tai, too disheartened to ascend, and to this day, his temple remains at the base of the mountain, known as the Hall of Heavenly Blessings. A millennium later, the villagers at the foot of Mount Tai have perpetuated a vivid tale. It is said that during the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of the Song dynasty, when Taoism flourished, he journeyed to Mount Tai. While washing his hands in the Jade Maiden Pool at Bixia Temple, a woman emerged from the water, her skin as white as snow and her beauty unparalleled. Claiming to be the daughter of the Mount Tai goddess, Bixia Yuanjun, and offering herself to the emperor. That very night, Emperor Zhenzong engaged in intimacy with this enchanting woman. But at dawn, she vanished into the depths of the Jade Maiden Pool. Longing for her, Emperor Zhenzong commanded an expedition into the pool to seek her, resulting in the drowning of several men, yet her presence remained elusive. Consequently, he ordered the construction of a shrine in her honor, proclaiming her as the daughter of the Holy Emperor and elevating her mother to the status of the celestial Jade Maiden, Bixia Yuanjun. From that day forth, villagers frequently reported sightings of a woman emerging from the Jade Maiden pool, engaging in amorous encounters with local men. The woman who claimed to be the eldest daughter of Bixia Yuanjun, with her snow-white complexion, undoubtedly evokes memories of the past beauty by Qian. Thus, from that moment onward, Chen Zhi began to compel the old Jindo to supervise the technicians, focusing their attention on monitoring the fluctuations in mineral content within the Jade Maiden pool at various hours. It became evident that there were indeed peculiarities surrounding the Jade Maiden pool within the Bixia Shrine. Chapter 199. The Celestial Fox Divine Tomb and the Jade Maiden Spring. The water in the Jade Maiden Spring is undoubtedly problematic, said the old Jindo. Our geologists have recently reported that the water resources on Mount Tai are quite extraordinary, with an exceptionally rich mineral content, a result of the mountain's evolutionary process. In the Archaic era, Mount Tai was part of a vast subsidence zone or marine trough in the west of Lu, accumulating thick layers of muddy sediment and basic volcanic materials. Subsequently, through tectonic movements, a series of fractures, magmatic activity, and metamorphic processes over thousands of years, the water now contains an array of sedimentary minerals, including quartz, coal, copper, cobalt, barite, rock salt, and elemental sulfur, among hundreds of others. However, during our recent investigations, we discovered that at the witching hour on the 9th day of each lunar month, the water in the Jade Maiden pool undergoes a transformation, becoming unusually turbid. With significant alterations in its mineral composition, the water becomes laden with muddy sediment and basic volcanic materials, characteristics reminiscent of the ancient marine trough. In other words, during those 2 hours on the 9th day of each lunar month, the essence of that pool's water seems to revert to the primordial era. What? At this revelation, Chen Zhi's eyes widened as he mentally reaffirmed the words just uttered by the old Jindo, repeatedly challenging his existing worldview. In truth, Chen Zhi had long harbored such a hypothesis. The divine realm might reside within temporal gaps in this world, a so-called alternate dimension. Yet, he had never dared to truly envision that this absurd conjecture could materialize into reality. Uncle Jean, Chen Zhi said quietly after a moment's silence, gazing at the old Jindo. If I am not mistaken, beneath the Jade Maiden pool likely lies a passageway to the divine realm. And on the other side of this passage is the world of the deities. Indeed, who would have thought? The old Jindo exclaimed, filled with astonishment. Even if I were to perish within, this mission would not have been in vain. At this moment, Chen Zhi rose and inquired. The 9th day of the month is the day after tomorrow. Have the personnel at Bixia Shrine prepared adequately? This poses a significant dilemma, the old Jindo sighed. The scenic area of Mount Tai is under unified national management, and the curator of the Bixia Shrine would never consent to us causing such a commotion there. Recently, our geologists have been masquerading as tourists, daily visiting the Jade Maiden pool to deposit testing strips, only to retrieve them the following day, which has already drawn the attention of the staff. Eventually, it was only through the connections of Lord Leopard that we managed to disguise ourselves as a geological survey team. I also had to offer considerable bribes to that curator, who reluctantly agreed to permit us to act under cover of night. They merely turn a blind eye. But we must not create any significant disturbance, as the curator fears being held accountable. That will suffice. Chen Zhi nodded in agreement. Before taking action, I must first survey the site. It is too late now. At dawn tomorrow, we shall report to Lord Leopard and visit the Bixia temple for a brief inspection. Very well, old Jindo nodded in agreement. The following morning, before the break of dawn, Chen Zhi was roused by old Jindo, who informed him of an urgent matter arising within the organization, necessitating Lord Leopard's immediate return. Lord Leopard departed Shandong on a night flight, accompanied by all the Blue Ribbon warriors. Before leaving, he issued a command that henceforth, Chen Zhi would serve as the commander for the Tianhu Shimu mission, with all personnel, including old Jindo, required to obey his orders. Though taken aback by the sudden appointment, Chen Zhi remained composed. However, he could not shake the concern regarding the gravity of the situation that compelled Lord Leopard to abandon such a crucial task so hastily. He first awakened Fat Wei, who, still recovering from a night of indulgence, grumbled as he splashed water on his face and donned his clothes. Gui Dao and Qin Yiyang, having heard the commotion, were already awake, but since this was merely a reconnaissance mission, Chen Zhi instructed Qin Yang and Gui Dao to remain at the base of the mountain. Instead, he, Fat Wei, and old Jindo would ascend, accompanied by the eldest son of old Zheng. The eldest son of old Zheng, Xiao Zheng, was around 28 or 29 years of age, affectionately nicknamed Shan Chuanzi. He had grown up at the foot of Mount Tai and began guiding travelers up the mountain for a fee at a young age. He was intimately familiar with every scenic spot on the mountain, particularly the Bixia Temple at the summit, claiming to know it better than his own home. In the early morning, many ascended Mount Tai, drawn by the breathtaking sunrise. However, Xiao Zheng led Chen Zhi and his companions along a secluded path, where pedestrian traffic was sparse. True to its reputation, Mount Tai stood majestically, its peaks intertwining and rising in grandeur, adorned with ancient pines, colossal stones, and enveloped in swirling mists, creating a magnificent tableau of solemnity and beauty. As they journeyed, they passed numerous renowned sites and cascading springs, each more enchanting than the last. Yet, none were in the mood to admire the beauty of Mount Tai. They pressed on towards the summit without pause. Upon reaching the famous large stone carvings of the Jing Stone Valley from the northern Qi dynasty, Chen Zhi halted. "Let us rest for a moment," he suggested, observing old Jindo, who was panting and visibly fatigued. "No problem." Old Jindo attempted to maintain his bravado, only to find Chen Zhi seated beside the carvings. "Oh my goodness, are you all in a race to be reborn? Climbing so swiftly has left me dizzy," Fat Wei lamented, still feeling the effects of the previous night's revelry as he sat on the steps, gasping for breath. Xiao Zheng, equally exhausted, laughed as he rested on the earth embankment, remarking, "Are you all athletes? Typically, city dwellers struggle to climb here for long. How is it that you ascend faster than us locals?" Chen Zhi smiled at Xiao Zheng, but offered no reply, instead focusing his gaze on the awe-inspiring large stone carvings of Jing Stone Valley beside him. The so-called Taishan Jing Shiyu stone carvings are located on a vast stone platform of 3,000 square meters, situated to the northeast of Demu Palace, along the tributary of Zhongxi. Here, over 400 years ago, portions of the Diamond Sutra were inscribed in large, black characters, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, exuding a sense of grandeur. Originally carved on a large, flat mountain stone beneath a small waterfall, this inscription lay submerged for nearly a millennium until it was revealed by the diversion of spring water. Although this stone carving stands as a monumental representation of Buddhist culture, as well as a hallmark of Han clerical calligraphy, the absence of a date or the name of the engraver leaves an air of historical mystery. The purpose behind the creation of this colossal stone inscription remains an enigma. Chen Zhi gazed at the smooth surface of the stone, a sense of inexplicable intrigue washing over him. At the top of the stone, above the text, there lies a significant blank area, its surface uneven and devoid of inscriptions, yet speckled with hints of red that remain elusive upon closer inspection. In the second chapter, Tianhu Shenmu, at Taishan Jingshiyu, Chen Zhi, lost in thought while observing the immense stone carving of the Diamond Sutra, posed a contemplative question to Lao Jindo. Uncle Jean, who do you think carved this massive inscription here? It must have required tremendous effort. Such a feat cannot be accomplished without significant manpower and time. Yet, this inscription was originally submerged, only to be exposed after more than 1,000 years due to the change in the spring's course. If the intention behind carving this vast Diamond Sutra was not for public viewing, what could its true purpose be? Moreover, if experts claim that this colossal inscription was carved beneath the waterfall, could such a feat have been achieved with the technology available at that time? Suddenly, Xiao Zheng interjected. "You may not know this, but I assure you, this Jingshiyu is a divine creation, not made by human hands. We locals are well aware that the characters on this stone were left by Tang Sung from the journey to the west." "What?" Fat Wei, seated on a nearby step, burst into laughter at these words. "You folks from the mountains sure can spin tales. By your account, celestial beings must have visited your hilltop, with the Jade Emperor and the 7 fairies, and now even Tang Sung has made an appearance. Is that little bride at the east end of your village also a fallen Chang'e from the heavens?" He laughed heartily. "It's true." Xiao Zheng, slightly embarrassed by Fat Wei's mockery, insisted. "Those of us living at the foot of Taishan know well that it is said when Tang Sung and his disciples returned from the west with the sacred texts, they fell into a river due to a trick played by demons, and their scriptures got wet. They happened to pass through this area, and, noticing the flat stone surface, placed their scriptures there to dry. These scriptures, obtained from the Buddha in the West, possess magical powers. The moment the texts touched the stone, a flash of golden light occurred, and 3 parts of the text instantly transformed into stone inscriptions. From that moment onward, the carved verses appeared on this large stone surface, which is also referred to as the sun-drying stone. Huh, what a precarious situation. Fat Wei let out a chuckle, saying nothing further as he twisted open his water bottle and drank heartily. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi was lost in thought, gazing intently at the uneven indentation atop the Jingshiyu. This monumental stone was vast, its characters grand, and imbued with a robust, ancient elegance, embodying both seal and clerical script. Who could have crafted such a magnificent work without revealing their identity? Moreover, the peculiar indentation seemed unnatural, evoking a sense of déjà vu within him. At this moment, Lao Jindo was indifferent to everything around him. After their brief respite, his complexion had improved considerably. Dusting off his clothes, he stood and declared, "Let us move. We should reach the Bixia shrine before too many tourists arrive." "All right," Chen Zhi replied, rising to his feet. The group followed Xiao Zheng, continuing their ascent up the mountain. The sun had risen significantly, illuminating the rugged path ahead, fraught with steep stones. The morning dew rendered the ground perilously slick, making each step a potential misstep. After laboriously climbing for over an hour, they finally reached a high ridge. The terrain was treacherous, and Xiao Zheng pointed ahead, stating, "Just over this next slope lies the Bixia shrine." At that moment, Chen Zhi paused to catch his breath, a nagging sense of conflict subconsciously prompting him to turn and glance back at the expansive stone surface of the Jingshiyu below. In an instant, a signal flashed in his mind. He seemed to perceive something familiar. He hurriedly sprinted a few paces, standing at the precipice to gaze down. Before him, the vast stone face of the Jingshiyu stood like a grand monument. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the uneven surface, causing the indentations to shimmer with a radiant glow, the once vague red hues now strikingly vivid. The indentations were arranged in a meticulous pattern, forming 8 peculiar characters. Divine script, Chen Zhi's heart exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, he could fully decipher the meaning of these 8 characters: the god of sin imprisoned, eternal sacrifice to the mountains and rivers. Chen Zhi stood there, momentarily stunned, as a torrent of hypotheses and conjectures raced through his mind. It dawned on him that he had been completely mistaken. All the connections, all the clues, all the assumptions he had made were erroneous. In truth, the ancient deity that once instilled fear across the land, the 9-tailed celestial fox of the Su clan, was not, after her defeat, relegated to this place to serve as the deity of Mount Tai. Rather, she had been imprisoned beneath this mountain, bound until her demise. No wonder the Jingshiyu bore no signature. It was not a masterpiece of calligraphy or an artistic treasure. From the very beginning, it had served as a colossal seal, designed to prevent the 9-tailed celestial fox from escaping this mountain, a deterrent manifested in Buddhist artifacts. Chen Zhi recalled his last mission in Japan, where he had discovered the Yatsuhashi H-Kan, a similar Buddhist artifact atop the seal tomb. At the time, he had wondered why such ancient deities were subdued with Buddhist relics, given that Buddhism is not an indigenous religion of China, but rather one that was introduced from India during the late Han Dynasty, while these ancient deities predated it by millennia. Upon reflection, everything seems to fall into place. According to the Feng Shenzhen, the 9-tailed celestial fox met its demise during the Warring States period, while this magnificent Jingshiyu was intricately carved during the Northern Qi era. This suggests that, at least by the time of the Northern Qi, there were still individuals who were aware of the secrets of these deities. For reasons unknown, the ancient spells had become unusable, hence, they opted to employ Buddhist relics to continue safeguarding this hallowed ground of divinity. "What troubles you? Why do you stand there in a daze?" Fat Wei interrupted Chen Zhi's reverie. Noticing Chen Zhi lost in thought, he approached and inquired, "What do you see?" "Nothing," Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head. "Let us continue." He cast a final glance back at the Jingshiyu before turning to follow the group as they ascended further up the mountain. After less than an hour of climbing, they soon crested a ridge, and in the distance, veiled in mist, they beheld the majestic and resplendent temple known as the Bixia Yuanjun Shrine, a site renowned far and wide. Chapter 201. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Female Mantis. The Bixia Shrine is a famous scenic area of Mount Tai, situated on the southern side of the mountain's peak. It comprises a grand and magnificent ensemble of ancient mountain architecture, with steep and towering peaks rising behind it, creating a breathtaking vista. The entire shrine appears to float amidst the clouds, and in winter, one often witnesses the enchanting sight of rime ice, truly beautiful. The Bixia Shrine consists of 12 large structures, including the main hall and incense pavilion, with the entire layout symmetrically aligned along the central axis, featuring a south-to-north gradient, tiered elevations, and a harmonious interplay of heights and depths, resembling a celestial paradise from afar. As Chen Zhi and his companions gazed at the splendid scenery ahead and made their way toward the main entrance, Xiao Zheng's professional instincts kicked in, and he began to narrate to himself as he walked. This Bixia Shrine is the sacred temple of our region, and its scenery is indeed stunning. In spring, one can witness the peach and pear blossoms in the mountains, and in summer, the summit is adorned with lush greenery. The main hall of the Bixia Shrine boasts 360 ridge tiles, a homage to the celestial cycles. The divine beasts adorning the roof tiles are cast in pure copper and gilded. Look, beneath the eaves hangs a grand plaque inscribed by Emperor Qianlong himself. All right, Fatway interrupted. We did not come here to admire some plaque written by a long-gone emperor. Quickly tell me, where is the so-called Jade Maiden Pool? Xiao Zheng sensed something amiss and asked in confusion, aren't you part of a research team? You come to Mount Tai not to study the Bixia Shrine, but merely to see the Jade Maiden Pool? Old Jindo quickly interjected, young brother. I have already informed your father that our team is here specifically to conduct water quality assessments. You wouldn't understand the specifics, so let us not dwell on it. Let us hasten to the Jade Maiden Pool. Oh, Xiao Zheng nodded, somewhat understanding, and instead of proceeding toward the main hall, he veered off toward the back. As it turns out, the Jade Maiden Pool is not located within the Bixia Shrine, but rather outside its western wall in an open courtyard. It is said that this was originally a natural water pool, which was transformed into a square well during the Han Dynasty. On the cliff face behind the well, the characters for Jade Maiden Pool are inscribed in large letters, while the square opening of the well is covered by a thick slab of stone. Chen Zhi surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a simple courtyard devoid of any paving stones, the ground covered only in dirt. In the corners, several conspicuous cameras overlooked the scene within the courtyard. The large stone slab covering the well was nearly immovable by anyone. What is going on? Chen Zhi quietly inquired of Lao Jindo. Has there always been a stone pressing down on the well? How did our technicians manage to place the test paper inside before? Lao Jindo appeared equally perplexed by the situation. Scratching his head, he replied, I wasn't involved in the previous actions on the mountain. It was all done remotely. However, I suspect that this large slab has only recently been placed over the well. Otherwise, our technicians would have mentioned it during their report. After speaking, Lao Jindo attempted to check his phone, but there was no signal. You all wait here. I'll go inside and see if the curator is present. As he finished speaking, a gaunt old man with dark skin emerged from the back door of the west wall. Upon seeing him, Lao Jindo immediately greeted him with a smile. Ah, Curator Chen, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you when you came out. He gestured toward Chen Zhi, saying, let me introduce you. This is our team leader. The old man, seemingly uninterested in pleasantries, nodded at Chen Zhi and glanced around nervously, uttering, I saw you on the monitors. It seems your plan may not come to fruition. Hearing this, Lao Jindo grew anxious and quickly asked, what do you mean? We had everything arranged, didn't we? Our large group has traveled a long distance, and the day after tomorrow, our staff is set to ascend the mountain. Curator Chen, if you have any concerns, please speak up. Chen Zhi scrutinized the curator closely. He appeared to be in his 50s, a lean old man whose accent suggested he was a local. His weathered face bore the marks of the wind, and his eyes darted about like those of a mountain monkey. It's not that there's a problem, the curator replied awkwardly. To be honest, while I am called a curator, my role primarily involves overseeing the rituals performed by the local Taoists in the Bixia Temple and collecting offerings. The real authority lies with the Tai Mountain Scenic Area Management Committee. Typically, the higher-ups do not concern themselves with these attractions, but today, something unusual has occurred. Director Liu from the management committee unexpectedly came to inspect the Bixia Temple. Director Liu is a formidable figure on Mount Tai, someone whose word is law. I've heard she is set to ascend to a significant leadership role in the province next year. She rarely visits the temple, yet today, she arrived early in the morning and ordered the complete closure of the Yunu Spring for sightseeing, locking all courtyards. Consequently, they have sealed the well with a large stone slab, and starting tonight, we shall take turns patrolling. What? This is so unfortunate. Fat Wei murmured quietly behind Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi hurriedly turned to give him a warning glance, signaling him to refrain from speaking recklessly. He then turned back, smiling at the old black man, and said, "Director Chen, I understand your predicament. However, considering the effort we've expended and the people who have gathered, it would be quite unreasonable for us to simply turn back. Moreover, this supports geological survey research in China, which is indeed a noble cause. If that is the case, could you perhaps introduce us to Director Liu? I would like to have a word with him." "Oh dear, this is futile, utterly futile." The old black man shook his head vigorously like a rattle. "Initially, I broached the subject with her tentatively, but who could have anticipated that the moment I hinted at it, she turned hostile? She accused me of abusing my authority and endangering the preservation of national cultural relics, even threatening to penalize me." At this point, the old black man squeezed the old acrobat into a corner, pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, and handed it to the old acrobat, saying, "Here, take your money back. I truly have no other options left." After speaking, he turned to leave. Just then, a woman in her 40s emerged from the back door. She was tall and slender, with angular shoulders, resembling a praying mantis. Her hair was neatly tied up, adorned with dark red-framed glasses, and she wore a black work uniform. With her head held high, she exuded an air of seriousness. "Old Chen, who are these people?" she inquired as she crossed paths with Chen Zhi, momentarily halting before turning to the old black man. "Didn't I mention that the Yunu pool is closed to the public for the next few days? What are you all whispering about in the backyard?" "Ah, Director Liu, you've arrived." The old black man, seemingly intimidated by the mantis-like woman, quickly smiled and explained. "These are the geological survey team I mentioned earlier. I was just informing them that the Yunu spring is now closed." The mantis-like woman did not respond further and continued her stride towards the exit. Observing this scene, Chen Zhi stepped forward, smiling amiably at the woman. "So you are Director Liu? It's a pleasure to meet you. I have a matter that requires your assistance. I am with the Geological Survey." "Humph." The mantis-like woman abruptly interrupted him, not even bothering to glance at Chen Zhi. "Geological Survey team? Nonsense. Step aside." With that, she forcefully pushed past Chen Zhi and strode away with her head held high. "What bureaucratic arrogance!" The stout Wei, unable to contain himself, shouted. "This woman is far too pretentious. If she disagrees, she should simply say so without shoving people around. Can she afford the consequences if someone were to push her over? Does she really think she is such an important leader? Mind your words." Chen Zhi quickly admonished Wei in a hushed tone, turning his gaze back to the retreating figure of the mantis-like woman with a hint of meaning in his eyes. At this moment, the old black man said to the old acrobat, "I told you not to doubt me. Now you see for yourself, don't you? Our female director is quite formidable. If she unleashes her wrath, I will find myself in a dire situation. You should leave quickly. I need to lock the door soon. I can't afford to take the blame." With that, the old black man shook his head in resignation and stepped through the back door. "What do we do now?" The old acrobat, suddenly at a loss, asked Chen Zhi. "The 9th day of the lunar month is the day after tomorrow. If we miss that, we won't be able to proceed this month. Is it truly necessary to return with the entire contingent and wait until next month?" Chen Zhi shook his head, speaking with a hint of profundity, asserting that even by next month, she would not permit our entry. At that moment, Pang Wei approached Chen Zhi, whispering, "Orange. I have a suggestion. In my opinion, we need not concern ourselves with the director or the curator. We should act without their counsel. Can these surrounding low walls truly obstruct us? We, a few, can ascend the mountain the night after tomorrow, under the cover of darkness, remove these stone bricks, and descend. Even if they discover us, we will have already gone down. Can they really seal it up again to prevent our ascent? I refuse to believe that the female director will remain vigilant all night." "That is indeed a plan, albeit somewhat rash," Lao Jindo concurred. Glancing at Chen Zhi for his thoughts, Chen Zhi said nothing, merely nodding slightly. He approached the edge of the Yunu pool, touched the stone brick, and declared, "Let us descend the mountain first." Pang Wei and Lao Jindo exchanged glances at Chen Zhi's reaction, and they called upon Xiao Zheng to lead the way back along their original path. Thus, the group made their way down the mountain, returning to Zhengjia village. By the time they reached the village, it was already noon. Upon returning, Lao Jindo's first action was to call Master Bao to report on the situation. However, the response he received indicated that due to complications within the organization, Master Bao was preoccupied with those matters and could not attend to their tasks or answer calls. All affairs in Taishan were now under Chen Zhi's complete authority, and in the event of any urgent matters, Chen Zhi was empowered to exercise temporary special authority without the need for further communication. At this point, Lao Jindo felt utterly at a loss. He attempted to intimidate and persuade the old curator over the phone twice, but to no avail. The entire afternoon was spent with Peng Wei in hushed discussions, strategizing on how to stealthily infiltrate under the cover of night. In contrast, Chen Zhi remained remarkably composed throughout the afternoon. Since his descent from the mountain, he had not once broached the subject of the Yunnu Spring. After their meal, Chen Zhi summoned the 8 young men to his room, along with Gui Dao, and unfolded a large strategic deployment map. He meticulously laid out all the strategies he had devised during this period, instructing them thoroughly. He also urged them to prepare their personal weapons, retrieve the larger firearms for collective distribution, and familiarize themselves with the guns, readying for their operation the day after tomorrow. Once Chen Zhi completed these tasks, he realized it was already evening. Uncle Zheng had long prepared the feast, inviting everyone to dine. Laughter and chatter from the parrot and Peng Wei filled the courtyard. Yet, Chen Zhi felt a significant weight on his shoulders. He lacked the appetite for food. Sitting alone in the house as he recalibrated all the strategic deployments, reflecting on the events of the day. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, the courtyard fell silent. After dinner, everyone retired to their quarters. When the clock struck 11, Chen Zhi abruptly rose from his bed, quietly moving to the courtyard, scanning his surroundings before departing towards the outskirts of the village. In Chen Zhi's pocket lay a note, discreetly slipped in by the female mantis earlier that day under the pretext of pushing him. The note bore a rudimentary map leading from Zhengjia village to a small river at the foot of the mountain, hastily inscribed with a few words, "Meet by the river at midnight. Remember, do not tell anyone." Chen Zhi pondered the intentions of the female mantis and, following the map, successfully located the river. Under the moonlight, the director, resembling a mantis, stood by the riverbank awaiting his arrival. The female mantis appeared exceedingly vigilant. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, she gestured for him to remain silent, then glanced behind him, pausing to listen to the sounds of the night air. "You haven't told anyone, have you?" The female mantis whispered to Chen Zhi. "No," he replied in a subdued tone, observing her intently, trying to discern her true motives. "Let us get straight to the point. Director Liu, you sealed off the Yunnu pool today deliberately, didn't you? What do you wish to discuss at this late hour?" Chen Zhi asked forthrightly. The female mantis smiled subtly and replied, "Indeed, it resembles that." "Resembles whom?" Chen Zhi inquired. She offered no answer, instead gazing at him for a moment before her voice deepened and grew serious. "Your name is Chen Zhi, correct?" Taken aback, he nodded affirmatively. "Very well," she said, her expression grave as she scrutinized him. Lowering her voice, she continued, "I have something important to convey to you, and you must be prepared. I bear a message for you from your mother." Chapter 203. The Tomb of the Heavenly Fox. A Mother's Choice. What did you say? Chen Zhi stood frozen, utterly unable to believe his ears, while a cacophony of thoughts buzzed chaotically in his mind. Initially, he had assumed that this enigmatic female mantis had summoned him under the cover of night merely to negotiate a bribe, seeking to extract more money in exchange for allowing them entry to the Yunnu pool. However, he never anticipated that she would invoke his mother at this moment. Though his expression remained composed, his mind raced. My mother? Why does this woman mention my mother? My biological mother was supposed to have perished in a landslide when I was merely 2 years old. Could this woman be referring to a ghostly mother? Impossible. The timing and motive do not align. Is she lying? Testing me? With an impassive gaze fixed on the female mantis, Chen Zhi replied, "I do not comprehend your words. Could you first clarify who you are?" The female mantis did not shy away from Chen Zhi's gaze, continuing, "You need not concern yourself with who I am. I am but a trifling character. However, 2 decades ago, my life was saved by a woman, your mother." The mantis then calmly surveyed the surrounding dark forest, ensuring no one was present, before continuing, 20 years ago, I served as a special caretaker within the Bixia Shrine, tasked with overseeing the Jade Maiden Pool. Those days were truly," she scoffed, trailing off without further elaboration. "After your mother saved me, I remained here for 20 years as a token of my gratitude. During this time, I had numerous opportunities to depart, yet I chose to stay solely to convey this message to you in person." "Are you referring to events from 20 years ago?" Chen Zhi coldly regarded the mantis, shaking his head with a smirk. "You are lying. Even if your claim holds truth, No one could have anticipated my current appearance, not even my mother. How did you recognize me so easily? Following his retort, Chen Zhi took a step back, scrutinizing the mantis's reaction to being exposed. He subtly moved his right hand to brush against the small cat figurine at his waist, a gift from Leopard, the long-range firearm. Yet, the mantis remained unperturbed, gazing at Chen Zhi with a serene smile. I am well aware of your appearance because I possess a portrait of you, the mantis declared, maintaining her composure as she drew a roll of sketch paper from her bosom. She slowly unfurled it before Chen Zhi, stretching it at both ends and presenting it to him. The paper, roughly the size of 3 sheets, had evidently yellowed with age, yet its edges remained intact, indicative of meticulous preservation. The sketch depicted a young man's portrait, rendered in pencil with remarkable skill, strikingly lifelike. The young man portrayed was unmistakably Chen Zhi himself. This was hand-drawn by your mother, the mantis said, rolling the sketch back up and handing it to him. After she entrusted me with this likeness, she instructed me that 20 years hence, her son would ascend Mount Tai, seeking entry to the Jade Maiden Pool. She insisted that I remain here on the 9th day of each month, awaiting your arrival. Last month, a group entered Mount Tai en masse under the guise of geological surveying. I sensed your presence, and thus sealed the entrance to the Jade Maiden Spring with stone bricks this morning, all in anticipation of your appearance. As Chen Zhi accepted the portrait and opened it, he noticed a familiar yet strange name inscribed in the lower right corner, Jiang Suaching. Before he could fully comprehend, the mantis swiftly reclaimed the sketch. At last, you have arrived. I am now prepared to relay your mother's words to you. Chen Zhi, his heart in disarray, nodded at the mantis and said, Please, go on. The mantis stepped forward, lowering her voice to a whisper, audible only to Chen Zhi. Your mother has presented you with a choice, until now. Have you genuinely decided to proceed? Should you choose to continue, entering the Jade Maiden Pool will undoubtedly alter the course of your life dramatically, with death potentially awaiting you. Conversely, if you opt to cease your journey, you may leave this place immediately, refraining from confiding in anyone, placing your trust in no one, and seeking a secluded spot to live quietly under a different name. Your mother's counsel is clear. Do not descend. Depart from here, for this is an unending war. After the female mantis whispered these words, she swiftly retreated a few steps, her expression returning to one of indifference as she awaited Chen Zhi's response. At that moment, Chen Zhi's mind was in utter turmoil. In truth, his emotions had spiraled out of control since he received news of his mother. His memories of his biological mother were exceedingly vague, overshadowed by the haunting visage of the ghostly maternal figure. For over 2 decades, the coldness of the ghostly mother and the illusory life devoid of a real mother had left profound scars on his soul. In fact, Chen Zhi had no understanding of what genuine maternal love truly resembled, in what form it existed, or whether it could be trusted. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhi shook his head and responded to the female mantis. I cannot answer your question, nor can I believe what you have said. It is all too absurd. Does that portrait truly prove anything? Am I to believe this is a form of precognition? It is quite possible you merely sketched my current likeness on an old piece of drawing paper for some ulterior motive. All of this strains my credulity. Unless you possess other evidence. The female mantis, however, laughed with composure. I care not whether you trust me. There is no need for you to be wary. For I am not your adversary, but merely a messenger. At this time tomorrow evening, we shall meet again here, and then you may share your answer with me. After speaking, the female mantis raised a finger, shaking it gently before Chen Zhi, cautioning, Do not even entertain the thought of circumventing me to secretly descend into the Jade Maiden Pool. On the 9th day of the lunar month, any intruder shall be slain. Even if someone were to leap into the pool clandestinely, believe me, they would only drown and never resurface. My previous work attests to this. With that, the female mantis turned and walked into the woods, quickly disappearing from view. Chen Zhi watched her retreating figure, finding her demeanor quite peculiar. In the pitch-black night, a woman traversed the deep mountains without a hint of fear, and her movements were remarkably agile, as though her heels barely touched the ground. Chapter 204. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox. Chen Zhi's choice after the female mantis departed. Chen Zhi retraced his steps back to Zheng family village. Now nearing 2 a.m., the small villa of Uncle Zheng was enveloped in silence, with everyone soundly asleep. The occasional snoring from Fat Wei's room indicated that no one had noticed Chen Zhi's absence. Upon entering his own room, He was greeted by the sight of the ghostly blade drifting in through the window like a leaf. The ghost blade held a long knife in hand. The mud and water splattering on his shoes and trouser hems as he moved with remarkable speed. "Are you with me?" Chen Zhi inquired. The ghost blade nodded slightly, whispering that her footwork was swift. Once she reached the Bixia shrine atop the mountain, she did not emerge again. This woman was exceedingly vigilant, far from ordinary. Chen Zhi nodded, then asked, "Did you overhear our conversation?" "No." The ghost blade shook her head. "That woman employed a sound-dampening technique. I couldn't hear a thing." "Understood." Chen Zhi replied softly, "Blade, remember, tonight's events are known only to us two. Do not speak of them to anyone." The ghost blade looked at Chen Zhi, her expression shifting slightly, and she gently nodded before gracefully leaping out of the window. After she left, Chen Zhi lay down fully clothed, his mind racing. The sudden influx of information felt like a tangled mass, overwhelming his thoughts. Staring at the ceiling in the darkness, he replayed the words spoken by the female mantis. He found her statements nonsensical, disjointed, and devoid of tangible evidence. They seemed utterly illogical, yet his subconscious insisted that the woman was certainly not lying. His mother had visited this place 20 years ago. She must have known about the tomb of the heavenly fox, and that Chen Zhi would come seeking it 2 decades later. How incredible! What kind of person was his mother? As he lay there, contemplating the shadows, Chen Zhi pondered that his mother was undoubtedly not the simple-minded, ordinary woman his father believed her to be. Clearly, she harbored many secrets, buried deep within the grave, secrets that both he and his father had never grasped. Since his mother had explicitly warned him against entering the Jade Maiden Spring, it implied she knew where its other side led. And that phrase, "What awaits you may very well be death," was it a prophecy or a warning? Given the current circumstances, if his mother had the foresight to envision his present self 2 decades prior, it became evident that she must have had someone with prophetic abilities by her side. Or perhaps she possessed such gifts herself. Chen Zhi spent the night in restless contemplation, sorting through the chaotic threads of thought. And it was only at dawn that he finally closed his eyes. He had once promised himself that during this mission, no matter the challenges faced, he would strive to maintain at least 2 hours of sleep. Otherwise, his mind would become muddled, rendering him ineffective. Yet during the 2 hours he teetered between sleep and wakefulness, the outside world buzzed with noise and confusion. Lao Jindo had risen early, knocking on Chen Zhi's door every 5 minutes, urging him to contemplate the next steps of their plan. Upon witnessing Chen Zhi's unhurried response, he became as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. He first lifted Fat Wei, then summoned the parrot and others to collectively devise a strategy for entering the Jade Maiden Spring. Ultimately, they resolved, following the suggestion of Pang Wei, to ascend the mountain under the cover of darkness and stealthily enter the rear courtyard of the Bixia shrine. Before the stroke of midnight, they moved aside the stone tiles, allowing Chen Zhi and several others clad in diving suits to leap into the water first. A portion of the group would remain above to guard the area, prepared to incapacitate any patrolling individuals they encountered. When dawn broke and the situation was inevitably discovered, they would assert that these geological surveyors, driven by an overwhelming eagerness for scientific inquiry, had acted impulsively by jumping into the water. Once they had taken the plunge, whatever consequences awaited them would have to be addressed upon their return. They would surrender to any fines. But it was inconceivable that they would be incarcerated for such an event, especially with the backing of Lord Leopard. After reaching this consensus, the two began to meticulously plan, even selecting ambush positions. Lao Jindo and Pang Wei, accompanied by a few others, ventured up the mountain to assess the terrain, devising multiple routes and strategies. Observing their fervent preparations, Chen Zhi refrained from intervening or voicing dissent. He had contemplated sharing the events of the previous night with the group, but ultimately held his tongue, his mind echoing the words of the female mantis. "Do not confide in those around you. Trust no one." Chen Zhi recalled vividly how, before his departure, Lord Leopard had taken him to the hot spring lake, solemnly imparting his warnings. All these voices seemed to convey a singular message, that a traitor lurked within his ranks. Amidst the flurry of activity, the day swiftly passed, and Chen Zhi remained oblivious to the extent of Lao Jindo and Pang Wei's preparations. Their lack of communication led Pang Wei to grumble that Chen Zhi seemed possessed, lacking resolve at a pivotal moment. Chen Zhi offered no rebuttal, instead awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and tranquility returned to the courtyard. Around 11 o'clock, Chen Zhi emerged from his room, quietly making his way outside. As he approached the gate, he spotted Gui Dao standing vigil. Are you still going tonight? Gui Dao inquired softly. Chen Zhi nodded. Stay here and remain alert. I shall proceed alone tonight. Gui Dao hesitated momentarily, but merely cautioned, be careful, before effortlessly leaping back into the courtyard. Once he saw Gui Dao retreat, Chen Zhi glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quickened his pace, following the original path towards the stream. He carried no weapons this time, for he believed they would bear no significance in the presence of that woman. The moonlight was even more resplendent than the previous night, and the female mantis awaited him by the stream, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, unwavering against the mountain breeze. Her expression remained frosty, exuding an unspoken air of authority from a distance. The mantis regarded Chen Zhi as he approached, coldly inquiring, have you made your decision? Yes, Chen Zhi affirmed with conviction. I choose to descend. The mantis showed no immediate reaction to his declaration. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon him for a protracted moment before coolly responding, very well. I shall fully cooperate with you. Chen Zhi, taken aback by the mantis's sudden reply, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The female mantis continued. You must have noticed that at the 9th hour of the night, the waters of the Jade Maiden Spring undergo a transformation. During this period, the Jade Maiden Spring serves as a passage to another realm. It is there that the true purpose of your visit to Mount Tai lies. Tomorrow night at 11, you and your team must arrive at the Jade Maiden Pool punctually. At that moment, I will disperse all individuals in the vicinity, and then I will unlock the seal of the Jade Maiden Spring to grant you access. Chapter 205. The Guardian of the Celestial Fox Tomb. Indeed, the area surrounding the Jade Maiden Spring was sealed. Chen Zhi silently mused. The situation aligned with his conjectures. The environment around the spring could not be as simple as it appeared. If the other end of the Jade Maiden Spring truly connected to the vast celestial tomb, and if the nine-tailed celestial fox was once imprisoned here, employing large stone carvings like those in Jingshi Valley as deterrents, then it was inconceivable for the passage to the divine realm to lack protective barriers, merely invisible to the naked eye. Thank you. Chen Zhi gazed earnestly at the female mantis. May I know your true name? The mantis smiled at him, though the expression was rigid, rendering her face akin to a marionette cloaked in human skin. My surname is Liu. That is all you need to know. I have always been a friend of your mother's family, so you may trust me. There's no need for gratitude. Simply remember that our conversation must remain strictly confidential. If anyone learns that I conveyed a message to your mother, my life will be forfeit. Understood, Chen Zhi nodded solemnly, with her stiff smile still in place. The mantis continued, there is a demigod among your ranks, is there not? Have her remove all her artifacts before ascending the mountain tomorrow. In that place, a demigod should not flaunt her prowess. Until tomorrow night. After speaking, the mantis swiftly turned and glided into the woods, her feet seeming to barely touch the ground. And in an instant, she vanished into the shadows. Chen Zhi stood still for a moment before retracing his steps back to Jingjia village. From a distance, he could see the small mansion aglow with flickering lights, prompting him to hurry back. As he stepped through the courtyard gate, he found the yard illuminated, with everyone awake and standing outside. Where the hell have you been? Fat Wei bellowed upon Chen Zhi's arrival. I went out to relieve myself in the middle of the night and heard no sound from your room. When I checked, you were gone. I thought that mountain spirit had snatched you away. If you hadn't returned, we would have been compelled to arm ourselves and venture up the mountain to search for you. Chen Zhi glanced towards the corner where Gui Dao sat with a stern expression, perched on the windowsill with one leg drawn up, clearly having said nothing during the preceding commotion. Surveying the anxious faces around him, Chen Zhi noted the urgency etched on everyone's expressions. Parrot held a submachine gun, wide-eyed in astonishment at Chen Zhi's return. Meanwhile, Uncle Zheng and Little Zheng were visibly shaken by the sudden appearance of heavy weaponry scattered about, cowering in a corner. Quick! Put the weapons away. Be careful not to be seen by the villagers. Chen Zhi urgently waved to Parrot and the others, explaining. I found myself unable to sleep, so I took a stroll by the river. You all are making too much fuss over nothing. Return to your slumber. A good night's rest is essential. For I have matters to discuss with everyone come morning. Pang Wei stared at Chen Zhi with wide eyes, taken aback for a moment, then gestured for everyone to return to their rooms. Approaching Chen Zhi, he whispered, Orange, something seems amiss with you today. Are you burdened by excessive mental strain? Perhaps bordering on psychological distress? If there is something troubling you, share it with me. Don't let it fester and lead to illness. What brings you to the riverside at such an hour? Are you haunted by some ethereal spirit? At that moment, Lao Jindo also approached, saying, I know you're anxious about not being able to access the Yunu Spring. Fear not, we have devised a plan. If subtlety fails, we shall resort to more direct means. Tomorrow night, we shall follow Pang Wei's strategy and stealthily infiltrate under the cover of darkness, plunging directly into that pool and addressing matters thereafter. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Do not worry about me. We shall discuss the Yunu Spring tomorrow, Chen Zhi replied, retreating to his room. Once inside, he endeavored to calm his racing thoughts, meticulously re-evaluating all plans and strategies until he found no flaws. Then he lay on the bed, striving to cease all contemplation and drift into slumber. The following morning, Chen Zhi's first action was to summon everyone to the second-floor parlor. Uncle Zheng's quaint villa, modeled after Western architectural styles, featured a spacious parlor adorned with vividly colored fabric sofas, perfectly accommodating the entire team. I have an announcement, Chen Zhi declared, standing in the center of the parlor. Our mission shall proceed as originally planned. I have arranged for all personnel at the Bixia Shrine to vacate the premises tonight. Around 11 o'clock, someone will grant us entry. I have already briefed everyone on the complete plan yesterday. Now, return to your rooms and prepare your gear and weapons for our ascent this evening. As soon as Chen Zhi finished speaking, the parlor erupted in disbelief. Orange, what are you saying? Are you still dreaming from last night? Pang Wei exclaimed loudly. Lao Jindo was equally perplexed. Chen Zhi chose not to divulge the entire truth, instead fabricating a hasty lie, claiming he had connections with a local high-ranking official overseeing the elusive Director Liu, who had agreed to disperse the staff and assist in their endeavor. The fabrication was not particularly clever, yet astonishingly, no one questioned it. They were all quite elated. After all, entering openly was far more convenient and secure than sneaking in. Pang Wei exuberantly hailed Chen Zhi as a hero among housewives and an idol for women and children. Thus, with the venue issue resolved, everyone busied themselves preparing their belongings. This operation was thoroughly planned, with attire and gear procured from high-end technical suppliers. In addition to their personal weapons, the madman had equipped each of them with a treasure pouch. The treasure pouch resembles an ordinary shoulder backpack, adhering to the back without occupying space, lightweight, and waterproof. Upon opening the backpack, one discovers multiple pockets containing essentials for outdoor missions, including a first aid kit, a compact diving gas mask, streamlined outdoor gear, compressed food, and water containers. The attire is crafted from alloy fiber material, entirely black, reminiscent of the nocturnal garb of a shadowy thief. It is a full-body suit without gloves or foot coverings, imbued with ballistic protection capable of resisting projectiles from weapons of caliber 5 or below. The exterior is coated with an insulating, fire-resistant material that mitigates electric shocks and flame damage from sources below 66. The hood, made from the same material as the suit, envelopes a significant portion of the head, with each member equipped with a wireless earpiece enabling limitless communication among them, complemented by a waterproof spotlight with adjustable brightness, illuminating far distances. Chapter 206, The Guardian of the Tomb of the Celestial Fox, Part 2, with the addition of several swift gunslingers, including Parrot. The team now boasts an array of submachine guns. Apart from Parrot, each of the 8 gunners wields a Type 5 submachine gun, with ammunition slung diagonally. Parrot is armed with a British Model 421 semi-automatic sniper rifle, specifically designed for targeting large entities, utilizing specially enhanced ammunition with tremendous explosive capacity, capable of obliterating a tank from a distance of 1,000 meters. Chen Zhi instructed Parrot to carry this sniper rifle, marching at the forefront alongside Fat Wei, ready to confront any formidable creatures such as the monstrous Daji. Additionally, each member discreetly carries a .050 caliber standard handgun loaded with ordinary bullets, while the 100 precious control stone bullets remain under the stewardship of Fat Wei, yet to be distributed. Following the earlier entreaty from the female mantis, Chen Zhi instructed Qin Yang to remove all magical artifacts, retaining only a stack of yellow paper on his person. Naturally, every team member possesses Qin Yang's broken illusion talisman and positioning talisman. As preparations concluded, they commenced their ascent towards the mountain shortly after 7 o'clock in the evening. Just as darkness enveloped the landscape, this time, Chen Zhi refrained from allowing Xiao Zheng to lead, as both old Zheng and his son were unnerved by the heavy weaponry displayed by the group the previous night. Fat Wei concocted an elaborate tale, asserting that they were a special forces unit dispatched by the state on a confidential mission, urging old Zheng and his son to maintain silence to avoid leaking state secrets. Eventually, old Jindo offered comforting words, providing them with additional funds and assigning someone to keep watch over the father-son duo to prevent any mischief. Following the path previously taken by Xiao Zhang, the group swiftly ascended towards the Bixia shrine at the mountain's summit. They exchanged no words along the way, and upon reaching the peak, it was already 10:40 in the evening. The summit had long since shed the vibrancy of daylight, leaving only a realm of silent darkness. Despite being early October, the wind atop the mountain was piercingly cold, striking the skin like needles. The Bixia shrine, once bustling with activity during the day, now lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, resembling the underworld from a distance. Chen Zhi and the others activated their earpiece spotlights and proceeded along the western wall of the Bixia shrine towards the rear courtyard. As she arrived at the entrance of the Jade Girl's spring courtyard, she spotted the mantis-like Director Lu waiting for them from afar. The courtyard gate behind her was secured with several heavy iron chains, firmly locked with glistening padlocks. This evening, Director Lu appeared quite different. Although she wore her usual work attire, an aura of chilling severity emanated from her, instilling a sense of dread. In the moonlight, her eyes seemed to glimmer with a faint green light. "Ah, Director Lu, thank you for your assistance," old Jindo said politely as he approached. The female mantis nodded slightly in response, turned to retrieve her keys, and began unlocking the heavy padlocks one by one, pulling apart the chains. She gestured for everyone to enter the courtyard. Once all were inside, she took up the previously removed padlocks and intricately bound the courtyard gate with chains, securing it tightly. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Fat Wei murmured behind Chen Zhi. This level of confinement rivals that of a concentration camp. After locking the gate, Director Lu approached Chen Zhi and whispered, "Have your people stand against the wall. I am about to break the seal." "Understood," Chen Zhi replied, hastily directing everyone to the corners of the courtyard, while he positioned himself beside Qin Yang. At that moment, Director Lu strode to the center of the courtyard, her gait becoming peculiar as she moved sideways like a crab, the green hue of her eyes intensifying. Taking her stance in the middle, she stomped forcefully, producing a dull thud as a patch of earth shifted, revealing a square opening in the ground. Then, she tilted her head back to gaze at the moon, her breathing growing rapid and labored. Accompanied by her frantic breaths, her body trembled violently, veins protruding as her arms rapidly thickened and muscles bulged at her shoulders. Moments later, her upper body appeared more exaggerated than that of a boxer, her skin adorned with prominent blue veins. Her eyes transformed into a vivid emerald hue, shining like two gemstones in the moonlight. All who witnessed this bizarre spectacle were taken aback, standing in silence against the wall. Director Lu, gasping for air, reached into the square opening and seized something within, pulling it upward with great force. A series of crisp gear-like sounds echoed as a thick iron chain, as wide as her waist, emerged from the depths. With the iron chain hoisted over her shoulder, she clenched her jaw and exerted herself, pulling the chain in the opposite direction. With each step she took, the ground trembled, accompanied by the sound of mechanisms whirring. After traversing several meters, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire courtyard floor to shift. Dust billowed, and debris scattered. When the dust settled, Chen Zhi beheld that beneath the seemingly earthen surface lay a large bronze plate. Intricately cast, its surface embossed with the shape of a dragon's head. The dragon's eyes were represented by two transparent orbs, and the well of the Jade Girl's spring was embedded within the dragon's mouth. At this moment, the female mantis drew a small knife and made a cut on her hand, revealing blood that was a dark crimson hue. She approached the dragon's eye, positioning her bloodied hand towards it, and twisted it forcefully. A melodious sound akin to the shattering of jade and gold resonated, and an unexpected event unfolded. The bronze dragon head relief on the ground suddenly ascended, transforming into a three-dimensional bronze dragon that enveloped the jade maiden's spring within its mouth. As everything stilled, it became evident that the mouth of the spring could only accommodate one person at a time. "Done," the female mantis declared as she cast the massive bronze chain onto the ground. This was a set of dragon headlocks, utilized in ancient times to imprison deities. She turned to Chen Zhi and warned, "If no one unlocks it, anyone who dares to intrude within 100 meters at midnight will be reduced to mere pulp." In that moment, the courtyard fell silent, All present were awestruck by the spectacle before them. Pang Wei stood nearby, his eyes wide as saucers, exclaiming, "Sister, I owe you my life. Were it not for you, I would be nothing but a pile of flesh on the ground." Chapter 207. The Guardian of the Tomb of the Celestial Fox, Part 3. The female mantis's arm muscles gradually relaxed, her eyes returning to their normal hue. Yet her voice emerged as a harsh rasp, akin to the sound of metal scraping against stone. She addressed Chen Zhi, stating, "I have now unlocked the mechanism. When midnight arrives, you may descend." Understood. Chen Zhi nodded gratefully, instructing everyone to check their gear and secure their safety ropes in anticipation of the midnight hour. At that moment, Qin Ying quietly approached Chen Zhi. Due to her blindness, she struggled significantly with the climb but had not delayed the pace of the team. She had been resting in a corner to regain her strength. Gently tugging at Chen Zhi's arm, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "There is another seal here." "What?" Chen Zhi's gaze shifted to Qin Yang as he inquired softly, "Do you know where it is?" "Right above the spring," Qin Yang replied. "This seal is exceedingly ancient, and I cannot fathom its origins, but it is intricately crafted, resembling a cabbage, with layers upon layers. Though the spring's mouth appears tranquil, it conceals myriad spells, intricately woven and complex. This is the most potent seal here. Without someone knowledgeable of its internal structure to dismantle it, brute force from the outside would yield catastrophic consequences." Qin Yang's voice was barely audible, requiring effort for Chen Zhi to comprehend, yet the female mantis, as if sensing something, abruptly turned her head, her eyes gleaming with a green light. With a disdainful snort, she scoffed, "A demigod." Qin Yang's expression tightened, and she instinctively stepped back, retreating into the shadows. At that moment, a loud sound of rushing water erupted from the spring, as if the water within were about to overflow. Chen Zhi glanced at the liquid crystal display on his sleeve. Midnight was rapidly approaching. The female mantis suddenly approached the well's mouth, gently touching the enormous slab that covered it. With a delicate flick of her wrist, she lifted it effortlessly, as if it were merely a cardboard box, and hurled it towards the distant corner of the courtyard. A dull thud resounded as the ground was struck, creating a substantial crater. Everyone present was awestruck by the mantis's extraordinary strength. Her actions this evening seemed utterly beyond the realm of humanity. It was unfathomable to imagine the fate that awaited anyone caught in her grasp or dealt a slap by her hand. After unveiling the well, the mantis calmly turned to the gathering crowd and waved her hand. All gathered around the well's edge. At that moment, water began to surge forth from the well, bubbling and gurgling like boiling water, its murky hue intensifying to a deep crimson, eventually resembling fresh blood. "It's time, let us leap into the depths," exclaimed Fat Wei, who, upon seeing the well's opening, donned a diving mask and raised a leg to place it over the well's mouth, preparing to lower a rope. "Wait." The mantis's voice pierced the air sharply. "There remains one final seal. Should you plunge down without caution, a sea of molten lava awaits you below." Fat Wei recoiled in fear, retracting his leg hastily. "Sister, can we not break the seal together? My life rests precariously in your hands," he pleaded. The mantis offered a stiff smile, dipping her hand into the blood-red water of the well, closing her eyes as her teeth chattered. She began to chant an enigmatic incantation. Chen Zhi had witnessed Qin Yang recite numerous spells before, yet the mantis's voice was strikingly different, echoing with an eerie cadence, as though she were engaged in a computational ritual. When the mantis reopened her eyes, her irises gleamed a vivid crimson. She extended her index and ring fingers, bringing the others together, and gently tapped the well's edge. Instantly, a fierce wind howled, sweeping the mountain soil into the courtyard, obscuring the vision of those present as the ground trembled beneath them. As the dust settled, ripples began to rise in concentric circles within the well, the once vibrant red hue gradually fading. The water transformed into a clear, glistening surface, shimmering beautifully. "Now you may descend," the mantis instructed. "Remember to be prompt. On the 9th day of next month, I shall await your return here. This passage can only be traversed once every century. Should I not see you on that day, I will assume you have perished." "All right," Chen Zhi nodded. "A month's time is ample." "Not so," the mantis corrected, shaking her head. "In the heavens, a single day passes, while on the earth, a millennium may unfold. A month below equates to merely 7 days. After 7 days, you shall not return." "Who are you truly? Do you know my mother?" Chen Zhi could no longer contain his curiosity. The mantis once more forced a rigid smile. I am the guardian of this realm. You must descend swiftly. The passage is about to close. If you survive to return, I shall reveal everything to you. In that moment, Chen Zhi felt an inexplicable trust towards the mantis. He felt that referring to her as a mantis in his mind seemed rather disrespectful, yet he found himself at a loss for a more suitable term. Chen Zhi solemnly nodded at the mantis and waved his hand, signaling everyone to begin their descent. Pang Wei had already lowered a long rope into the well. It was an exceptionally sturdy cable, constructed from a metallic alloy. This rope was both flexible and extensible, yet stronger than iron chains. Following the prearranged order, everyone began to jump into the well, securing all their firearms and ammunition in black waterproof bags, which were then attached to the rope and lowered down. Chen Zhi followed closely behind Pang Wei, fastening his safety harness around his waist, gripping the cable with his right hand, and leaping into the water. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold surged through his fingertips. The water was exceedingly frigid. Had it not been for the temperature-regulating function of their clothing, it was likely that all of them would have suffered severe cramps upon hitting the water. The fabric of their attire was thick yet lightweight, infused with various thermal fibers that maintained an average temperature. Regardless of exposure to heat or cold, it ensured that the wearers remained unharmed. Nevertheless, even so, Chen Zhi could still feel the biting cold on his exposed hands, feet, and face, a sensation nearly unbearable. Fortunately, visibility underwater was remarkably clear. The water was transparent and shimmering, resembling a dreamlike paradise. The texture of the water flowed smoothly, akin to a viscous liquid cascading downward, continuously pulling Chen Zhi and the others deeper. Soon, Chen Zhi felt the immense pressure of the water, causing dizziness and blurring his vision until all he could see was a blank expanse. Just as he sensed himself suspended in midair, he abruptly crashed onto the ground. Moments later, he heard several thuds as everyone else fell as well. Cautiously, Chen Zhi opened his mouth to breathe and discovered there was oxygen present. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and through the haze, he recognized the familiar square well of the Jade Maiden Spring, with the cable dangling above it. Chapter 208. The underwater world of the Fox God Tomb. Everyone was in a state of semi-consciousness. Chen Zhi's head felt as if it were exploding, his mind swirling with dizzying stars. He lay flat on the ground, his arms and thighs numb, struggling to regulate his breathing and gradually regain full sensation. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying near the square well, but the surrounding courtyard and the Bixia temple had vanished. Orange, wake up quickly. Come see. Aren't we still on Mount Tai? But it's daytime here, Pang Wei exclaimed, having fully regained consciousness and standing not far from Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi slowly sat up and looked up to see the sky was a brilliant blue. Indeed, they were still atop Mount Tai, yet there was no Bixia temple nor any buildings or historical sites. Instead, they were surrounded by a pristine, untouched forest. This was a structure of anti-gravity, a so-called mirrored world. As Chen Zhi rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes, he remarked, I surmise that this Jade Maiden Spring serves as a conduit between two realms. Descending from this well is akin to ascending from the other side. Both worlds mirror each other, each possessing its own Mount Tai, yet this realm belongs to the divine. His words evoked awe in Lao Jindo, who, having narrowly avoided a disjointed fate from his recent tumble, could barely rise from the ground. At that moment, everyone around stood up, surveying their surroundings. The majestic Mount Tai remained breathtakingly picturesque, shrouded in mist. However, unlike the world outside, this place exuded an ancient aura, untouched by humanity, a realm both pure and mysterious. The sky here was an astonishing blue, with billowy clouds that seemed ready to release celestial beings at any moment. Towering trees reached the heavens, their heights obscured, while the peculiar green vegetation flourished. Among them, tall fruit trees bore clusters of large, enticing fruits, many of which were unfamiliar to Chen Zhi. The air was filled with a sweet, refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. From the mountain's peak, the steep cliffs loomed, enveloped in swirling mist and verdant splendor. The waterfalls cascading through the ravines resembled a heavenly river plummeting downwards, a truly spectacular sight. If one were to encapsulate the scenery in a single word, it would undoubtedly be paradise. In an instant, the group seemed to forget the perils of their mission, their tense emotions beginning to ease. This must be where the immortals reside, exclaimed Pang Wei, his voice echoing. These immortals certainly have an eye for beauty. This place is utterly magnificent. Orange. Who cares about staying for 7 or 8 days? Let us just make this our permanent residence. Enough. Qin Yang scolded from behind. Can't you speak more auspiciously? If you want to stay, do so on your own. We have no desire to make this our home. Uft. You lack any sense of appreciation. Pang Wei retorted with a smirk. Chen Zhi took a moment to reorganize the group, retrieving the firearms from the waterproof bags and counting heads. With 8 sharpshooters, along with Lao Jindo, and the 4 of them, Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, Gui Dao, and Qin Yang, they stood united, 13 in total, all present. The remains of Bai Qian, expertly handled by specialists, had been reduced to a resin container slightly larger than an urn, which Gui Dao carried slanted on his back. We are prepared to embark, Chen Zhi announced, adjusting his gear. Remember, we have 7 days. We must exert every effort to locate the tomb of the celestial fox as swiftly as possible. In the event of any emergencies, adhere to the contingency plans I outlined previously. Understood. The group chorused, shouldering their submachine guns. The day before, Chen Zhi had meticulously laid out every plan, including various contingency and combat strategies. These sharpshooters had received directives from the Bao family. Upon entering the divine tomb, Chen Zhi stood as the supreme commander. Under any circumstance, his commands were to be followed unconditionally. Among the 8 quick-draw gunslingers, with the exception of the parrot and the four-eyed, the rest are astute and formidable veterans, still imbued with the discipline and spirit of the military. At Chen Zhi's command, they swiftly hoisted their submachine guns and positioned themselves resolutely beside him. Thus, the stout Wei assumed the role of leader, with the ghost blade bringing up the rear. Chen Zhi, Qin Yang, and the old acrobat walked at the center of the formation, flanked by the quick-draw gunslingers, who held their submachine guns and formed 2 lines on either side. Meanwhile, the parrot, armed with a sniper rifle, dashed ahead to scout the path. They traversed the mountain for an extended period, where the temperature was frigid and the biting wind pierced their nostrils. As dusk approached, it became evident that the underwater world of Mount Tai was utterly distinct from the outside. They found themselves in an unspoiled primordial forest, where dense vegetation ensnared their legs, making progress arduous. There were no discernible paths, only towering trees that obscured their sense of direction. Occasionally, deer and hares would dart from the underbrush. Although they had yet to encounter large predators, they had already come across numerous enormous footprints, which were not only intimidatingly large but also accompanied by the scattered bones of animals, suggesting the presence of formidable carnivorous beasts. The tension among them was palpable. The compass of the stout Wei proved futile in this realm, where directions were entirely inverted, and the concept of feng shui was non-existent. Their only recourse was to continue southward, relying solely on their eyes to seek out traces of the divine tomb. Gradually, the four-eyed assumed the role of guide within the group. Among the 8 quick-draw gunslingers, he was the only one hailing from the mountains. His grandfather belonged to the Orican people near the lesser Xing'an Mountains, known as natural hunters. From a young age, he accompanied his grandfather, wandering through the forests of the lesser Xing'an, mastering the arts of hunting, navigating, locating springs, and discerning the edibility of mushrooms. He was well-versed in the flora and fauna of the mountains, with a survival skill set honed from childhood that was indeed impressive. The four-eyed expressed a rather pessimistic view of the terrain, noting the abundance of depressions in the mountains, devoid of human presence, where decaying leaves had accumulated over time, likely concealing many large sinkholes. Thus, each member was advised to procure a sturdy wooden staff to probe the ground, ensuring clarity before proceeding. Otherwise, these sinkholes could be far more treacherous than swamps, and once ensnared, escape would be impossible. Should inclement weather strike, descending the mountain would become even more perilous. Time here did not feel slower than outside. Upon reaching a high slope, dusk had nearly descended, and the blood-red sun hung at the horizon. Chapter 209. The Quest for the Heavenly Fox's Tomb. As everyone ascended the slope and gazed into the distance, they beheld a breathtaking sight. The crimson sun poised to dip below the horizon, with vast expanses of red clouds painting the sky, as if it had been drenched in thick oil paint. The undulating mountains, cloaked in verdant forests, and the seemingly endless grasslands in the distance began to blur before their eyes, creating a stunning tableau of azure peaks and a blood-red sunset. Fat Wei, captivated by the beauty of the scene, exclaimed with delight, "Orange, the scenery here is simply exquisite. Even if we were to perish here, it would be worthwhile." Ugh. Do shut your superstitious mouth. Chen Zhi interjected, standing beside Fat Wei and savoring the majestic landscape, momentarily disturbed by Fat Wei's comment. Why are you so morbid today? Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? If you wish to stay, then by all means, do so. I have no intention of dying here. Yet Fat Wei chuckled, his expression one of serene acceptance. Orange, how can I not call you simple-minded? Have you truly not prepared yourself mentally by now? For over a decade, I have delved into grave robbing, unearthing tombs, and committing all manner of misdeeds, yet I have always managed to survive. However, luck has its limits, and if my fate is to succumb in this divine realm, perhaps it is a fitting end. With that, he stretched out his arms, closed his eyes, and inhaled the mountain air. Enough of your philosophical musings. Let us move on, Chen Zhi said, tugging at Fat Wei, but to no avail. Fat Wei turned around, clutching his stomach in faux distress. Dear Orange, let us come to an agreement. It is not that I do not wish to leave. Rather, my stomach has gone on strike. It is growling incessantly. With nightfall upon us, it is prudent not to travel in the dark, especially when we have no clear direction. Let us stay here for the night, eat something, regain our strength, and set out at dawn. Fat Wei's suggestion was met with immediate agreement from Si Yin and old Jindo. Indeed, after a day spent traversing this ancient, primordial forest, everything felt unfamiliar. Shrouded in dense thickets, with not even a hint of a burial site in sight. Exhaustion enveloped them. Although they had consumed some compressed food, it was akin to chewing cotton, merely sustaining their basic nutritional needs. Moreover, venturing through this strange wilderness at night was unwise. The peculiar flora, combined with the deep layers of fallen leaves, could easily conceal treacherous sinkholes, and poor visibility at night could lead to dire consequences. Additionally, many large carnivorous creatures roamed at night, and encountering them would place them at a severe disadvantage. We shall camp here tonight and continue our journey at dawn, Chen Zhi announced to the group. As twilight descended, the sun gradually sank below the western horizon, and shadows began to envelop the great forest, with the moon slowly revealing its form. They set up their tents beneath a grand tree on the slope. Chen Zhi instructed the parrot to search for a spring, while he and his companions gathered branches to kindle a fire for boiling water. He sent Si Yin and Fat Wei into the woods to see if they could procure some game. The branches were exceptionally flammable, and it wasn't long before the bonfire blazed brightly. Upon hearing 2 gunshots echoing through the forest, Four-Eyed and Fat Wei returned, triumphantly bearing 2 mountain hares. These mountain hares were unlike any other, boasting a considerable size akin to that of a small pig, adorned with mottled fur, strangely disproportionate features, remarkably stout hind legs, and elongated ears. Their menacing appearance was further accentuated by sharp tusks protruding from their mouths, rendering them somewhat intimidating. The others regarded these fearsome creatures with trepidation, hesitant to engage. However, Fat Wei, undeterred by their fierce visage, skillfully skinned and cleaned the hares, removing their entrails and skewering them on a stick to roast over the fire. At that moment, the parrot returned with news of a nearby mountain spring. The group eagerly retrieved their foldable water bottles from their treasure pouches and made their way to collect water. The spring was remarkably clear, and Chen Zhi first filled his bottle, swirling the pristine water within. Automatic test strips at the bottom indicated a green signal, confirming the absence of harmful elements, thus deeming it safe for consumption. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasting hare wafted through the air, as the meat turned a delectable golden brown over the flames. Chen Zhi tore apart the hare, offering a leg to Qin Yang, while dividing the remaining portions among the group. Initially hesitant, the others watched with watering mouths, reluctant to partake, but upon witnessing Fat Wei devour his share with abandon, they soon joined in, feasting heartily. After a long day trekking through the mountains, their stomachs grumbled with hunger. Although the hare lacked seasoning, the natural flavor infused by the local woods imparted an exquisite taste that Chen Zhi felt he had never experienced before, and he relished the meal alongside his companions. Once finished, they leaned against trees to rest, the moon having risen high, illuminating the swiftly moving clouds above and creating an almost surreal atmosphere. Do you think we are standing on the ground of the immortals? Will a fairy descend from the heavens to find us? Mused a slightly plump young man, affectionately nicknamed Shirtu. His demeanor was endearingly simple, characterized by a quiet disposition. He was robust, with a physique reminiscent of a bear, larger than even Fat Wei. It was said he had once boxed, possessing tremendous strength, having shattered a jaw with a single punch. Stop dreaming, you fool. Just you wait. If you fall asleep, a celestial dog will surely drop from the sky, and with your bulk, you'll be the first to be whisked away. The parrot retorted, deftly dodging his playful jab. Chen Zhi sat nearby, silently observing their jovial banter. He soon realized that despite being seasoned marksmen, they still harbored a naive exhilaration for the impending task, treating it as a whimsical outdoor adventure devoid of fear. This eased the tension within Chen Zhi. He organized the night watch schedule over the next 7 days. They would take turns keeping watch, with the parrot assigned to the first shift that evening. Exhausted, they soon succumbed to slumber, laughter echoing around the crackling campfire. After accompanying the parrot in vigil before the tent for a while, Chen Zhi returned to the campfire to rest. At that moment, Fat Wei was already snoring loudly, while Ghost Blade leaned against a tree, eyes closed, clutching his knife. Qin Yang and several young men lay sprawled across the ground. Chen Zhi fashioned a pillow from his treasure pouch and reclined, fatigue overwhelming him almost instantly, leading him into slumber. After an indeterminate period, he felt a sudden jolt, as if someone were calling for him. Little Zhi, wake up. Startled, Chen Zhi opened his eyes to find the parrot's anxious face, shaking him vigorously. Little Zhi, wake up quickly. Ghost Blade is missing. What happened? Chen Zhi sprang up. The others remained sprawled on the ground, the campfire still blazing. But Ghost Blade was nowhere to be seen beside the large tree where Fat Wei rested. Shoo, don't make a sound. Stay here. I will go look for him. Chen Zhi instructed, taking the submachine gun from the parrot's grasp and gesturing for it to remain behind as he ventured into the woods. The sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, the crescent moon hanging low, indicating the late hour. The forest was enveloped in silence. Given Ghost Blade's agility, he would undoubtedly make noise if he encountered danger. If he had vanished without a sound, it was likely that he had wandered off on his own. Where could he have gone? Chen Zhi pondered, scanning the forest with his weapon as he approached the cliff's edge. As he neared the precipice, he spotted a familiar figure crouched there. It was Ghost Blade. What are you doing? Why venture so far? Chen Zhi called softly as he approached. Shoo! Ghost Blade turned and gestured for Chen Zhi to crouch down beside him. Immediately alert, Chen Zhi hastened to his side and peered across to the opposite side. In the valley across, darkness reigned, but in the moonlight, a massive shadow moved swiftly among the trees. Suddenly, this enormous silhouette leapt from the woods and onto the cliff, letting out a deafening roar towards the moon, a woo. The bright moonlight illuminated the figure, revealing a colossal form towering at least 5 stories high, its legs upright, arms hanging by its sides, a gigantic humanoid. What on earth is that? A giant? Chen Zhi was astonished, unable to fathom the reality of what lay before him. The black figure was unimaginably immense, roughly 20 meters tall, akin to a 6-story building. With its knees bent and long arms raised, it raged against the moon above, seemingly in a fit of fury. The creature's roar echoed through the valley, resounding across the mountains, startling flocks of birds from the surrounding trees. Chen Zhi and Gui Dao crouched silently behind the rocks, fearful of disturbing the ominous black silhouette lurking in the valley. After the colossal figure roared at the moon and swung its fist, it abruptly leaped back into the woods. The force of its jump caused the surrounding trees to tremble violently before returning to stillness. Only then did Chen Zhi and Gui Dao rise, momentarily stunned into silence. Did you catch a glimpse of that creature? Chen Zhi asked. It was terrifyingly large. Could it be a giant? Gui Dao shook his head. I do not believe it was human. It was too dark to see clearly. After a pause, he added, when we return, do not mention this to anyone. Understood. Chen Zhi nodded. He recognized that in this unfamiliar and mysterious territory, sowing seeds of doubt among the troops was the gravest mistake, particularly among the young sharpshooters, who appeared fearless yet were psychologically fragile. Should they learn of such a terrifying entity within the forest, their reactions would be unpredictable and could lead to a collapse of morale. Thus, it was prudent to withhold this information until they understood the nature of the shadow, for revealing it would serve only to incite unnecessary fear and pressure. As Chen Zhi and Gui Dao departed from the cliff and traversed the woods back to their campsite, they found their companions sprawled across the ground, still asleep. Peng Wei, resting against a large tree, had ceased snoring, while Parrot anxiously hopped in front of the tent. Where have you two been? I was worried sick. If you didn't return soon, I would have woken everyone to search for you, Parrot exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he brandished his pistol. It's fine. Dao went to relieve himself in the woods. and we took a moment to return. Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly, handing the submachine gun back to Parrot, his expression betraying no signs of distress. Brother Dao, you are truly my brother. Was it necessary to go so far? You could have handled it behind the rock, and you should have at least informed me before sneaking away. I thought some creature had snatched you. Parrot continued to complain. Gui Dao bowed his head in silence, turning back to lean against the tree, closing his eyes to rest. All right, it's nothing serious. You should get some sleep. I'll keep watch for a while, Chen Zhi said to Parrot, moving toward the entrance of the tent. Wait. Before we came, Leopard reminded us to ensure your safety. Plus, you need to lead us tomorrow. It's best to keep your mind clear. Let us take the watch, Parrot insisted, returning to his spot, pulling out a cigarette to calm his nerves. Chen Zhi did not protest further, settling back down by the campfire, resting his head on the treasure pouch. The recent events weighed heavily on Chen Zhi's mind, rendering his thoughts uncontrollable. As he closed his eyes, the image of a colossal shadow loomed before him, not only vast in size, but also exhibiting peculiar, disjointed movements that instilled in him a profound sense of dread. Sleep eluded him as his mind spiraled into a frenzy of wild imaginings. If this realm were indeed a divine domain, where time and space diverged from the ordinary world, then encountering legendary creatures would not be surprising. Yet, could that shadow truly be a giant? Although it appeared humanoid, its savage movements and guttural sounds bore little resemblance to human characteristics or to any intelligent being. As Chen Zhi's mind raced, the grass beside him rustled, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was Pang Wei, wriggling his way over. What did you see just now? Pang Wei inquired softly as he settled next to Chen Zhi, their shoulders touching. Ah, so you were pretending to sleep, Chen Zhi exclaimed, kicking Pang Wei playfully. Could you please move a little further away? Don't be so close. Come on, how can I hear you if I don't stay close? Pang Wei retorted, inching closer and whispering into Chen Zhi's ear. I woke up when you got up. I saw you leave. What did you and Daozi see? Tell me. Chen Zhi increasingly realized that Pang Wei was a perceptive individual, possessing an uncanny ability to see through any facade. Could you back away from my ear? You're giving me goosebumps, Chen Zhi said, tilting his head to evade Pang Wei's breath. It's nothing. Daozi just went to relieve himself. Enough with the lies. We've lived together for so long. I know how far you can pee, Pang Wei interrupted, refusing to let the matter drop. What kind of monsters did you two really see? If you don't tell me, I'll get right up in your face. With that, he leaned closer to Chen Zhi. All right, Chen Zhi conceded, realizing he could no longer keep it a secret. He recounted the encounter with the gigantic shadow in meticulous detail, speaking in hushed tones to avoid being overheard by others nearby. Pang Wei listened intently, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. After a brief silence, he asked, Did you see it clearly? Could there be living beings here, and giants at that? We couldn't see clearly. It was too far away, across the valley. The shadow we glimpsed in the moonlight had limbs that were undoubtedly human-like. Yet its gait and cries resembled those of a beast, Chen Zhi replied softly. Pang Wei pondered this for a moment before chuckling softly. Shifting closer to Chen Zhi and whispering, Orange, I've been meaning to tell you for some time. A few years back, while I was panning for gold, I visited several royal tombs in the mountains. I have some knowledge about the affairs of this great mountain. As we traversed this forest, we encountered many small creatures, yet none of significant size. However, we did stumble upon large skeletal remains, which is quite unusual in a primeval forest. Generally, the older the forest, the fewer humans it harbors, and the absence of hunters allows the larger carnivores to reign supreme. This mountain harbors an authentic primeval forest, untouched for centuries. Logically, one would expect to encounter large fauna such as leopards, bears, and wolves in this wilderness, or at least to hear their calls. Yet here we are, shrouded in the silence of the night, devoid of even the howl of a wolf. The only plausible explanation for this eerie quietude is the presence of a formidable apex predator lurking within these woods, a creature so grand that the smaller animals, like rabbits and deer, are insufficient to satiate its hunger. Thus, our journey has revealed not a single large animal, only their skeletal remains, indicating that the forest's great beasts have fallen prey to this dominant entity. Chapter 211. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Ruins of the Ancient Village. So it is, Chen Zhi murmured, contemplating the truth of Fat Wei's words. There is indeed a logic to the ecosystem in any locale, even within the divine realm. Here, it is apparent that the food chain is missing a vital link, the apex predator. In typical primeval forests, these apex predators are generally large carnivorous beasts. For instance, in the greater Xing'an range of Heilongjiang, the bear reigns supreme, while in certain tropical jungles, lions and leopards hold that title. Yet, in this forest, the absence of such formidable carnivores suggests that, if Fat Wei's assertion holds true, these creatures have become prey themselves. This implies the existence of a superior being, grander than these beasts, lurking within the forest. What might this being be? Could it be the colossal shadow they glimpsed on the opposite slope? Let us retire for the night. All will be clearer by dawn. We came prepared to confront great monsters, Chen Zhi whispered to Fat Wei. Indeed, I shall take my leave to sleep, Fat Wei replied, turning back to his resting place. In an effort to maintain clarity of mind for the following day, Chen Zhi diligently sought to relax his nerves, reciting a sleep mantra until he succumbed to slumber, drifting into dreams for over 2 hours. As dawn broke, old Jindo roused everyone from their rest and counted the heads. After a night's recuperation, the group felt revitalized. They munched on some compressed biscuits for breakfast, filled their containers with fresh spring water, and began to prepare for their journey. The parrot, youthful and vibrant despite having gone without sleep, volunteered to lead the way alongside Cyan. Chen Zhi was engaged in a discussion with old Jindo regarding their upcoming route when he heard the parrot's voice resonating from the woods. Xiaozhi, come quickly. Upon hearing the parrot's call, Chen Zhi leapt to his feet and beckoned Fat Wei to join him as they hurried into the forest. From a distance, they spotted the parrot and Cyan standing atop a cliff, pointing toward the trees on the opposite mountain where the immense shadow had been observed the previous day. Could that shadow have reemerged? Chen Zhi's heart raced as he quickly ascended the cliff to gaze ahead. Xiaozhi, what do you think that is? The parrot exclaimed. Does it not resemble a house? As the parrot finished speaking, it gestured towards the woods across the way. Chen Zhi looked ahead and realized that, in the darkness of the previous night, he had failed to perceive a vast, misty area within the mountain forest, resembling a sunken valley adorned with what appeared to be scattered structures. Hastily, Chen Zhi retrieved a folding telescope from his backpack, an exquisite piece crafted from pure titanium alloy, remarkably lightweight and compact enough to fit in the palm of his hand, yet offering an expansive field of vision. Peering through the telescope, he indeed discerned a village in the distance, nestled behind a magnificent waterfall, with numerous lowly houses faintly visible through the forest's interstices. The valley was enveloped in verdant foliage, dense with trees, rendering the precise appearance of the houses indistinct. Goodness, could that be a village? Is it possible that people reside there? Perhaps even deities? Exclaimed Pang Wei, astonished, as he held the telescope. Chen Zhi scrutinized the scene further through the lens, noting that although the trees were thick, the village merely cast a fleeting shadow. However, the arrangement and architecture of the buildings unmistakably bore the hallmarks of ancient Han-style construction. Whether or not there are deities in that village, we shall discover upon our arrival, Chen Zhi remarked, lowering the telescope and addressing Pang Wei. At that moment, Lao Jindo and Gui Dao approached, equally astonished by the sight of the village across the mountain. We must certainly investigate, Chen Zhi asserted confidently to Lao Jindo. This entire mountain is isolated from the world, an otherworldly realm devoid of any signs of human habitation. That village cannot have materialized out of thin air. Indeed, Lao Jindo nodded in agreement. We must venture there. Perhaps the tomb of the celestial fox lies within. Chen Zhi was acutely aware that the valley where the village resided was the same location where the immense shadow had been observed the previous day. If they proceeded now, they might very well encounter that colossal being, presenting a significant risk. However, this village represented their sole lead amidst the vast mountains, and it was highly probable that they could uncover clues about the tomb of the celestial fox there. Thus, despite the imminent danger, they felt compelled to proceed. Siyuan surveyed the entire mountain range, noting that the area across the way was a confluence of interconnected peaks, with the central basin valley set at a lower elevation. The only path available was to descend this slope, traverse the hillside, and then ascend to the opposite mountain. Let us descend from here, Siyuan suggested to the group. Once we reach the mountain above, we can seek a route. If fortune favors us, we should be able to reach the valley before nightfall and locate that village. Siyuan's proposition was met with unanimous agreement, and the group swiftly returned to their campsite, prepared their gear, and resumed their original formation as they began their descent down the mountain. The adage that ascending a mountain is easier than descending holds true, for the path downward proved exceedingly treacherous. The ground was slick with dew, and the cliffs were perilously slippery, posing a risk of falls. The forest's density was beyond description. Within its depths, there was scarcely a place to gain footing, and the vegetation, of an indeterminate species, twisted around their legs like thorny vines. The ground was littered with layers of dead branches and leaves, each step sinking them further into the underbrush. Uncertain of how many years had passed beneath, the decayed branches and the carcasses of beasts trapped within emitted a foul stench. This vile odor intertwined with the fragrances of red pine and wildflowers, creating an unsettling aroma that was profoundly nauseating. Occasionally, they glimpsed the remains of large animals, their skulls peculiar, adorned with elongated tusks, evoking a sense of prehistoric civilization. The once lively and jovial young marksmen now sensed an ominous warning, falling into silence. As they reached the mountainside, they discovered the ground was in a dire state. Thick layers of fallen leaves obscuring the earth beneath, to prevent anyone from sinking into the perennial accumulation of leaves. Chen Zhi devised a plan. They would hold onto a rope, tethered to one another. If one person became trapped and immobile, the others would exert their utmost strength to pull and drag, inching forward in this manner. After laboriously traversing for over 4 hours, they finally reached the opposite mountain. Chen Zhi gazed out at the verdant expanse before him, nestled beneath towering cliffs and peaks. Above, the clouds were heavy, and the mountainside was adorned with mottled green rocks, while countless vines and broadleaf plants thrived, saturating the landscape with vibrant life. The valley ahead unfolded, surrounded by towering mountains, with the terrain descending into vast stretches of primal forest. The trees loomed densely, their canopies blocking out the sun, while an array of vividly colored, nameless flowers and fruit trees flourished. Numerous caves, deep valleys, and cascading streams created an abyssal vista, evoking a sense of dizzying mystery. This truly is an isolated realm, untouched by civilization, old Jindo exclaimed, leaning on his walking stick, panting. Xiang, can you scout ahead to find our direction? How do we reach that village? Xiang leapt onto the rocks, preparing to survey the path forward. Meanwhile, Pang Wei raised his binoculars, peering into the thicket below. No need to scout. I already know where the village lies. Do you see those colorful butterflies over there? The village must be nestled within that area. Chapter 212. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Flower King. These flamboyant butterflies, known as flower kings or dead men's eyes, are drawn to places where death has occurred. As grave diggers, we recognize that when we see clusters of these butterflies, we are nearing an ancient tomb. It appears that the area where those flower kings are congregated must be the village, undoubtedly harboring the dead, Pang Wei remarked, gesturing toward the dense forest ahead. Chen Zhi adjusted the focus of his binoculars and followed Pang Wei's direction, spotting a vast green valley at the foot of the distant hillside, where swarms of colorful butterflies flitted amongst the blooming flora, their presence both striking and persistent in that region. Chen Zhi raised his binoculars and remarked, "The butterflies you mentioned are scientifically known as the golden line butterfly. They exhibit a unique congregational behavior and are particularly fond of the calcareous exudations emitted by ancient structures that have long been eroded by darkness. Thus, near ancient tombs, one frequently encounters these butterflies. Their current gathering in this vicinity indicates the presence of corroded buildings, likely those we observed atop the mountain, which appear to be a village." After lowering the binoculars, Chen Zhi instructed Pang Wei to open his backpack and retrieve the control stone bullets. Addressing everyone, he said, "We shall proceed further. We may need to enter that village. We are uncertain of what awaits us within. If, for instance," Chen Zhi surveyed the group, "we encounter colossal beasts, towering over 10 or even 20 meters, remain composed. It is imperative to adhere to the operational plan I previously established. Regardless of the circumstances, maintain your calm. I will now distribute the control stone bullets to you. These bullets are exceedingly precious. Do not deploy them unless absolutely necessary." A total of 100 control stone bullets were wrapped individually in a dust-proof pouch, each with a caliber of 0.50 inches, suitable for the handguns carried by the group. The 8 quick-draw marksmen and the elderly acrobat were equipped with Desert Eagle handguns, featuring a 7-round capacity. This formidable firearm possesses considerable firepower, albeit with difficult control, yet delivers substantial explosive force. With the exception of Qin Yang, Chen Zhi allocated 7 control stone bullets to each individual, ensuring their firearms were fully loaded. The remaining 16 bullets were entrusted to Pang Wei for safekeeping. while he earnestly reminded the 8 young men to remain vigilant regarding the operational plan and to avoid squandering these invaluable control stones. However, the spirited youths exhibited no signs of trepidation, particularly Parrot, who, upon hearing Chen Zhi's caution against panic, grinned broadly and exclaimed, "Rest assured, Brother Zhi, we understand your intentions. Just watch, I shall certainly make you proud. Though I may appear youthful and carefree, I am quite adept in handling matters. If we truly encounter the kind of giant you speak of, it will be the one to fear. By the heavens, you truly are quite the braggart," Pang Wei interjected, playfully tugging at Parrot's neck as he addressed Chen Zhi. "Do you see? This lad is a gem. He reminds me of myself a few years back." Once Chen Zhi had finished distributing the control stone bullets, he led the group onward. After traversing for over an hour, they found the path increasingly arduous. Aside from the butterflies and wildflowers, there were no visible valleys ahead. The dense vegetation obscured the terrain entirely, making it impossible to discern valleys from streams. From above, the landscape appeared to be a sea of lush foliage, and any elevations were likely misleading, a result of uneven plant growth. This primal forest bore significant differences from the familiar virgin woodlands of the greater Xing'an range. In the depths of the secluded area, numerous places were shrouded in mist, rendering it difficult to discern the surroundings from a distance. It would be unwise to venture into the forest solely based on the sight of a few colorful butterflies. The environment was intricate, defying conventional understanding, and intuitively, it did not appear to be inhabited by living souls. After the group continued onward for about an hour, the resounding roar of a great waterfall echoed ahead. This must be the place, Chen Zhi thought to himself, recalling the village he had seen in the distance. Situated before the grand waterfall, ahead, a row of towering trees draped in verdant vines appeared, their tendrils cascading down like a curtain of green, obstructing their path. Chen Zhi unsheathed his long knife, and together with Pang Wei, he swung it to sever the encumbering vines. As the vines fell away, the silhouette of the village emerged from the misty valley ahead. This was clearly the remnant of an ancient, abandoned village, enveloped in greenery, partially concealed within the fog. Faintly, one could discern the village's central well, surrounded by crumbling walls and abundant weeds. The houses were nearly suffocated by thick vines, obscuring their walls, doors, and windows. From a distance, these structures, cloaked in mist, resembled the quaint cottages of forest sprites depicted in Western films, evoking an unreal sensation. Amidst the dense underbrush and fine tendrils, one could still glimpse winding paths paved with blue bricks leading into the village. What era could this village possibly belong to? Old Jindo remarked as he passed by Chen Zhi. There is no way any living souls remain here. At that moment, all members of the party emerged from behind the curtain of vines, gazing in solemnity at the ancient village remnants whose time of origin was lost to history. Chen Zhi led the group further inside, examining the houses. He noted that although they were ordinary dwellings, their layouts were spacious, predominantly square in shape. The roofs featured single-eave, double-pitched hard mountain tops, with substantial materials used for the brackets, which were distinctly curled and deep. The roofs were gently sloped, suggesting an architectural style from the late Yuan to early Ming dynasties. "Uncle Jean, do you recall the legend?" Chen Zhi inquired. "The one you showed us before we departed, describing the tale of the vanished village from the memoirs of officials from the late Yuan and early Ming?" Old Jindo paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. It was about an elderly couple from a village near Mount Tai who claimed their daughter-in-law was a fox spirit, and then the village mysteriously disappeared. Are you suggesting that this is the village that vanished during the calamities of the late Yuan dynasty?" Old Jindo asked, nodding again. "The timing aligns, and the location matches. But how did the entire village come to be here in the realm of the divine?" "You two are truly something else," Pang Wei interjected suddenly. "What use is it to ponder such chaotic matters? It doesn't matter how this village got here. We certainly didn't carry it in ourselves. In my view, the mere presence of this village within the divine realm signifies an undeniable connection to the tomb of the celestial fox. I propose we follow the trail of those butterflies, venturing forth to seek any clues pertaining to the tomb of the celestial fox, for that is the matter of utmost importance." Fat Wei tightened his belt, swinging his long knife a few times in eager anticipation. Ever since acquiring this resplendent stone-cutting blade, he had longed for an opportunity to wield it, his hands itching with excitement. At this point, the group had arrived at the heart of the village, where houses were tightly ensconced in verdant vines. Behind these dwellings stood a notably large structure, reminiscent of a village shrine. The terrain ahead was steep and riddled with numerous forks in the path, prompting the group to hesitate and await Chen Zhi's command. Chen Zhi, wary of any potential threats, instructed everyone to assume strategic formation and, with their submachine guns raised, they cautiously advanced deeper into the village. As they progressed further inward, the landscape descended into a low-lying area. Although the village appeared modest in size, it harbored around 100 to 200 scattered households. The ancient walls had deteriorated to the point of being unrecognizable, littered with crumbling tiles and dilapidated ruins. Many of the houses had lost their roofs, presenting a bizarre sight as if something had forcibly uprooted the very structures. Beside a moss-covered village well, there lay a dilapidated wooden bucket, resembling a lump of clay, tethered with a frayed hemp rope. It appeared that the bucket's owner had been in the midst of drawing water when, for unknown reasons, they abandoned their task and left. Amidst the overgrown weeds ahead, the group stumbled upon remnants of human skeletal remains. The bones had turned black and gray like stone, fragmented and incomplete, with evident bite marks at the fracture points. From the arrangement of the remains, it seemed that these individuals had attempted to congregate and flee towards the mountains, only to be ensnared before they could escape. As they ventured further into the depths, the houses became closely knit, each enveloped by a thick shroud of green vegetation. Cutting through the plant cover revealed only gray dust. The doors were utterly impassable, and windows were nowhere to be seen. Standing before the large building, which dwarfed the other structures, Chen Zhi noted its resemblance to a public facility like a shrine or temple. It was a single-story edifice with high ceilings, and a section of the wall had collapsed, revealing a sizable opening large enough for a person to pass through. Chen Zhi and his companions crouched to peer inside, discovering a vast interior space where years of accumulated dirt had been blown in, forming a layer over 2 meters thick on the floor and surrounding areas, obscuring any discernible layout. However, as Chen Zhi glanced upward at the ceiling, he reaffirmed his earlier hypothesis. The roof showed signs of having been forcefully torn away, with fractured beams that bore the unmistakable marks of a tremendous grip, resembling the impression of a giant hand that had crushed it from above. Was it that colossal creature? The first thought that crossed Chen Zhi's mind was that of the immense dark shadow. Everything here evokes the sensation that a sudden calamity once befell this ancient village, leaving homes in ruins and its inhabitants perished. Yet, this unforeseen event does not resemble a natural disaster. It bears the hallmarks of a massacre. Uncle Jean, do you recall the information that mentioned the female fox named Qingyi? She stated that after Bai Qian devoured them, she would seek out nearby villages, slaughtering the villagers to the last, correct? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed, nodded Lao Jindo. The original words of the female fox Qingyi in the documents were that the Bai Xia Yuan Jun had but one legitimate son, while her sisters were all illegitimate. Due to their lowly status, they were compelled to obey the commands of their elder sister, who, burdened by years of mourning for their mother, often expressed her rage by capturing and consuming her siblings. Qingyi knew she could hardly escape her sister's clutches, but she warned that when her sisters had been entirely devoured, their elder would inevitably hunt the villagers of this place. Thus, she advised Ren Quan's family to flee at the earliest opportunity. Refer to Chapter 192. If this is indeed that village, then everything aligns. Could it be that these villagers were consumed by Bai Qian long ago? It is astonishing that a village lost at the end of the Yuan dynasty has now resurfaced within this divine realm. Indeed, the passage of millennia feels ephemeral. Like a fleeting dream, Lao Jindo lamented. At that moment, Pang Wei could no longer tolerate the musings of Chen Zhi and Lao Jindo. Are you two under the impression that you are part of an expedition team? Enough reminiscing. The quality of our group relies on your shoulders. Have you forgotten? We are here to excavate the divine tomb, not to indulge in nostalgia. Let us move swiftly, Pang Wei declared, stepping through a gap in the wall. Once Chen Zhi emerged from the wall, he immediately noticed that the parrot in their group was missing. Where's the parrot? He asked Sign beside him. The parrot saw you both talking inside and couldn't wait, so he ran off towards the waterfall. He mentioned having spotted many large butterflies there, Sign replied, gesturing towards the back of the village. Alas, that parrot is far too impatient. Why didn't he inform me? Chen Zhi thought to himself, hastily regrouping the team and leading them towards the back of the village. After a short distance, a thick mist enveloped them, and the sound of rushing water roared ahead, revealing a magnificent waterfall before their eyes. This waterfall was an awe-inspiring sight, spanning over 200 meters in width, cascading in undulating torrents, its powerful flow resonating for miles. The river flowed in varying currents, winding through towering ancient trees, adorned with vibrant flowers and foliage, while birds flitted about. The tumultuous waters stirred the soul, evoking a sense of wonder. Beneath the cascading waterfall lay a deep pool over 200 meters wide, where the water surged and splashed, creating a thunderous roar, as vast swathes of butterflies congregated like exquisite floral clusters beside the waterfall. In the midst of that fluttering spectacle, the shadow of the parrot could be discerned, seemingly engrossed in something. Just as Chen Zhi was about to call out to him, a crackling sound emanated from the wireless headset, and the parrot's voice echoed within. "Brother Xiaozhi, come quickly. It seems there is someone inside." In Chapter 214, The Tomb of the Celestial Fox, Chen Zhi heard the voice of the parrot through his earpiece and promptly replied, "Do not move. We are on our way." He gestured for everyone to gather, and the team swiftly rushed toward the waterfall. The sound of cascading water was thunderous near the waterfall, and as they approached, a myriad of splashing droplets assaulted Chen Zhi and his companions, enveloping them in a misty haze, rendering visibility poor. Upon reaching the deep pool beneath the waterfall, they discovered that the parrot was no longer present. Looking ahead, they noticed a small grove to the left rear of the waterfall, densely populated with trees. Though not tall, the trees were thickly branched and intertwined, blocking the outside light. The parrot stood before one tree, gazing up at the trunk, where a multitude of colorful butterflies swarmed. Amidst the fluttering wings, a few rudimentary wooden shelters emerged, faintly visible. Chen Zhi recognized these wooden structures as makeshift lodgings built by hunters in the northeastern mountains, where they would rest when unable to return home after a night of hunting, commonly referred to as wopeng by the locals. The parrot pointed to the wooden shelters and exclaimed, "Brother Xiaozhi, I saw all the butterflies flocking into this grove while I was by the waterfall. I thought it might be a tomb. When I followed them, I discovered several wooden shelters nestled among the large branches. I climbed a bit and looked inside, and it seemed there were corpses, dark and decayed. I couldn't see clearly." "Understood. From now on, do not wander off alone. It is far too dangerous." Chen Zhi sternly admonished the parrot before turning his gaze to the branches. The craftsmanship of those wooden shelters was quite crude, elevated over 5 meters above the ground, covered in green moss, seemingly constructed from a mix of mud and straw, with a substantial amount of wood used. They were situated in the densest part of the trees, blending into the surroundings, making them difficult to spot from a distance. A foul stench of decay wafted down from above, repugnant in nature. "See, I told you these flower spirits love to flock to piles of dead bodies, yet you did not believe me," Fat Wei boasted with pride. "You all wait here. I shall investigate." After saying this, Fat Wei sheathed his long knife and, after moistening his hands, leapt up, grasping the tree trunk. He sprang over 2 meters high and climbed the tree with the agility of a hefty monkey, disappearing into one of the wooden shelters. However, after some time, Fat Wei did not make a sound. What do you see? Speak up." Chen Zhi called out from below. The response from Fat Wei came hesitantly, "There are indeed corpses here," but then he fell silent. "What the hell did you see? Why have you gone mute? If there are corpses, then there are corpses. Have you not seen dead bodies before? Speak plainly about what you have seen." Chen Zhi called out impatiently from below, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Fat Wei remained silent for an extended period, only to finally reply, "You should come up and see for yourself." At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that the situation was dire. In truth, Fat Wei had always possessed remarkable resilience. After years of digging and sifting through sand, he had encountered an abundance of supernatural and peculiar occurrences, rendering it nearly impossible for anything to frighten him. Given his current demeanor, it was evident that something was amiss above. Chen Zhi sheathed his long knife behind him, leaving Lao Jindo in charge below, and approached the large tree, embracing its trunk as he ascended the branch. The rickety wooden shed was on the verge of collapsing, shrouded in darkness. He switched on the spotlight by his ear and gazed ahead. The shed was modest in size, with several animal skins strewn across the ground, and in the corner lay 3 corpses. Due to extensive decay, the bodies had turned black. Their muscles had nearly disintegrated, skin shriveled, and maggots along with ants crawled in and out of their sunken eye sockets and nostrils, creating an unsettling sight. Fat Wei sat in the corner. Terror etched across his face as he stared at the corpses, his lips trembling and his complexion turning ashen. "I cannot believe you. You've wasted years sifting through sand, yet still boast about being an authentic tomb raider. Are you truly frightened by these decayed corpses? Chen Zhi muttered under his breath. No, Fat Wei replied, raising his bloodshot eyes to glance at Chen Zhi. In a hushed tone, he said, Orange, take a closer look at these corpses and their clothing. Do you not find them familiar? Familiar corpses? Could they be people he recognized? Chen Zhi pondered, scrutinizing the three bodies. Clearly, they were male corpses. Having rotted for at least a decade, their garments were in tatters. Yet, the style of their attire was undeniably reminiscent, made from a peculiar material, complete with LCD displays on the sleeves and an old, tattered backpack nearby. Everything was entirely consistent with the gear belonging to their group. What could this mean? How could they possess identical equipment? Cold sweat immediately broke out on Chen Zhi's forehead as a terrifying thought crept in. He involuntarily glanced at the small hand of one corpse, only to discover a silver control stone ring adorning the bony finger of the blackened male corpse. Ah! Chen Zhi exclaimed, unable to contain himself, nearly losing his balance atop the tree branch. Don't shout! Fat Wei exclaimed, grabbing Chen Zhi and covering his mouth. Just then, Lao Jindo's voice echoed from below. What have you seen? Chen Zhi, why are you shouting? Should we come up? Fat Wei quickly addressed those below. It's nothing. Just a few frightening corpses that startled Orange. You need not come up. This wooden shed is too dilapidated and may collapse. Oh, Lao Jindo replied from below, not pressing further. After Fat Wei finished speaking, he turned back to Chen Zhi and whispered, Listen, you must remain composed. It is imperative that the people below do not witness this scene. Old Jean is manageable, but those young gunmen would go mad at the sight of these corpses. Chen Zhi, shivering as he gazed upon the darkened corpse infested with maggots, stammered, What is going on? Is that not my body? Stay calm. We cannot be certain that is indeed our corpse. It may simply be a coincidence, Fat Wei reassured him. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past them, and Ghost Blade gracefully landed on a tree branch. Chapter 215. The Inexpressible Secrets of the Celestial Fox's Tomb. Upon seeing Ghost Blade jump up, Chen Zhi's chaotic thoughts began to settle somewhat. Blade, please take a look at those three corpses. Do they not resemble us? Fat Wei urged, pointing towards the bodies. What do you mean? Ghost Blade initially appeared puzzled by Fat Wei's words, but he quickly focused his gaze on the three corpses. The three male bodies were in a state of severe decay, half covered in worms and ants. The central corpse was notably larger, and it was evident from its build and height that it belonged to Fat Wei. This corpse was clad in a pair of outdoor hiking shoes identical to those Fat Wei wore. The leftmost corpse was leaner, wearing climbing shoes identical to Chen Zhi's, adorned with a silver ring on its finger, unmistakably marking it as Chen Zhi. The rightmost body was more proportionate, exhibiting the least decay, with relatively intact clothing, clearly indicating it was the last to perish, and it bore a striking resemblance to Ghost Blade. Furrowing his brow, Ghost Blade drew his long knife and prodded the chest of the male corpse on the right. As the fabric tore away, the decayed, blackened chest was revealed, displaying a blood-red dragon tattoo prominently on the left side of the heart. The vivid hue resembled that of cinnabar, causing Ghost Blade's complexion to turn pale. We shouldn't dwell on this too much. It may merely be a coincidence. Fat Wei stuttered. There are many identical things in this world. Perhaps these individuals purchased this gear from the Indians, also acquiring identical pouches. After all, the Indians do not solely conduct business with us. Their appearances may merely resemble ours. It does not imply these corpses are us. Besides, are we not alive and present here? That's not right. Ghost Blade gently shook his head. The tattoo on that corpse is called the Heart-Guarding Dragon, a mark passed down through our family for generations. Upon birth, our blood imbues a spell that manifests as this blue dragon tattoo to protect our hearts. It emerges in times of danger and then vanishes. Only upon our death does the dragon transform into red, becoming visible on the skin. In our family, each guardian dragon is unique, including my father, who differs from me. Thus, this corpse can only belong to me. The words of the Ghost Blade shattered Chen Zhi's last glimmer of hope, plunging everyone into profound contemplation. Am I dead? Have I truly perished? Chen Zhi's mind raced with confusion. Could it be that we are all already dead without our knowledge, and that we, present here, are merely souls? Let us investigate those wooden sheds. We might uncover the truth, Fat Wei suggested, unwilling to accept the grim reality. If they truly are our corpses, there should be more than just the three of us. Chen Zhi, reminded, nodded in agreement. The trees stood closely together, allowing them to leap onto the branches of a nearby tree and peer into the other wooden sheds. Indeed, they were filled with bodies. And combined with the 3 they had already seen, there were a total of 13. The physiques and attire of these corpses matched perfectly with those of their group. Chen Zhi even recognized the parrot, whose once-dyed hair now concealed a skull-like visage. Among the deceased was a female corpse, petite with scars adorning her eyes and a mouth that appeared agonizingly wide. Clearly, it was Qin Yiyang. At this moment, their hope was entirely extinguished. It was now unequivocally confirmed that all the corpses within those wooden sheds belonged to their team. What shall we do? What is our current situation? If we are indeed dead, what are we now? Must we continue onward? Fat Wei leaned against a branch, eyes wide and pallid, directing his questions at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the corpse before him. He had never anticipated viewing his decaying body from such proximity. He understood that this was not an illusion. The atmosphere here was devoid of any semblance of hallucination. It felt too tangible. Moreover, the ghost blade bore a broken illusion symbol on his forehead, ensuring that no deception could ensnare him. Even if we are to die, what about the ghost blade? What could possibly lead a person like him to death? Chen Zhi's eyes drifted to the body of the ghost blade, and he noted how remarkably pristine it appeared, with an unsettling tranquility about it. We are undoubtedly alive, the ghost blade whispered. I sense that the passage of time in this divine realm is peculiar. I have observed not once, but several times that time here exhibits cyclical phenomena. Many places seem to freeze in time. These corpses before us may well represent our future selves. Our future selves? Does this imply that we are destined to perish here? A jolt of realization struck Chen Zhi, conjuring thoughts of the renowned theory of spatial cycles. This theory, proposed by a controversial American scientist, finds its roots in ancient religious beliefs. Within the perspectives of ancient Hinduism and Buddhism, life is viewed as cyclical, with the world not progressing in a linear fashion but rather repeating itself. Events that transpire during one cycle recur in the next, culminating in the same outcome. However, when confronted with nodes connecting 2 points in time, the visage of the same individual, decades hence, may manifest before one's very eyes, akin to the peculiar situation they currently face. Chen Zhi had previously encountered a film that portrayed such a temporal loop. Upon realizing he was ensnared in an infinite cycle, the protagonist succumbed to a tumultuous state of hope intermingled with despair, as the relentless loop inflicted immense psychological strain, driving him to madness. In a desperate bid to alter his fate of death, he endeavored through various means, only to meet his demise in countless ways. Until at last he discerned the root cause of his fatality, successfully extricating himself from the cycle and altering his destiny. If the decaying corpse before him truly belonged to him, what could have precipitated his demise? Could this fate be altered? Chen Zhi pondered, momentarily lost in thought. At that juncture, the voice of the parrot resonated from below. Xiao Zhi, what are you all doing? Is something amiss? May I ascend to take a look? Chen Zhi, momentarily bewildered, merely clicked his tongue in response, unable to articulate his thoughts. Fat Wei promptly leaned against the tree, calling out, "Do not come up. We shall descend shortly." He then turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "Chengzi, let us make our way down. Otherwise, they may grow suspicious." Chen Zhi nodded gently, striving to compose himself. At that moment, Gui Dao pressed a hand on Chen Zhi's shoulder and, in a hushed tone, cautioned, "As we descend, keep everything locked within your heart. Nothing we have witnessed here must reach the ears of those below." "Indeed, Chengzi," Fat Wei concurred. "You are the leader now. Everyone is watching your actions. You must not display any signs of panic. We are all alive. Let us disregard those corpses. After we 3 descend, let us maintain our composure and devise a plan as we walk." "All right." Chen Zhi gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Below, Lao Jindo grew impatient, urging the parrot to ascend and investigate. Chen Zhi turned back for one last, careful glance at the corpses, then the 3 of them leapt down from the tree. "What are you all doing? Why the delay?" Lao Jindo inquired anxiously upon seeing them descend. "Oh, nothing." Chen Zhi was so frightened by the corpses that he nearly wet his pants. He was just up there changing. Fat Wei chuckled, eliciting laughter from the team. However, Lao Jindo maintained a furrowed brow, deep in thought. Chapter 216. Camp at the Tomb of the Celestial Fox. After Chen Zhi and the others descended without revealing a hint of their true feelings, he swiftly led them away from the grove, toward the mountain peak on the opposite side of the waterfall. Along the way, the young men, including the parrot, inquired about the nature of the corpses in the wooden shelter atop the tree, to which Fat Wei vaguely responded, mentioning that they had glimpsed some ancestral remains from the village, their desiccated forms startling enough to cause a delay. The young man, entirely trusting, laughed heartily at the notion that Fat Wei had been frightened by the dead. Only Lao Jindo remained silent, his expression troubled, refraining from questioning Chen Zhi. On the journey, Chen Zhi discreetly inquired of Qin Yang whether she sensed anything amiss in their surroundings. Qin Yang confided that ever since they entered this divine realm, her abilities had diminished, akin to grains of sand sinking into the vast ocean, rendering her completely unable to perceive anything. As they ascended the hillside, darkness enveloped the land. They found themselves at the forest's entrance, midway up a cliff, with towering trees at their backs and a veil of mist ahead. Concerned for the looming shadow, Chen Zhi resolved to camp near the waterfall, reasoning that the elevated terrain would offer safety and the moisture could obscure their scent. Traveling by night posed great peril. They would wait until dawn, hoping not to rouse the immense creature. In the deep pool beneath the waterfall thrived a diverse array of fish, robust and plump, adorned with iridescent scales that danced in the water. From above, the sight was a breathtaking tapestry, enhancing the poetic and vibrant ambience of the waterfall surroundings. The young marksman, enchanted by the scenic beauty, momentarily forgot the lurking danger, engaging in light-hearted banter as if on a leisurely outing. They pitched their tents beneath a grand tree at the mountain's base, stacking their firearms and weapons in the center, gathering dry twigs to kindle a fire for boiling water. Si Yin and Pang Wei ventured into the woods to hunt for game, while Parrot led a few companions into the pool to catch fish, the atmosphere bustling with cheerful activity. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi sat by the fire, devoid of emotion, disinterested in conversation. At that moment, Gui Dao approached, placing his long knife upright and sitting cross-legged beside Chen Zhi. He picked up a few twigs from the ground and tossed them into the flames, which crackled in response. "Are you afraid?" Gui Dao asked softly. Chen Zhi remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Fear was a natural response. No one could remain unafraid in such circumstances. He envisioned the forest beneath the waterfall, where his own lifeless body lay in quiet repose. Gui Dao, with an indifferent gaze fixed on the fire, said, "From the moment you chose to join us, you must understand that fear cannot be part of your existence. It has always been your weakness. You must learn to master it. Are you not afraid?" Chen Zhi turned to look at Gui Dao. Calmly, Gui Dao shook his head. "No, I am not." He then caressed the long knife resting across his lap. "I know myself well. I will not die easily, nor will I allow you to perish without a fight." For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt a sense of calm wash over him, dissipating the earlier panic. Gui Dao was right. He had never been truly brave, often succumbing to cowardice. The fear within him was a flaw he must overcome. A commotion arose as Si Yin and Pang Wei returned with their catch for the evening, a young deer, ensnared effortlessly by the traps they had set, sparing them the use of ammunition. The deer, resplendent in a uniform chestnut hue, boasted a sleek coat with sporadic light yellow spots, was small in stature, with sturdy hind legs, an exceptionally short tail, and large ears, lacking antlers, indicating it was likely a female. Four Eyes deftly extracted a sharp blade to skin the deer. While addressing the group, "Today, you are indeed fortunate. You must not have encountered such a creature before. This is a roe deer, once only found deep within the northeastern forests, now nearly extinct. I myself only beheld one in my youth. The meat of this deer is remarkably fragrant. Over the years, it has been hunted to near oblivion, and I never expected to encounter such a delicacy here." With agility, Four Eyes skinned and cleaned the deer, removing its innards before slicing it open and placing it over the fire to roast. At that moment, a few of the parrots approached, bearing several large, plump fish. After a brief preparation, they too were set over the flames. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasting deer meat filled the air. Indeed, Four Eyes spoke true. This roasted roe deer was a culinary delight. The scent wafting through the air was enough to make anyone salivate. The fish from the pond looked equally succulent, their appearance enticing. A group gathered around the bonfire, turning the deer meat and grilled fish over the flames, slicing the roasted meat into generous chunks to enjoy. Although devoid of seasoning, this wild feast was more delectable than any meal one could imagine. During the meal, a parrot turned to report to Chen Zhi, "Brother Zhi, I have something to share, though it's not particularly significant. Earlier, while we were fishing, I noticed what appeared to be a cave behind the waterfall. I approached to take a look, but the water flow was too fierce to get close. However, I saw what seemed to be inscriptions etched into the exposed rock of the cave. As the parrot spoke, he sliced into the deer meat, stuffing large pieces into his mouth. What? Chen Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. Where is it? Right behind the waterfall. The cave is quite conspicuous, the parrot replied, chewing on the deer meat, his eyes innocently blinking at Chen Zhi. In that moment, Chen Zhi's mind began to whirl with thoughts, immediately recalling the peculiar corpses found in the forest below. If that corpse truly belonged to him, what compelled him, with his disposition, to construct a wooden shelter in such a perilous forest? And so close to the waterfall, which clearly was not an ideal refuge. Could it be that there were unfinished matters haunting him before his demise? Moreover, the corpse of Gui Dao was extraordinarily pristine. Hurry and eat. Let us go down to investigate, Chen Zhi instructed the parrot after a moment of silence. All right. The parrot, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, replied while eagerly munching on the deer meat. Once the meal concluded, the moon had fully risen, and a few young men reclined comfortably by the bonfire, engaged in casual conversation. Chen Zhi decided to leave Lao Jindo to guard the camp while he, along with the parrot, Gui Dao, and Fat Wei, descended to the deep pool behind the waterfall to examine the cave the parrot had mentioned. The waterfall's current was indeed powerful, and the frigid water was bone-chilling. The force of the water crashing down could easily disorient a person. It took considerable effort for Chen Zhi and his companions to finally slip into the cave hidden behind the waterfall. They switched on their flashlights, illuminating the damp cavern, which soared about 5 or 6 meters high, shrouded in darkness, with unknown depths beyond. The walls of the cave were intricately etched with a plethora of Sanskrit incantations, interspersed with peculiar symbols resembling ancient deities and mythical beasts, their forms rendered indistinct by the passage of time. Chapter 217. The Celestial Fox's Divine Tomb. The Immortal's Cave beyond the water. Such water-formed caves are rare. Typically, waterfall caves belong to the category of karst formations. The most renowned of these in China is the Water Curtain Cave behind the famed Huanghuasha Waterfall, said to be the very site of Sun Wukong's Flower Fruit Mountain. The Water Curtain Cave boasts 6 openings, 5 chambers, 3 springs, and 6 passageways, its interior a labyrinthine marvel. In stark contrast, the cave before us presented but a solitary entrance, modest in size yet astonishingly expansive within, its ceiling lost to sight, the depths echoing with the sound of dripping water. Shrouded in impenetrable darkness, the bottom an enigma. This cave possesses an intriguing quality, remarked Fat Wei, as he traced the stone wall of the water cave, exclaiming, "This is an immortal's cave. What does immortal's cave mean?" inquired the parrot, piqued by Fat Wei's words. Continuing to caress the rocky surface, Fat Wei elaborated, as seasoned treasure seekers, we possess a profound understanding of tomb passages. Upon entering an ancient tomb, we first assess the era of the construction, the materials employed, their durability, and whether explosives are necessary. However, old-timers recount encounters with a peculiar type of tomb built in auspicious locations of high mountains and deep waters. The traces of these tomb passages are remarkably distinctive. They resemble neither natural formations nor man-made structures, but rather appear to have been excavated by some creature's claws, which must have been exceedingly sharp, capable of penetrating hard rock and compacted earth. Yet, the identity of this creature eludes us. One can surmise, however, that it was no insignificant being, and thus, these tombs are referred to as immortals' caves. Such caves are exceedingly rare, yet it is said that they house treasures of unparalleled rarity. Years ago, while in Lulikang, I witnessed a complete set of golden-threaded chainmail, said to have been unearthed from an immortal's cave. I had the fortune to behold that exquisite armor up close. It was indeed a marvel. With threads finer than human hair, weighing scarcely 2 taels, yet impervious to blades and flames. The craftsmanship of such metallic filigree has since been lost to time, and that suit was later sold for an astronomical sum to a private collector. Our current cave undoubtedly qualifies as an immortal's cave, and its presence here must be for a reason. After speaking, Fat Wei removed the searchlight from his ear and ventured deeper into the cave, illuminating the shadows as he declared, I suspect there will be no other entrances nearby. This divine realm appears serene and picturesque, yet it conceals profound mysteries. Listen, the sound of the water within is alive, indicating a vast space beyond. Perhaps, within this cave lies the expansive divine tomb of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Can you be certain? Chen Zhi inquired, a glimmer of excitement in Fat Wei's eyes, for this was the most promising news he had encountered since entering the divine realm. Pretty much, Fat Wei hesitated briefly before affirming, I can be certain. Having discovered this entrance and recognizing the valley was unsuitable for prolonged habitation, Chen Zhi resolved to proceed without delay, choosing to act under the cover of night rather than await the dawn. He called out to Lao Jindo through the wireless headset, instructing everyone above to gather their equipment and swiftly enter the fairy cave. In no time, all individuals, armed and equipped, descended to the depths of the water pool. The process of entering the water cave proved to be exceedingly arduous, as the waters before the waterfall were quite deep. Hence, everyone had to stow their submachine guns in waterproof bags and swim in, a perilous task compounded by Qin Yang's blindness. Ultimately, they formed pairs, one leading and the other following, first transporting the firearms and gear inside, after which the parrot carried Qin Yang into the water. Once everyone assembled within the cave, they wrung out the water from their bodies, switched on their searchlights, and under the leadership of Peng Wei, ventured deeper into the cavern. Chen Zhi had initially imagined that this so-called fairy cave would be a long and winding passage, yet to his astonishment, after a short distance, they reached the end. It turned out that the terminus of the fairy cave was a small internal waterfall, cascading downwards with a gentle flow, creating a melodious sound as it struck the ground. The sight of the internal waterfall left everyone somewhat disenchanted. After exerting such effort to swim into the cave, they found themselves at a dead end. This was particularly disappointing for the parrot, who had struggled to carry Qin Yang through the water and had swallowed several mouthfuls along the way, still reeling from the experience. I say, Peng Wei, this is unacceptable. Is this truly the end of the cave? Did you not claim there was an ancient tomb within? The parrot lamented, supporting Qin Yang. Peng Wei, however, remained silent, crouching on the ground, fixated on a muddy area where the waterfall had flowed. After a prolonged gaze at the muddy patch, he turned to the group and declared, there is something buried beneath. What? Is that for real? Peng Wei, please do not toy with us. What makes you think there is something down there? The parrot inquired. Indeed, there is something. Though I have no concrete evidence, my instincts cannot be wrong. There must be a significant space buried below, most likely a tomb, Peng Wei asserted confidently. Instinct. I wonder how reliable your instincts are this time. The parrot's expression was more sorrowful than ever. Enough with the futile chatter, Chen Zhi interjected, casting a glance at Peng Wei and commanding the group. We will dig from here, following Peng Wei's lead. When they descended, they had brought a large waterproof bag filled with tents, rudimentary tools, and other essentials. Chen Zhi retrieved 3 folding, entrenching shovels from the bag, keeping one for himself, tossing another to Peng Wei, and the last to the parrot. We'll take turns excavating. Let us be swift and follow Peng Wei's guidance. All right. Peng Wei spat on his hands, exclaiming, now, let me show you what it truly means to be a tomb raider. The 3 shovels flew up and down, each thrust dislodging sizable clumps of silt. With Peng Wei's movements being the most rapid, the team followed Peng Wei's designated spots, taking turns digging. The soil was remarkably easy to excavate. And after burrowing over 10 meters deep, they finally uncovered a layer of dry earth below. At this moment, Fat Wei gestured for everyone to halt, scooping up a handful of dry earth and tasting it with the tip of his tongue. Indeed, he declared, this soil is remarkably fine, with a hint of sweetness. This is known as the sealing soil. Beneath it, at a depth of 4 or 5 meters, there surely lies a grand tomb chamber. The tomb of the celestial fox is just below. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers, particularly the parrot, who, having shed its earlier skepticism towards Fat Wei, now held an unwavering belief in his prowess as the last master of tomb raiding, showering him with admiration. Chen Zhi also felt a surge of joy, as quickly locating the tomb chamber meant a swift escape from this place was within reach. However, he was taken aback by how effortlessly they seemed to have discovered the tomb of the celestial fox. While elated, a nagging feeling lingered in his heart, questioning whether this was all unfolding too swiftly. Fat Wei cautioned everyone to proceed with care from this point onward, for large tomb chambers are typically equipped with theft prevention mechanisms. For instance, ancient tombs predating the Tang dynasty were often protected by simple traps like falling stones and hidden spikes, while during the Northern Song dynasty, anti-theft technology became relatively sophisticated, incorporating perilous mechanisms akin to a rain of arrows. The Warring States period, however, was a unique era. The tombs constructed then were not only grand in scale, but also filled with intricate and bizarre traps that were exceedingly formidable. If indeed this underground chamber belonged to the tomb of the celestial fox, the dangers would be magnified. As they excavated an additional 3 to 4 meters, the soil transformed to a charred yellow hue, resembling a layer of gold. Fat Wei immediately called for a stop, taking it upon himself to wield a spade like a skilled artisan, delicately unearthing the golden-hued earth. Moments later, beneath the golden layer, they uncovered a ceiling that resembled glass, exquisitely translucent and radiant, as if adorned with diamonds. "It truly is a marvel," Fat Wei exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I had anticipated that if the burial site of the nine-tailed celestial fox was established during the Warring States period, it would undoubtedly feature such a wonder. This is a legendary artifact known as the celestial treasure of Dragonfire Glaze." The parrot gazed in awe at the protruding, glass-like ceiling. "Brother Fat Wei, what precisely is the celestial treasure of Dragonfire Glaze?" Fat Wei, with an air of seasoned expertise, replied, "The celestial treasure of Dragonfire Glaze, also referred to as Fire Glaze, is a distinctive theft prevention mechanism from the Warring States period. Many mistakenly believe it was invented during the Northern Song dynasty, but that is mere folly. This treasure only appeared during the Warring States era and has since been lost to time, although it has been imitated numerous times by later generations without success. Do not underestimate the Warring States period. It was an age that birthed remarkable artisans. Many legendary craftsmen hailed from this time, their skills surpassing the limitations of their era, leaving modern technology in their wake. Although their techniques have been lost, we often glimpse the shadows of these master craftsmen when we delve into tombs. One particularly renowned architect from that time was Zicheng, whose designs were said to be the work of divine craftsmanship, impenetrable and unfathomable. During the Warring States period, the majority of the tombs belonging to nobles and lords were designed and constructed by a single individual. It is said that this craftsman, named Zicheng, in an effort to prevent his techniques from being disseminated, never employed artisans nor took on apprentices. He fathered 88 sons, and together they constructed all the tombs. Among his creations is the exquisite Tianbao Longhua Liuli roof, a marvel of complexity. The structure of this glazed roof is intricate. The interior chamber remains hollow, with an initial layer of extremely thin glazed tiles laid upon the ceiling. These tiles are filled with packets of the exotic fire dragon oil from the western regions. Another layer of glazed tiles is placed above, followed by a mound of earth. Should any external force penetrate this structure, the roof would shatter upon impact. The fire dragon oil ignites upon contact with air, incinerating the remains and accompanying artifacts within the tomb, and tragically, causing the demise of tomb raiders who venture inside. Throughout history, the Tianbao fire dragon Liuli roof has claimed the lives of many skilled grave robbers, instilling fear in those who dare to disturb the resting places. Thus, the saying emerged that upon seeing the fiery glaze, one should abandon their plundering to preserve their life. Subsequently, Zicheng and his 88 sons mysteriously disappeared, with legends suggesting they were summoned to the heavens due to their exceptional skills. Consequently, the mechanisms they devised were lost to time after the Warring States period, making them exceedingly rare today. It appears that while this place may house divine tombs, the laborers who constructed them were indeed human. "Well done, Pang Wei. You possess remarkable skills," Chen Zhi remarked with a gentle smile, acknowledging Pang Wei's past boasts that had proven useful in this critical moment. "The real question is, how do we gain access to this Tianbao Longhua Liuli roof?" Pang Wei grinned. "After generations of diligent research within our profession, we have discovered a method to breach the Tianbao Longhua Liuli roof. I can tell you that its greatest weakness lies in the size of the structure. I will excavate from the side to bypass the glazed roof, ensuring that the tiles above remain intact. However, we must proceed with caution to avoid detonating the tiles." "All right, let us commence," Chen Zhi instructed, not allowing anyone else to take action initially. Armed with shovels, he and Pang Wei marked out a designated area and began to dig. After establishing a general location, they would rotate with the next group. The team worked fervently, forgetting their fatigue as they quickly excavated a large pit, measuring 6 to 7 meters deep at the side of the glazed tiles. However, within the pit, they encountered a layer of hard earth, as solid as rock. The engineer's shovel struck the surface, leaving only a faint white mark, proving ineffective for further excavation. At that moment, the parrot cursed, "What the hell is this? Is there concrete here? We didn't bring any explosives. How are we supposed to dig further? Bah! Where would there be concrete in the Warring States era? Pang Wei chuckled in response to the parrot. What you're encountering is called tamped earth, the most common barrier in ancient tombs. This is actually a mixture of soil, crafted from a secret royal recipe of the time, containing glutinous rice juice and even the urine of young boys, far sturdier than modern concrete. After Fat Wei finished speaking, he rummaged through his treasure pouch and retrieved a small vial. He unscrewed the cap and began to slowly drizzle the liquid inside onto the rammed earth layer, stating, "This is aged vinegar, specifically effective against this type of rammed earth. Once the vinegar has evaporated, this section of the tomb wall will be significantly eroded." Although vinegar is known for its potent corrosive properties, it works wonders on this specially formulated rammed earth. This principle is known as one substance overcoming another. When the time comes, excavating will be as effortless as digging through tofu. Everyone awaited the evaporation of the vinegar, and indeed, the soil became as soft as blocks of tofu. With a few strokes of a spade, a substantial hole appeared in the tomb wall. Chen Zhi shone a spotlight inside and discovered that the space beyond was surprisingly sizable, though the depths remained shrouded in darkness. The parrot, upon seeing the opening, was filled with excitement and rolled up his sleeves, eager to descend into the abyss. Fat Wei swiftly pulled him back, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Stand back while I assess the air quality first." The madman had previously cautioned them that within the treasure pouch were various regional poison test strips, which should be used to ensure safety when entering unfamiliar environments. At that moment, Fat Wei withdrew a test strip and retrieved a bundle of transparent string from his inner pocket. The string was remarkably thin, resembling a light strip. After bending it several times, it illuminated brilliantly. Fat Wei affixed the test strip to the end of the glowing string and gently lowered it into the tomb chamber below. As the darkness receded, the chamber floor became visible, only 2 meters beneath the surface. After approximately 2 minutes, Fat Wei carefully pulled the string back up, revealing that the label on the test strip had turned a vivid red, indicating the presence of harmful elements in the air. It was only logical, given that the tomb had been sealed underground for over 1,000 years, leading to stagnant air. Even in the absence of corpse toxins, the air, having remained undisturbed for so long, would naturally contain deleterious elements. Fortunately, the parrot had refrained from recklessly jumping in. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Consequently, Fat Wei advised everyone to wait a while longer to allow the chamber to ventilate, permitting fresh air to circulate and dissipate the toxic gases. They all settled down to rest for a moment, having exerted considerable effort that day, leaving them quite fatigued. Chen Zhi forbade any lighting of fires or smoking, mindful of the proximity of the ancient Baolong fire-glazed dome, which was too close for comfort and vulnerable to ignition. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 219. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox. Seeking survival aside from Fat Wei, everyone else was experiencing their first genuine descent into the depths. The youth was inherently drawn to adventure, and the allure of the mysterious underground tomb dispelled their fears of danger. The parrot and several other gunmen gathered together, eagerly discussing the thrilling and bizarre encounters they anticipated below, their spirits high with excitement. Fat Wei, brimming with enthusiasm since discovering the tomb entrance, was undoubtedly the backbone of the team during the upcoming descent. He meticulously wiped his blade, inspected his firearms, and opened his treasure pouch to verify and organize the tools he had prepared for this venture. At this moment, Chen Zhi was not as exhilarated as the others. He leaned against the rocky wall, observing everything with a cold gaze. "Wei Zi," Chen Zhi suddenly called out to the plump Wei, beckoning him to come over. Seeing Chen Zhi summon him, Wei crouched slightly, clutching his pouch, and approached. "What is it?" "I'm quite busy. Don't rush. Sit for a moment and converse with me," Chen Zhi replied softly, gesturing for Wei to take a seat beside him. Wei was taken aback by Chen Zhi's demeanor. "Just tell me what you need. I haven't finished organizing my things yet. Later, when we descend into the pit, I must carry the heavy beams." Chen Zhi, however, maintained a remarkably calm expression, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. He smiled at Wei and said, "Have you ever considered that we should stop here and turn back?" "What?" Wei was momentarily stunned. "Are you out of your mind? What have we come here for? Besides, after all the trouble we've gone through to arrive here, you suggest we retreat? Have you lost your senses?" "I am serious," Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly. "For quite some time, I have been contemplating the corpses in the forest. I gradually realized that they were messages I left for myself. Why did I choose to die there? Because I know myself well, I am exceedingly stubborn. If I merely left a note or something similar, I would never believe the gravity of the situation, nor would I cease my advance. Therefore, I chose to position my own corpse at the entrance of the tomb, beside the waterfall, as a stark visual warning to myself. Return from here, do not enter, or we shall all perish within. After listening to these words, Wei stared at Chen Zhi, momentarily lost in thought, before bowing his head into silence. Observing the bewildered Wei, Chen Zhi continued, the corpse of Gui Dao and its attire appear relatively new, which indicates that after we all perished, he survived for a considerable time. He may have chosen to die next to us. Our future selves undoubtedly discovered the entrance after finding this waterfall and ventured inside, yet were unable to avert the fate of death. Thus, the presence of the corpses at the entrance serves as a simple, direct signal of danger. The entrance equates to death. Wei silently absorbed Chen Zhi's words, remaining silent for a long while. When he finally lifted his head, his expression was serious. I believe you are overthinking this. There are no signs of a future. Those corpses might be the result of something entirely different, perhaps transformed by the local fox spirits. Besides, we have paid a hefty price in our quest to locate the tomb of the celestial fox, traversing Japan and Thailand, and even losing lives. Now that the tomb is within sight, how can we retreat? If you wish to go back, that is your choice. I shall not return. After speaking, Wei turned his head away, seemingly irritated, indicating his reluctance to continue the discussion. At that moment, Chen Zhi's eyes were piercingly cold as he gazed meaningfully at Wei. Why are you so adamant about entering the tomb of the celestial fox? Wei's neck flushed crimson, and he became thoroughly enraged. That is obvious. Why do you think I must enter the tomb of the celestial fox? Do you truly believe it's merely for a few $1,000? We must find the elixir. Have you forgotten about Qin Yang? Qin Yang has become blind due to us. Without the elixir, she would remain sightless for life. Would you dare to experience a day of blindness? At this moment, Pang Wei abruptly rose, visibly irked, and exclaimed, Chen Zhi, it's not my intention to scold you. But when will you shed your timid and suspicious nature? Since the moment you laid eyes on those decaying corpses, fear has gripped you. Having a brother like you is a source of embarrassment. Do refrain from uttering such words in the future. If they hear you, your voice will carry no weight. After delivering this rebuke, Pang Wei turned on his heel and departed, returning to organize his belongings. Chen Zhi sighed softly, leaning wearily against the rock wall, casting a sorrowful gaze at Pang Wei while offering a faint smile. After a brief respite, the air emanating from the cave entrance had lost its former stench. Pang Wei, adhering to his usual methods, deftly maneuvered a fine thread to introduce a test strip into the cave. This time, the strip emerged tinged with green, indicating that there were no significant issues at hand. From his pack, Pang Wei retrieved 2 large cloth bundles. Upon unwrapping them, a plethora of wooden stakes, each measuring over 3 inches in length and of a deep ebony hue, revealed themselves. Their tips were sharp and glimmered with a silvery sheen. The other bundle contained several thumb-sized spray bottles filled with a dark crimson liquid. Pang Wei laid these items before the group and cleared his throat, declaring, Listen closely, everyone. Before we descend, I wish to impart some knowledge on tomb raiding. Gather around. Hearing Pang Wei's voice, the group converged, gazing curiously at the peculiar assortment of items in his pack. Pang Wei lifted one of the thumb-sized spray bottles and addressed them. Once we enter the tomb, I will inform you of the dangers we are most likely to encounter. Within the tomb chamber, aside from the mechanisms, the most perilous entities are the so-called zombies, or what you might refer to as jiangshi. As soon as Pang Wei's words fell, a wave of excitement and trepidation swept through the crowd. Several young marksmen exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Brother Pang Wei, are there truly zombies down there? How formidable are they? Can a machine gun take one down? Xian inquired. Everyone, calm yourselves and do not panic, Pang Wei continued, his voice steady. The so-called zombies are merely corpses of the deceased. They are not specters and possess neither intelligence nor memory. Indeed, they may appear fearsome, but fundamentally, zombies are merely the result of prolonged death. When a grave is disturbed and they encounter the life force of the living, they undergo a transformation. As he spoke, Pang Wei raised the thumb-sized spray bottle, gesturing towards the dark red liquid inside. This concoction contains my specially prepared talisman water infused with black dog blood, the nemesis of zombies. I have prepared a bottle for each of you, and when we are below, this substance will prove remarkably effective. Chapter 220. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox. Pang Wei continued. In general, the zombies encountered in ancient tombs can be categorized into two types. The first is known as flesh resurrection. This type of zombie arises from the mutation of flesh, and while they may appear terrifying and possess considerable strength, their movements are sluggish and relatively easy to handle. When confronted with such a zombie, simply spray a portion of this black dog blood upon its head, and it will become immobile. At that moment, we can sever its head with a blade, and the zombie will promptly collapse. The second type of zombie is known as the bone eater, a far more formidable creature. It bites any living being it encounters, possessing immense strength and remarkable speed. Those unfortunate enough to be bitten are inevitably afflicted with a deadly zombie toxin, which poses a significant challenge. In the event of an encounter with such a fiend, merely severing its head proves ineffective. Only by penetrating its skull with black wood can one subdue it. At this moment, Pang Wei retrieved a black wooden nail from his cloth pouch and raised it, proclaiming to the group that this was a wooden nail crafted from black peach wood, with a tip encased in hardened iron, rendering it exceptionally sharp. When confronting a bone eater, we must drive this black peach wood nail into the bai we acupoint atop the zombie's head. Once embedded, it will render the creature immobile. However, one must exercise caution to avoid being bitten beforehand. The others listened in astonishment to Pang Wei's methods for dealing with zombies, picking up the talismans from the ground and engaging in lively discussion. The parrot and the group of four-eyed individuals now held Pang Wei in the highest esteem, regarding him as the epitome of a male deity in the realm of tomb raiding. Pang Wei distributed black dog blood and peachwood nails among the group, personally demonstrating their use. He then instructed everyone to don their masks and gloves. Pang Wei cautioned them not to remove their masks once they entered, as the air quality within ancient tombs is poor and can easily induce dizziness and numbness. Furthermore, if they encounter a corpse, it is crucial for the living not to exhale toward the ancient remains, as this could lead to a sudden transformation into a zombie, a troublesome predicament indeed. Despite possessing talismans, the threat posed by zombies is exceedingly grave and should not be taken lightly. After imparting his final instructions, Pang Wei began preparing to descend into the tomb. He first produced a lustrous pendant from his bosom, hanging it around his neck. The pendant, dark and translucent, shimmered with a lustrous glow in the firelight, its sharp, pointed top tapering into a conical base adorned with strands of gold. Chen Zhi, though at a distance, recognized this pendant instantly as a genuine golden talisman. According to legend, every true tomb raider possesses such a talisman, crafted from the sharpest claws of a pangolin and requiring numerous specific processes to complete. Historical texts state that these claws are to be soaked in a special resin for 49 days and then buried deep in the earth for 800 days to absorb the earth's spiritual energy. Measuring over an inch in length, they are exceptionally hard, with the words golden talisman inscribed on their surface for protection against malevolent forces. It is said that the golden talisman serves as identification for the true tomb raiders, yet legends suggest that the original tomb raiders have long since perished, rendering the talisman a mere myth. Many counterfeit versions can be found in Lioli factory, but authentic specimens are exceedingly rare. Pang Wei then wrapped the previous cloth pouch around a handful of red cinnabar glutinous rice, tying it at his waist. He stuffed a dark, hairy object into the cloth pouch and donned a pair of thick yellow gloves, calling out to those around him to follow closely as he made his way toward the cave entrance. Due to the shallow depth of the pit, Fat Wei opted not to use a rope, instead illuminating the area below with a searchlight before leaping down. He explored the surroundings briefly, then signaled upward with his light to indicate it was safe for others to descend. Leading the way was Parrot, followed by all the gunmen who jumped in one after another. The last to descend were Ghost Blade and Old Jindo, with Ghost Blade carrying Qin Yang on his back. Before their descent, Chen Zhi had cautioned Old Jindo that unexpected events could occur within the tomb, urging him not to intervene in any conflicts, but rather to ensure his own safety alongside Qin Yang. Once on solid ground, an air of tension enveloped the group as they hesitated to move. The tomb was enveloped in an oppressive darkness, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Fat Wei led the way, and everyone followed in their original formation into the abyss ahead. The underground chamber was relatively small, measuring no more than 100 square meters, designed akin to a living residence, comprising a main chamber, a rear chamber, and 2 side rooms. The area where they landed appeared to be the main chamber, with the coffin of the interred prominently positioned at its center. The coffin rested upon a stone-carved burial bed, its surface a deep, dark lacquered wood. Surrounding the burial bed lay several desiccated corpses, their skulls sunken and fractured, bearing distinct marks of blunt force trauma, suggestive of sacrificial victims. With the passage of time, the corpses had become petrified and darkened. This was the first encounter for Parrot and the others with such a multitude of desiccated bodies, leading Parrot to bend down and inquire, "Is this truly the legendary tomb of the celestial fox? The coffin seems rather unadorned. Do not approach too closely. Beware of possible reanimation," Fat Wei cautioned in a hushed tone. As everyone dispersed, Fat Wei approached the coffin, examining it closely, only to express disappointment, shaking his head. "The wood of this coffin is not of the finest quality, far too ordinary. The epitome of quality would be the heartwood of the rare ancient wood, which requires millennia to mature. Such exceptional materials are rare and primarily reserved for royalty. A body interred within ancient wood would never decompose, surpassing even crystal coffins in value. Following that are the likes of Qian wood, red linden, and thousand-year-old cypress. The thicker the heartwood, the more valuable, effectively deterring decay from insects. The coffin before them, lacquered redwood, while considered a decent material, did not seem fit for a royal lineage and certainly not for the nine-tailed celestial fox. Chen Zhi stepped forward to inspect the coffin more closely. Its size was ample enough for two individuals, adorned with golden motifs that echoed the artistic style of the Warring States period, depicting ancient totemic symbols. Chen Zhi noted the thickness of the coffin boards, confirming the wood was indeed redwood. "Well, whose tomb this is shall soon be revealed. Perhaps this esteemed nine-tailed celestial fox is simply frugal," Fat Wei jested, requesting Parrot to pass him a shovel, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to open the coffin. Chapter 221. The opening of the tomb of the celestial fox. At this moment, Fat Wei rolled up his sleeves and gently inserted the spade into the crevice of the coffin lid. He found a suitable position and pried it with force, producing a sharp crack as a narrow gap emerged. However, the nails were stubbornly secured. Even after 2 attempts of increased effort, the lid remained shut. "Damn it, what a tough nut," Fat Wei cursed, realizing that the lid was affixed with a strong adhesive, making it nearly impossible to lift with mere strength. He gestured to the Parrot, who promptly seized a spade to assist him. Together, they exerted their combined strength, causing the coffin to creak and groan until, at last, they pried open a substantial gap. They shifted positions, taking turns to free each nail from its hold. The tomb was remarkably dry, with well-sealed waterproof walls and an impermeable glazed tile roof above, preventing any moisture from seeping in. Consequently, a considerable amount of dust had settled within the coffin, which swirled into the air as they worked. Although everyone wore large masks, they were still forced to cough as the dust assaulted their throats. Thankfully, the masks had protective features. Otherwise, they would have been in serious trouble. Fat Wei attempted to push open the coffin lid when Chen Zhi suddenly grasped his arm, saying, "Wait a moment. Do you think there might be a zombie inside that coffin?" Fat Wei grinned and replied, "Don't worry. Despite what I just said, the number of corpses that actually turn into zombies is quite rare. Otherwise, how would we manage to return with our lives? This place doesn't harbor the undead. So rest assured." Chen Zhi nodded, instructing the surrounding gunmen to raise their submachine guns, aiming them at the coffin, and then he signaled for Fat Wei to proceed. Fat Wei asked the Parrot to assist him, taking a deep breath as they both pushed against the coffin lid. Unexpectedly, they exerted too much force, and with a loud crash, the entire lid was thrust to the ground, revealing the contents of the coffin in full view. As the coffin opened, the tension in the air was palpable. Everyone froze momentarily, and upon realizing that nothing emerged, they leaned in to gaze inside. There lay a tall male corpse. Its moisture completely evaporated, leaving only a dark purple, desiccated skin stretched over a skeletal frame. The features were sunken, with the eyes and nose reduced to dark hollows. Yet the visage remained somewhat discernible, suggesting an age of around 50 or 60. Adorned with a golden crown set with jewels and clad in an oddly styled colorful ceremonial robe, his feet were shod in cloud-walking boots, which were almost entirely decayed. His hands rested protectively upon his chest, guarding a gold medal that bore inscriptions, though obscured by the corpse's grip. As they beheld the corpse, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Fat Wei directed a spotlight to illuminate the remains, pondering the identity of this imposing figure. Who was he? And why was he interred in this sacred realm? Was he perhaps a guardian of the entrance? The group scrutinized the lifeless body for some time, unable to discern any clarity. However, Fat Wei, uninterested in the corpse or the jewelry adorning it, determined that since it was not the nine-tailed celestial fox resting within, he urged everyone to replace the coffin lid to prevent any potential disturbance from the corpse's spirit. As they carefully secured the lid, the parrot suddenly called out, "Xiao Zhi, come quickly. There are paintings on the wall." As it turns out, while everyone was examining the corpse, the parrot had mysteriously flitted to the rear of the coffin. Under its beam of light, the wall behind the coffin was adorned with an intricate tapestry of patterns. Chen Zhi hurried over, directing his flashlight towards the tomb wall. And indeed, the wall was covered with a multitude of vividly painted miniature scenes. The figures depicted were archaic yet remarkably lifelike, despite the passage of time. The colors remained vibrant, though they began to fade with the influx of air into the tomb. At this moment, Pang Wei also approached, meticulously shining his flashlight over the wall, and remarked to Chen Zhi, "The true identity of the tomb's occupant is revealed here." Most ancient royal tombs feature murals intended to chronicle the life of the interred. Observe the scenes depicted in these murals, and you shall discern the significance of the illustrious figure resting in this sacred domain. Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Chen Zhi scrutinized the murals more closely. There were approximately 50 to 60 pieces arranged in neat rows. As Chen Zhi examined them sequentially, he noted scenes of individuals constructing vast cities, others erecting grand mausoleums, and predominantly, a group of artisans laboring to create an enormous wooden figure. The final mural illustrated an audience at the palace. In each depiction, an elderly man with a white beard adorned with a purple hairpin commanded the workers. The artistry of the murals was not particularly refined. It was evident that they were not created for mere decoration. Yet, the details were rendered with remarkable precision, devoid of any grandiloquent flourishes, resembling an ancient manual for design and craftsmanship. Furthermore, each mural was accompanied by extensive text written in ancient Qin script, likely detailing operational methods and material specifications, encompassing subjects such as metallurgy, construction materials, and mechanical principles. The depth of the content was profound, with the predominant focus on the creation of a kind of ancient automaton. Divine art of creation, Chen Zhi murmured softly as he gazed upon the murals. This mythical tome was said to be a divine gift, containing comprehensive descriptions of various technical know-how, including mechanics, sulfur, and forging techniques, especially with meticulous details regarding machinery. Yet, this book had long been lost to history, with scholars dismissing its existence as a mere figment of ancient nostalgia for a mythic era. Most of the skills it purportedly contained existed only in legend, far beyond the reach of contemporary science. Turning to Pang Wei, Chen Zhi declared, "I have discerned the identity of the tomb's master. It is none other than the master builder, Ziqing, from the Warring States period, whom you mentioned earlier when discussing the precious treasures of the dragon fire-glazed roof." In truth, as soon as Pang Wei had alluded to this figure, Chen Zhi had sought to recall the scant historical information regarding Ziqing. His only recorded mention was in Zhuangzi's notes, where it was stated that Ziqing hailed from the state of Lu and was a renowned craftsman of the Warring States, skilled in the construction of cities, tombs, and secret passages, later bestowed the title of Duke of Construction by the ruler of Lu. It is said that the fortifications constructed by Ziqing were so formidable that a single man could hold the pass against 1,000, ensuring that the borders of the state of Lu remained free from external threats for a long time. On one occasion, Ziqing crafted an exquisite chain of wooden frames to display a set of chimes within the palace of Lu, which played melodies automatically, akin to modern electronic instruments. Leaving onlookers in awe, the ruler of Lu, deeply impressed, inquired how such extraordinary skills had been acquired. Ziqing responded, "I possess an ancestral tome, known as the divine techniques of creation, a gift from the heavens to my forebears. By following the methods detailed within, one can fabricate wonders from all corners of the earth. If your majesty accompanies me to my abode, you may witness the marvels created by these divine techniques." Thus, the ruler of Lu followed Ziqing home, where he discovered a vast estate bustling with servants and numerous beauties, all in serene order. While marveling at the scene, Ziqing summoned a maid, disrobed her to reveal her back, which concealed a hidden door. Upon opening it, the king beheld a labyrinth of gears and bearings, leading to the realization that this maiden was but a lifelike automaton. Henceforth, the people of Lu revered Ziqing as a deity, and those who beheld his creations spoke of him in hushed awe. Chapter 222. The Divine Fox Tomb's Automaton. In ancient China, numerous legends exist regarding such puppeteered figures, often surpassing the sophistication of contemporary robotics. It is said that over 3 millennia ago, during the Zhou dynasty, a master craftsman presented himself before the Zhou king, expressing a desire to offer his skills. When asked about his craft, the craftsman replied, "Whatever your heart desires, I can create it. In fact, I have already fashioned something for you to behold." The king, intrigued, consented to witness this creation. Shortly thereafter, the craftsman arrived with a figure before the king. The monarch inquired, "What is this figure you have brought?" The craftsman responded, "Your Majesty, this is not merely a person. It is an automaton capable of song and dance, crafted by my hands." The king gazed in astonishment as the figure moved with lifelike grace, singing harmoniously and dancing rhythmically at the slightest provocation. Believing it to be a living being, he summoned all the concubines of the palace to marvel at the spectacle. As the performance neared its conclusion, the automaton audaciously flirted with the king's concubines, gesturing playfully, inciting the king's jealousy and fury, prompting him to demand the craftsman's execution. In a desperate bid to appease the king, the craftsman disemboweled the automaton, revealing its interior composed of leather, wood, paint, and pigments. Upon closer examination, the king discovered that its organs, skin, and hair were mere facsimiles, yet entirely convincing, and upon reassembly, the figure appeared as it had initially. Such tales of automata also surfaced over 2 millennia ago during the early Western Han dynasty, including a legendary account of an automaton that saved Liu Bang. According to legend, in ancient times, Liu Bang led the Han army and was besieged by the Xiongnu under the command of Modi Chanyu and Pingxing. Liu Bang's strategist, Chen Ping, learned that the troops commanded by Modu's wife, Yanshi, were among the most elite and valiant of the Xiongnu forces, yet Yanshi was known for her jealousy. Consequently, Chen Ping procured a finely crafted wooden puppet from a skilled artisan, adorning it in exquisite garments and enhancing its visage with cosmetics to render it even more charming. This puppet was then placed upon the city walls, and upon activation of a mechanism, it danced gracefully, captivating all who beheld it. Yanshi, witnessing this spectacle from outside the city, mistakenly perceived the dancing puppet as a genuine beauty, fearing that should the city fall, Modu might favor this enchanting figure over her, leading her to abandon the city with her troops. Thus, Liu Bang and his Han army narrowly escaped peril. Such tales abound, blending truth with fiction, yet they illustrate that, particularly before the fall of the Qin dynasty, there existed individuals skilled in the art of crafting such wooden puppets. The vibrant mural upon the wall, titled Divine Craftsmanship, seemingly depicts the method of creating these wooden effigies. As Chen Zhi pondered this, a sudden thought struck him. If the coffin contained the renowned craftsman Ziqing from the Warring States period, then what of the mummified bodies surrounding it? Parrot, quickly ascertain how many corpses are present here. Chen Zhi commanded. Understood, the parrot replied, swiftly moving to count the bodies scattered near the coffin and in the corners of the tomb chamber. Brother Zhi, I've counted. There are 88 mummified corpses, all adult males, each having met their demise from shattered skulls, the parrot reported. Goodness, 88 male corpses? Is it not said that Ziqing had precisely 88 sons? Could these mummies be his progeny? What manner of man is Ziqing, to have sacrificed his own children for burial? Fat Wei muttered in disbelief, casting a glance at the coffin. Could he truly have killed his sons for burial? Is that conceivable? Chen Zhi fell silent, troubled by the implications of such a notion. What shall we do now, Brother Zhi? Since this is evidently not the tomb of the celestial fox, should we continue forward? The parrot inquired, pointing toward the inner chamber with his weapon. It appeared that the adjacent tomb contained numerous artifacts. If this Ziqing was indeed as remarkable as rumored, he must have amassed considerable wealth. Should we not venture inside to behold it? The parrot's suggestion bore merit. Having endured so much to arrive here, it would be illogical to forego exploring the tomb. Setting aside the prospect of treasures, it was indeed peculiar for Ziqing to be interred in this sacred realm, and his tomb might very well hold clues to the tomb of the celestial fox. Thus, Fat Wei led the group towards the adjacent chamber, and after meticulously examining the tombs within, they conducted a thorough inspection. In the 2 antechambers discovered here, there lay ancient bamboo slips and texts, all in a state of disrepair, crumbling to pieces upon being lifted. The contents were merely designed blueprints and methods for various artifacts, devoid of any connection to the tomb of the celestial fox. The inner chamber contained iron tools for processing and polishing, along with equipment from a workshop, all crafted with exquisite precision, reminiscent of modern craftsmanship. Notably, some wooden mechanical devices, apart from their intricate carvings, were masterpieces of ingenuity. The mechanical gears, having endured over a millennium, continued to function flawlessly, truly a marvel of craftsmanship that left one in awe. However, aside from these tools, nothing else remained. It appeared that Zicheng had not taken any possessions to the underground before his demise, and no clues regarding the tomb of the celestial fox were to be found, leaving everyone somewhat disappointed. A group began to make their way toward the main tomb chamber, hoping to exit the underground sepulchre through the original entrance. Fat Wei had been leading the way, and just as he stepped over the threshold of the main tomb chamber, he suddenly halted. In an instant, he thrust his arms wide, blocking the path of his companions, urging them to retreat back inside with utmost urgency. "Brother Fat Wei, what is the matter?" the parrot inquired loudly. "Shoo!" Fat Wei quickly covered his mouth, signaling for silence, and pointed towards the main tomb chamber. Peering inside, they were astonished to find the lid of the grand coffin had been mysteriously removed, and the desiccated corpses that had previously scattered around the coffin had vanished without a trace. Chapter 223. The horrifying transformation of the corpse hordes. What is going on? We had clearly closed the coffin lid before we left. Chen Zhi whispered to Fat Wei, observing the scene. "Where have all the corpses gone? Could it be that they have risen? That is impossible. This place could not allow for such a phenomenon, unless there was foul play involved when they died, which is highly unlikely." Fat Wei was equally bewildered. But even if they did rise, where could they have gone? 88 corpses cannot simply vanish into thin air. As soon as Fat Wei finished speaking, Ghost Blade suddenly stood up, his ears alert, and stealthily scaled the wall, using his momentum to rebound onto the ceiling. With one leg hooked onto the ceiling, he looked down into the main tomb chamber, the entire movement executed in complete silence. "Over here," Ghost Blade whispered softly, pointing to the ceiling of the opposite chamber. A cold sweat broke out on everyone's brow upon hearing this, and they instinctively reached for their weapons. Chen Zhi cautiously leaned out to glance at the ceiling of the main tomb chamber. In that instant, every hair on his body stood on end. There, densely packed on the ceiling, lay a multitude of desiccated corpses, their figures dark and foreboding, with blood-red hollow sockets for eyes and elongated claws, resembling a legion of infernal demons, silently awaiting the arrival of intruders. "You damned Fat Wei, did you not say that they could not transform? Then what are those above us?" Chen Zhi muttered under his breath, filled with trepidation. Fat Wei cautiously peeked out, glancing upward, and immediately felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. How was I to know what was happening? Everything in this divine realm defies logic, and I find myself utterly helpless. After muttering a soft curse, Fat Wei brandished his silver broadsword and declared, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall divert it. Since fate has brought us here, let us cease our complaining and devise a method of escape." "But how do we escape?" "The entrance is already blocked," Chen Zhi whispered. "Unless we can find something to lure them away, we must find a way around." Before Chen Zhi's words could fully settle, a rustling sound emerged, and a horde of desiccated corpses began to crawl from the opposite rooftop, revealing their dark, hollowed heads at the entrance, their blood-red eyes eerily fixed upon them. The sudden appearance left everyone in stunned silence. Seeing the grim scene, Fat Wei's blood ran cold as he shouted, "Everyone, stop thinking. We've been discovered. Damn it. Grab your weapons, let us fight." Before anyone could react, a gust of wind swept through, and a corpse leaped down, tackling a young gunman to the ground. The startled gunman cried out in alarm, dropping his submachine gun, while the others hesitated to fire for fear of injuring their comrade, standing frozen as the corpse lunged for their companion's neck. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed, and the corpse's head rolled to the side, its body collapsing onto the ground, struck down by the ghost blade. At that moment, a swarm of shadows descended from above, as a multitude of corpses surged toward the group like a torrential downpour, emitting a terrifying, hoarse roar, their grotesque faces twisted in rage. Faced with this sudden onslaught, everyone stood paralyzed. Then, like a burst of red glutinous rice scattered by a celestial maiden, a handful of crimson liquid was thrown upon the advancing corpses, instantly immobilizing them. Why the panic? These are merely flesh-hungry zombies. Douse them with black dog's blood and sever their heads. Those who wish to survive, act swiftly. Fat Wei commanded. wielding his broadsword to decapitate one of the corpses. In that instant, the glutinous rice on the other corpses fell away, and they surged forward, even more frenzied, their dry howls echoing in the air. Yet, all present had regained their composure, swiftly joining the fray. The ghost blade was the first to leap into action, skillfully dispatching several corpses, then hoisting Qin Yang onto his back, carrying her to safety before rejoining the battle. The black dog's blood proved remarkably effective. Chen Zhi used the blood spray to freeze several corpses in their tracks, cleaving off the heads of more than 10 zombies without sustaining a single injury. Meanwhile, other gunmen floundered. Some accidentally sprayed themselves with the black dog's blood, while others nearly shot their comrades in the chaos, resulting in many sustaining bites from the zombies. Yet, the parrot and the four-eyed member exhibited extraordinary prowess amidst the turmoil. After a tumultuous melee lasting several minutes, all 88 zombies met their demise at the edge of a blade. After this intense battle, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were both drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Lao Jindo hurriedly brought Qin Yang from the ear chamber. Chen Zhi first counted the number of people. All 13 were present, but most of the gunmen were severely injured. Some bore wounds that were unrecognizable, their faces beginning to darken with a bluish hue, clearly a sign of corpse poison. We must quickly tend to their wounds. The onset of corpse poison is alarmingly swift. Those afflicted will soon perish, Pang Wei exclaimed loudly. All right, Chen Zhi replied, promptly leading everyone towards the opening above the main tomb chamber. However, as they entered the main tomb chamber, everyone came to a halt. A grayish-white arm protruded from the gaping coffin, its fingernails stretching over 3 inches long. Good grief, that thing has mutated as well. The great zombie is coming, Pang Wei shouted, urging everyone to retreat. The previously massive male corpse suddenly sat upright, its dry skin swelling, turning a dark purple. Hair began to stand on end, and blisters emerged on its body. Finally, it slowly opened its eyes, revealing 2 pitch-black voids. With arms raised straight ahead, it stood up. At that moment, everyone gathered at the doorway, gazing at the colossal zombie before them, filled with trepidation. Pang Wei, my friend, the parrot remarked, with your extensive experience in the underworld, don't you have any leverage? Negotiate with this great zombie and let us pass. We haven't taken anything. Look at those behind us. Their injuries are so severe they can barely move. Negotiate my foot, Pang Wei retorted, pulling out a black wooden stake from his pocket. Have you all forgotten what you did to its son? It's clear this creature intends for you to remain as company in death. Damn it, let's see who dares. I'll drive this stake into its wretched head. Just as Pang Wei prepared to charge forward, he hesitated again. Before them, the ancient corpse's once dark purple skin had inexplicably sprouted a thick layer of red hair. This is bad. It's a fierce one. Pang Wei cursed through clenched teeth. What terrible luck. Chen Zhi also inhaled sharply, his earlier fervor to charge diminished. He recalled Pang Wei mentioning that the most formidable zombies were those that grew hair. Those with white hair were called white fiends, those with black hair black fiends. And legends spoke of a poisonous corpse demon with green hair. However, the red-haired red fiends were considered the most ferocious of all. They had been enchanted before death, specifically buried to guard important treasures. Should they encounter one of these red fiends, the likelihood of survival was nil. The ancient corpse's face was now covered in thick red hair, obscuring its features, resembling a massive red gorilla. With a swift motion, it leaped from the coffin, covering over 2 meters in a single bound, moving with astonishing speed. In just a few moments, it was upon them, extending 10 steel-like claws, lunging fiercely at the group. Chapter 224. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox. No one anticipated that the colossal Zongzi would strike with such swiftness. In this critical moment, there was no time for contemplation. Within the main tomb chamber, escape was not an option. They had no choice but to adopt an offensive stance. The parrot and the four-eyed fellow surged forward first, directing their submachine guns at the red-haired giant and unleashing a barrage of bullets. As the bullets erupted forth, the chamber was illuminated with flashes of light, and the bullets collided against the red fiend, producing a metallic clang before ricocheting back. In the darkness, sparks flew like stars, revealing that the red fiend's body seemed as impervious as iron, utterly unscathed. With astonishing speed, the red fiend leapt forward, sweeping its arms wide, effortlessly knocking aside 2 submachine guns. The weapons of the parrot and the four-eyed comrade were sent flying, crashing into the glass ceiling of the tomb. Although obscured by darkness, The sounds of collision indicated that the precious glazed ceiling was damaged and poised to collapse at any moment. The oil of the western region's dragon fire embedded within that ceiling was no trifling matter. Should even a drop fall, the chamber would be engulfed in flames, claiming their lives in an instant. To escape, they needed to resolve the confrontation swiftly. The injured gunmen raised their submachine guns, eager to charge forward, but were halted by Fat Wei's command. "Knife, cover me," Fat Wei shouted to Ghost Knife, brandishing a black wooden stake and charging ahead. "Damn it!" Fat Wei suddenly leaped before the Red Fiend, thrusting the stake directly toward its skull. Concurrently, Ghost Knife dashed from the side, aiming a sweeping strike at the Red Fiend's arms. This was intended to be a flawless coordinated attack. Once Ghost Knife severed the Red Fiend's arms, Fat Wei would pin it down with the stake. However, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. When Ghost Knife's long blade clashed against the Red Fiend's arm, a sharp metallic sound rang out, reverberating as the blade buzzed. The Red Fiend's arm was cleaved halfway through yet remained intact. This Red Fiend is problematic. Fat Wei is in danger. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Zhi's mind, only to be eclipsed by the unfolding reality. After Ghost Knife's blade struck, the Red Fiend displayed no reaction as Fat Wei leaped forth. The Red Fiend's elongated arm pierced through Fat Wei's chest, sweeping him aside with a force that sent him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he struggled to rise. "Fat Wei!" Chen Zhi rushed towards him, turning to the others and shouting, "Retreat! To the ear chamber, find a place to hide." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, everyone hastily stowed their weapons and turned to flee toward the ear chamber. The colossal Zhongzi was too ferocious. If Ghost Knife could not inflict damage, the others would surely be reduced to fragments upon contact. Ghost Knife deftly evaded the Red Fiend's assault, leaping to carry Qin Yang as they dashed toward the ear chamber. The Red Fiend, however, did not pursue them. Instead, it stiffly turned, emitting a cry reminiscent of a night owl's wail, lunging towards the corner where Fat Wei lay. The chilling cry was terrifying, an indescribable horror that pierced the air, causing an unsettling shiver to crawl down their spines. At this moment, Fat Wei was in dire straits, blood frothing from his mouth, his life hanging by a thread with each labored breath. Chen Zhi, disregarding any semblance of danger, gritted his teeth and leaped in front of Fat Wei, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the red beast. The impact felt as if he had struck steel, causing Chen Zhi to gasp in pain, fearing his leg might have broken. The red beast, now enraged by the attack, abandoned Fat Wei and lunged at Chen Zhi with its grotesque claws, emitting a chilling screech. Chen Zhi, suppressing the pain in his leg, executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the creature's deadly talons. Seizing his long knife, he retaliated with a swift slash. A melodious clang resonated as the blade sank deep into the beast's back. Yet the jolt forced the knife from his grip, sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, Chen Zhi discerned the true nature of the red beast. It was not a zombie at all, but a mechanical puppet intricately crafted within a human form. As Chen Zhi's strike severed the human flesh, it revealed a gleaming metallic shell and whirring gears. The metallic exterior shone with an extraordinary luster, resembling low-grade control stone rather than ordinary steel alloys. Inside, an intricate structure mimicked human organs: liver, gallbladder, heart, lungs, spleen, and kidneys, all fashioned from control stone. The finely spun gears emitted a rhythmic clattering, synchronized with the creature's movements. The craftsmanship of the mechanical puppet was astonishing, far surpassing modern technology. No wonder it was so difficult to combat. It was a puppet made of control stone. Chen Zhi cursed inwardly. Just then, the red beast suddenly pivoted, lunging towards the prone Fat Wei, its claws raised menacingly to strike. Chen Zhi, now driven by fury, leaped onto the creature's back, tightening his grip around its neck. The foul stench overwhelmed him, and the beast's fur clung to his hand like moldy strawberries. Desperately, he drew forth his dagger, the baipi, from his pant leg. Aiming for the creature's head, he struck multiple times, yet the dagger failed to penetrate. The red beast's limbs were rigid, unable to grasp Chen Zhi. Instead, it thrashed violently, attempting to throw him off. Chen Zhi felt disoriented, stars dancing before his eyes, realizing he was on the verge of being flung away. In that moment, a flash of light pierced the darkness. Chen Zhi, momentarily blinded, saw Fat Wei wielding a searchlight, brandishing a dark, hairy object, which he promptly shoved into the beast's mouth. In an instant, the creature fell still. What sorcery is this? Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Chen Zhi slid off the beast, exclaiming in frustration. Fat Wei, pale and bloodied, weakly replied, enough of the chatter. This black donkey hoof will hold it for a moment. We must flee. Fat Wei collapsed onto Chen Zhi's body after speaking, clearly having forced himself too much, now panting heavily and spewing blood onto the ground. Chen Zhi could hear the violent beating of his heart. I hurriedly withdrew the killing god from Hongxiong and supported Fat Wei, urging him to hold on and follow me. After that, I assisted him as we swiftly moved towards the ear chamber. However, just a few steps later, Hongxiong, behind us, seemed to spring back as if propelled by a spring. With a flick of its head, it spat out a large, dark hoof and lunged at Chen Zhi and Fat Wei like a gust of wind. Chen Zhi cursed vehemently. Damn you, are you trying to kill me? He then shielded Fat Wei behind him, raising the killing god with all his might to strike at Hongxiong's neck. Unexpectedly, he missed as Hongxiong leaped forward, colliding with Chen Zhi's arm, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Chen Zhi was knocked over, his hands shattered and bleeding profusely, leaving him unable to rise. At that moment, Fat Wei had already fallen to the ground, his face pale and blood flowing from his mouth, utterly defenseless, while Hongxiong lunged at him without hesitation. Just as the situation grew dire, Ghost Blade suddenly emerged, leaping in front of Hongxiong and delivering a spinning kick that sent the beast crashing against the coffin with a resounding thud. Ghost Blade landed, half kneeling and grimacing in pain, clearly having suffered from that powerful kick. Then, a creaking sound echoed as the coffin Hongxiong had fallen against began to rotate, followed by the sound of gears turning, as if a mechanism had been triggered. At that moment, the parrot rushed out from the ear chamber, calling, Little Zhi, come quickly. There's a secret passage behind the ear chamber. Upon hearing the parrot's voice, Ghost Blade immediately dashed to Fat Wei, hoisting him onto his back and shouting to Chen Zhi, that thing will be up in no time, run. With that, he sprinted forward with Fat Wei on his back. Chen Zhi, now on his feet, picked up his sword and followed closely behind Ghost Blade as they raced towards the ear chamber. Meanwhile, the fallen Hongxiong stood up stiffly at a right angle, arms outstretched towards the front, chasing after Chen Zhi and the others like a whirlwind. The three quickly escaped into the ancient tomb's ear chamber, which led to a lower room. Before them, the tomb wall revealed a dark door over a person's height, likely triggered by Hongxiong's fall onto the coffin during the battle in the main chamber. Could it be that this tomb contained hidden wonders? Chen Zhi pondered. He recalled Fat Wei mentioning that some ancient tombs housed numerous concealed chambers. The more significant the figure, the more intricate the hidden spaces. Was the tomb of Duke Ziqing merely a fade, hiding deeper secrets within? This was indeed a miscalculation. The dark entrance in the tomb wall appeared bottomless under the beam of the searchlight, yet it seemed to lead into a vast space, a long corridor. The parrot peeked out, urging, come quickly. Before Chen Zhi could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a chilling wind as the ominous figure of the Red Fiend lunged toward the door of the dark chamber. Without a moment to think, he and Gue Dao hastily carried the unconscious Pang Wei into the obscurity of the inner sanctum, drawing their blades in preparation for confrontation. However, as the Red Fiend reached the threshold of the dark room, it abruptly halted, ceasing its pursuit, and instead began to bound and circle within the back room, emitting a cacophony of eerie shrieks. At that moment, Chen Zhi released a sigh of relief, realizing that the Red Fiend's range of movement was indeed limited and that they had narrowly escaped peril. As Chen Zhi illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, he discovered that everyone had taken refuge in this space. Aside from Qin Yang and Lao Jindo, the rest had sustained various injuries. After their harrowing encounter at the gates of the underworld, apprehension lingered in the air as they leaned against the stone walls, gasping for breath. Pang Wei's complexion had turned ashen, his jaw clenched tightly in unconsciousness, evidently having lost a significant amount of blood. Lao Jindo opened his treasure pouch, retrieving hemostatic powder to apply to Pang Wei's chest, while hastily placing life-saving pills into his mouth. Gasping for air, Chen Zhi's gaze remained locked on the Red Fiend, circling outside, pondering why it had not pursued them further. How could this Duke of the State have transformed his own body into such an impenetrable mechanical puppet, sacrificing his own son for burial? What was the true purpose behind this? They seemed not to have come for a burial, but rather to guard something of great significance. After receiving the medication, Pang Wei's color began to improve, his condition visibly stabilizing. At that moment, the parrot standing by the door called out to Chen Zhi, Xiao Zhi, come over and take a look. There are inscriptions on the wall. What do they say? In response, Chen Zhi lifted his hand to adjust the spotlight, directing it towards the wall at the entrance. He was astonished to see rows of Sanskrit inscriptions etched into the stone. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the area surrounding the entrance was inscribed with an array of dense Sanskrit spells. Could it be that the Red Fiend was deterred by these incantations? A sudden thought flashed through Chen Zhi's mind, prompting him to cast a glance back toward the outer chamber. To his horror, the Red Fiend had vanished. Simultaneously, the walls of the dark chamber began to tremble, followed by a resounding crash. Dust and debris fell from the walls, and before anyone could react, the walls separating the ancient tomb's back room from the dark chamber collapsed thunderously, with the Red Fiend leaping from the rubble, charging towards them. "Run!" Chen Zhi shouted, in a state of urgent desperation, pulling out the black wooden stake from his pocket and hurling it at the Red Fiend with all his might. Having practiced throwing knives at home with Peng Wei, his wrist retained some strength, allowing him to strike a target several meters away with ease. The wooden stake struck the Red Fiend squarely in the face. Though it did not penetrate, it caused the monstrous entity to falter momentarily. In that fleeting 3 seconds, an opportunity for escape presented itself. Gui Dao hoisted Qin Yang onto his back, and everyone sprinted frantically towards the hidden passage. Fortunately, the spotlight was secured to Chen Zhi's ear. Otherwise, the group would have likely stumbled in the darkness, risking chaos and injury. They hurried along the concealed passage before them, which was remarkably smooth and widened as they ran. The ground was adorned with large slabs of blue stone, creating a road so expansive that vehicles could traverse it. However, the very spaciousness of the path, devoid of any barriers, allowed the Crimson Fiend to pursue them with alarming speed, swiftly leaping to close the distance. Driven by malevolence towards the slowest among them, the rotund Wei. At that moment, Wei had regained his composure and reached for a handful of red glutinous rice from his waist. This rice, infused with vermilion, was said to have been used by ancient tomb raiders to counteract the toxic effects of zombies. Its efficacy against this hybrid of zombie and automaton remained uncertain. A generous handful of the red rice cascaded down upon the fiend's face like petals from a celestial maiden, yet it seemed utterly unfazed, pausing only momentarily before leaping forward unrelentingly. Realizing a different approach was necessary, Gui Dao suddenly halted and shouted, "You all run ahead." He then leaped into the air, and in a flurry of swift movements, struck the fiend's right side with dozens of powerful blows at its supporting joints. The fiend immediately lost its balance, tilting to the left and crashing heavily to the ground. "Run quickly," Gui Dao urged as he bounded back to the group. The fiend's rigid body rolled over several times but failed to regain its footing, granting the others precious time to escape. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end of the dark passage, where a massive iron door stood ajar. This door was incredibly thick, engraved with a myriad of peculiar patterns. Yet its hinges remained uncorroded. With no time for contemplation, the group rushed through the doorway, gritting their teeth and summoning every ounce of strength to push the colossal iron doors shut. The sound of grinding bearings echoed as the doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. Outside, the Crimson Fiend had caught up and crashed violently against the door, producing a thunderous impact. This formidable door was at least a foot thick, forged from resilient metal, and despite the fiend's frantic assault, it did not budge an inch. Even the door's knocker remained still. It appeared that this mighty crimson creature, regardless of its strength, could not breach the barrier. "Damn it, surely you've run out of power now. What a relentless pursuer." Wei spat, blood frothing at his mouth, cursing at the door. At this moment, they found themselves in a temporary sanctuary, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, and illuminating their surroundings with flashlights. What they beheld astonished them. The tomb chamber was indeed vast. Illuminated by the spotlight, they beheld an expanse covered in an array of treasures, gold and silver piled high. On several large iron racks against the walls hung crowns and garments adorned with golden threads and jeweled embellishments, shimmering with vibrant colors, their designs unmistakably ancient. The garments sparkled with radiance, featuring intricate dragon and phoenix embroidery, their hues as vivid as if newly crafted. On the ground lay an assortment of gem-encrusted vessels, pearls, agate, and exquisite jade, as well as silver filigree. Within some half-open gold and silver boxes rested pearls the size of eggs, radiating an otherworldly brilliance, truly treasures from the heavens. Divine relics far more awe-inspiring than the exhibits in the Palace Museum. Every individual was astounded by the mountain of treasures before them. Such an abundance of rare and precious artifacts was indeed a rarity, with some of them being unidentifiable. However, one thing was certain: each piece held significant value. In Chapter 226, The Divine Tomb of the Celestial Fox, the iron corpse puppet, seated beside the vast heap of riches, the onlookers were spellbound, their eyes wide with wonder. It would be disingenuous to claim that their hearts were unmoved. A few quick-draw gunslingers stumbled to their feet, stepping into the treasure trove, eager to grasp the nearest exquisite item. "Don't touch anything," Fat Wei shouted, clutching his chest. "I assure you, you must not lay a finger on these treasures. They are not of this earthly realm. If we are fortunate enough to escape with our lives, that will suffice. Should you take something with ill intent, we may not live to tell the tale." Upon hearing this, the gunslingers hastily withdrew their hands, retreating from the glittering array of wonders. Resisting the temptation posed by such golden marvels proved a formidable challenge. After a moment of collective sighs, they gathered together, opening their pouches to tend to their wounds. Among the gunslingers, apart from Parrot and Four Eyes, most bore bite marks, with two suffering particularly severe injuries. Fat Wei retrieved a specialized antidote for corpse poison from his bosom, mixing it with glutinous rice to apply to their wounds. After a while, the rice became darkened, indicating the poison had been drawn out. Chen Zhi, having rarely witnessed Fat Wei's disregard for wealth, chuckled and inquired, "What's the matter? Did the large dumpling knock some sense into you? Have you reached a new level of enlightenment, remaining indifferent to the allure of riches?" "Huh," Fat Wei scoffed. "Those are not treasures at all. They are death tokens. After years of dealing in this trade, do you think I cannot discern what is safe to touch and what is not?" Moreover, Fat Wei continued, glancing at those nearby, humans are inherently greedy. Once these youngsters start taking the gold and silver vessels, they will be unable to stop, accumulating more and more. When the time comes to enter the divine tomb of the celestial fox, how will they manage with an overwhelming load? It is better to quash their ambitions now to avoid future calamities. As Fat Wei spoke, a thought struck him, and he turned to Chen Zhi. "By the way, did you get a good look at that large dumpling earlier? Goodness, did I see gears within that red-haired creature's body? Could it possibly be an ancient transforming machine?" "I did see it," Chen Zhi nodded. "That red-haired giant is not merely a zombie. To be precise, it should be referred to as an iron corpse puppet. Just now, I examined the murals on the wall behind the coffin closely. Those murals detailed the iron corpse puppets. It turns out the art of creating lifelike puppets is an ancient sorcery passed down through the ages. The reason those legendary puppets appeared so lifelike, capable of serving and interacting just like real humans, is that these puppets were crafted from the bodies of living individuals, essentially replacing a person with a puppet. The process is exceedingly intricate and brutal, yet the resulting puppets are masterfully crafted. In ancient times, many individuals of noble lineage employed these puppets as household servants. Among them, the most challenging and highest failure rate creation is indeed the iron corpse puppet. The iron corpses were not created to serve as mere household servants, but rather to serve as invincible guardians, impervious to blades and weapons. Once crafted, they are typically placed in the royal palace's secret chambers or treasure vaults, safeguarding invaluable items from theft. However, the creation of iron corpses is an exceedingly rare endeavor, requiring a sophisticated technique of embedding mechanical organs within a human body. Each mechanical organ is crafted with an intricacy that surpasses even that of a natural organ. Moreover, to ensure the soul remains tethered to the body during the organ replacement, the operation must be performed while the individual is still alive, necessitating a gruesome opening of the abdomen. Should the person perish during this procedure, the effort is deemed a failure. Thus, this process is impossible for the average individual. One must not only willingly undergo the transformation, but also possess an unwavering resolve to survive the ordeal. It is evident that the master craftsman, Zi Qing, has accomplished this feat. The creation of iron corpses also necessitates the use of an ancient sorcery. Before the burial, a burnt talisman is placed in the deceased's mouth, binding their spirit within the body, subjecting it to torment until it transforms into a vengeful entity. In the event of an external assault, the iron corpse becomes animated by this malevolent spirit, transforming into an indestructible zombie, impervious to all weaponry, relentlessly eliminating intruders until they are vanquished. I had assumed that the murals and inscriptions on the walls exaggerated the existence of such iron corpses, but having witnessed one firsthand, I now realize their existence is indeed real. I speculate that Zhi, having transformed his own body into an iron corpse to guard this location, must have had a significant reason for doing so. I am certain that within the tomb ahead lies an object of great importance. An object of significance? Are you referring to the tomb of the celestial fox? Fat Wei inquired. Unlikely, Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head after glancing at Fat Wei. We all know that the seal of the gods clearly states that the resting place of the nine-tailed celestial fox is the vast divine tomb, which must encompass at least 1,000 acres, even if the description is somewhat embellished. Such an expanse is improbable within this geological structure. What could it be, then? Surely it is merely to guard this room full of gold and silver treasures. In my opinion, that old man Zhi is nothing but a miser, hoarding such wealth until his death, not allowing anyone to touch it, even going so far as to kill his own son. He deserves to become a mechanical mummy, Fat Wei remarked, losing interest as he began to unwind a roll of bandages to tend to his wounds. At that moment, Chen Zhi recalled the object Fat Wei had placed into the mouth of the red specter. By the way, what is that black donkey's hoof you had? How did you come by such a thing? Does it ward off zombies? Oh, indeed it does. This is an ancient method passed down through generations in our profession. Fat Wei replied, having finished bandaging his chest. The black donkey's hoof is a crude yet effective means used by ancient grave robbers to counter zombies. While it may seem simplistic, it has proven effective time and again. The exact principles behind it remain a mystery to me. It is known that the black donkey hoof must be sourced from a naturally deceased black donkey. It is crucial that the donkey is indeed black and has died of natural causes, for otherwise it holds no efficacy. Furthermore, the hoof cannot be utilized immediately upon severance. It must first be immersed in a talismanic water for a period of time until the initially green liquid becomes completely clear. Subsequently, it should be placed in the ashes of the incense burner within a temple for 49 days, allowing the incense ash to absorb all moisture from the black donkey hoof, thus rendering it effective. Due to the intricate nature of this process, we can only produce one or two at a time, typically carrying one in our possession before embarking on a venture, just in case it is needed. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi squinted and smiled at Fat Wei, saying, "You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge. It appears you truly are a master of tomb raiding." In chapter 227, titled The Divine Tomb of the Celestial Fox and Its Treasures, Part 2, after Chen Zhi spoke, he cast a glance at the glimmering talisman around Fat Wei's neck and inquired, "Where did that talisman come from?" "Of course, I am a master of tomb raiding, so naturally, I possess a talisman. Do you think I am driving without a license?" Fat Wei retorted, baring his teeth in a grin. "I have told you countless times that I am the last remaining master of tomb raiding in the entire universe, a protected species of the highest order, rarer than a giant panda. You all never believe me. Remember to treat me with the respect I deserve." With that, he tucked the talisman into his collar and concealed it with his clothing. After a brief respite, the effects of the medicinal substances began to take hold, improving the pallor of several gunmen, and Fat Wei's bleeding had ceased. They dared not linger and pressed onward. The path of return was no longer an option. Their hopes rested on discovering another exit within the tomb, for the formidable red specter guarding the iron door was not to be trifled with. Moreover, firing weapons within the tomb posed a grave danger, risking friendly fire. Chen Zhi instructed the gunmen to sheath their submachine guns in favor of cold weapons, preparing for close combat should the need arise. They continued deeper into the ancient tomb, led by Fat Wei. The expanse of the tomb grew increasingly vast. Constructing such a grand subterranean mausoleum would have required substantial manpower and resources. It is beyond imagination how the Duke of State, Zhi, managed to build this site with merely his 88 sons. The passageway ahead twisted and turned, presenting numerous forks, with rows of small burial chambers flanking either side, their doors ajar, creating a labyrinthine complexity. Fat Wei, given your experience, what do you think lies within those small burial chambers ahead? Chen Zhi inquired as they walked. I suspect, Fat Wei replied with a knowing smile, that those burial chambers are mere decoys. In our line of work, we have a saying, to gauge the worth of the tomb owner, one must determine whether treasures are buried within the coffin or if it is merely a resting place for the deceased. Generally, treasures in ancient tombs are located near the owner's coffin, with the finest treasures often found within the coffin itself or even placed in the owner's mouth. Therefore, finding the tomb owner equates to discovering wealth. There is also a rare occurrence where all treasures are amassed at the entrance of the burial chamber, far removed from the main tomb. The intention was to deter grave robbers from advancing further upon encountering such an abundance of treasures, thereby safeguarding the main burial chamber from desecration and ensuring the security of the deceased's remains. When faced with such a scenario, it becomes evident that the individual interred within was no ordinary person, their status far surpassing that of mere gold and silver. During the Qing dynasty under the reign of Emperor Qianlong, a group of individuals attempted to plunder the tomb of Empress Dowager Xiangxian, Qianlong's mother. Behind the main chamber, they discovered a hidden compartment filled with gold ingots. While the group contemplated seizing the gold and departing, their leader insisted on exploring further, revealing an additional concealed burial chamber, which contained the true resting place of Qianlong's mother. Thus, it was uncovered that Qianlong himself possessed a significant Han Chinese lineage. I suspect that the individual outside, sporting red hair and known as Duke Jiqing, despite his exuberant demeanor, was merely a sentry. The true main burial chamber should lie at the farthest end of the passage. As we continued our journey, it indeed unfolded as Fat Wei had suggested. The subsequent series of chambers were all unlocked, seemingly inviting entry. Yet each room was filled with an astonishing array of rare treasures, their sheer quantity overwhelming. Some chambers even contained heaps of golden sand, accompanied by bowls for collection. Had it not been for Fat Wei's prior caution, the temptation to seize such immense wealth would have driven everyone to rush forward. The terrain grew increasingly intricate, and to avoid losing our way, Fat Wei advised us to keep close to the walls, advancing in a straight line to locate an exit. The ceiling of the passage arched overhead, unadorned and simple, devoid of any carvings. The walls were high, constructed in the traditional manner to prevent seepage. Illuminating the space with a flashlight, one could discern a series of bronze wall lamps affixed above, each with a reservoir of oil beneath its base. Should a flame be kindled in these reservoirs, the ancient bronze lamps would undoubtedly ignite, illuminating the darkness. Thus, we ventured onward for quite some time. The rooms filled with treasures gradually vanished from sight, and before us loomed a colossal stone screen. This stone screen was remarkably thick, standing approximately 3 to 4 meters high, carved from pure black marble. The surface bore a vividly engraved depiction of a waterfall amidst mountains, mirroring the grandeur of the external waterfall. The style of the carving was not particularly aesthetic. Much like the mural, it served more as a functional display rather than decorative art. Beneath the waterfall, the delineation of the underground burial chamber was unmistakable. The upper section featured graphical indications of various passageways, transport exits, storage areas, drainage systems, and other detailed structural facilities, resembling an anatomical diagram of a mountain. However, at the upper middle section of the stone screen, in front of the waterfall, an immense cubical structure was carved, occupying a significant area. Each face of this cube was composed of 9 smaller squares, resembling a child's toy cube. Each of these smaller squares was intricately engraved with lifelike representations of flora, fauna, and various creatures, depicting herds of deer, insects among rocks, flocks of birds, and numerous human figures, among a plethora of other varieties. Upon careful contemplation of the aforementioned pattern, one may discern a certain interconnectedness among these creatures, harmoniously integrated yet mutually constraining, presenting a remarkable tableau of the myriad beings within the natural world. The complexity of its structure and the vastness of its information leave one in awe. What is this supposed to be? A grand cube? Fat Wei, with his face pressed against the stone wall, pondered for quite some time without arriving at any conclusion, and thus vociferously inquired. Everyone, clutching their searchlights, scrutinized the peculiar wall carving but failed to fathom its significance. At this juncture, Chen Zhi raised the display on his right arm, activating the camera function to capture an overall photograph of the stone screen. This image will lead us to the tomb of the celestial fox, he proclaimed, causing everyone to be momentarily taken aback. However, Chen Zhi seemed disinclined to elaborate further, gesturing for everyone to circumvent the stone screen and proceed onward. The path ahead was remarkably clear, a straight avenue leading forward. Shortly, they arrived at the end of the thoroughfare, where a large iron gate stood, its design nearly identical to the previous one. The gate was unlocked, and Fat Wei shone the searchlight inside before stepping through, followed closely by the others. Instantly, a pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine invaded their nostrils. Chen Zhi surveyed the surroundings and found that the tomb chamber was vast and enveloped in darkness. Illuminating the space revealed a stark contrast to the previous small chambers adorned with treasures. This room was filled with wooden racks of various sizes, each laden with an assortment of bizarre medicinal herbs. When it comes to traditional Chinese medicine, it undoubtedly represents a magnificent treasure of human civilization. Despite the claims made by certain television personalities, self-proclaimed traditional medicine practitioners, who boast of ancestral remedies, the reality is far more profound. In ancient China, genuine practitioners of traditional medicine possessed the capability to treat both internal and external ailments, performing intricate surgeries and achieving miraculous recoveries. Numerous ancient texts document rare medicinal materials, which were once invaluable and capable of curing ailments that modern medicine struggles with, such as the legendary Old Mountain Taisui, 100 Orifice Lingji, and Tianshan Snow Lotus, all of which once existed but have largely vanished due to geographical and environmental factors. Chen Zhi noticed a box on one of the shelves labeled Dragon Pill. This particular herb, said to be derived from the essence of a dragon's belly, was historically known to have cured the foolishness afflicting the son of Empress Xiao, eventually becoming a myth. To his astonishment, it now lay before him. As Chen Zhi perused these ancient medicinal treasures, he yearned to take them all back with him. In a certain sense, the ancient herbs within this tomb were far more precious than all the treasures surrounding them. Suddenly, a shrill, high-pitched female laughter echoed through the dark chamber. Chapter 228. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox, Boundless Beauty and Romance. All were startled by the sound, quickly regaining their composure and shining their searchlights at one another. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, with everyone standing still, and Qin Yang bore an expression of shock. For the sound had not emanated from her. A shrill laughter echoed once more, emanating from the depths of the tomb. A sound so unnaturally forced it resembled that of a woman gasping for breath, strangled at the throat. This time, everyone distinctly discerned that the chilling laughter originated from a shadowy corner behind a bookshelf. Instantly, they directed their searchlights towards the source, and what they beheld sent shivers down their spines. In the beam of light stood a figure clad in ancient garb, partially concealed behind the shelves, revealing only half of her face, her eyes fixated upon them with an unsettling intensity. Her visage was as pale as parchment, lips of vivid crimson, an eerie sight under the illumination. After a moment of stillness, her ghastly countenance twitched unnaturally, her blood-red lips parting. "What manner of creature is this? A ghostly woman," exclaimed a few young marksmen, panic-stricken. One youth, standing closest to the bookshelf, leapt back in fright, nearly losing his footing as he instinctively reached for his firearm. "Do not shoot," bellowed Fat Wei, halting him. Fat Wei scrutinized the woman intently, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he nervously swallowed, inquiring, "Miss, who are you?" Seemingly responding to Fat Wei's voice, the woman's head jerked towards him, her movements rigid and zombie-like, her eyes holding a peculiar, almost mocking glint. With a sinister chuckle, she laughed once more at Fat Wei. Observing her lack of reaction, he took a cautious step forward and asked, "Miss, do you have something to convey?" At that moment, the woman ceased her laughter, twisting her body as she emerged from behind the bookshelf, steadily advancing towards Fat Wei. Under the glare of his searchlight, everyone beheld her beauty. She was striking, with skin as white as snow, teeth resembling pearls, her long, dark hair elegantly styled in a bun, adorned with jingling golden ornaments. She wore an ancient attire from the Warring States period, a flowing garment revealing her alabaster arms and a hint of her bosom, the gauzy fabric of her lower garment sheer enough to expose her delicate thighs. Her heavily made-up visage, combined with the seductive sway of her hips, exuded an irresistible allure, yet there was an indescribable oddness about her movements. As this enchanting figure drew closer, Fat Wei found himself momentarily entranced, his grip slackening as he lowered his hefty blade, which clattered to the ground. The captivating woman, seemingly oblivious to his weapon, approached him with a smile, weaving around the sword and pressing her body against him, her arms, as delicate as snow-white lotus stems, reaching out to embrace him. In that instant, Fat Wei stood transfixed, his weapon falling from his grasp. The mesmerizing woman then leaned in, her vibrant cherry-red lips poised to meet his, her eyes sparkling like glimmering glass beads. "Fat Wei, dodge!" Chen Zhi shouted desperately from a distance, urgency lacing his voice. Unexpectedly, an astonishing event unfolded. Rather than retreating, Fat Wei leaned in closer, eyes shut tight, his face flushed with crimson. "Goodness! Fat Wei, have you never encountered a woman before? Such utter embarrassment, even kissing a ghostly figure." Chen Zhi, infuriated, brandished his long knife, and charged forward. Just as he was about to reach the woman, she suddenly turned her head, her radiant eyes locking onto Chen Zhi's. A soft, melodic laughter escaped her lips, releasing a delicate pink mist that enveloped him with an intoxicating fragrance. Panic surged through Chen Zhi's mind as he recognized the danger of the drug. He instinctively halted his breath, but it was futile. The world around him dissolved into a haze of pink. He felt dizzy and disoriented, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable longing and desire for the woman before him. It was as if all else had vanished, leaving only her silhouette in existence. The sensations that followed were indescribable. His entire being, from head to nerve endings, experienced explosive ecstasy. His thoughts dulled to a haze, with reason completely obliterated, leaving only the raw intensity of pleasure, a sensation perilous to any man. Suddenly, as if plummeting from the heavens to the earth, Chen Zhi jolted awake. He sat up, reaching for his knife, feeling the aches coursing through his body and a persistent buzzing in his head. Glancing around, he saw his companions sprawled haphazardly on the ground, the scene a chaotic mess, while Gui Dao and Qin Yang stood in the center. Gui Dao held his knife, its tip pressed against the ground, and the once enchanting woman lay lifeless before him, her body cleaved in two by his blade. From the severed edge spilled intricate mechanical parts, and a thick, red liquid flowed from within, resembling blood. "You lot are truly pathetic," Qin Yang scoffed, a smirk curling his lips. "Can't you tell this is a puppet? It only has eyes for show." At that moment, Fat Wei regained consciousness, his head swollen, face still flushed, eyes bloodshot. Upon seeing the dismembered puppet on the ground, he gasped, "Oh my goodness, that's just a dummy. You can't imagine what I saw just moments ago." It was utterly exhilarating. After luring me with money, they tried to ensnare me with beauty. Thankfully, I am a true proletarian warrior. Otherwise, I would have fallen prey. As Fat Wei stood, he lamented the ruined puppet, stomping his feet in dismay. "Knife, why did you have to destroy it? This is such a waste. It's far superior to any inflatable." His remark drew laughter from several, and they all rose, feeling somewhat sheepish about their earlier disgrace. Gui Dao ignored Fat Wei, frowning at the puppet on the ground, covering his mouth and nose, before retreating to a corner with his weapon. At that moment, everyone felt a lingering trepidation, their steps unsteady. Parrot, still unrefined, had a nosebleed, prompting further mockery from Fat Wei. Chapter 229. The Heavenly Fox's Divine Tomb. Although everyone had become considerably more alert, none dared to approach the doll. The strange fragrance continued to envelop it, with the potential to ensnare anyone who drew near. At this moment, Chen Zhi sensed that the aroma was decidedly amiss. The alluring doll had been positioned here with the obvious intent to obstruct intruders. Furthermore, it was evident that the doll's interior contained a substance resembling the elusive Mi Huan medicine. However, it was perplexing that this Mi Huan medicine, which typically should not yield such a profound effect, was proving to be so potent. Most of them were wearing masks, specially designed by a lunatic with nanotechnology to prevent gas infiltration, equipped with dual functions of underwater oxygen supply and toxin filtration. Yet, this Mi Huan medicine could easily permeate their defenses, indicating the extraordinary strength of this substance, capable not only of airborne transmission but also of skin absorption. Chen Zhi had just experienced its effects firsthand, albeit briefly, and still felt that the potency of the Mi Huan medicine was truly remarkable. Should anyone be subjected to this substance over an extended period, the consequences would be dire and inescapable. The source of the medicine is within the doll. "Help me find it," Qin Yang implored, kneeling on the ground and probing the doll's abdomen. The crimson fluid seeping from the doll stained Qin Yang's hands, creating a haunting tableau against his scarred, grayish-white eyes. In his exploration, Qin Yang's fingers brushed against the doll's lips. "The source is here. Help me pry open its mouth." He called out several times, but no one moved, their eyes wide with trepidation as they exchanged glances, hesitant to approach. The faint fragrance lingered in the air, a reminder of the earlier peril. None wished to risk further embarrassment in front of the others. Eventually, it was Fat Wei who noticed a darkened patch on the doll's neck. "Hey, celery stalk, we'll stay back. This isn't convenient for us. You handle this little task. Press on her neck. There should be a mechanism there." "Where is it?" Qin Yang inquired while feeling around the doll's neck. At last, he discovered the mechanism and pressed it firmly. With a click, the doll's delicate lips suddenly parted, revealing an exquisite little box. The box, crafted from transparent white crystal, was open-topped, containing a small mound of vivid pink ointment. The hue was striking, more vibrant than blooming peach blossoms. As the box tumbled to the ground, a rich fragrance wafted from within, clouding the air once more. Everyone's legs weakened, and they hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, retreating to a corner. Celery stalk. Could you possibly cover that wretched box? We've all been affected. You seem rather pleased, don't you? Quickly, toss that cursed thing as far away as possible. Fat Wei yelled from a distance, his face flushed, resembling a monkey's rear. Upon discovering the crystal box, Qin Yang felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He hastily retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his bosom, pricked his finger to draw blood, and inscribed a few symbols. He then wrapped the small box within the yellow paper and tucked it into his chest, a look of uncontainable joy illuminating his face. All right, come over here, everyone. I've sealed the potion. Look at your lack of ambition, Qin Yang proclaimed as he rose to his feet. The onlookers, noticing that the scent in the air had indeed dissipated, gradually gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the female figurine lying on the ground. The parrot crouched down, fiddling with the joints of the doll, exclaiming, "Brother Fat Wei, your wife is truly exquisite. Her delicate face is so charming, her skin flawless, resembling a real person far more than those so-called robots. Why don't you take her home? A little glue and she could pass for true love. Get lost." Fat Wei retorted angrily at the parrot, his face still flushed. Chen Zhi touched the neck of the doll, marveling at the lifelike appearance of the skin and veins. This beautiful figurine, he surmised, was likely a creation of the Duke of Zhuguo, Ziqing. Yet, he couldn't help but think that it must have come at the cost of the woman's life. Enough of this. Let us continue our journey. We haven't yet located the entrance to the divine tomb, Fat Wei urged, taking a sip from his water bottle, the color draining from his cheeks. I truly wish to see what great being lies entombed in this heavily guarded main chamber. Soon, they discovered that directly opposite the formidable iron door was another identical door. Though this one stood firmly closed, adorned with numerous complex locking mechanisms, appearing as if it were bound in a web of iron. However, it seemed that such mechanisms posed no challenge for Fat Wei. He produced a cloth pouch from his treasure bag and, upon gently unrolling it, revealed a collection of slender steel needles, which at first glance resembled acupuncture needles. Upon closer inspection, however, each needle bore intricate curves on its head. These are the 100 lock needles, Fat Wei proclaimed with pride. Prepare to be amazed. He methodically inserted the needles into the lock holes of the door's mechanism, turning each one in sequence. With a series of metallic clicks and whirs, the locks began to disengage, and finally, with a creak, the iron door opened slightly. As Fat Wei pushed the door forward, they were greeted by a spacious burial passageway, its floor and walls awash in a vivid crimson hue. At the moment the door swung open, the wall lamps ignited in a brilliant display, illuminating the path ahead. Now this is the grandeur of the main tomb, Fat Wei remarked. Further ahead lies the resting place of the principal occupant of this grave. Let us proceed. He beckoned, leading the way forward. The subsequent stretch of the path appeared interminable, extending far beyond their line of sight. The walls on either side bore no embellishments, enveloping them in a singular, blood-red expanse that induced a disorienting sensation, as if they were descending into a sea of crimson. At this moment, Chen Zhi walked beside Qin Yang, softly inquiring in her ear, "Is the small box you retrieved from the puppet's mouth a type of illusionary drug? What exactly is it?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang momentarily froze, biting her lip without responding. "You must tell me the truth. If it is a spiritual stone, I must take it. If it is merely a potion, you may keep it," Chen Zhi continued in a gentle tone. Qin Yang furrowed her brow and replied softly, "This is certainly not a spiritual stone. Its true name is red elixir. According to legend, it is a secret concoction unique to the ancient nine-tailed fox clan, essentially a refined version of tsueching powder. However, unlike modern chemically synthesized versions, which are mere facades lacking genuine significance, the red elixir is different. It can genuinely foster romantic feelings between men and women, causing a man to develop an uncontrollable infatuation for the woman who administers it, ensnaring him in her charm. It is said that the nine-tailed fox clan, in ancient times, used this red elixir to beguile countless deities and emperors, wielding power over the mortal realm with ease. The beloved concubine of the founding emperor of the Qing dynasty, Xuanji, known as Dong Eshi, is rumored to have acquired a drop of the red elixir by chance. which led Chen Zhi to become utterly captivated by her, rendering all other beauties in the palace pale in comparison. Upon her death, however, Chen Zhi fell into despair and sought solace in the monastic life. Yet, these are merely legends. The true nature of this ancient divine medicine must be studied further, as it could prove invaluable for my illusion-breaking talismans and potion formulations. Oh, Chen Zhi replied with a faint nod, choosing not to comment further. Unexpectedly, the seemingly oblivious Pang Wei turned his head, whispering, "Hey, celery stalk, let me tell you, one must be kind-hearted. Don't think to use that worthless trinket against me. I won't fall for it. Bah, dream on. Rest assured, no one would waste the red elixir on you." Qin Yang shot Pang Wei a disapproving glare, her eyes rolling dramatically. At this moment, Chen Zhi found their exchange uninteresting. He felt that ever since they had exited the apothecary, the atmosphere in the tomb passage had shifted. An instinct told him that they were approaching the true main burial chamber, and the actual tomb owner was about to reveal himself. Chapter 230, Shadows of the Celestial Fox Tomb. As they continued onward, the duration of their journey remained uncertain, the overwhelming crimson hue of the tomb passage inducing a sense of mental anxiety and disorientation. Suddenly, the parrot leading the group came to an abrupt halt. "Parrot, what's wrong? Why did you stop all of a sudden?" Pang Wei, who was closely trailing behind, inquired. The others, equally perplexed, paused in their tracks. The parrot, with a pale complexion, tightly gripped the money in his hand, warily gazing ahead. I think I just saw a child run past us." Upon hearing the parrot's words, the group erupted in disbelief. In such a ghostly place, how could there possibly be a child? If one truly had been seen, it would undoubtedly be something otherworldly. "Parrot, don't speak recklessly. Are you sure you saw it clearly?" Old Jindo called from behind. Although the parrot was bold during the day, it felt a twinge of fear as it descended into the tomb for the first time, its complexion paling. "Indeed, I truly saw it," it exclaimed. "While my spotlight was momentarily cast upon the corner, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a child with a bare backside darting past. Its speed was astonishing, vanishing in an instant. When I looked closely, the wall was once again a vibrant red. Could it be a specter?" The atmosphere among the group instantly grew tense. Everyone gripped their weapons and glanced around, feeling that the vicinity was perilous and that a ghost could leap out at any moment. At this juncture, Chen Zhi gazed ahead. Beyond the crimson tomb passage lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness. The light source was a mere 2 meters away, and in such a hushed environment, the presence of a child would not go unheard. If it had indeed moved silently, it would be akin to a phantom. This underground realm was a world apart, untouched for over a millennium. Who could fathom the sinister entities that lay hidden within? It was better for them to avoid digging too deep into such matters. At that moment, Pang Wei clapped a hand on the parrot's shoulder and whispered, "Do not spout such nonsense. In this desolate tomb, devoid of human presence, how could a child suddenly appear? You must be disoriented and seeing things." After speaking, Pang Wei discreetly surveyed the crowd, signaling the parrot not to disturb the morale. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the parrot nodded and refrained from further comment. Amidst the blood-red ambience, the cerebral cortex remained in a heightened state of alert, and it was natural for one's eyes to tire and misinterpret visions. Even the parrot was unsure if what it had seen was merely an illusion. They continued onward, albeit with heightened caution, the tension palpable in the air. Pang Wei lowered his voice, addressing the parrot and Chen Zhi. "Listen, there are many malevolent occurrences underground. When faced with such phenomena, one must not indulge in fanciful imaginings. Sometimes, it is best to pretend one has seen nothing. Moreover, we must maintain our composure. Fear cannot be displayed. As tomb raiders, we rely on this assertiveness. Imagine the sky is merely a blanket above you. A scar on your brow is of little consequence. If you exhibit fear, those unseen entities," Pang Wei glanced around, "will surely emerge to prey upon you." "Enough, Pang Wei. You've made my hair stand on end. I will not show any signs of weakness again," the parrot replied, its voice trembling slightly as it continued to hold its weapon forward. Thus, the group advanced for over an hour, until they noticed the path beneath their feet beginning to incline gently. After traversing more than 100 meters, they encountered a series of upward steps, exquisitely carved from crimson chalcedony, adorned with intricately depicted dragons and phoenixes. However, the tomb passage grew increasingly narrow, eventually allowing passage for only one person at a time. The humidity in the air had noticeably increased, rendering breathing laborious and instilling a suffocating sense of oppression. A group of individuals stood in a line, closely huddled together, their breaths quickening in the oppressive space. They had traversed through this narrow passage for quite some time when, unexpectedly, the rotund way at the forefront came to an abrupt halt. This sudden stop caught those following him off guard, causing them to collide with one another, nearly resulting in a complete tumble to the ground. Chen Zhi hastily turned to support the fallen Xin Yang, while others braced themselves against the wall to prevent themselves from falling. Chen Zhi turned and inquired of Wei, "What on earth is going on? Why have you suddenly stopped?" At that moment, Wei took a gentle step back and urged, "Do not speak, quietly retreat." His voice had taken on an unusual tone, as if he had encountered something exceedingly terrifying ahead. The beam of the searchlight illuminated only a limited area, revealing a vast space ahead, filled with a damp, foul odor. It was unclear what had startled Wei, but his reaction indicated that something exceedingly dangerous lay ahead. The passage inclined upwards, flanked by numerous voids, and the group silently retreated into one of these alcoves. Though small, the hollow was exceedingly damp, just sufficient for a few of them to take refuge, and offering a clear view of the earlier space. Peering forward with the aid of the searchlight, Chen Zhi quickly grasped Wei's intent to retreat quietly. Before them lay a colossal stone chamber, partially natural and partially man-made, adorned with verdant moss, damp stone walls, and overhead, countless enormous flying foxes dangled. The scientific name for these flying foxes is the golden-crowned flying fox, a rare species of giant bat, with a wingspan reaching up to 5 feet, towering taller than a person when standing. They are dubbed flying foxes due to their fox-like faces. Ancient lore suggested that these creatures were the offspring of a fox spirit and a bat spirit, serving as the eyes of the fox spirit in the heavens. These flying foxes are notoriously bloodthirsty and carnivorous, representing one of the most ferocious varieties of bats. They prefer to dwell in underground caves and pastoral grasslands, emerging at night to prey on humans and livestock. In Outer Mongolia's grasslands, they were once regarded as a symbol of malevolence. However, in the last century, this magnificent golden-crowned flying fox has been rendered extinct, with only a few specimens remaining. To discover such a multitude of flying foxes in this place was astonishing, and judging by their size and teeth, they appeared even larger and more menacing, likely an even more ancient and primitive breed. Before Chen Zhi lay these enormous bats, their wings resembling dark cloaks, densely clustered against the rock face. The slightest noise made while walking had already roused one or two of them, who, upon awakening, surveyed their surroundings with vigilant eyes, revealing a mouth full of glistening fangs that sent shivers down one's spine. "Let us attempt to circumvent them quietly, lest we awaken them," Wei whispered. "Understood." The others nodded, preparing to stealthily retrace their steps. Suddenly, Chen Zhi felt a frigid hand pressed against his back, cold as ice, forcefully propelling him forward. Chen Zhi was suddenly struck as if by an electric shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. He leapt forward, crashing heavily in front of the bat's lair. Chapter 231, The Heavenly Fox Tomb and the Flying Foxes. Chen Zhi was inexplicably thrust into the bat cave, landing awkwardly. The icy hand that had pushed him triggered a chilling wave that coursed through his entire being, leaving him shivering, his teeth chattering, unable to voice a sound, feeling a bone-deep coldness enveloping him. It is well known that bats possess underdeveloped vision. They navigate and hunt using echolocation, earning them the moniker of living radar. They can maneuver through complete darkness with remarkable agility, accurately capturing their prey amidst a cacophony of environmental disturbances, emitting ultrasonic signals to pinpoint the location of their targets with exceptional sensitivity and resolution. At the moment Chen Zhi fell inside, he was met with a cacophony of fluttering sounds as several flying foxes descended from the rocky walls, hurtling towards him with the force of a gale. As he struggled to rise, he stumbled again, the ground slick with bat droppings and remnants of animals, emitting a nauseating stench. Just as the flying foxes, with their gaping, tooth-filled mouths, were about to pounce on him, Chen Zhi abandoned his attempt to stand. Instead, he drew out his sniper pistol, a gift from Leopard Yi, and with a steady finger, pulled the trigger, aiming at the nearest bat's head. The gunfire echoed, and the bat's head exploded, showering Chen Zhi's face with gore. Simultaneously, several gunmen surged forward, brandishing submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the oncoming swarm of flying foxes. In the darkness, the gun muzzles emitted flashes akin to lightning. Bullets whizzing through the air, illuminating the cavern in erratic bursts. The thunderous sound of gunfire mixed with the clatter of shell casings, creating a deafening symphony within the stone chamber. In truth, Chen Zhi had long anticipated such a scenario. Prior to their ascent, he had meticulously devised strategic plans and combat positions, thoroughly briefing the gunmen on the approach to various dangers, ensuring they could recite the strategies from memory. This included tactics for confronting large avian predators. Indeed, in the face of modern weaponry, these ferocious creatures stood little chance. The sudden commotion startled thousands of flying foxes. These creatures, accustomed to the darkness, were most fearful of fire and light. At the sight of the sudden flashes, they scattered, with only those struck by bullets falling to the ground, while the rest swirled like a dark cloud overhead, fleeing towards the cave's ceiling. The ammunition for the submachine guns was quickly depleted, and before they could reload, a swarm of flying foxes swooped past, slashing at Chen Zhi's face, neck, and clothing with their claws and fangs, leaving him bloodied. Fortunately, the quality of his garments was remarkably resilient, sparing him from serious injury. At that moment, Chen Zhi shouted, "No time to reload. Draw your blades, watch for their claws, and fight." With a commanding voice, Chen Zhi ordered everyone to reveal their cold weapons. He drew forth the gleaming long knife, slaughtering God, and with a swift swing, silver light flashed as a large bat fell at his feet. Witnessing Chen Zhi's fervor, the others became equally fervent. A collective frenzy ensued, and numerous hefty bats tumbled to the ground with a series of loud thuds. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the cave fell into a gradual silence, the shadows of bats no longer flitting about, and most of the flying foxes had fled from the cave's apex. At this moment, Chen Zhi's headset and spotlight had been snatched away by the bats. As he groped for the fallen spotlight, he was about to inquire if anyone was injured when, suddenly, darkness enveloped him. He caught sight of the largest flying fox silently lunging at his neck. This creature, over 2 meters long, loomed larger than its kin, with menacingly sharp ivory fangs and a ghastly visage, resembling the leader of the bats that had evaded notice in the cave's depths. Seizing the moment, it pounced at Chen Zhi. Bending down to retrieve the spotlight, he turned just in time to see the bat's teeth mere centimeters from his throat, the grotesque folds of its face and coarse hair vividly apparent. Just as he was about to be bitten, a gunshot rang out from beside him. A bullet pierced through the bat's skull, causing it to loosen its grip and crash to the ground, twitching briefly before succumbing to death. The shooter was Peng Wei, who, recognizing the urgency, had swiftly swapped his magazine and fired a shot, thereby saving Chen Zhi's life. In the aftermath, Chen Zhi exhaled a sigh of relief, chastising Peng Wei for his proximity, nearly deafening him with the gunfire. "Damn it! How quickly you forget gratitude. I saved your life, and yet you complain," Peng Wei retorted. Reclaiming his weapon, Chen Zhi surveyed the surroundings. As the dust settled, he observed that aside from a few bats that had been shot but were still struggling, no others lurked in hiding. The stone chamber was now secure. Chen Zhi's neck bore several gashes, blood flowing profusely, while the others had sustained minor injuries, none too grave. Qin Yang and old Jindo, who had sheltered in a nearby alcove, emerged now that the battle had ceased, producing bandages and hemostatic powder from their satchels to tend to the wounds. Peng Wei, suffering the most severe injury, had a large piece of flesh torn from his neck, blood streaming profusely. In agony, he cursed loudly, lamenting, "Damn it! After years of fighting, I get pecked by a little eagle. In past years, when I encountered so many Zongzi in the royal tomb, I never suffered a scratch, yet today these oversized sparrows have left me with so many wounds. Oh, it truly hurts. Enough with the boasting. Let me help you," Chen Zhi exclaimed, administering hemostatic powder to his neck. It was only then that Peng Wei suddenly remembered to ask Chen Zhi, "Hey, by the way, I had just advised everyone to avoid startling the large bats and to circumvent them, yet how did you suddenly plunge into their midst?" At this moment, Chen Zhi recalled the earlier incident and recounted how someone had pushed him from behind. "Someone pushed you? Impossible," Fat Wei exclaimed, incredulously. "What did you feel at that moment?" Chen Zhi pondered for a moment and replied, "That hand was chillingly cold. When it touched me, it felt as though I had been electrocuted, sending tremors through my entire body." "Oh no." Fat Wei suddenly flipped over and shouted, "Parrot, quickly check if he has any wounds on his back." Complying, the parrot parted the fabric of Chen Zhi's shirt and illuminated his back with a flashlight. A gasp escaped his lips as he stepped back in shock. Fat Wei rushed over to inspect, revealing a cross-shaped wound on Chen Zhi's back, as if he had been struck by electricity. The flesh was raised, forming a circular shape that eerily resembled a child's face, its eyes blurred and the mouth stretched wide, giving the impression of a sinister grin. Chapter 232. The Tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Child Spirit. This is truly a nightmare. The parrot stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I mentioned seeing a child run by, yet none of you believed me. It seems this little ghost has been trailing us all along. Did that specter push Xiao Zhi into this bat cave? Stop frightening yourselves. Where would such a ghost come from? Fat Wei began, but suddenly he fell silent. His complexion turning ashen, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the cave. A chill ran down everyone's spines, as if they collectively grasped the gravity of the situation, swiftly turning to shine their flashlights forward. In that instant, every hair on their bodies stood on end. In the depths of the cave's darkness stood the silhouette of a child. The child's face was obscured by shadows, rendering it indistinct. Yet one could discern the red apron he wore, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, standing there ominously, distinctly not resembling a living being. That's it. That's the child. The parrot's lips quivered as he whispered. At that moment, cold sweat streamed down everyone's backs, and they simultaneously raised their submachine guns. Fat Wei produced a handful of red glutinous rice from his pocket. However, the shadowy child merely waved his hand, then turned and vanished into the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the child's figure remained absent, and the group's tense bodies finally relaxed, albeit in astonishment. Fat Wei, you saw that child with your own eyes, right? That was definitely a ghost. The parrot exclaimed, gripping his weapon tightly. Fat Wei stood frozen in thought, his head bowed, silent for an extended period. Perhaps that child was merely a puppet? We witnessed the lifelike beauty of that female puppet in the pharmacy. This child could simply be a replica, and we need not be overly alarmed. Old Jindo attempted to soothe the group's anxiety. That was no puppet, Chen Zhi asserted, shaking his head with firm conviction. If it were merely a puppet, then the child would not be able to move with such swiftness. Furthermore, I just observed in the medicine room that the puppet's gait appeared rather clumsy, its footsteps resounding loudly. Yet this child has consistently concealed its presence while following us, unnoticed by anyone, even by the ghostly blade. This indicates that it lacks a physical form. It can only be a manifestation of something else. After Chen Zhi concluded his statement, he cast a glance at Pang Wei. Ever since he discovered the handprint of a child on his back, Chen Zhi has felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, a bitter taste filling his mouth, and a shiver coursing through his body. Pang Wei, however, bore a solemn expression. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I suspect that this entity is indeed a child spirit. He hesitated before continuing. Among the taboos we, the Tomb Raiders, adhere to, one of the most critical is the mention of child spirits. The term spirit refers to a ghost. There is nothing more to elaborate. Although we, as Tomb Raiders, do not fear phantoms, we have never encountered true spirits. Our craft is rooted in ancestral techniques, shrouded from the light of day. Yet, throughout generations, there exists an adage, avoid child spirits. It is said that this belief originates from before the Han Dynasty, during a time when the practice of live burial was prevalent, a ritual marked by brutality. Many tomb owners, in a bid to display opulence in the afterlife, would capture young boys for such sacrifices, even mothers and children together. Referred to as sacrificial youths, to preserve the youthful visage of these boys, they were each given a cup of tea laced with a sedative before the burial. Once the children fell asleep, the nearby craftsmen would cut open their skulls, and the executor would pour mercury into the incised area. After a sufficient quantity of mercury was introduced, they would stitch the heads back together. By the time all was completed, the children had perished, yet their faces remained flushed, their expressions vibrant as if alive. During the Western Jin Dynasty, a team of tomb raiders was tasked with locating a royal tomb from the spring and autumn period. After days of searching the mountains without success, that night the leader of the raiders dreamt of a group of children approaching him, claiming to be the sacrificial youths of the prince, lamenting their entrapment in the tomb, unable to reincarnate. They implored the leader to rescue them, revealing the tomb's location, laden with treasures. The next day, the leader led his team to the indicated site, where they indeed discovered the grand entrance of the tomb, eliciting great joy. However, once the entire team entered, they were never seen again. The sentinels outside were terrified and hurried back for reinforcements. Yet, even with a new team sent in, no one emerged. Eventually, They sought the counsel of a renowned hermit, who revealed that the tomb was beset by vengeful spirits. The souls of the sacrificial youths, over time, had morphed into malevolent entities, delighting in deception and bloodsucking. Even the seasoned tomb raiders fell victim to the allure of these child spirits, lured in and slain. Henceforth, the warnings inscribed in the lore of tomb raiders cautioned, if you encounter a child spirit, do not heed its beguiling words, flee the tomb at once, underscoring the peril posed by child spirits. Upon hearing Pang Wei's account, unease settled deeper in the hearts of the group as they exchanged glances. Lao Jindo inquired, Wei Zi, since we have already encountered this situation, perilous as it may be, what course of action should we take now? Fat Wei nodded and remarked, since the spirit of the child has manifested, it undoubtedly has something to convey. From its earlier demeanor, it appears to beckon us forth. After speaking, he gestured towards the depths of the cave ahead. If the spirit has appeared to guide us in that direction, we should not squander its goodwill. Let's not overthink this. With no path of retreat, we shall confront whatever lies ahead. If that little demon truly intends to siphon our blood, let it be known that our submachine guns are not to be trifled with. Though Fat Wei's suggestion was reckless, it was, at that moment, their sole recourse. The path behind them was blocked by the Crimson Menace, leaving them no option but to press forward, lest they become trapped. Following the recent skirmish, everyone was disheveled and weary, their clothes, hair, and faces smeared with a noxious mixture of bat droppings, blood, and mud. The stench was unbearable. The airborne foxes could return at any moment. Thus, this bat cave was no longer a suitable refuge, and they had to hasten their advance. Consequently, Chen Zhi commanded everyone to briefly organize their gear while he, Fat Wei, and Ghost Blade held up the searchlight, delving deeper into the stone chamber. After a short while, they arrived at the end of the chamber, where Chen Zhi observed a damp rock wall, thickly covered in moss and bat excrement, revealing faintly inscribed characters. Fat Wei lifted his rifle but to scrape away the moss and droppings, uncovering a half-open iron door. Astonishingly, in this humid environment, the door showed no signs of rust. Adjacent to it, inscribed in red paint upon the stone wall, were the words Forbidden Ground of Celestial Beings. Forbidden Ground of Celestial Beings? Fat Wei remarked, glancing at the inscriptions on the door. If these 4 characters are indeed accurate, the implication is clear. Celestial beings are not permitted entry. As mere mortals, can we then proceed? Please refrain from misinterpreting. Chen Zhi pressed his face against the stone wall, explaining, during the Qin and Han dynasties, those who revered the celestial deities and the immortal beings from distant lands were referred to as celestial beings. The fact that this inscription is an ancient Qin script suggests that, following the decline of the Qin dynasty, some mythological celestial beings must have resided within this sacred realm. Fat Wei, however, found little interest in Chen Zhi's words. His focus was solely on the iron door, which now caused him considerable distress. Judging by its appearance, this door is likely a gas chamber, he stated. I've heard of such doors before. Observe the large iron plate at the bottom. That is the mechanism. Such doors are typically used to secure highly valuable items. To open this iron door, one must correctly rotate the switch below, akin to a modern-day combination lock. A single misstep will cause it to lock automatically. While it may not be difficult to open the door, I am uncertain about the presence and lethality of any toxic gas that may escape once it is ajar. Chapter 233. The true master of the tomb of the celestial fox, Fat Wei continued. That child clearly led us here. Yet it vanished upon reaching this iron door. With such elusive behavior, that child cannot possibly be a mere puppet. However, if it truly is a specter, what could be the purpose of this little spirit leading us here? Is it attempting to guide us to safety? I doubt it possesses such benevolence. After Fat Wei finished speaking, he smiled and gestured towards Chen Zhi, the implication clear. Should the door be opened or not? Yet, this time, Chen Zhi exhibited no hesitation. Commanding, everyone, don your gas masks. All marksmen, prepare your weapons at the entrance. If anything emerges upon opening the door, eliminate it immediately. Understood, the marksmen replied in unison, all donning their gas masks. A few of the parent team pulled back their gun bolts, loading the bullets into the chambers, aiming at the iron door. Chen Zhi then turned to Fat Wei. Stop dwelling on futile matters. Open the door. All right, Fat Wei replied, donning his mask and gloves, grinning as he said, watch me. Kneeling, he grasped the iron handle, gritting his teeth as he exerted tremendous force to turn it. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging from his forehead. clearly exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. He twisted the handle repeatedly, each turn accompanied by the sound of the latch clicking, until finally, a cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted, and the row of latches beneath the door released. The heavy iron door creaked open, as the massive door swung ajar. A pitch-black entrance was revealed, prompting everyone to step back a couple of paces, nervously raising their submachine guns to aim at the inner darkness. Gradually, a waft of blue smoke billowed forth, and silence enveloped the space within. After a prolonged silence, the group cautiously approached the entrance, only to find the interior shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The beams from the searchlights, upon entering, were immediately devoured by the shadows. Chen Zhi signaled to the parrot team, who understood and led the way into the room, with everyone following closely. However, upon entering, they discovered the chamber was exceedingly dark, the searchlight beams inexplicably failing to illuminate far. The silence was profound, as if every sound in the world had vanished, leaving only the heavy breaths of the group. Under the dim illumination of a few searchlights, Chen Zhi discerned that the chamber was elongated, roughly 50 square meters in area. The surroundings remained indistinct, but directly ahead of the iron door lay a vast expanse. Looking forward, Chen Zhi noticed the smoke was particularly dense there, obscuring visibility, accompanied by a familiar fragrance that gradually wafted into the air. Instinctively, he sensed that something awaited in that place. It is the scent of divine bones. Qin Yang suddenly interjected, pointing towards the darkened area ahead. That place contains the remains of a demigod. As her words echoed, everyone turned their gaze towards the front. With the door of the chamber now ajar, the smoke began to dissipate, yet that specific area remained enveloped in darkness, impervious to the searchlights. As though the light were being absorbed, Chen Zhi waved his hand behind him, and the group, weapons at the ready, followed him into the depths of that darkness. As they approached, they found the mist grew increasingly dense, rendering the iron door behind them almost invisible. However, the vision ahead gradually became clearer, revealing a brownish-yellow wooden screen amidst the darkness. This antique screen, exquisitely carved, was crafted from superior golden silk Namu wood, with a delicate layer of thin green gauze adorning its center, appearing remarkably pristine. As everyone advanced, they were suddenly struck with fear. Behind the gauze, a shadow distinctly emerged, evidently that of a child. Parrot, standing at the forefront with a gun in hand, felt his breath quicken, and all eyes turned to Chen Zhi, silently inquiring what should be done next. Chen Zhi scrutinized the shadow. It was undeniably that of a child, with a form that perfectly conformed to human anatomy. Yet the shadow stood motionless, leaving its state of being uncertain. "You all step back. I will investigate," Chen Zhi declared, advancing with his knife, only to be halted by Fat Wei's firm grasp. "I want to see for myself what this renowned spirit of the child looks like," Fat Wei insisted, pulling Chen Zhi behind him, seizing a knife, and confidently stepping around the screen without hesitation. Once inside, Fat Wei fell silent, remaining still for an extended moment. Outside, the tension among the others reached a peak. "Fat Wei, what do you see? Speak up," Parrot urged anxiously from outside. Suddenly, Fat Wei's voice resonated from within. "Come and take a look. The child is right here." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly followed him behind the screen. Parrot gasped, "My heavens, it's this child." As Chen Zhi entered and beheld the scene, he discovered an extraordinarily lavish throne behind the screen, crafted from wood and adorned with jewels, grand and imposing. The wooden armrests and backrest were embellished with intricate gilded paintings, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. Flanking the throne were incense burners held by young attendants, and before it lay jade steps, all accoutrements present, resembling the residence of a noble. Atop this throne stood a naked child, appearing to be only 3 or 4 years old, vividly lifelike, with a top knot secured by golden and silver bells. His face was animated, clad in a bright red cloth pouch, the fabric adorned with ancient gold and silver embroidery techniques, depicting auspicious mythical beasts such as cranes, cheilants, and turtles. Encircled by a pattern of swirling clouds in gold thread, vibrant even after a millennium. Parrot exclaimed in astonishment, "What I saw earlier was indeed this child. But then it appeared to be alive. Could this child possibly be a living being?" As Parrot reached out to touch the child, he wondered whether the child had become a spirit. "Do not touch." Fat Wei firmly restrained Parrot's hand. "You must not lay a finger on him. This is no mere doll, but a sacrificial child, filled with mercury. Touching him would be sacrilege. And do you not fear he may haunt you?" "Fat Wei, clearly apprehensive. Sighed. It seems the wisdom passed down through generations of treasure hunters holds truth. Yet, I wonder what this spirit of the child has led us to this place for. As the conversation continued, a heavy clang echoed through the air, signaling the ominous closure of the iron door through which they had entered. To my astonishment, the door had shut automatically. Goodness, I thought this sacrificial boy was kindly guiding us, but it seems he intended to ensnare us for his own burial, exclaimed Fat Wei, rushing back to the iron door, attempting to twist the handle. However, he soon discovered that the handle was beyond his reach, the mechanism securely locked. The air vents opened, and the oxygen within the chamber began to rapidly deplete. This trick is utterly insidious. Fat Wei fumed, his frustration boiling over as he kicked the iron door with fervor. Panic ensued among the group, their weapons forgotten as they clustered around the door, pulling and kicking in vain, for the door remained steadfast and immovable. As the oxygen grew increasingly scarce, Chen Zhi stood motionless before the child, his gaze fixed on the wall behind it. Fat Wei returned, hurling insults at the child. "You little rascal, open the door at once, or I shall incinerate you." He moved to seize the child seated upon the throne. "Don't act recklessly." Chen Zhi urgently intervened, turning to address the rear of the throne. "That is not merely a sacrificial boy. The child's status is likely extraordinary." Chapter 234. The key to the celestial fox tomb. After Chen Zhi spoke, he circled the opulent throne adorned with gold and jewels to approach the wall behind it, casting his eyes upward. There, he beheld a wall entirely sheathed in lustrous black marble, a material of exquisite quality. The polished surface was etched with a depiction of the 28 lunar mansions, accompanied by inscriptions sealed in gold paint. Beneath this celestial diagram, a six-faced cubic design was carved, along with sectional illustrations of each face. Upon closer inspection, this cube bore an uncanny resemblance to the grand cube they had observed earlier, which illustrated the myriad of life. Each point on the marble wall's celestial diagram corresponded precisely to the small squares of the cube. The history of the Chinese lunar mansion theory is ancient, shrouded in mystery. Regarded as heavenly secrets by the Chinese, who believe that celestial observations can reveal profound truths. In antiquity, Chinese astronomy and mysticism attained an unfathomable height, with extensive astronomical literature emerging 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, showcasing astonishing accuracy. Historical records indicate that ancient scholars not only understood the movements of the 5 major planets, but also tracked the trajectories of thousands of minor asteroids and numerous comets, even predicting star maps for any given moment, leaving one in awe. The lacquered box unearthed from the tomb of Zhenghe E from the Warring States period contains a complete record of the names and operational patterns of the 28 mansions. The ancients revered celestial deities, believing that guardians resided in each of the 4 cardinal directions: Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. They categorized the constellations into 28 groups, each named with a single character: Jiao, Kong, Shi, Feng, Exine, Wei Ji, Do, Niu, Nu, Su, Wei, Shi, Bai Kuei, Lu, Wei, Ong, Bai Zi, Shun, Jing, Guilu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, Zhen, assigning a celestial deity to each group. The celestial transformations were perceived as the will of the gods, intricately linked to the fortunes and misfortunes of those dwelling on earth. It was believed that the rise and fall of dynasties, as well as natural calamities and human tragedies, could be foreseen through the signs in the heavens. Thus, from ancient times, emperors established the Astronomical Bureau to observe the celestial phenomena at night, thereby maintaining control over the affairs of the state. Within the confines of this stone chamber, the air grew increasingly sparse. After a prolonged bout of kicking and shouting at the iron door, the group realized that their labored breaths only exacerbated the depletion of oxygen. Gradually, as they acknowledged the futility of their actions, they congregated around Chen Zhi. "Orange, you've been standing here for ages. Do you have any solutions? Speak quickly. I'm on the verge of despair. I certainly do not wish to accompany this little ghost to the grave," gasped Fat Wei, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. The parrot, having exerted itself at the door moments earlier, was now drenched in perspiration. "Fat Wei, could you perhaps ease your heavy breathing? You're consuming all the oxygen. Leave some for us." "To hell with that. How can you even think of such things? You might as well strangle me. Let us see how long you can endure this," Fat Wei retorted vehemently. The atmosphere was chaotic, akin to ants in disarray, when suddenly Chen Zhi raised his hand. The group fell silent, clinging to the hope he represented. Calmly, Chen Zhi proclaimed, "This child is not a sacrificial offering. Rather, he is the true master of this underground tomb." With that, he approached the child, donned gloves, and lifted the crimson cloth covering the boy. Beneath the fabric lay the child's alabaster belly, adorned with an intricate pattern of the 28 lunar mansions. Each star point bore a small hole, filled with iron beads, a sight both shocking and poignant. "Oh dear, this is utterly tragic. If the child's mother were to see this, her heart would surely break," the parrot remarked. Grimacing at the sight, with a sardonic smile, Chen Zhi mused, "It is likely that this was the handiwork of the child's own mother." Pointing to the designs on the child's abdomen, he addressed the group. "This child of noble lineage was interred here not as a sacrifice, but to guard a key." Afterward, Chen Zhi raised his arm, revealing a liquid crystal display, and retrieved the photograph he had taken at the stone screen. Following the patterns, he pressed the iron beads on the child's belly sequentially, corresponding to the order of the 28 lunar mansions depicted on the marble slab. As each bead was pressed, it functioned like a button, vanishing into the flesh, creating a dark cavity. When Chen Zhi pressed the final iron bead in sequence, all 28 black holes emerged. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from the child's belly as torrents of mercury surged forth from the openings, transforming the child's form into a viscous puddle, revealing a brilliantly radiant silver metallic cube within. This cube, a marvel of craftsmanship, shimmered with a silvery luminescence, comprised of 6 faces, each adorned with 9 smaller squares, resembling a silver Rubik's cube, exquisitely fashioned. The pattern observed on the stone screen was strikingly similar to that of a cube. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the chamber began to tremble violently, small stones cascading down as if the ceiling were about to collapse. Suddenly, the massive black marble wall behind the throne emitted a thunderous roar and revealed a hidden door. "Hurry, the structure is about to give way," Chen Zhi exclaimed, seizing the silver cube and gesturing for everyone to follow him swiftly into the shadowy passage. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the chamber's framework collapsed, and stones of all sizes rained down like a torrential downpour. Without a moment to ponder, the group dashed after Chen Zhi into the dark entrance. Inside, they encountered a stone staircase over 2 meters wide. They did not pause, but ascended the steps frantically, the cacophony of rumbling and shattering stones reverberating behind them as the entire subterranean tomb began to collapse rapidly. They raced upwards for dozens of meters, but old Jindo eventually fell behind, exhausted. Fat Wei hurried back to pull him along, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally spotted a stone door ahead, sunlight streaming through its crevices. With a collective effort, they burst through the stone door and emerged into the brilliant sunlight, the sound of rushing water filling their ears. Before them stood the magnificent waterfall, albeit from the vantage point behind it, signaling their escape from peril. Once outside, the group collapsed onto the grass, their muscles trembling violently, utterly drained of energy. Unbeknownst to them, they had endured an entire night of turmoil, and dawn had broken. After a moment of respite on the grass, they struggled to rise, only to realize the wretched state they were in. Their bodies were smeared with bat droppings and mud, their faces, necks, and hands marred with scrapes. Old Jindo had sustained a head injury, blood streaming down his face. Thankfully, their sturdy clothing had withstood the ordeal, otherwise, they would have emerged with nary a sound place on their bodies. Exhausted from the night's tribulations, they were both famished and parched, utterly devoid of the will to move. As they turned to gaze at the sun, radiant and resplendent above, they inhaled the crisp mountain air deeply, feeling as though they had transcended from the dark, ancient tomb to a realm of light. The parrot, stretching its arms, remarked, "Brother Zhi, I have often heard tales of your remarkable and perilous exploits, but witnessing it firsthand is no jest. I once doubted the existence of spirits, yet after seeing that child, I find myself believing. What, I wonder, was his intention in leading us to that chamber? It hardly seemed malicious. If he truly wished to harm us, why would he have opened the door?" "I do not know," Chen Zhi replied, gazing skyward slowly. "Perhaps he has grown weary of guarding this key." "Key? What key are you referring to?" Fat Wei inquired eagerly, sitting up and rubbing his backside. "Is the silver cube you held earlier the key?" "Indeed." Chen Zhi lifted the silver Rubik's cube in his hand, observing it glisten under the sun. This silver cube was, in fact, the key to entering the vast divine tomb of the nine-tailed fox. Chapter 235. Sudden change. Chen Zhi referred to the silver cube in his possession as the key to the fox goddess tomb, lifting it to the sunlight and inspecting it repeatedly. At that moment, Pang Wei crawled over, taking the cube to examine it closely, yet he discerned no hidden significance. This hardly resembles a key. It appears to be merely a large toy, he remarked, shaking his head. Furthermore, if it truly is a key, where is the entrance to the fox goddess tomb? Chen Zhi gently shook his head, saying, I cannot say for certain yet, but I believe it must be nearby. As Chen Zhi and Pang Wei conversed, the young marksmen around them showed little interest in their discussion. They had just exerted themselves to the brink of exhaustion the previous night, nearly losing their lives in the ancient tomb, and were now utterly fatigued. The most pressing concern was their growling stomachs. Regardless of the key or the tomb, appeasing their hunger took precedence. Upon emerging from the cave to this grassy expanse, they finally took stock of their surroundings. The location was splendid, situated in a valley beneath a magnificent waterfall, backed by a towering mountain. The ground was expansive, surrounded by colossal rocks, making it an ideal spot for setting up camp. A few marksmen, in their frantic escape from the underground tomb, had inadvertently dropped their pouches, losing the compressed food within. With the depletion of supplies over the past couple of days, only a scant amount of compressed food remained. To procure nourishment, they would need to hunt in the mountains or fish in the waters below. Fortunately, among the group was Si Yin, who had grown up in the mountains and was an adept hunter. He immediately volunteered to lead a party into the woods to seek game as they prepared to camp and dine. Chen Zhi had always harbored trepidation towards the enormous shadow that had appeared on the cliff. That figure had yet to reveal itself, causing great concern. He proposed that they exercise restraint, suggesting they locate the entrance to the fox goddess tomb before taking any risks that might draw attention. However, the others were too famished to heed caution. Pang Wei added, Chun, do not fret about that large shadow any longer. It was dark that night. You may have simply misjudged. Besides, we are now so weak with hunger that we can hardly stand. If that creature does emerge, we must be well fed to confront it. Rest assured, large beasts typically do not venture out during the day. And even if it does, have we not already prepared ourselves? With your tactics, we are certain to subdue it. After hearing Pang Wei's words, Chen Zhi nodded gently, contemplating that if the entrance to the fox goddess tomb was indeed nearby, they could not afford to leave this valley. Given the current circumstances, ensuring that everyone was well fed would be advantageous. Otherwise, even if they entered the tomb, they would only find themselves at a greater disadvantage. The group collectively resolved to establish their camp upon the verdant meadow. They initially gathered firewood and, behind a grand rock, kindled a fire to prepare water for cooking. Four Eyes and Fat Wei took two companions to hunt in the mountains, while the others gathered around the campfire to recuperate. They fetched some pristine water from the waterfall, unfastened their garments for a brief wash, cleansing away the bat droppings and mud that clung to them. The few gunmen who had sustained more serious injuries thoroughly rinsed their wounds with clean water and rewrapped them with fresh bandages. Parrot had intended to venture to the deep pool beneath the waterfall to catch some fish, but was dissuaded by Chen Zhi. Following the collapse of the ancient tomb behind the waterfall, the water in the pool had become tainted. One could not be certain what might have seeped from the tomb, rendering the fish inedible. Reluctantly, Parrot made his way up the mountain in search of wild fruits instead. The mountain teemed with abundant resources, particularly an abundance of deer. Before long, Four Eyes and Fat Wei returned, their arms laden with a sizable deer and 2 mountain hares, and they had also collected a plethora of wild pine cones. The sight of such game brought immense joy to the group, who eagerly set to skinning the deer and rabbits, gutting them, and cleaning them with fresh water before skewering them over the fire to roast. Parrot soon reappeared, having gathered a bounty of large, luscious wild fruits from the mountains. These fruits were plump and red, bursting with juice at the slightest bite, their taste remarkably sweet, reminiscent of large mangoes. After Chen Zhi tested the fruits with litmus paper to ensure their safety, he instructed Parrot to distribute them among the group to quench their thirst. As the deer and rabbit meat sizzled over the fire, seasoned with wild pine nuts, the mingling aromas of pine resin and roasted meat wafted enticingly through the air. The group, famished, could hardly contain their hunger, and with drool pooling in their mouths, they rushed forward to slice generous portions of meat to devour, relishing the feast. After the meal, the fatigue and soreness from their exertions began to surface. The young gunmen reclined on the grass, allowing the sun to warm their full bellies, easing their weary bodies. Having endured a sleepless night, they could not resist the allure of slumber, their eyes gradually closing as they drifted off. Chen Zhi, however, dared not succumb to sleep. He, along with Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and old Jindo, sat in a circle, sipping hot water and allowing the others to rest, while also discussing their next steps. You say that iron lump is the key to the tomb, but now that we have the key, where is the tomb door? Fat Wei inquired of Chen Zhi. Furthermore, how do you know that iron lump is indeed a key? Did the spirit from the grave communicate that to you telepathically? Indeed, it did inform me, but not through telepathy, Chen Zhi replied calmly, sipping his hot water with a gentle smile. The wall behind the boy is adorned with intricate patterns and texts, mirroring the two images of yin and yang from the stone screen we encountered earlier. The designer intended for the yin and yang aspects of this image to be engraved separately on two slabs of stone, rendering it incomprehensible to outsiders. If one were to superimpose these two contrasting patterns, it would reveal a detailed illustration, clearly stating that this metallic cube serves as the key to unlocking the tomb's entrance, while the child depicted is a noble scion, entrusted with the guardianship of this key. The metallic cube itself is an exceedingly intricate contraption, concealing myriad enigmas within its depths. Each small square upon its surface represents a distinct species of the mountain's fauna, intricately interconnected in a convoluted web. I will require some time to decipher the entirety of the cube's contents, aligning each small square to its correct position, akin to the principle of a colorful Rubik's cube, albeit far more complex. When the key is turned, the door shall reveal itself. Ah, you are truly remarkable. I knew associating with you would lead to great prospects. Fat Wei exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he recited, unexpectedly, amidst the throngs, I sought my mother 1,000 times, only to behold her in the flickering glow of distant lanterns. What do you think? I am quite the cultured individual, am I not? This poem is rather commendable. He chuckled. The others, upon hearing Fat Wei's verse, shook their heads and laughed. Yet as he gazed into the forested expanse ahead, his smile abruptly froze. What's wrong? Chen Zhi sensed the shift in atmosphere and instinctively turned to look at the hillside opposite them, his heart racing with trepidation. There, amidst the dense thicket, a wave of foliage stirred, and a significant mound began to rise from the verdant sea of trees, a colossal entity concealed within, rapidly advancing towards their position. Chapter 236. The Carved Teeth. Oh no, it is that Mountain King. Chen Zhi's heart raced. Although he had mentally prepared himself to confront this formidable beast of the mountain, he had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. With a swift motion, Chen Zhi sprang to his feet, shouting, Quickly, rise. Extinguish the fire and toss everything into the water. At this, the others, half asleep, jolted awake at Chen Zhi's urgent call. They turned to see the shadow moving through the trees and were instantly filled with alarm. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei dashed forward to extinguish the campfire, while Lao Jindo led everyone in disposing of the remaining bones and any odorous items into the waterfall. Gui Dao hurriedly concealed Qin Yang and all their gear behind a pile of rocks in the underbrush, and then everyone armed themselves, taking refuge among the grasses. The enormous shadow moved with remarkable speed, reaching the base of the mountain in mere moments. Soon, a series of resounding thuds echoed through the air, rumbling, as if some colossal beast were charging toward their valley, its heavy footsteps crashing through the trees, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches. The earth trembled beneath the weight of those powerful strides, the valley erupted in chaos, and the birds, startled, took flight. The cacophony threatened to deafen them all. Each heart raced with anxiety, pondering what monstrous creature they were now destined to encounter after barely escaping the ancient tomb. Chen Jichao raised his hand, commanding the attention of everyone present. He readied his machine gun, loading it with bullets in preparation for the imminent confrontation with the colossal beast. Mere seconds later, the sound of snapping branches echoed from the forest edge near the waterfall cliff, and a gigantic humanoid creature erupted from the thicket, crashing heavily onto the ground before Chun and his companions. The impact sent tremors through the earth, causing all to feel as though their bodies were rising and falling in unison. Chun tightly gripped his long knife and cautiously parted the grass in front of him, gazing forward to behold a pair of immense feet directly before him. These gigantic feet, each the length of a person, resembled two small boats. While their shape was reminiscent of human feet, they bore only 4 toes. The enormous big toe curled upwards, its nail caked with dark mud. while the top of the foot was covered in coarse black hair, teeming with maggots, creating a most repulsive sight. As Chen looked upward along the towering legs, a colossal figure became fully visible before him. Indeed, it was a giant, or perhaps a giant beast, standing nearly 20 meters tall, its body cloaked in a dark bluish hue, with a hunched back and extraordinarily long arms. Its countenance was ferocious, with orange-yellow eyes and a mouth that revealed a pair of elongated, chisel-like teeth, curving upward like daggers. The creature was adorned with long, glossy black mane, and the sight of this behemoth from below was profoundly shocking, instilling an indescribable sense of dread. "What in the world is that? A supergiant?" muttered the visibly shaken Pang Wei beside him. Chen was equally astonished. The image and visage of this giant, coupled with its formidable fangs, bore an uncanny resemblance to a mythical beast from ancient lore. A name flickered through his mind: Chiseltooth. The Chiseltooth was said to have existed in ancient times, dwelling in the southern regions of Zhouhua. Some claimed it to be a giant, while others referred to it as a beast, named for its massive teeth. It was reputed to be exceedingly ferocious, preying upon humans in great numbers during ancient times. The Yellow Emperor had once dispatched Ho-I to quell it, and after an intense battle, Ho-I had ultimately slain the Chiseltooth in the Kunlun Mountains. The Classic of Mountains and Seas contains a description of this beast, stating that Kunlun Su lies to the east, with the four directions being empty. It mentions that Ho-I fought the Chiseltooth in the fields of Zhouhua, where he ultimately killed it. In the east of Kunlun Su, Ho-I held his Bao, while the Chiseltooth wielded a shield, or perhaps a spear. This indeed referred to the Chiseltooth. Yet, the legendary creature, once claimed to have been slain by Ho-I and responsible for countless human deaths, now stood before them in this divine realm. Chen was astounded that such a monster truly existed. How could the Chiseltooth have appeared here? Puzzled, he looked at the creature's ankles and wrists, noticing heavy iron chains shackled to its thighs. It dawned on him that this creature was stationed here as a guardian. Chen lifted his arm, bending 3 fingers while extending his thumb and forefinger. Everyone present recognized his gesture immediately. It signified that from this moment on, they could employ control stone bullets. Before them loomed the colossal creature known as the Chiseltooth, which suddenly bent down, its orange-yellow eyes darting about erratically as it began to sniff the ground for scents. It followed the trail of aromas until it reached the edge of the waterfall, where lay the abandoned folding tent poles. Upon spotting the poles, the Chiseltooth erupted in a fit of rage, throwing its head back and letting out a deafening roar. With one mighty claw, it seized the iron frame and, with a few crunching bites, sent metal fragments flying, reducing the sturdy, German-imported poles, crafted from thick steel, to mere rubble, a sight both fearsome and astonishing. The onlookers, concealed within the grass, were rendered speechless, some trembling at the sheer horror of what would transpire if they were caught. After demolishing the tent poles, the Chiseltooth gazed down into the waterfall's depths, seemingly spotting the items tossed into the water's surface. With a thunderous roar, it smashed its fist against the rocks by the waterfall, and with a powerful leap, it plunged into the depths below. The impact sent shockwaves through the tranquil pool beneath, the echoes of its roar and the resounding crash reverberating throughout the valley. Seizing the moment, Chen Zhi quickly gathered his team, noting that many were frozen in fear. "Do not panic. Follow the 4th plan I outlined. Pay heed to the commands in my earpiece. Remember, we cannot afford to falter. Cherish your control stones," he commanded. The team responded affirmatively, their nerves taut with anticipation. At that moment, the ground beneath them trembled, and the sound of rolling stones filled the air as the massive Chiseltooth ascended with alarming speed. When Chen Zhi turned around, he beheld one of its enormous hands gripping the cliff's edge, its 2 gigantic orange-yellow eyes peering over the precipice. With a sinister grin, the Chiseltooth revealed its gaping maw, seemingly mocking them. Chapter 237. The Hunt for the Chiseltooth. Upon witnessing the monstrous face of the Chiseltooth, Chen Zhi shouted to his team, "It's coming. Prepare yourselves." No sooner had his words left his lips than the Chiseltooth unleashed a powerful leap onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. With agility, it bounded forward, charging towards Chen Zhi and the others. "Scatter," Chen Zhi commanded, and everyone swiftly dispersed, pairing up to divert the creature's attention. Lao Jindo and Qin Yiyang had already taken cover in a rocky alcove, where Qin had adorned the entrance with breath-holding talismans to mask their presence. As the Chiseltooth lunged forward, finding only empty space, it quickly turned its gaze to the fleeing figures, chasing after the direction where Fat Wei was sprinting. At that moment, Fat Wei was racing across the grass with a sharpshooter known as Fei Maozi, renowned among marksmen for his speed, having previously ranked in national sprinting competitions. Upon noticing the chisel tooth in pursuit, he and Fat Wei raised their submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire directed at the creature's legs. The barrage of bullets struck the creature, known as Zhuoqi, yet they merely ricocheted off its thick, black mane. Its hide resembled a layer of iron armor, impervious to the onslaught. However, Zhuoqi was incensed by the gunfire, pounding its chest in fury as it pursued Pang Wei and Fei Maozi. Sensing the imminent danger, the two fled towards the deep layer of fallen leaves in the valley, executing Chen Zhi's meticulously crafted plan. Prior to entering this divine realm, Chen Zhi had anticipated encountering such colossal beasts and devised a tactical approach. Engaging in direct confrontation was utterly impractical due to the beast's immense size. Thus, luring it into the forest for an ambush would be more advantageous. The towering trees would restrict Zhuoqi's movements, transforming its size into a liability. Otherwise, with the creature charging forth, even an aircraft carrier would stand no chance against it. Upon entering the thick carpet of leaves, Zhuoqi became ensnared halfway through, its substantial weight causing it to sink, hindering its ability to seize Pang Wei and Fei Maozi, who had nimbly ascended the trees on either side. As Zhuoqi struggled to extricate itself, Chen Zhi's voice crackled through their earpieces, calling for a strike on its eyes. Pang Wei and his companions, anticipating this command, swiftly drew their handguns loaded with 7 control stone bullets. Each aimed at one of Zhuoqi's eyes and fired 2 shots. The sharp reports echoed in the air. Pang Wei successfully blinded Zhuoqi's left eye, eliciting a horrific cry from the beast as it lowered its head. Meanwhile, Fei Maozi's shot went awry, striking the creature's ear and mutilating part of its auricle. Realizing his error, Fei Maozi's anxiety mounted as he squeezed the trigger repeatedly, but all his bullets went astray. When he attempted to fire again, he found his weapon empty, leaving him exposed before Zhuoqi. Pang Wei, witnessing the peril, aimed to shoot Zhuoqi in its uninjured right eye, but his positioning was incorrect. Instead, he opened fire on the creature's back. The bullets penetrated its flesh but failed to inflict critical damage. With its left eye destroyed and its body riddled with bullets, Zhuoqi, now maddened and bloodied, exerted all its might to escape the entanglement of leaves. With a tremendous leap, it freed its legs and lunged upwards, its massive paw aimed directly at Fei Maozi perched in the tree. The force of that enormous hand promised certain death. Jump to another tree, Chen Zhi shouted urgently into the earpiece. However, Fei Maozi, paralyzed by fear, remained frozen. Fortunately, Pang Wei fired a shot that grazed his ankle, causing him to slip and fall. Zhuoqi's hand swiped at his skull, and upon hitting the ground, Fei Maozi immediately lost consciousness. The reaction of the creature, known as Zhuoqi, was remarkably swift. Upon missing a strike, it immediately lowered its head to search the ground, seizing the fallen flying cat and roaring as it attempted to devour it. The unfortunate creature was already unconscious, on the verge of being crushed to oblivion. At that moment, Chen Zhi's voice crackled through the headset, urging Knife, deliver a finishing blow. Before Chen Zhi's words could fully resonate, the ghost blade had, unbeknownst to anyone, positioned itself upon Zhuoqi's shoulder. With an elegant twist, it leaped gracefully past Zhuoqi's line of sight, raising its long blade to strike horizontally at Zhuoqi's enormous right eye. A flash of crimson erupted as the eye was sliced open, blood gushing forth, though it remained partially intact. In agony, Zhuoqi relinquished its grip on the flying cat, clutching its damaged eye and howling in distress. Seizing the opportunity, Ghost Blade leaped to the ground, discreetly handing over the flying cat to Fat Wei while leading Zhuoqi toward the waterfall. At this juncture, Zhuoqi, consumed by pain, emitted frantic cries and abandoned its pursuit of Fat Wei and the flying cat, turning frantically to chase Ghost Blade. Despite several attempts to capture it, Zhuoqi could not succeed. Ghost Blade's figure flickered, deliberately slowing its pace and creating noise to entice Zhuoqi towards the waterfall. Draw it eastwards for another 500 meters. I will take the shot, Chen Zhi instructed, having ascended to the highest rock, brandishing the sniper rifle gifted by Leopard Lord. Ghost Blade veered eastward, and as Zhuoqi sprinted past Chen Zhi's perch, it caught sight of him, seemingly intent on attacking, but it was already too late. A gunshot rang out, and Chen Zhi's bullet struck Zhuoqi's eye, blinding it completely. In that moment, Zhuoqi was utterly enraged, blinded and flailing its arms wildly at Chen Zhi's rock, shattering it into fragments. Chen Zhi had already leaped to the ground, evading the debris that flew around him. "Parrot, now is your chance. Finish it," Chen Zhi shouted urgently into the headset. Just then, a thunderous gunshot erupted, resembling cannon fire, as a massive bullet soared from the opposing hillside, striking Zhaoqi's head and knocking it to the ground. Zhaoqi's formidable skull, however, proved resilient. Despite being shot, it roared defiantly, attempting to rise once more. But then, another colossal bullet came hurtling towards it, shattering Zhaoqi's skull completely, causing it to crash to the earth, never to rise again. There, the parrot crouched behind a heavy sniper rifle, revealing its face from the hillside, exclaiming over the headset, "Damn, luring this beast here was no easy feat. This creature is remarkably sturdy." It took 2 shots from this sniper rifle, which could fell a tank, to bring it down. As the group surveyed the immobile form of Zhaoqi, resembling a small mountain, they gradually drew closer, astonished. They could hardly fathom that such a colossal and ancient creature had truly been vanquished. Reflecting on the past several minutes as if they had merely awakened from a vivid dream. Chapter 238, The Gate of the Divine Tomb, by Qian returns to her soul at this moment. Fat Wei was carrying the recently unconscious Flying Cat on his back as he approached from the woods. Although Flying Cat had regained consciousness, his complexion was ashen, and his lips were tinged with purple, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. His legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him unable to walk. Chen Zhi approached with a smile, patting him gently as he spoke. "How was it?" "A thrilling experience walking through the jaws of a monster, wasn't he it?" Still rattled, Flying Cat slumped against a rock like a puddle of mud after dismounting from Fat Wei's back, gazing at the corpse of the rending tooth with trepidation. He turned to old Jindo and lamented, "I can't take it anymore, Uncle Jin. This task is truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Upon returning to the Bao family, I shall request a transfer to a clerical position. Goodness, look at you, so lacking in spirit. You're bringing shame to our Bao family. What is the matter? Did that giant scare the pants off you?" laughed Parrot, who had just approached from the opposite hillside. A heavy submachine gun slung over his shoulder, unfazed by the recent battle as the crucial sniper. The group teased the incapacitated night cat, with a few daring souls climbing atop the rending tooth's corpse, marveling at the ancient shackles and long tusks, whispering in awe. Now that the greatest threat in this divine realm had been vanquished, Chen Zhi finally felt a sense of relief. With concerns dissipated, his foremost priority was to unlock the metallic cube and gain entry into the celestial fox's tomb. Having reached this critical juncture, the final challenge was one that no one could assist Chen Zhi with. The following hours proved to be mentally taxing and interminable for him. Seated alone at the precipice of the waterfall, he focused intently on deciphering the metallic cube, urging everyone to keep their distance and refrain from disturbing him. Meanwhile, Fat Wei, old Jindo, and the others busied themselves with preparations for food and equipment. The recent battle with the rending tooth had left all their outdoor essentials discarded beneath the water, now floating uselessly in the pool below the waterfall. Their remaining supplies were scant, consisting only of a few weapons and several pouches, lacking even tents or cooking utensils, which meant they would likely have to sleep on the ground once inside the tomb. The most pressing issue was the complete absence of food, and the uncertainty of conditions within the tomb precluded any hope of foraging. Thus, Cyan and Parrot scattered to gather some smaller fruits and managed to catch 2 mountain rabbits. After preparing them, they roasted a portion for dinner and saved the rest to take into the tomb. As everyone immersed themselves in their tasks, time slipped away unnoticed. Just as twilight began to descend, Chen Zhi returned from the cliff, carrying the cube. "Did you solve it?" Fat Wei inquired eagerly, noticing Chen Zhi's pale complexion. "Yes," Chen Zhi replied, nodding gently as he presented the metallic cube. Each small segment of the cube had turned transparent, while one corner remained silver. Now, the cube resembled glass, with a shimmering flame flickering within, continuously ablaze. "Just one more turn, and this key will unlock it completely," Chen Zhi remarked. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and turn it," Pang Wei urged anxiously. "No, not yet," Chen Zhi replied with a calm smile, shaking his head. "We cannot open the door just yet." "Why not? If you don't open it now, do you intend to wait for that cunning 9-tailed fox to invite you in personally?" Pang Wei questioned. Chen Zhi smiled faintly. "You are partially correct. It's not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am unable to open the door. The entrance to the nine-tailed fox's divine tomb can only be opened by its direct descendant, Bai Qian. What? Are you out of your mind? So all our efforts thus far have been in vain. Pang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Qian has been dead for over 1,000 years. Where do you expect us to find her? Her remains are in our possession. Indeed, Chen Zhi said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued. Which is why we need someone to impersonate Bai Qian. Long ago, the organization obtained ancient texts detailing Bai Qian's rituals for entering the divine tomb of the fox. These were only recently revealed to me by Lord Leopard. The nine-tailed fox has a remarkable reproductive capacity. Although direct descendants are rare, the illegitimate offspring are numerous. After the death of the nine-tailed fox, it commanded its direct descendant Bai Qian to perform rituals annually, to prevent others from entering the divine tomb. This ancient deity established a magical barrier at the tomb's entrance, concealing the door. Before each ritual to honor her mother, Bai Qian had to sacrifice an illegitimate offspring of a deity at this location, spilling their blood to stain the earth red with demigod blood. Only then could Bai Qian herself unlock the door, a series of procedures that must be meticulously followed. Pang Wei, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, was left speechless. Sacrifice an illegitimate offspring of a deity and stain the earth with their blood? What do you intend to do? Pang Wei immediately turned to Qin Yang. Are you suggesting we use Qin Yang's blood? You want to kill her to open the tomb? Precisely, Chen Zhi replied, nodding with a serene expression. Pang Wei glanced around. Noticing that Qin Yang appeared unfazed, her composure unchanged by the conversation. What the hell, are you all insane? He exclaimed loudly. Orange, I must have misjudged you. You are just as twisted as that northeastern leopard. To enter the tomb, you actually intend to kill Qin Yang? You are truly ruthless. At that moment, Parrot furrowed her brow and approached. How dare you call our Lord Leopard twisted? I will report you when I return. Chen Zhi shook his head in exasperation, finding Pang Wei's reaction rather comical. Pang Wei, you really should educate yourself. It's a new era. Do you not know that one can obtain blood without resorting to murder? Have you not heard of the term stem cell cultivation? After speaking, Chen Zhi instructed old Jindo to retrieve a sealed metal canister from his treasure pouch. The canister resembled a portable water bottle, but was significantly larger. Having been carefully stored by old Jindo, Chen Zhi raised the jar and said, this contains 500 liters of blood stem cells cultivated in the laboratory using Qin Yang's blood. With the presence of water elements, it should diffuse adequately, staining the earth with blood. Is that so? You nearly frightened me. I thought you were going to slaughter Qin Yang here. Fat Wei exclaimed, patting his heart. What about Bai Qian? Where are we supposed to find the legitimate offspring of the nine-tailed fox, Bai Qian? Have you also created a version of Bai Qian in the lab during this time? Creating a deity is beyond our capabilities, Chen Zhi replied with a smile, but we can summon her spirit back. Have you heard of the soul summoning technique? Chapter 239. The soul summoning technique. The soul summoning technique? Fat Wei said in astonishment, turning to Chen Zhi. You want Qin Yang to perform the soul summoning? I have no objections, but if you truly bring Bai Qian's spirit back, don't you think it's perilous? Inviting a deity is easy, but sending them back is another matter entirely. That woman Bai Qian is no pushover. If you summon her, will she even want to leave? What you speak of is her complete resurrection. I lack such abilities, Qin Yang interjected, crossing her arms. In humans, there are 3 souls and 8 spirits. The 3 souls consist of the fetal light, the ethereal spirit, and the ghostly essence. The 7 spirits include the corpse dog, the lurking arrow, the sparrow's shadow, the devourer, the non-poison, the purger, and the foul lung. In contrast, deities possess 4 souls and 8 spirits, with 1 additional soul. This soul does not vanish upon the deity's death. It remains preserved within their remains, known as the form soul. What I need to accomplish now is to use the grand soul summoning technique to call back Bai Qian's form soul and then attach it to my own body to impersonate her, thereby unlocking the nine-tailed fox's divine tomb. If all goes well, this method should succeed. After Qin Yang spoke, the ghost blade approached. Placing the large jar containing Bai Qian's remains in the center, he unscrewed the sealed lid, and a fragrant aroma wafted out, drawing everyone's gaze toward the jar. Inside was a jar of snow-white paste resembling jade, sticky in appearance, somewhat akin to white plaster. This is bone paste made from powdered remnants of Bai Qian's bones. Chen Zhi explained to the group. In a moment, Qin Yang will set up a soul summoning array here, applying this bone paste to herself. Then she will cast the spell to summon Bai Qian's form soul from the remains. If successful, Qin Yang will impersonate Bai Qian to turn the key and unlock the nine-tailed fox's tomb. Impressive. It seems you have been well prepared, Fat Wei marveled, though his expression turned anxious. But can this really work? This is the barrier set by the nine-tailed fox. Can it be so easily deceived? It should be fine, Qin Yang replied. Although the barrier was established by the nine-tailed fox, it possesses no intelligence of its own. It is merely a divine spell. Akin to a fingerprint scanner today, it only needs to recognize Bai Qian's body to unlock the door, regardless of whether she is alive or dead. Thus, we will provide it with a body resembling Bai Qian, and we should be able to deceive it. Now that everything was in place, all that remained was for Qin Yang to prepare the array. As the precise location of the divine tomb remains shrouded in mystery, Qin Yang opted to perform her ritual before the waterfall. At the edge of the deep pool in front of the cascade lay a vast expanse of grass, upon which rested a large, flat stone slab. The surface of the stone was exceedingly smooth, rendering it ideal for inscribing talismans. The arrangement of the soul-summoning ritual was exceedingly intricate. Fortunately, Qin Yang had not misplaced her treasure pouch. From it, she retrieved candles, guiding rice, spirit money, and an incense burner, among other essential items. These mystical tools were of great significance. The candles needed to be substantial, pure white ones, devoid of any impurities. The guiding rice was even more troublesome. It was not glutinous rice, but a rare type of tribute rice, requiring meticulous selection of each grain, which had to be elongated and pointed at both ends, with no imperfections. From approximately 1,000 grains, one might yield only a handful, around 4 ounces in total. The spirit money consisted of large sheets of yellow paper inscribed with death mantras. Qin Yang ignited a candle in the southeastern corner, followed by lighting the incense to pay homage to the 4 directions. After the offerings were made, she placed the incense into the burner and began to scatter the guiding rice in all cardinal directions, reciting incantations to summon the true spirits. Once the rice was dispersed, she commenced the extensive burning of the spirit money upon the ground. As the ashes accumulated, she cleared the stone slab and pricked her finger to let a drop of blood mix with ink, using a brush to meticulously draw intricate symbols on the surface. Due to her blindness, this entire process was executed with the support of her parrot, making the task exceedingly challenging. Yet, upon completion, the onlookers were left in awe. The design she had inscribed on the ground was circular, with a complex arrangement of lines and patterns, resembling the Buddhist depiction of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Upon finishing this grand magical diagram, Qin Yang appeared thoroughly exhausted. She then extracted a long strip of fabric resembling a banner from her pouch, hanging it upon a nearby branch beside herself. Chen Zhi recognized it as a soul-summoning banner, also known as a spirit flag, historically used to attract wandering souls. Ancient belief held that a person's spirit could attain immortality, and placing the deceased garments upon the banner could summon their essence back. Commonly, these banners were white, inscribed with 3 souls in the upper left corner, 7 spirits in the upper right, adorned with 3 hooks symbolizing the 3 pure ones at the apex, and inscribed with phrases of divine command below. However, in recent decades, true practitioners of soul summoning had become exceedingly rare. Many within the Taoist community were charlatans, merely pretending to conjure spirits for intimidation. The authentic art of soul summoning had long since faded from the world, making genuine spirit banners a rarity. Yet, the banner in Qin Yang's possession, though the fabric appeared worn and faded, exhibited exquisite embroidery, unmistakably crafted with exceptional skill. At that moment, Qin Yang reached into her bosom and produced a small box. Upon opening it, she revealed the exquisite pair of large, lustrous pearl earrings they had discovered during their journey to Japan. She delicately hung the earrings upon the soul-summoning banner. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Yang seated herself at the center of the reincarnation diagram. She loosened her garments, removing them entirely, and reached for the jar containing the white bone powder. She began to apply the viscous white paste onto her body. At that moment, everyone turned their backs, and when they finally turned around again, they discovered that Qin Yang had transformed herself into a figure resembling a statue of white plaster. Goodness, celery sprout, I must say, you truly look even whiter than the bone powder itself, Fat Wei remarked with a chuckle. After completing her ritual, Qin Yang lit a white candle in front of her and addressed Chen Zhi. This will suffice. I will soon conceal my fate and summon the essence of Bai Qian, allowing her spirit to attach to my form. It is merely a remnant of her presence, so do not be frightened. I will relinquish this body to the apparition. When that moment arrives, the candle before me will ignite spontaneously, at which point you shall hand me the key. Chapter 240. The soul returns to the earth. Be cautious. Chen Zhi advised Qin Yiyang, gesturing for everyone to step back from the stone slab, where she was performing her incantation. Qin Yiyang nodded in acknowledgement, then centered herself. Closing her eyes, with a pointed gesture, she began to chant softly, and in an instant, the reincarnation diagram around her ignited with 7 colored flames, encircling her in a flickering glow. With her eyes tightly shut, she recited additional phrases, and the flames grew fiercer. At that moment, Qin Yiyang appeared to lose her vitality, her body slackening as the white bone powder began to solidify from the bottom up, resembling white ceramic gradually hardening. In the midst of the flames, she remained motionless, like a white sculpture. Suddenly, a sharp, malevolent wind swept through the valley, rustling the leaves and finally reaching the soul-calling banner, causing the fabric to flutter gently. A pair of large pearl earrings fell to the ground, rolling toward Qin Yiyang's feet. Everyone held their breath, cold sweat trickling down their brows, afraid to make a sound. For they beheld the silhouette of a woman emerging behind Qin Yiyang. The figure was strikingly clear, her head bowed, hair cascading forward and partially obscuring her face. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with captivating eyes, adorned in a pristine, exquisitely crafted kimono, her long hair flowing like a waterfall behind her. By Qian, both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei quivered at the sight of the apparition. At that moment, the woman's figure began to tremble, gradually dissipating like a wisp of white mist, merging with Qin Yiyang's body. Qin Yiyang gasped, sitting up from the ground, breathing heavily, her eyes still closed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, the candle before Qin Yiyang ignited. According to her prior instructions, the lighting of the candle signified that it was time to hand her the key, allowing her to unlock the entrance to the tomb of the heavenly fox god. Consequently, Chen Zhi approached with the metallic cube, presenting it before Qin Yiyang. Here, open it. After Chen Zhi's voice fell, the figure of Qin Yiyang before him remained motionless, her eyes tightly closed, resembling a statue. Chen Zhi raised his voice slightly and said again, Qin Yiyang, here is your key. This time, it seemed that Qin Yiyang had heard him. She gradually turned her head, opened her eyes, revealing a pair of shifting, vibrant yellow orbs, their olive shape unmistakably reminiscent of a fox's gaze. Chen Zhi was taken aback and instinctively took a step back. Have you arrived? This version of Qin Yiyang looked at Chen Zhi, a peculiar smile curving her lips, her face coated with a waxy sheen, paired with her bright yellow eyes, exuding an eerie charm. Chen Zhi, feeling a surge of anxiety at the sight of those uncanny fox-like eyes, raised his voice once more. Qin Yiyang, this is the key. Hurry and unlock the door. Upon finishing his words, he extended the key towards her. However, Qin Yiyang did not respond to Chen Zhi's plea. Her smile faded stiffly as she slowly turned away, her stiff arm reaching for a pair of pearl earrings on the ground. She gingerly touched her earlobe and forcefully adorned herself with the earrings. It appeared that Qin Yiyang had no piercings. Blood trickled from her earlobe, as the earrings had been pressed painfully into her flesh. After donning the earrings, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her head drooping low. She extended her hand towards the metallic cube in Chen Zhi's grasp, expertly locating the final mechanism. With a gentle press, a crisp sound echoed as the last mechanism clicked into place. The metallic cube transformed into a translucent entity, resembling a crystal box, within which red flames began to ignite, growing fiercer and rising like a Kongming lantern into the sky, illuminating the surroundings with a resplendent glow. At that moment, Qin Yiyang appeared as though her very essence had been drained, exhaling heavily before collapsing to the ground. It's done. The great door of the divine tomb is about to open. Fat Wei shouted loudly. Just then, a cacophony of shattering sounds reverberated through the valley, causing the earth to tremble. Cracks splintered across the ground, and the terrain fissured, leaving all standing unsteady, causing them to tumble to the earth. A fierce wind surged, as if attempting to lift them into the heavens, compelling everyone to cling tightly to the rocks around them. Suddenly, a wave of water surged forth, the massive waterfall before them reversing its flow. The water ascended, creating layers of tumultuous waves, spraying droplets and fish, along with sand and stones, soaking everyone in its wake. As the surface of the waterfall gradually receded, the mountain behind the waterfall shifted, revealing a grand ancient city gate structure atop the former waterfall's elevation. This city gate was a quintessential representation of ancient architecture, towering majestically, estimated to stand around 100 meters high, dominating the entirety of the former waterfall's mountain. Its imposing stature was awe-inspiring, and the walls were adorned with a vibrant red hue, as if freshly painted. The design of the city gate was exquisite, featuring intricately carved beams and painted rafters. On either side of the red city gate, a pair of jade discs hung, intricately carved with peculiar dragon motifs. The dragons, complete with whiskers and eyebrows, appeared remarkably lifelike. The discs also bore strange animal designs, creatures that likely did not exist in reality, somewhat rotund, resembling emaciated lions yet akin to scaly dragons, adorned with multiple claws and a coiled, grand tail. These ancient, bizarre figures were complemented by decorative patterns of clouds and waves. In the center of the city gate, a brilliant golden plate gleamed, featuring a square indentation resembling the shape of a metallic cube. At that moment, the transparent metal cube suddenly soared into the center of the gate, as if drawn by an unseen force, fitting snugly into the recess of the golden plate. Instantly, the majestic city gate radiated a dazzling brilliance. The jade discs shimmered with vibrant colors, while clouds from the mountains swirled around the gate, creating a spectacle akin to a celestial palace from the heavens. By heavens, is this truly the divine tomb of the nine-tailed fox? This is no mere grave. It feels as if we have entered an ethereal realm, exclaimed Peng Wei, his eyes wide with astonishment. The others stood transfixed, their gazes fixed ahead, awestruck by the grandeur of the scene, murmuring in wonder. Chapter 241. Entering the divine tomb of the foxes, let us approach and take a closer look. Chen Zhi gestured to the group. Everyone readied their weapons, with Peng Wei leading the way as they navigated around the deep pool, heading straight for the Red City Gate. At this time, Qin Yang had succumbed to unconsciousness. A parrot covered her with clothing and carried her at the rear of the group. The waterfall poured its waters into the pool below, which now revealed no trace of fish. It was entirely transparent, allowing a clear view of the aquatic plants at the bottom. After circumventing the deep pool, they arrived before the magnificent city gate. This was a quintessential Chinese city gate, towering high with a narrow passageway cutting through the center of the red walls, leading to the other side. Beneath the gate lay over 100 layers of white jade steps, each meticulously carved and connecting the ground to the passage within the city gate. Below the white jade steps stood a row of stone sculptures resembling diminutive houses, each intricately adorned with bizarre figures that appeared both human and animal-like, arranged in a peculiar manner. These are called divine peaks, Peng Wei remarked. It seems we have indeed found the right place. The ancients believed that everything in this world is interconnected. Small is but a reflection of the large. Each of these small divine peaks represents the abodes of deities. Such mysterious sculptures were commonly found in tombs predating the Shang and Zhou dynasties, yet they have become rare since. Indeed, these divine dwellings seem rather diminutive, Chen Zhi chuckled, glancing around. At the foot of the Red City Gate stood a rather rudimentary pavilion. Rather than a true pavilion, it resembled a makeshift thatched shelter. Constructed haphazardly from several stone slabs, it was covered with assorted grasses, and within the pavilion, it appeared to contain a collection of items. Chen Zhi found himself quite intrigued by the pavilion. He approached it with his gun in hand. The pavilion was exceedingly rudimentary, apart from a stone table. It contained nothing else. The ground was littered with 2 wooden barrels, both having weathered into a fossilized state. Upon the stone table lay a pile of straw sandals. Chen Zhi stepped beside the stone table and picked up a pair of sandals for inspection. Although the craftsmanship was simple, the dried grass was remarkably upright and gleamed with freshness, some strands still exhibiting a hint of green, as if they had just been woven. Chen Zhi counted the sandals with his hands, discovering a total of 7 pairs. What on earth are these doing here? He mused aloud. Just then, Peng Wei walked over and exclaimed, "The living conditions of these deities are truly dire, nearly akin to those of impoverished farmers. Why on earth would they wear such tattered sandals exposing their toes?" Chen Zhi remained silent, continuing to examine the sandals. Something felt amiss. These sandals could not have been placed here without reason, and their freshness suggested they were not crafted from the flora of this divine realm. Well, who cares where the plants come from? Stop indulging in your Sherlock Holmes tendencies. It's about to get dark, and let's not forget we only have 7 days. Once time elapses, we cannot return. Let us hasten inside. urged Pang Wei. All right, Chen Zhi replied as he exited the pavilion, casting one last glance at the sandals. Before entering the tomb, he took a moment to organize the team, most of whom had closed their eyes in 2 days. It was imperative to act swiftly. Before entering the divine tomb, Chen Zhi instructed everyone to fill their water bottles, as the availability and safety of water inside were uncertain. While the others fetched water from the deep pool, Chen Zhi approached Lao Jindo. Uncle Jin, I wish to discuss something with you. The journey inside is perilous, fraught with unpredictable dangers. Furthermore, Qin Yang remains unconscious, and having her with us is a burden. I propose you stay in the pavilion to tend to her until we return. Once she awakens, she can assist us from outside. Disappointment flickered across Lao Jindo's face. Xiaozhi, I have traversed countless miles with you for this very moment. How can you abandon me now at the last hurdle? I am genuinely eager to see what the tomb of the nine-tailed celestial fox looks like. I understand you may think I am too old and might slow you down, but I assure you, I will not be a burden. At my age, even if I were to perish within, it would not be in vain. That's not the point. Chen Zhi continued to persuade him. Qin Yang genuinely needs care. We cannot leave an unconscious woman here alone. Moreover, Uncle Jin, you have been through enough in these past 2 days. I have noticed that you haven't rested well. Your age makes it difficult to endure this strain. None of us know what awaits us inside. If it is as perilous as the blade suggests, we cannot afford to worry about you. It is not worth it. At that moment, Pang Wei joined in, echoing Chen Zhi's sentiments. Indeed, old Jin, you should heed our advice and stay behind. Our future days stretch long ahead of us. Why must you cast this old soul into the tomb of the gods? You should anticipate the day when the 3 children wed and present you with grandchildren. Once we venture inside and ascertain that the surroundings pose no danger, we shall transform this place into a tourist haven, allowing you to visit daily. Thus, after a heartfelt persuasion from Pang Wei and the others, the old man reluctantly agreed to remain outside, refraining from entering. In truth, among the group, it was Fei Mao who harbored the greatest reluctance to enter. The recent battle with Zhao Qi had thoroughly frightened him, leaving his legs trembling as he walked. Night Owl, with a pallid face, contemplated voicing his own desire to forego the tomb's entrance, but a single glare from Pang Wei silenced him. Once all preparations were made, Chen Zhi instructed everyone to take their positions, with the parrot and Pang Wei leading the way. They proceeded through the narrow path within the city tower, entering through the gate. This passage was exceedingly constricted, allowing only one person to pass at a time, with red-painted walls adorned with yellow cloud patterns at the corners, exuding a mythical aura as it stretched straight ahead. Everyone was tense, gripping their submachine guns, holding their breath behind the sights, ever ready to confront any impending peril. As they continued along the path, they soon reached what they thought was the end. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon emerging, they were astonished to find themselves confronted once again by the scenery at the entrance. The old man and the recently awakened Qin Yang sat nearby in a pavilion, gazing at them in bewilderment. What is going on? Why have you returned? The old man inquired, astonished. It's not that we wish to come back. The parrot stammered, uncertain of how to respond. What else could it be? We must be facing some kind of illusory wall, Pang Wei exclaimed vehemently. For the next several minutes, Chen Zhi led the group back and forth through the passage, attempting various methods, even utilizing Qin Yang's broken illusion talisman and allowing the ghost blade to sever the illusionary curse entwined in his hair, yet to no avail. Upon exiting, they still beheld only the entrance. Everyone was now bewildered. How could they not gain entrance? Under normal circumstances, Chen Zhi would have suspected that a complex formation or soul-binding magic was at play here. Yet, having exhausted all means of breaking such spells, there were no signs of being able to enter. The surrounding mountains and forests lacked any conditions for such an elaborate setup. With no other recourse, they returned to the pavilion to deliberate together. After washing off the white bone powder from his body in the deep pool, Qin Yang returned and remarked to Chen Zhi, I discovered that the water here contains a certain power. This divine realm is unlike any other. The mountains and waters do not conform to the patterns of complex formations. Instead, it resembles a form of divine magic. I have heard that in ancient times, some powerful demigods would cast a spell over their doors to prevent intrusions, allowing only designated individuals to enter, while others could only behold the entrance, forever barred from entry. Designated individuals? This statement suddenly reminded Chen Zhi. As he gazed upon the pile of straw sandals, he suddenly comprehended the reason for their presence here. These sandals belong to the guardians of the tomb, who emerged from the sacred burial site, Chen Zhi remarked. In total, there were 7 pairs of sandals, indicating that 7 individuals had exited. After donning these sandals, they placed them at this pavilion, and upon their return, they needed to wear these sandals to gain entry once again, thus preventing outsiders from entering. It is likely that this has been the method employed by the fox spirits guarding the tomb for thousands of years. However, the owners of these 7 pairs of sandals, for reasons unknown, have not returned after departing from the sacred burial site. Chapter 242. The 7th individual practical experience is the sole criterion for verifying truth. To ascertain the validity of Chen Zhi's hypothesis, the solution was simple: don a pair of these sandals and take a stroll within the city tower to see for oneself. Yet, there were 7 pairs of sandals upon the stone table, while their group comprised 11 individuals, meaning they needed to narrow their number down to 7 to enter the tomb. The remaining members would have to wait outside. For Chen Zhi, this was undoubtedly a reluctant choice, akin to selecting 4 individuals to exclude from an already diminished team, thus choosing the most capable 7 to venture into the tomb. However, for the terrified Fei Maozi, this was indeed fortuitous news. His previously greenish face finally regained its color. After careful consideration of the injuries and physical conditions, and a meticulous evaluation of everyone's skills and physical attributes, Chen Zhi ultimately selected 7 individuals from the team. Naturally, he included himself, along with Gui Dao and Pang Wei. He also chose the exceptional marksman, Parrot and Four-Eyed. Additionally, he selected Stone, the strongest member of the group, who possessed a robust and sturdy physique, resembling a bear. Even larger than Pang Wei. It was said that he had previously engaged in boxing and possessed immense strength, having once shattered someone's jaw with a single punch. Finally, Chen Zhi chose a marksman known as Lao Jiao, who had remained composed throughout the task and had sustained minimal injuries, maintaining good physical condition. The remaining members, aside from the thoroughly frightened Fei Maozi, were eager to participate. However, most had already sustained significant injuries, with some still grappling with lingering toxins in their bodies, thus reluctantly conceding this opportunity to others. After selecting the individuals, Chen Zhi re-evaluated the control stone bullets and equipment. Since control stone bullets were precious, both Pang Wei and Fei Maozi had exhausted theirs during the battle with the chiseling teeth. Now, only 86 control stone bullets remained. Those not entering the tomb were to return their bullets to Chen Zhi and replenish Pang Wei's pistol, after which everyone would adjust the contents of their treasure bags and hand over the remaining compressed food supplies to those entering the tomb. Chen Zhi said to Lao Jindo, "Nearly 3 days have passed, and those of you outside must be mindful of the time. If we do not return within 4 days and cannot be contacted via wireless, you should take Qin Yang and hasten back to the original exit. Qin Yang possesses the locator from that place. You should be able to find the well we came from swiftly. Do not linger for our sake. It is imperative that you return on time, absolutely essential." Lao Jindo looked at Chen Zhi and nodded solemnly, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Once everything was prepared, Chen Zhi instructed the 7 individuals to don grass shoes before re-entering the city gate passage. As they slipped on the grass shoes, they immediately felt a refreshing sensation rising from their feet. Indeed, these shoes were extraordinary. They were remarkably soft, and once worn, the grass enveloped their feet, giving a sensation akin to riding on clouds. This time, as they stepped into the city gate, they distinctly sensed a difference from before. Previously, they reached the end of the passageway in just a few minutes, but now, after entering, they walked for an extended distance, as if they had entered another realm. The darkness ahead deepened, eventually plunging into utter blackness. They formed a single file, the surroundings growing increasingly damp, with the air pressure significantly low. A heavy musty odor mingled with an oddly decayed scent permeated the atmosphere. In the end, even the searchlights lost their effectiveness. All light was absorbed within the passage. They relied on the walls to navigate forward, silence enveloping them, save for the sound of their own heartbeats echoing in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity in the darkness, they finally glimpsed a faint glimmer of light ahead. Upon seeing the exit, hope ignited within them once more. However, the portly Wei, leading the group, remained vigilant, cautiously raising his firearm as he advanced. Soon, an opening revealed itself, and a salty sea breeze wafted in, suggesting proximity to the ocean. Wei was the first to step outside, and upon doing so, he pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Wow." Everyone, come look. This place is nothing short of a paradise. As his voice echoed, the others streamed out, their eyes widening in awe at the breathtaking scenery before them. Indeed, a vast ocean unfolded, waves lapping against the shore, the sands fine and golden like grains of gold. The moon hung unusually large in the sky, casting a luminous reflection upon the water, reminiscent of a fantastical painting. Beyond the sea, a massive city could be discerned through the mist, grand and majestic, hinting at its former splendor. This place felt utterly unlike the earthly realm. It imparted a sense of stepping into a mythical world. The water was stunningly beautiful, clear and transparent in a way unseen in the human world, shimmering with a mysterious gray-blue hue in the darkness. A small canoe lay anchored along the shore, a simple vessel crafted from a single piece of wood. The vessel before them, though a canoe, was far from diminutive. It was crafted from an exceptionally robust tree, boasting a substantial hull that could comfortably accommodate Chen Zhi and his companions. Clearly, there was nothing of significance along the seashore. It was likely that the divine tomb lay within the ancient city ahead. We must board this boat to traverse to the other side. Let us hasten. Fat Wei urged Chen Zhi. However, Chen Zhi appeared oblivious to Fat Wei's words, for he had just noticed that the old ninth, who had been trailing behind, was now missing. What on earth is happening? How could we lose someone so soon after entering? Fat Wei exclaimed, astonished. Chen Zhi immediately attempted to establish communication with Lao Jindo, who was outside the city gate, through his wireless headset, but the signal was already faltering. Lao Jindo's voice crackled intermittently through the earpiece, barely managing to convey that the old ninth had exited through the entrance and had not ventured into the divine tomb. The old ninth was in a dire state, his mind clouded. He only recalled walking at the rear of the group before suddenly losing consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in darkness, utterly alone. In a panic, he had bolted forward, emerging from the entrance, only to discover that the grass shoes he had been wearing had vanished. After relaying this information, the headset buzzed twice before the connection was completely severed, leaving only silence. At this juncture, Chen Zhi became acutely vigilant. Although Lao Jindo's message was straightforward, it conveyed a significant implication. The old knight's grass shoes were missing, and he had been rendered unconscious. Was it possible that someone had stealthily followed them in wearing those very shoes, thus becoming the seventh individual? Chapter 243. The City of the Gods. Could there truly be a seventh person trailing behind them, surreptitiously infiltrating their ranks? Following the disruption in communication, Chen Zhi shared with the group what Lao Jindo had disclosed through the earpiece, elaborating on the incident with the old ninth, who had fainted in the passage, only to find his shoes gone. Upon hearing this, the others instantly grew tense, raising their weapons and aiming toward the entrance of the passage, on high alert for any sounds from within. However, after an extended wait, the inky corridor yielded no signs of life or movement. At this moment, Chen Zhi sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. If someone had indeed been following them, it was inconceivable that they would remain unseen, unless that person possessed the ability to become transparent. Transparent? Chen Zhi pondered, then exchanged a significant glance with Gui Dao. Chen Zhi instructed Fat Wei to hold one end of a long rope while Gui Dao took the other, guiding the rope into the passage. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and Gui Dao quickly vanished from sight. Yet, Gui Dao was remarkably swift, and before long, the rope in Fat Wei's grasp was nearly taut. After a brief interval, Gui Dao emerged from the shadows, holding the very grass shoes. I found these in the passage, Gui Dao stated, noting the absence of any traces indicating that anyone had passed through. Fat Wei, visibly frustrated, spat heavily. Pointing at the pair of straw sandals, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Scaring oneself. What nonsense about a seventh person. I suspect this is merely a charade orchestrated by Old Nine himself." He must have panicked and, too afraid to admit it, discarded the mat halfway and feigned fainting to escape back. There isn't a soul in this passage. Who could have knocked him out? That is not right. Old Nine is not that kind of person, the parrot interjected immediately. He has always been loyal and courageous. Wasn't he afraid to climb over graves alone at night? Then what do you propose happened? Who could have knocked him out? A ghost? Or an invisible man? Fat Wei scoffed at the parrot. Enough. Stop talking, Chen Zhi said impatiently, waving his hand to silence them. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before continuing. Let us not dwell on this matter. We should proceed. Chen Zhi did not believe Old Nine was merely feigning unconsciousness. He possessed a fundamental discernment of character. Given Old Nine's nature, he would not have turned coward out of fear. Moreover, it takes considerable courage for someone to flee back alone from that passage. The occurrence likely had other explanations, but regardless of whether an unseen seventh person had followed them, it was unwise to investigate further now, lest they disturb the morale of the group. The best course of action was to downplay the incident and move forward. They soon arrived before a massive dugout canoe along the shoreline. From a distance, it appeared no different from an ordinary canoe, but upon closer inspection, its craftsmanship was astonishingly intricate. The exterior of the canoe was adorned with vibrant paint in red and yellow hues, depicting patterns of ocean waves and totems of flying birds, an embodiment of the mythical era of the Huaxia people. The enormous oar within the canoe resembled a work of art. Although crafted from wood, its joints were made of metal, and the internal mechanics were exquisitely designed, allowing the oar to move automatically with a gentle pull. This is truly a modern mechanical vessel. Fatway chuckled. I was worried that if we had to row this massive oar, we'd exhaust ourselves to death. Thus, once everyone had boarded the dugout canoe, before they could even set it in motion, they discovered that the vessel immediately began to float away from the beach, gliding smoothly over the surface of the sea. This is indeed an entirely automated craft, Fatway exclaimed. Have you noticed? I suspect this boat hasn't been used in about 1,000 years. Look at those metal bearings. They shine as if brand new, without a hint of rust. This is entirely consistent with the style of the divine artifacts we encountered earlier. This vessel may very well be a transport specifically designed to ferry us to that city, which must be a city of gods. After making his observation, Fatway vigorously pulled on the handle of the oar, causing the massive oar to swing into action. It seemed as though the vessel had its own trajectory, gradually gliding toward the distant city across the water. When the dugout canoe reached the midpoint of the sea, Chen Zhi retrieved a folding telescope from his treasure pouch and directed it toward the city shrouded in mist ahead. It turned out that there lay an isolated island, not small in size, flanked by 2 grand mountains, lush and green, with the city nestled at the foot of these hills. The city, cloaked in pristine white, is an ensemble of magnificent ancient architecture. The pavilions and towers progress in a tiered manner, with heights varying, creating an intricate and harmonious layout that is almost unimaginable. The ingenuity and unparalleled brilliance of the builders evoke a sense of awe. The white city gate stands at the foot of the mountains, which rise majestically behind it, their summits still adorned with patches of snow. In front lies the sea, with verdant fields seamlessly merging into the sandy beaches, while the gentle slopes are shrouded in mist, appearing ethereal and enchanting, a true celestial mirror, showcasing a breathtaking vista. Fatway, peering through a telescope, seemed disinterested in the stunning scenery ahead. After a brief pause, he remarked, Orange, do you see the smoke rising from within those city walls? The mere mention of this sent a shiver down Chen Zhi's spine. He immediately seized his telescope to scrutinize the white city more closely. Indeed, beyond the pale ramparts, wisps of delicate white smoke were ascending, initially obscured by the fog. Upon closer inspection, the smoke resembled the curling tendrils of cooking fires from rural mountains. Could there still be inhabitants within that city? Chen Zhi pondered silently, rubbing his eyes to see more clearly. At that moment, everyone raised their telescopes, gazing forward. Upon witnessing the smoke, an inexplicable fear washed over them, a primal dread of the unknown. If there were still residents within the city, they must be divine beings or demigods. What might they look like? How would they treat them? Chen Zhi mused that it would have been prudent to bring Qin Yang along, as there might be a shared language among demigods. Though the city appeared distant, the vessel traversed the waters with remarkable speed. The group sat in silence, weapons in hand, their minds racing with conjectures about what awaited them within the city. They soon realized that the water was astonishingly clear. One could see to the very depths, where shadows of colossal marine creatures loomed. These silhouettes were immense, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld them. Some shadows resembled various fish, while others were bizarrely shaped, and among them were particularly large figures that bore a resemblance to dragons. The water was so crystal clear that the depths were visible to the naked eye. Below, the dragon-like shadow moved languidly, its movements stirring up clouds of sediment, causing waves to ripple tumultuously. Proportionally speaking, any of the gigantic creatures beneath the surface were astonishingly large, especially the dragon-like figure. Should it breach the surface, it would likely obscure the entire sky. Chen Zhi was suddenly reminded of ancient legends regarding the Kunping. in Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. It is described that in the northern sea dwelled a fish called Kuan, so immense that its length was beyond measure. It transformed into a bird named Peng, whose wingspan was equally unfathomable, soaring with the fury of clouds descending from the heavens. This narrative speaks of a time when a colossal fish, known as Kuan, roamed the northern ocean, its size extending thousands of miles. Subsequently, it transformed into a magnificent bird known as the Peng, an enormous creature whose back alone spanned an unquantifiable expanse of several thousand miles. On one occasion, in a fit of rage, it soared into the sky, its wings casting a shadow over the entire azure firmament. The hyperbolic descriptors of ancient myths now manifested with startling authenticity as colossal beings materialized before their eyes, languishing beneath the ocean's depths. Each observer, leaning against the boat's edge, was left in awe, their senses inundated with a blend of trepidation for the unknown and a yearning for the mythical realm, immersing them in a dreamlike state. Yet, Chen Zhi remained unshaken by the breathtaking spectacle of the ocean's wonders. His focus was drawn to a snow-white city shrouded in mist across the waters. His gaze fixed through the telescope. As the city's form gradually crystallized amidst the fog, a magnificent architectural ensemble emerged. The canoe sped swiftly, and within approximately an hour, they reached the shores of the distant island. Upon colliding with the beach, the canoe glided forward, leaving a delicate imprint in the sand as it nestled against the shore. Everyone disembarked, their ankles immediately enveloped by the fine, white sand, which was so delicate it resembled powdered salt, even finer than millet grains. The texture was gentle to the touch, exuding a cool, skin-soothing sensation. Although the island's temperature was somewhat mild, the valley ahead was lush with greenery, abundant in vegetation. Yet it exuded an eerie stillness, an unnatural silence that seemed out of place in the mountains. Within the forest before them, it appeared that no life thrived. To the south of the beach, a vast expanse of verdant grassland stretched out, behind which the city gates of the White Citadel became visible. Observing the snow-white fortress from this proximity revealed a stark contrast to its distant appearance. It was strategically situated between two rugged cliffs, commanding a formidable position. The city walls loomed high, so towering that one could not glimpse the summit when gazing upwards from below. Constructed from large blocks of pristine white stone, the walls were complemented by a wooden gate, its iron-framed hinges gleaming with metal fittings that sparkled from afar. We prepared to advance, urging everyone to remain vigilant against any sudden appearances of creatures or other dangers, as I endeavored to approach stealthily, minimizing any signs of life. Before entering the city, Chen Zhi recalibrated their strategy, soothing the group's anxious spirits. The minds of the team members began to divert from envisioning potential encounters, choosing instead to embrace the unknown ahead, fostering trust within their ranks. Once everyone was aligned and composed, they assumed the planned formation, weapons in hand, quietly approaching the city gates from the side. This time, Gui Dao led the charge, moving swiftly, and the group soon found themselves beneath the towering entrance. The gate was exceedingly high, adorned with two exquisite, snow-white door knockers of gold and jade, yet positioned far beyond their reach. Fortunately, the grand entrance stood wide open, the massive bolt hanging there untouched. The metal bearings on either side of the door showed no signs of a mechanism, as if it welcomed anyone who might wish to enter. Flanking the entrance were two stone towers, reminiscent of ancient structures, each adorned with watch openings, yet void of any presence, giving the impression that no one resided there. The earlier tension among the group had dissipated. They traversed through the gateway into the city, where they soon beheld a guardhouse standing at least 30 or 40 meters high. Yet it too was eerily empty, devoid of even a single silhouette. This suggested that the city was unguarded. Exchanging glances, the group collectively exhaled, the palpable anxiety that had once gripped them easing somewhat. Grasping their weapons, they formed two lines, hastening into the heart of the city. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive thoroughfare, its surface paved with semi-transparent crystalline stones that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The main road led directly to a magnificent palace, flanked by nearly 100 portals, houses of varied sizes, predominantly 1 or 2 stories high, yet adorned with opulent architectural styles and embellishments. Though the buildings were not tall, their ceilings soared, suggesting they were designed for inhabitants of considerable stature. The social hierarchy of the city's residents appeared evident the deeper they ventured. the more lavishly decorated the structures became. Some houses featured window frames inlaid with white jade railings and luminous pearls, while others boasted grand upper floors adorned with flowing golden and silver embroidered draperies, glimmering in the sunlight, their exquisite craftsmanship breathtaking. Along the way, one could witness a spectacle of divine splendor, a veritable treasure trove laid bare, where what might be deemed rare gems were merely materials for roads and walls. As they proceeded further, the height of the buildings gradually diminished, eventually resembling the dimensions of typical human dwellings. The group marveled at this ethereal realm, enchanted by the dreamlike scenery, seemingly forgetting their earlier trepidation, as an inexplicable excitement and yearning permeated the ranks. The architectural style of the houses was distinctly ancient, with wooden porches constructed outside each entrance. These porches reflected the typical architectural style of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, a time when humanity clung to primal tribal customs, favoring communal living and shared meals. Hunters returning from their excursions would find the spoils cooked and laid out on these porches for the entire tribe to partake, where the food belonged to both the individual and the community. Before long, Chen Zhi recognized the source of the smoke he had seen earlier aboard the ship. Ahead, on the wooden porches of the resplendent homes, exquisite gold and silver vessels were arranged, filled with steaming dishes. From today onwards, all expressions of gratitude and my words will be included in the author's note, with the intention of conserving everyone's points. If the unseen readers wish to view my words, please download the latest version of the Qidian client. Chapter 245. An uncontrollable appetite. The houses in this vicinity are exceedingly dense, with nearly every household's corridor adorned with large platters of barbecued meat. The meat is cut with precision, a harmonious blend of fat and lean, roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within, glistening with a delectable sheen, exuding an irresistible aroma that tantalizes the senses. The alluring hues and mouth-watering fragrance provoke a salivary response, as an unfamiliar scent wafts through the air, teasingly drifting into everyone's nostrils. It feels as though it is deliberately enticing one to indulge. Instantly, a crowd gathers, their expressions subtly shifting as they gaze upon the enticing platters of barbecued meat. What on earth is the situation in this cursed place? Fat Wei, clutching his firearm, stands beside the barbecues, glancing around anxiously. Is there anyone in this wretched city? If there are, why are they hiding away? Surely, these dishes were just prepared, still steaming hot. Damn, could these spirits be lurking somewhere, watching us? Fat Wei is becoming increasingly agitated. He surveys the area with his submachine gun in hand, raising his voice to shout, "Any demons, monsters, or supernatural beings should come out now. Stop hiding. I am most afraid of this kind of suspense." His voice echoes through the desolate city, yet there is no response. Despite Fat Wei's boisterous outcry, the surroundings remain eerily silent, shrouded in stillness. Chen Zhi begins to notice that in this white city, there are not only no people, but also no animals. Not a single bird, insect, or ant is in sight. It is truly a dead city. There is absolutely no living thing in this town. Ghostblade suddenly asserts, "I can hear sounds from within a 10-mile radius. It is not just here. There is nothing even on the mountains behind us." After speaking, Ghostblade, with an expression of calmness, approaches the platters of barbecued meat and touches the wooden boards. These foods were not just prepared, they were left here long ago. After saying this, Ghostblade turns and lifts the wooden board, inviting Chen Zhi to observe the fungi growing beneath it. Chen Zhi sees that although the boards seem quite new, they are covered with dense clusters of mycelium, a density that would take centuries to develop. "I estimate these foods have been here for possibly over 1,000 years, Chen Zhi sighs. Such occurrences are not unusual near the remains of deities. Do you remember the new garments worn by Sayaka, the daughter of Saimai, that we encountered in the sealing tomb in Japan? Indeed, Fat Wei recalls that the Kagura bell held by Sayaka was brand new. I sold it for quite a sum upon returning." "Yes," Chen Zhi nods. Qin Yang once mentioned that the aura of deities has the remarkable ability to preserve the surroundings, rendering everything perpetually new. The more powerful the divine force, the broader its range of influence. In our previous encounters, we have witnessed numerous locales where divine beings once roamed, even within the damp confines of sepulchres, where artifacts remained astonishingly pristine, metals untouched by rust, as if freshly crafted. Presently, the food before us mirrors this remarkable preservation. Judging by the current state, it is evident that the inhabitants of this place whether demigods or other entities, must have had compelling reasons for preparing such a copious amount of sustenance. Perhaps they were preparing for a feast, yet such a lavish display seems excessive. However, one thing is certain: to sustain such an expanse of food, remaining fresh for such an extended period, there must be a powerful deity in the vicinity, one of considerable significance. It is likely that the burial site of the nine-tailed fox lies not far from here. As Chen Zhi spoke, Fat Wei gently nudged him, gesturing toward the opposite side. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed, aside from himself and Fat Wei, the trio of Ghost Blade remained present, while the others had succumbed to temptation. Leaning over the railing, eyes glistening with greed as they gazed longingly at the sumptuous platters of roasted meat before them. Their eyes had taken on a bloodshot hue, faces awash with avarice. Exhausted from their recent skirmish and the arduous journey they had undertaken, their stomachs had long since turned hollow. Since their arrival in this city, the ornate pavilions, intricately carved beams, rare treasures, and exquisite vistas seemed to have dulled their senses, causing them to forget the ever-present dangers surrounding them. The three gunmen, having discarded their submachine guns onto the ground, stared hungrily at the rows of delectable dishes, saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths, utterly disinterested in anything other than their ravenous desire for food. Little Zhi, since there's no one around, why don't we indulge in this feast and fill our bellies before continuing our journey? The parrot implored, its eyes filled with impatience. No, Chen Zhi promptly declined. The presence of this food is highly suspicious. It has remained here for over a millennium. Who knows what it has transformed into? Moreover, there are no signs of animals on this island, and the origins of this meat are dubious. It could be anything. This city is not a place for humans. We should avoid touching anything, let alone consuming it. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the parrot did not argue, yet its gaze remained fixated on the tantalizing delicacies, exaggerated drool escaping its beak, yearning to pounce upon the feast. Chen Zhi sensed an unsettling shift. He had never before contemplated the overwhelming allure that food could exert upon individuals. Yet now, whether it was the irresistible aroma of the dishes or some other factor, it was as if the group was on the brink of losing control, their attention entirely consumed by the food before them, paying no heed to Chen Zhi's commands. Anxiously, Chen Zhi took a couple of steps forward, intending to rein in the trio. As he approached, an indescribable, enticing fragrance wafted from the roasted meat, a scent so alluring that it invoked an insatiable hunger within him, a gnawing desperation that suggested he might perish if he did not partake of the feast laid before him. The insatiable craving for food emanates from the most primitive neurons within the human brain, representing a visceral hunger for sustenance. In the brief moment of Chen Zhi's astonishment, the previously silent Shirtu suddenly lunged towards the platter of roasted meat, tearing off a generous piece and stuffing it into his mouth, instantly drenching his face in grease as he chewed loudly, exclaiming, "Delicious! I want more. I need more." Witnessing Shirtu's frenzied behavior, the parrot and the four-eyed creature lost their composure and rushed forward, their eyes bloodshot as they gnawed at the tantalizing roasted meat with abandon. "Don't touch that." Fat Wei suddenly fired a shot into the air, startling them into silence. "Let me tell you, this meat is suspect. There's an 8 in 10 chance it's human flesh. You are all human, and if you consume human flesh, you will never return to the world of the living." Chapter 246. The consumption of goo. The parrot and the four-eyed creature shuddered at Fat Wei's gunshot, their minds clearing instantly as they realized the gravity of the situation and promptly discarded the meat onto the ground. Meanwhile, Shirtu seemed oblivious to everything, disregarding Fat Wei's warning entirely. He threw himself onto the wooden board, his face pressed against the large platters, ravenously devouring the meat, his loud chewing and glistening lips presenting a terrifying visage, reminiscent of a wild boar driven mad by hunger. "Shirtu, snap out of it. You cannot eat any more," Chen Zhi exclaimed as he rushed to embrace him, desperately trying to pry his mouth open, only to be forcefully pushed away by Shirtu, who retaliated with a powerful kick to Chen Zhi's ribs. The blow was so forceful that it nearly fractured Chen Zhi's bones, causing him to double over in pain. In that moment, he noticed Shirtu draw a knife, aiming it directly at his face. Before the knife could descend, Gui Dao had already stepped forward, deftly striking Shirtu's wrist, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Gui Dao then swiftly brought Shirtu down to the earth. Fat Wei lunged forward to restrain him, but Shirtu thrashed about violently, akin to a rabid beast. With no alternative, Fat Wei pinned him down, while Shirtu, his voice hoarse and desperate, cried out, Don't hold me back. I want to eat. I must eat. Suddenly, a torrent of saliva gushed from his mouth as he lunged at Fat Wei's arm, biting down hard. Ah! Fat Wei yelped in pain, turning to the parrot and the four-eyed creature. What are you waiting for? Come help me. Realizing the dire situation, the parrot and the four-eyed creature rushed over, terrified yet determined to assist Fat Wei in restraining Shi, covering his mouth and nose with their clothing as they dragged him away from the scene. They struggled to move forward with the thrashing Shi, and Chen Zhi soon discovered a courtyard, which contained a single exquisite small house amidst a spacious area filled with trees and flowers. The air saturated with the fragrant scent of nature, effectively masking the aroma of food. The group managed to drag Shi to the center of the courtyard, settling him beneath a large tree. Quick, give him water and make him vomit out what he just consumed. Chen Zhi shouted urgently. The parrot promptly unfastened the water kettle, while everyone firmly pressed down on the stone to force water into him. Yet, it was no simple task. The stone's strength was formidable, making it more challenging than subduing a wild boar. He struggled desperately, even biting Fat Wei several times. After they managed to pour an entire kettle of water into him, they dug into his throat, prompting the stone to roll over and expel everything it had consumed moments before. Upon witnessing the contents that were vomited forth, everyone nearly retched in disgust. What they saw was far from fresh roasted meat. The ground was littered with decaying, foul-smelling flesh, infested with a multitude of thick, red maggots, each as thick as a finger. This place has been cursed with a food hex, Ghostblade remarked. Those red worms possess a mesmerizing effect. Fat Wei pointed at the repulsive maggots for the parrot to see and declared, What do you think? I told you not to eat, didn't I? Otherwise, you would have a belly full of those crimson worms, wriggling and squirming within you, crawling down your intestines. The parrot nearly lost his composure. He and Si Yin were thoroughly disgusted by the sight of the writhing maggots. Fat Wei, must you be so blunt? It's revolting. I was merely jesting. Could anyone actually eat that? One can never be too sure. Fat Wei chuckled. Had it not been for my shot earlier, I dare say you too would have been entranced. After the stone had expelled its contents, it remained in a state of unconsciousness, unable to take in the antidote powder. Consequently, they had no choice but to linger in the area for a while. Since entering this desolate yet opulent city, Chen Zhi had been filled with distrust, a sentiment that deepened after the recent events. Those red worms are a form of divine hex, remnants of ancient beings, Ghostblade whispered to Chen Zhi. During our last expedition into the divine tomb, some warriors managed to escape. I was one of them. I heard from a companion of another team that they had been trapped in the tomb for over 10 days, without a morsel of food or a drop of water, yet could not find an exit. In the darkness, a table laden with food inexplicably appeared, immensely tempting. However, our organization members, having undergone rigorous training, viewed the food with suspicion and none were lured in. Unfortunately, several tomb raiders accompanying them succumbed to temptation and consumed the food. Ultimately, only those few individuals failed to emerge from that team. Upon returning to the organization, we reported the incident, and the Grand Sorcerer informed us that the food had been imbued with a divine hex. Consuming it would tether one to the residual divine energy within the tomb, turning them into a part of the burial site, akin to the sacrificial offerings, unable to escape. As Ghostblade concluded, his expression suddenly turned cold. He glanced at Fat Wei ahead and whispered, but how could he know about the food hex? Chen Zhi, taken aback by Ghostblade's words, paused in silence for a moment. He surmised the truth. Not only could he deduce it, but everyone could sense the malevolence permeating this place, including the lavishly adorned buildings and all the surroundings. Once, this city must have been home to numerous inhabitants, judging by the architectural design. It appears to have been a dwelling shared by giants and demigods. Yet, one cannot help but wonder where they have all vanished to. This immense city seems to be a fragment of the vast divine burial site, a residence for the guardians of the tomb, yet now it lies desolate, devoid of even a solitary ant, which is quite unsettling. From this moment forth, no food or fruit from the trees shall be touched, nor shall any water be consumed. After a prolonged period of unconsciousness, Shi finally regained his senses. Upon comprehending the events that had transpired, he was truly frightened. Plagued by doubts about the writhing red worms within his belly, Chen Zhi administered a significant quantity of detoxifying powder, which he washed down with water, subsequently expelling a copious amount of black liquid. Shi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having injured Chen Zhi earlier, His strength was excessive, and upon revealing his clothing, Chen Zhi discovered a considerable swelling on his left ribcage, a stroke of luck that his bones had not been fractured. Chen Zhi resolved that, from this point onward, the group would no longer partake of the water in this city, given that he had just used an entire pot of water for sure too. Their supply had become exceedingly precious. He instructed everyone to be vigilant with their water flasks, emphasizing that not a single drop should be wasted. The moon in this city appeared significantly larger than that outside, seemingly hovering close to the ground, allowing even the craters on its surface to be discernible. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, everything within the city was rendered vividly clear, complemented by the radiant glaze of the surrounding architecture, alleviating any concerns regarding illumination. Though the group intended to proceed, they soon realized that this was no longer feasible. Unbeknownst to them, the alluring aroma of food from outside had intensified, assaulting their senses from the moment Chen Zhi crossed the threshold of the courtyard. Even with gas masks donned, it was futile. Chen Zhi could not risk the safety of the team again. It was then that he noticed something amiss about their current courtyard. Chapter 247. The strange cry. The flora within this courtyard was markedly different. While other courtyards were adorned with ornamental flowers, this one predominantly cultivated grains and fruit trees. A row of small trees encircled the courtyard walls, exuding a fragrant aroma reminiscent of herbs, invigorating the senses and purifying the air. The enticing meat scent from outside wafted nearby, but could not penetrate the courtyard, acting as a natural barrier. Upon scrutinizing the layout of the courtyard, Chen Zhi observed that it had been meticulously designed. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary residential area, but a closer examination revealed that items such as a pickaxe, a water tank, and a wooden basin, along with the positioning of plants, concealed an intricate formation of geomantic principles. The architectural style of this cluster of residences was distinct from others, reminiscent of the dwellings from the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. The small houses within the courtyard were exquisitely simple, with walls constructed from white jade yet devoid of ostentatious decorations, presenting a subtle elegance. The small house is a two-story structure, with the front door on the ground floor standing wide open, while the windows of the attic above are firmly boarded up, leaving no openings and giving it an air of impenetrability. There seems to be something amiss with this house, Chen Zhi quietly remarked to Dao. Let us venture inside and take a look. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that we cannot leave the courtyard just yet, and the condition of the stones is precarious. Therefore, Chen Zhi suggested that everyone rest in the courtyard for a while to evade any potential danger. He then called upon Peng Wei and, together with Dao, entered the house. Upon crossing the threshold, Chen Zhi was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of herbs. He noticed that the doorframe was adorned with strings of peculiar vine-like plants, bearing clusters of bright red fruits that hung down like coral beads, exuding a potent herbal fragrance that effectively masked any lingering meaty odors from outside. The interior of the room was exquisitely arranged, with a sea dragon lamp crafted from silver filigree hanging from the ceiling, showcasing a large luminous pearl that illuminated the room as brightly as day. In the center of the room stood a plain screen made of white silk and golden nanmu wood, and on the table lay a set of white porcelain tea bowls, reflecting the classic style of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. As they were about to explore the inner chamber, Dao suddenly gripped the hilt of his knife and lowered his voice in caution, warning them that there was someone upstairs. His words startled both Chen Zhi and Peng Wei, who instinctively looked upward. Is there really someone? In a place like this, could there possibly be a living soul? As soon as Peng Wei voiced his skepticism, a faint sound of weeping drifted down from above. The sobs, soft and indistinct, resembled the cries of a woman. Chen Zhi's senses immediately sharpened. In such a desolate city, the presence of any living being seemed improbable. What could be causing the cries from above? A demigod? Or perhaps a ghost? The weeping from upstairs grew louder, hauntingly melancholic, as if it were intentionally beckoning them closer. Let us go, since we have received an invitation, Peng Wei said with a smile, turning to ascend the stairs. Wait, Chen Zhi cautioned, pulling Peng Wei back with urgency. Do not rush upstairs just yet. Have you considered what might be up there? We should discuss our strategy before proceeding. Let us not act recklessly. What could it possibly be? Certainly not a human. Peng Wei chuckled. Orange, are you still unprepared for this? We have already entered such a place. Encountering a ghostly fairy or two would hardly be surprising. After finishing his statement, Peng Wei drew a gleaming machete from his sheath and gestured to Gui Dao, unhesitatingly climbing the stairs. Gui Dao followed closely behind, and after a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhi joined them. The staircase was of the ancient, rudimentary design, resembling a wooden ladder, requiring both hands and feet to navigate. With each step, the ladder creaked and groaned, making it impossible to ascend silently. The weeping from above remained undisturbed by the sounds emanating from below, continuing its mournful lamentation, a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The second floor differed from the first. Its layout was petite, resembling the boudoir of a young woman. The furnishings within were exquisite, with luminous pearls adorning the walls, and directly ahead stood a wooden couch, draped with a brocade mat. In front of the couch was a lacquered wooden table, upon which rested a jade incense burner. At the far end of the room lay a wooden embroidered bed, draped in gossamer curtains, embellished with colorful silk ribbons, adjacent to which stood a large wooden wardrobe. The woman's sobs emanated slowly from within that wardrobe. Several individuals gathered at the wardrobe's door for a moment. Aside from the weeping, there was no other sound. At that moment, Ghost Blade drew his long knife and exchanged a knowing glance with Fat Wei. Understanding the signal, Fat Wei stepped aside and swiftly yanked open the wardrobe door. The weeping abruptly ceased, revealing a woman's pale face peering from within. She appeared remarkably delicate, seemingly in her late teens, with porcelain skin, brows like ink strokes, and a visage reminiscent of a peach blossom, her eyes glistening with tears. She wore a long silk robe typical of the Yuan dynasty, cinched at the waist with a green jeweled belt, and adorned her hair with a white floral hairpin. Upon seeing them, the woman was filled with astonishment and trepidation, tears brimming in her eyes as she retreated behind the wardrobe door, speaking in a strange tone. "Who are you? You inquire about our identities. Yet we are equally curious about yours," Fat Wei replied with a smile. "My dear sister, let us cease this performance akin to a tale from strange stories from a Chinese studio. Do not feign such fear, whether you are a ghost, a deity, or a fox spirit. Reveal your powers directly." "How do you know I am a fox spirit?" The woman replied, her eyes filled with tears and profound fear. "Do you know my husband? Did he send you to rescue me?" "Your husband? Who is he?" Fat Wei, intrigued by her reaction, pointed at Chen Zhi and asked, "Is he your husband?" "Impertinence!" The woman suddenly retorted, her anger flaring. "My husband is Ren Quan, a third-rank official of the current dynasty. I am his lawful wife, deserving of respect." Upon hearing the name Ren Quan, Chen Zhi's mind buzzed instantly. This name was all too familiar to him. Before arriving in Shandong, the old trickster had shown him records regarding the divine tomb, and the name of the Shandong official mentioned in the family chronicles was Ren Quan. He was a figure from the late Yuan and early Ming periods, who had recounted in the family chronicles that in his youth, he had experienced fleeting romances with a woman named Qingyi. That Qingyi had revealed her true identity as a fox spirit to him and urged him to escape the area promptly, gifting him a luminous pearl. However, after Ren Quan achieved his scholarly ambitions and sought Qingyi again, he could not find her, thus recording the event in the family chronicles. For further details, refer to Chapter 192, The Vanished Village of the Celestial Fox Tomb. "You claim your husband is Ren Quan. What is your name?" Chen Zhi inquired, his gaze fixed cautiously upon the woman. The woman blinked and looked at Chen Zhi, unhesitatingly stating, "My name is Qingyi." Chapter 248. Qingyi. When this young woman, clad in ancient attire, uttered her name as Qingyi, Chen Zhi's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. She must be lying. Ever since he prepared to enter the tomb of the celestial fox, he had been mentally bracing himself for various scenarios. He had envisioned encountering all manner of legendary deities and mythical creatures, everything that could potentially upend his understanding of the material world, even the possibility of meeting a divine being. Yet, he never anticipated meeting this self-proclaimed little fox spirit from the late Ming dynasty, Qingyi. Chen Zhi had always believed that Qingyi was merely a minor character mentioned in the historical accounts of the late Yuan era, a figure exaggerated by legend, with her very existence remaining uncertain. However, it now appeared that Qingyi not only truly existed, but also transcended a millennium to manifest vividly before him, capable of engaging in verbal communication. At that moment, Chen Zhi scrutinized every detail of Qingyi, noting her lithe form and slightly uncoordinated limbs, perhaps a result of prolonged immobility. Yet, her demeanor, grace, and expressions were unmistakably human, indistinguishable from Qin Yang, albeit with a paler complexion. Chen Zhi fixed his gaze on Qingyi, persistently searching for inconsistencies, and with a calm tone inquired, "You claim to be the fox spirit Qingyi, which implies you are from the Yuan dynasty. Why have you appeared here alone? And what led you to hide in the wardrobe and weep?" I am indeed a subject of the great Yuan, but beyond that, I cannot recall. All I remember is that I seemed to have fallen asleep for a long, long time, and then I saw you open the wardrobe. Please, do not harm me." The woman responded, her voice reflecting genuine fear as she trembled within the wardrobe. Her words were succinct, devoid of the archaic and convoluted language of old. Chen Zhi gestured for Gui Dao and Pang Wei to step back a couple of paces, stating, "Please come out and speak." The woman cast a terrified glance at Chen Zhi and the others. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand on the wardrobe door and slowly emerged. Her limbs appeared stiff and numb, and her gait was peculiar, as though she had not walked in ages. She awkwardly made her way to the chaise in the room, leaning against it and breathing heavily. Gui Dao followed closely, gripping his long knife tightly, vigilant to observe her every movement. The woman seemed utterly exhausted. She leaned against the chaise, catching her breath for a moment before attempting to move her stiff limbs, gradually regaining her composure. At this juncture, Pang Wei, standing nearby, had lost his patience. With a forced smile, he said, "Sister, let us get straight to the point. We lack the leisure to indulge you in games. I advise you to speak the truth now. What is your background, and what is your purpose in luring us here? Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, as I may send you back to your homeland." As Pang Wei finished, he brandished the control stone dagger, illuminating the woman's face with its glow. Chen Zhi clearly observed that when Qingyi beheld the vast mountains, a flicker of genuine fear gleamed in her eyes. "I truly cannot recall," she pleaded. "Please do not harm me. Allow me a moment to think. I can share everything I remember with you." It appeared that Qingyi sensed the perilous nature of her situation. She glanced around at the three knife-wielding figures, perceiving that among them, the only one who seemed somewhat amicable was Chen Zhi. Thus, she beckoned him to sit beside her and, in a gentle tone, recounted all her memories. Since her youth, Qingyi had been aware of her identity as a fox spirit, albeit a demigod of modest powers, possessing no divine abilities. In her clan, her status was exceedingly low, akin to that of a servant, lacking even the right to converse with the clan leader's son. She had grown up without knowledge of her parents' identities or what her ancestors looked like, only knowing she belonged to the Tianhu lineage, with her forebears being among the ancient deities. One of them, Su Shi, was interred within the sacred tomb here, where she and her fellow demigods were destined to guard. In her recollections, she had only seen the Tianhu clan leader and the esteemed Bai Qian once. Yet that memory was exceedingly vague, the details eluding her grasp. She recalled that it was during the annual nine-tailed fox ceremony, where Bai Qian appeared formidable and fearsome, seldom revealing her true form since returning from the east, often manifesting only as ephemeral shadows. Her temperament was notoriously volatile, deriving pleasure from violence, and even consuming demigods on occasion. Since her earliest memories, Qingyi and several sisters had been sent to this city, which housed thousands of Tianhu demigods, their abilities varying significantly, with Qingyi belonging to the weakest and most humble tier. The rules here were stringent. Demigods were permitted to venture outside only once a year, and must return within 7 days, leaving no trace in the mortal realm. Within the sacred tomb, grand sacrificial ceremonies were conducted annually, during which the clan leader Bai Qian would select one demigod to sacrifice, draining their blood to sanctify the earth in homage to Su Shi, and then cast the corpse into the tomb to accompany the nine-tailed fox in death. Many of her sisters yearned to escape this city and evade the fate of sacrificial burial, yet all were recaptured by Bai Qian, who would execute them and display their remains suspended above the city, a sight too harrowing to endure. During her outings, Qingyi became acquainted with Ren Quan from Taishan village, and they formed a deep bond, pledging their lives to one another. Ren Quan, an educated man, was hindered by his family's dire poverty from taking the imperial examination, and thus implored Qingyi to secretly procure a precious pearl for him. After selling it, he departed with his family, promising to return for her once he had achieved success. However, he vanished for years without a word. Each time Qingyi ventured out to seek news of Ren Quan, she eventually learned that he had attained great success, becoming a high-ranking official, yet for reasons unknown, he had not returned to his homeland. Consequently, Qingyi remained here, patiently awaiting her husband's return. Alas, Her secret act of giving a pearl to a mortal was discovered by her kin, inciting by Qian's wrath, who ordered her confinement within a tower, sealing the windows with wooden planks, ensuring she would never escape again. Soon, it was time for the annual nine-tailed fox sacrifice, marking the day when demigods would be slain to accompany the dead. The clan leader by Qian was once again set to select a demigod for the sacrificial rites, and this time she had chosen a remarkably powerful being. This demigod, of nearly pure bloodline second only to the legitimate heirs, held a position of great esteem within the clan. His selection ignited a rebellion. The demigods, long oppressed by a bloody regime, could endure it no longer. A coalition of formidable demigods conspired to eliminate Bai Qian, thus the war erupted. During that tumultuous period, the divine city was engulfed in chaos, with bloodshed rampant and the cries of the suffering echoing through the air. The specifics of those events had faded from Qingyi's memory, yet, being so feeble, she had gone unnoticed. When the war broke out, she had hidden herself in a wardrobe, weeping, and eventually, wearied by her tears, drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she found Chen Zhi and others standing outside the wardrobe. As Chen Zhi and his companions listened to Qingyi recount her tale, it felt akin to hearing an ancient myth that had endured for over a millennium, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. "Could you take me to find my husband?" Qingyi innocently inquired, her eyes shimmering with tears. "My husband is a high-ranking official. If you help me find him, he will surely reward you handsomely." At this, Pang Wei finally spoke. He regarded Qingyi with a cold smirk and said, "You claim to be here to guard the spirit. So you must know where the tomb of the nine-tailed celestial fox is, correct?" Qingyi nodded and pointed towards the east, saying, "I know. Ahead lies our clan leader's divine palace, and I remember that our ancestor's tomb is located just behind the main hall of the legitimate heir." "Very well," Pang Wei grinned. "How about this, Qingyi? If you guide us to your ancestor's tomb, once we are outside, we will take you to find your husband. I assure you, you will see him. What do you think?" "Really?" Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed up at Pang Wei, filled with hope. "All right, I will lead you to the tomb. But you must keep your promise and help me find my husband." After speaking, Qingyi nimbly leaped from the bed and began to walk towards the stairs. Chen Zhi pulled Pang Wei aside, saying, "How could you so casually agree to her? What age are we in? Where will you find her deceased husband? What is there to fear?" Pang Wei replied with a smile, "You genuinely believe the tale she spun? Since she is already weaving such fanciful stories, what harm is there in telling a little lie to deceive her? Besides," he added, patting Chen Zhi's shoulder with a playful grin, "if it comes to it, just claim you are her husband's reincarnation and take her for yourself." "Hush!" Gui Dao suddenly gestured for silence, shaking his head slightly, indicating they should refrain from speaking carelessly. While pointing to the ground beneath Qingyi, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei immediately glanced down at Qingyi's feet, astonished to discover that she cast no shadow. Chapter 249. The fox leads the way. Pang Wei, Gui Dao, and Chen Zhi silently observed Qingyi's shadowless form moving ahead, a profound sense of the uncanny and dread settling within them, especially for Gui Dao, whose gaze remained fixed on her, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his blade. Chen Zhi had heard that there exists a phenomenon in this world devoid of shadows, and that is the ghost. Since ancient times, ghosts have epitomized humanity's most profound fear of death, regarded as the embodiment of the deceased. Numerous descriptions of ghosts have emerged through the ages. Some believe that all ghosts are malevolent, capable of inflicting harm and seeking vengeance through vengeful spirits. Additionally, there are tales of female specters that drain the vitality from men. The Book of Rites states that all beings must die, and upon death, they return as spirits, which are characterized by their lack of shadows. This implies that ghosts are merely the souls of the departed, and the principal distinction between a ghost and a human is that the former casts no shadow. The woman before him, who called herself Qingyi, is she truly a fox spirit? Chen Zhi pondered. Or could it be that she perished a millennium ago, entombed within this cabinet, yet remains oblivious to her own demise? He recalled that Qin Yiyang had once assured him that ghosts do not exist, yet the unfolding events compelled him to question that certainty. Qingyi, however, exhibited no signs of abnormality. She did not glance back at Chen Zhi and the others, but nimbly descended the wooden ladder. Her movements were remarkably light, her demeanor relaxed and unguarded, resembling an ordinary girl of 17 or 18, devoid of guile. "Come down quickly," Qingyi called from below, her voice clear and innocent. "All right, Just wait for me, sister. I'll be right down, Fat Wei responded, seemingly unfazed. In truth, since entering the divine realm, he seldom exhibited fear of anything. He grinned broadly, unperturbed, and remarked, "This is quite interesting." With that, he grasped his firearm and strode downstairs. Guidao exchanged glances with Chen Zhi, then followed suit. Upon returning to the courtyard, the parrot and his companions were startled by the sudden appearance of Qingyi. The parrot reacted most dramatically, nearly dropping to the ground in fright as he aimed his weapon at her. "Xiaozhi, what is going on? Who is this enchanting being? Should I fire? Come on, don't be ridiculous. Look at how terrified you are. She is a half-divine fox spirit, akin to Qingyi Yang, not a demon," Fat Wei chided, giving the parrot a hearty pat on the back of the head. "What kind of demon do you think she is? A Taoist priest from Maoshan?" At that moment, Chen Zhi casually recounted his encounter with Qingyi to the parrot and the others, framing it as a miraculous experience within the domain of the divine, where life persists beyond death. He intentionally remained vague, emphasizing Qingyi's half-divine status to evoke thoughts of Qingyi Yang and alleviate their fears. Nevertheless, the parrot and his companions remained astonished, deeming the situation utterly unbelievable, and they were exceedingly wary of this woman named Qingyi, reluctant to approach the vicinity of the fox spirit. Qingyi, displaying remarkable composure, seemed disinclined to elaborate further. In this moment, she exuded an extraordinary tranquility and innocence, not inquiring about Chen Zhi and his companions' identities or their purpose for being there. It appeared that she intended to guide them to the sacred burial site of the nine-tailed celestial fox, after which she would seek out her husband, Ren Quan, from the Ming dynasty. After the atmosphere of panic among Chen Zhi and the others had somewhat subsided, he urged them to reorganize their gear in preparation for departure. Chen Zhi first ventured to the entrance of the courtyard to assess the situation outside, only to discover that a dense, pale yellow fog enveloped the sky, obscuring the heavens. The once enticing aroma of meat had become overwhelmingly pungent, intermingled with the scent of sulfur, thickly surrounding the courtyard like a heavy shroud, though a row of small trees prevented it from encroaching further. Frowning at the pervasive mist, Chen Zhi returned to the courtyard and inquired of Qingyi, "Do you know when the fragrance of the food outside will dissipate? Why is there such an abundance of food poison here?" Qingyi shook her head, her innocent eyes blinking. "I do not know. I fell asleep after entering the cabinet, and I am unaware of what transpired during that time." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhi addressed the group. "Our time is limited, yet we find ourselves trapped here. The scent of the food poison outside is growing increasingly potent. We must wait for the aromas to fade before we can venture out, but who knows when that will be. Alternatively, we might find another way." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the group wore expressions of despair. In this unfamiliar place, where could they possibly discover another route? Just then, Qingyi suddenly spoke up. "I know of another way. There is a shortcut that leads directly to the central shrine of this city. It is a secret passage known only to demigods. When we were children, we often sneaked through this tunnel to play in the shrine. I am quite familiar with it. Follow me." The group felt a surge of excitement at Qingyi's revelation, quickly followed by apprehension. The reason for their unease was evident. To follow this enigmatic woman, to allow a fox spirit to guide them, was that not akin to walking into a trap? Chen Zhi remained still, hesitating, his expression betraying uncertainty. "All right then, sister. We shall rely on you," Fat Wei exclaimed loudly, then turned to whisper to Chen Zhi, "Come on, let us not overthink this. Besides, what is there to fear? Sometimes, you must learn to feign ignorance. Life is difficult enough without complicating it further. If she truly wishes to help us, we should accept her assistance. Consider this. If her intent were malevolent, would she need to lure us upstairs with cries? She could strike from the shadows." Fat Wei's reasoning held merit. Though Qingyi's identity was questionable, her demeanor suggested no hostility. If she truly intended to harm them, there would have been no need for subterfuge. Most importantly, they had no other options. Following Qingyi was their sole recourse. After a period of rest, Shirtu's condition had improved significantly. However, having recently consumed meat laced with food poison and subsequently vomited, his complexion remained ashen, his thoughts somewhat sluggish, and his limbs slightly numb. Nevertheless, he had no trouble keeping pace with the group. Qingyi waved her hand to beckon everyone to follow her, then swiftly made her way towards the backyard. Upon reaching a corner of the courtyard, they discovered a dense cluster of peculiar flowers with green cores and white petals, exuding an enchanting fragrance that induced a drowsy sensation. At that moment, Qing Yi extended 3 fingers, swiftly forming a seal and softly reciting a couple of incantations. Everyone felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, and the surrounding flora and soil immediately parted in a crisscross pattern akin to a scattered jigsaw puzzle, unveiling a large dark void below. The abyss revealed a stone staircase leading into the darkness, its depths obscured from sight. "This is a secret passage," Qing Yi turned to them and declared. "A shortcut to the divine palace. Follow me." Yet, no one moved. Upon witnessing the pitch-black underground tunnel, hesitation gripped them. They had previously believed there was a path above ground, unaware that they were to venture below. The dark chasm appeared unfathomable, concealing unknown mechanisms. Who would dare to enter so recklessly? Seemingly sensing their reluctance, Qing Yi's delicate features suddenly lit up with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling like a fox in the shadows. "You need not worry. Come quickly. In half an hour, that fragrance will permeate the courtyard, and even the fragrant trees will not shield you. By then, you shall succumb to the poison and descend into madness, tearing each other apart. Would you prefer that fate?" Chapter 250. The underground passage after Qing Yi spoke. She smiled again, then gracefully descended the stone steps into the darkness, vanishing from sight. "Damn it, this girl revealed her true nature so swiftly," Pang Wei murmured to Chen Zhi. "Did she not claim to have slept in a cabinet for over 1,000 years, knowing nothing? How does she know that the poison will reach the courtyard in half an hour? It seems she is quite familiar with this place during her unconsciousness." Truly, these are nonsensical words. One cannot trust a fox, let alone a dead one. "Lower your voice," Chen Zhi swiftly admonished Pang Wei. "Do you know? Among all animals, the ears of foxes, a member of the canid family, are the most acute. Some old foxes can even hear the sounds of birds from several miles away. They are quite cunning. So, be mindful of your words. Do not speak carelessly. Do not be deceived by her pleasant demeanor. If she turns hostile, who knows what she might become? We would be in deep trouble." "All right," Pang Wei replied, promptly covering his mouth and falling silent. Chen Zhi then approached the entrance of the dark void, peering down. Qing Yi had long since disappeared, and the abyss remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Chen Zhi waved his hand, making a simple gesture to the group. They instantly understood, arranged themselves in formation, weapons in hand, remaining vigilant and cautious of the woman ahead. This time, Gui Dao led the way, with Chen Zhi closely following. They lined up, one after another, descending the narrow stone steps that led into the dark abyss below. The steps were exceedingly narrow, barely allowing one person to pass at a time, and devoid of railings, making it easy to stumble and fall, posing a significant danger. As they carefully made their way down, they descended approximately 1 floor deep. Just as the last person entered the cave, a creaking sound echoed as the entrance above sealed shut. With the closure of the entrance, darkness enveloped them instantaneously, tightening their hearts. The surroundings transformed into an impenetrable blackness, illuminated only by the beam of a flashlight. Those at the back could not see ahead and could only follow the line slowly forward. However, Chen Zhi, standing next to Gui Dao, had a clear view ahead. The woman, Qing Yi, was approximately 5 meters away, moving at an astonishing speed without the need for any light, as if she could see in the darkness. Her waist twisted rhythmically with her steps, her gait peculiar, resembling an effort to mimic human walking, yet devoid of a spine. They continued their descent through the darkness for several flights of stairs until they finally reached the ground. Before them lay a modest stone chamber, connected by a stone passage that led into the darkness, its length uncertain, reminiscent of a tomb passage. As everyone stepped down from the stairs into the stone chamber, Qing Yi suddenly turned around. Chen Zhi noted a change in her expression. The innocent smile of a girl had vanished, replaced by a mask of rigidity and seriousness. In the dark, they could clearly see the unmistakable green glow flickering in her eyes. A collective gasp escaped the group as they instinctively took a step back. The marksmen simultaneously aimed their weapons at her. Has this woman let us down here with ill intentions? Chen Zhi's mind raced with anxiety. Could it be that she intends to devour us? Yet, Qing Yi appeared unfazed, finding amusement in the group as tension. A stiff smile contorted her face. Her voice no longer gentle but rather coarse, almost masculine. "The path ahead is treacherous. You must stay close to me and not fall behind." After uttering this, Qing Yi turned and swiftly moved forward as if gliding on air. Chen Zhi quickly gestured to the others, urging them to keep up, and they jogged ahead. The stone passage was not spacious, measuring only about 3 meters in width, and the low ceiling created a stifling atmosphere. However, the walls of the passage were adorned with decorative murals, densely packed, obscured in the darkness. Above the stone walls, numerous wall lamps adorned the space. Yet they were devoid of oil, their interiors an enigma. At that moment, Chen Zhi snapped her fingers, and suddenly, the lamps illuminated, casting a brilliant glow throughout the underground passage. It was then that Chen Zhi discerned the intricate and vibrant bas-reliefs that adorned the walls on either side. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the colors vivid, depicting fox-headed beings clad in opulent attire reminiscent of a bygone era. The murals illustrated scenes of daily life, featuring both male and female fox spirits engaged in various activities, reveling in wine, hunting in the mountains, celebrating marriages, and wielding swords. Each figure was distinct and lifelike, creating a grand tableau of the myriad lives of these fox spirits. Moreover, the skies, along with the sun, moon, and stars within the murals, were embellished with gemstones that twinkled in the darkness, exuding an extraordinary splendor. Clearly, the Tianhu clan once thrived immensely. Chen Zhi ventured to engage in conversation with Chen Zhi. Excess leads to overflow. Fullness begets decline. Every phenomenon has its inevitable conclusion, a truth even your kind comprehends. Yet some deities remain oblivious. Chen Zhi, seemingly disinterested in further dialogue, hastened her pace, as if urging him to focus on their journey. The path within the passage was treacherous. The further they advanced, the more uneven the ground became, strewn with sharp stones that posed a risk of injury with the slightest misstep. The terrain was rugged, winding with countless forks and deceptive trails, many of which concealed traps. Along their route, they encountered numerous identical stone doors, each inscribed with incantations, rendering it impossible to discern any direction. Occasionally, they needed to retreat through one door only to enter another, repeating this process thrice to reach the next exit. The complexity of the design and the intricacy of the thought behind it far exceeded the capacity of the human mind and strength to navigate to an exit. This was no mere passage but a divine pathway. As Chen Zhi pondered the labyrinthine nature of their surroundings, he concluded that this underground corridor surpassed the most intricate maze by countless magnitudes. Without Chen Zhi's guidance, it would be utterly implausible for them to escape on their own. Goodness! They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. These crafty foxes must surely have 10, Fat Wei muttered breathlessly, trailing behind. Just then, Chen Zhi halted abruptly, slowly turning to face them, a captivating smile gracing her features under the glow of the lamps. Chapter 251. A moment to breathe. Have my previous words reached her ears? Is she about to turn on me? Fat Wei whispered to Chen Zhi, bemused by the keen hearing of these foxes. As the group stood in stunned silence, uncertain of how to react, Chen Zhi, with a serene smile and a calm demeanor, suggested, "You all seem weary. Let us take a moment to rest here." Upon finishing her words, she quickly retracted her smile and turned towards a corner, allowing everyone to finally exhale. Indeed, Chen Zhi had moved with astonishing speed, akin to flight, and the others had followed her in a frantic dash for nearly 2 hours, leaving them drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. It dawned on them that since their arrival in this place, they had consumed nothing, and a sense of hunger began to overwhelm them, particularly for Shurtu, who had suffered from a curse of hunger and had just expelled the last remnants of his sustenance. His face was as pale as parchment, and after such relentless exertion, he could hardly stand, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. It was only then that they began to take notice of their surroundings. Their previous haste had prevented them from observing the geography of the area. They had reached the mouth of an underground cavern, where the intricate and ornate murals and stone passages abruptly ended. Ahead lay a vast natural cave adorned with stalactites. The roots of an ancient tree jutted out from the earth, exposing their gnarled tendrils. On either side of the roots flowed a subterranean river, its surface bubbling with the splashes of cascading water from a hidden waterfall above. "Let us rest here for a while. You may eat something, and we shall continue shortly," Chen Zhi suggested, taking a couple of steps to the side to find a drier spot to sit, her slight figure cloaked in shadows. No one dared approach her. Instead, the group found a space some distance away to sit together, placing their weapons in the center as they took a moment to recuperate. Fat Wei glanced at Chen Zhi's shadowy form and whispered to Chen Zhi, "Be cautious, Orange. That woman is no pushover. Just look at her speed. She ran without breaking a sweat. If it comes to a confrontation, we might not fare well." I sense that all of this is part of her scheme to lead us here. The intentions of these foxes differ from ours. Her seemingly benevolent guidance makes me wonder what her true motives are. Could it be that she fancies me and desires to keep me as a son-in-law? I will not acquiesce to such a fate. Enough of your nonsense. Be wary of her hearing you, Chen Zhi replied quietly. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Chen Zhi comprehended that the tales of ancient slumber were mere fabrications. It was now evident that this woman was far from human, yet her objectives remained ambiguous. If she truly intended to harm them, she could have easily allowed them to succumb to the curse of hunger and witness their descent into madness, tearing each other apart, without needing to involve herself directly. Moreover, had it not been for her guidance, it is likely that Chen Zhi and his companions would never have discovered this underground passage. Even if they had fortuitously entered, without Qing's direction, they would surely have become hopelessly lost and perished within its confines. In truth, given Qing's remarkable abilities, eliminating them would have been a trivial task. There was no need for such elaborate measures. Thus, Chen Zhi preferred to interpret her appearance as an act of goodwill. At least thus far. The members of the team were already starving, their bellies pressing against their backs, and in desperate need of sustenance. Chen Zhi instructed everyone to retrieve the food from their satchels to assess the remaining supply of compressed rations. The outcome was rather disheartening, as they had only a few small packets of compressed biscuits and noodles. These dehydrated provisions, essentially starch and flour stripped of moisture, would only exacerbate their thirst and were woefully insufficient in quantity. Since earlier, Shirtu had not taken a sip of water. His canteen was empty, and feeling too embarrassed to ask others for water, he had been enduring the thirst. Upon seeing the underground waterfall and dark river ahead, he contemplated drawing water. Chen Zhi halted him, still wary of the water source, and instead offered his own canteen for Shirtu to drink from. However, Pang Wei could no longer tolerate the situation. I say, Orange, since there is so much water here, why must we suffer in dryness? Don't we have the poison testing strips? I suggest we first use the strips to test the water for toxins. Perhaps the water here is perfectly safe, and there is no reason for us to wait here until we perish from thirst. After voicing his thoughts, Pang Wei approached the bank of the dark river. Pulling out a testing strip from his satchel, he submerged half of it into the river, and almost immediately, the strip revealed a pale green hue. See, I told you, this water is drinkable, Pang Wei exclaimed, lifting his water container to draw from the river. Upon noticing his reflection in the water, he turned and called out loudly, Orange, come quickly. It seems there are fish in this river. Let us catch a couple and roast them. It would be far better than gnawing on these dry dough balls. Upon hearing Pang Wei mention roasted fish, everyone became instantly excited. Chen Zhi also stood up. If they could resolve their issues of food and water in this place, it would alleviate a significant burden and allow them to proceed without further worries. They all hurried to the riverbank and indeed saw several small, dark fish swimming beneath the surface. The fish appeared quite plump, not unlike the common carp found outside. Although the river's depths were murky, dipping their hands into the water revealed it to be remarkably clear, indicating that the aquatic environment was free from toxins and that the creatures within were safe for consumption. What are you waiting for? Parrot, lend a hand. Let us go catch some fish, Pang Wei urged, donning a diving mask as he prepared to enter the water. Don't move. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Everyone was taken aback and immediately turned their heads, only to see Qingyi, who had silently approached them from behind at an unknown moment, her voice chilling as she spoke. The water here, and all the food, must not be consumed. This is a warning you must engrave in your minds. If you so much as taste a single drop of water from this place, you shall never leave. After delivering her grave warning, Qingyi pointed sternly towards the dark river ahead. Furthermore, do not entertain the thought of catching those fish by the river's edge. Their lifespans are hundreds of times greater than yours, and they can comprehend your words. Upon hearing this, the group was startled and quickly turned towards the dark river, a chill creeping up their spines. They beheld a multitude of black fish rising to the surface, each of them enormous, comparable to large bathtubs, with eyes glowing a deep red, sparkling like rubies. The sight of them floating ominously on the water's surface, fixated on their observers, was truly terrifying. Chapter 252. The Guanyin array observing the fish gathering on the water's surface, Fat Wei immediately waved his hands and exclaimed, just kidding. I was merely jesting. Esteemed fish deities, forgive our youthful ignorance. We were just babbling nonsense moments ago. Please, continue your swimming. After bowing and gesticulating profusely, it seemed as if the black fish understood, for they all dove beneath the surface in unison, causing a splash that sent ripples across the water. At this moment, Chen Zhi glanced into the water below. To his surprise, the depths of the dark river mirrored the clarity of the ocean outside, making it impossible to gauge the true depth beneath. In reality, the river was unfathomably deep, and those enormous black fish appeared as mere small crucian carp from this vantage point. Goodness, the creatures in this place are all extraordinary beings. Just calling out a fish here would summon a spirit of several hundred or even thousands of years. In this realm, it is a privilege that we are not devouring them. To consider eating them is sheer folly. Fat Wei murmured as he turned to leave. You need only to be aware. Qingyi seemed to find amusement in the situation, chuckling lightly before returning to her previous spot. The others gradually dispersed as well. However, Chen Zhi felt a sense of unease in his heart. Qingyi's warning echoed in his mind, instilling a profound concern. One must not consume anything from this place, for even a single drop of water could bind one eternally. Chen Zhi urged everyone to take stock of their remaining water supplies, emphasizing the necessity of sharing these dwindling resources and conserving them. Among their provisions, they had brought some dried hare meat, which was palatable enough. As they chewed on the jerky, accompanied by some dry, tasteless compressed food, they managed a modest meal. Though the compressed food lacked flavor, akin to consuming paper towels, it was sufficient to quell their hunger, which had lessened compared to earlier. The joy came from the fact that their water container was remarkably capacious. Chen Zhi estimated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the conserved water should be adequate to sustain them for 4 days. After a brief respite, Qingyi suddenly rose. Her tone icy as she addressed the group. Let us proceed. Your time is limited, and the path ahead grows increasingly treacherous. Take heed of your own safety. With that, she turned away, not bothering to gauge their reactions, and quickened her pace. Chen Zhi hurriedly rallied everyone to follow suit, navigating the treacherous, slippery ground, where several nearly lost their footing. After a considerable duration of running through the damp stalactite cave, they reached another passageway. The sight before them left everyone in disbelief. The walls were entirely clad in metal frameworks, adorned with exposed gears and intricate components that resembled the spacecraft compartments found in a sky fortress. Truly astonishing. Upon arrival, Qingyi's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. This was the final path, laden with the Guanyin array. I am aware you have encountered the Guanyin array before, she stated, but the one here is distinctly different. The Guanyin of the outer world is merely a mimicry, forged from the anguished cries of tormented women, infused into the walls. However, the Guanyin here is the genuine sound of divine torment, a cataclysmic force that, upon hearing, will shatter the very sinews of any mortal or demigod, leading to inevitable demise. Qingyi cast a serious glance at Chen Zhi and the others, continuing, Thus, you must remain closely aligned with me. Each step I take, you must replicate exactly, one after the other, without haste. Should any of you misstep, the Guanyin will be unleashed, and we shall all perish, myself included. The gravity of her words struck fear into the hearts of the group, who nodded in unanimous accord, perceiving her as a mentor whose directives warranted complete obedience. At that moment, Qingyi deftly gathered her hair into an elegant bun, resolutely shedding the veil of her skirt, which she secured high around her waist, revealing her pristine thighs. In the ensuing seconds, Chen Zhi witnessed the most exquisite display of array choreography. Qingyi leaped gracefully through the metallic corridor, her movements fluid and dance-like, each step intricate and unfathomable. Yet, wherever she trod, a profound indentation remained, revealing the hidden intricacies of Qi Min Dun Jia. Qi Min Dun Jia, an ancient Chinese art, comprises 3 elements, Qi, Min, and Dun Jia. Qi represents the ethereal, while Min encompasses the 8 gates, rest, birth, injury, obstruction, vision, death, alarm, and opening. Dun signifies concealment, with the 6 Jia embodying the earthly elements, Wu, Ji, Gong, Xian, Ren, and Gui, while Dun Jia refers to the 9 escapes, which include heaven, earth, humanity, wind, cloud, dragon, tiger, god, and ghost. In antiquity, the Qi Min Dun Jia was frequently employed in warfare, strategic formations, and significant rituals. However, the authentic spells that endure today are exceedingly rare. According to the records in the comprehensive collection of ancient and modern books, The art of Qimen Duanjia originated over 4,600 years ago during the epic confrontation between Emperor Xianyuan and Qiyu. In this unprecedented battle at Zhuolu, Qiyu, towering at 7 feet, was impervious to weapons, able to summon winds and rain, and shrouded the battlefield in mist, causing the troops of the Yellow Emperor to lose their way. One fateful night, a thunderous sound erupted from Xianyuan Hill, accompanied by an extraordinary radiance that awakened the Emperor and his companions. They hurriedly rose and rushed to the source of the commotion, discovering a rainbow gracefully descending from the heavens, from which emerged a radiant fairy, glowing with divine light. In her hands, she cradled a jade box measuring 9 inches in length and 8 inches in width. The Yellow Emperor received it and, upon opening, found a tome inscribed with celestial characters, titled Dragon Armor Divine Chapter. Guided by the instructions within, he crafted weapons for his chariots and ultimately triumphed over Qiyu. The Dragon Armor Divine Chapter not only detailed the methods for weapon crafting, but also encompassed numerous military strategies for troop movements and deployments. Consequently, the Emperor instructed his Chancellor, Feng Ho, to elaborate on the text into 13 chapters of military tactics, 12 chapters of the Void Method, and 1,080 formations of Qimen Duanjia. This knowledge was later transmitted through Jiang Zia of the Zhou dynasty to the elder Huangshi of the Han dynasty, and then to Zhang Liang. After Zhang Liang's simplification, it evolved into the present form of Qimen Duanjia. However, this refined version was inherently incomplete, and, when it fell into the hands of the Taoist priests of Maoshan, it underwent revisions and alterations, eventually becoming a means of deceit and exploitation, leading to its extreme misuse and near obsolescence. Before the present assembly, Qingyi, adhering to the principles of Qimen Duanjia, executed a breathtaking dance. She gestured to the crowd and proclaimed, "You must advance following the order of my footprints. Once you finish your turn, it will be the next person's. Remember, do not stray a single step, or we shall all perish here." Chapter 253, The Divine Palace. Goodness, this is exceedingly difficult. I possess no talent for dance. If I were to misstep, wouldn't I endanger all of you? Upon realizing he was to dance, Fat Wei immediately began to retreat, adamantly declaring his inability to perform such a challenging feat at this moment. Chen Zhi glanced at the footprints on the ground and remarked, "You are merely required to follow the positions of the footprints, not to dance. Why are you so anxious? Can't you see that those who are meant to dance have already completed their turns?" With that, he tightened the strap of his bag and declared, "I shall go first." Chen Zhi meticulously examined the footprints on the ground, mentally calculating their positions and distances, then cautiously began to step forward. As his foot touched the metallic surface, a chill surged from the ground up through his body. Realizing that the entire passageway was covered with low-grade control stones, he continued forward, accurately placing his foot on the designated marks, his steps steady, though beads of sweat began to form on his brow. The most intricate formations lay within the central segment, demanding a sequence of steps akin to the pattern of 9 forward and 8 backward. Chen Zhi first advanced 9 steps, and then, mimicking the graceful movements of Qingyi, retreated 8 steps. Finally, he circumvented to the left and leapt forward. By the time he reached the end point, his face was drenched in perspiration, yet he felt a sense of relief for having made no missteps along the way. Following him was Pang Wei, who consistently revealed an unexpected side of himself. Despite his considerable stature, his movements were remarkably agile, completing the tasks swiftly and with precision. Next came the parrot and others. While the others struggled to execute the required actions, only Shi succeeded with the assistance of Gui Dao. Although termed assistance, it was more akin to Gui Dao carrying him through, for otherwise, given Shi's current condition, he would have likely faltered in the underground passage. Upon exiting this stone control corridor, the path ahead became exceedingly easy to traverse, broad and level, with increasing brightness as they progressed. Before long, a grand doorway appeared before them. Stepping through the threshold, they were greeted by the luminous moonlight, revealing a majestic series of jade steps ascending into the clouds. These steps were remarkably high, piercing the heavens, and at their summit stood a palace of beauty beyond imagination. The resplendent moon hung in the sky like an enormous wheel, casting its glow against the backdrop of the palace, which appeared ethereal and dreamlike in the enchanting nightscape, indescribably beautiful. It is truly magnificent. This beauty surpasses even that of the celestial realms. Chen Zhi couldn't help but exclaim in awe. To behold such splendor in this lifetime is indeed a great fortune. This palace epitomized the architectural marvels of the Shang dynasty. With virtually no remnants of Shang architecture surviving, Chen Zhi had only glimpsed its elegance through ancient architectural blueprints. The Shang imperial palace was renowned for its divine craftsmanship and unparalleled grandeur, featuring intricacies so complex that some historians believe these ancient blueprints to be mere figments of imagination. Unrealistic fantasies. Certain palatial structures were said to be suspended in midair by a single corner, truly resembling aerial abodes. Such palaces, with their degree of magnificence, could not be replicated even with contemporary construction techniques, let alone by the ancients thousands of years ago. Yet, the splendid floating palace now stood before Chen Zhi, defying belief. The palace was formed by clusters of buildings, with the palace grounds encompassing over 20,000 square feet. The foundation was ingeniously designed, with all weight supported by a single row of jade steps, allowing the entire palace and many surrounding towers to hover in the air. The palace was meticulously arranged, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, and numerous side halls interconnected by pathways, crisscrossing towards the central main hall. Within the main hall, red railings framed the chambers, and the roof was decorated with copper tiles. Lush gardens, small hills, and water pools emerged amidst a sea of clouds, presenting a majestic vista akin to a celestial palace. Profoundly awe-inspiring. This place is truly fit for deities, Pang Wei exclaimed, reaching out to touch the jade steps and remarking, "What is said to be the finest mutton fat jade in the world is merely paving stones in this realm." Chen Zhi gazed at Qingyi, observing her as she lifted her head to contemplate the palace atop the jade steps, her expression laden with gravity. "Why can we not even glimpse a trace of sunlight in this place?" he inquired. By temporal reckoning, it should have been around 4 o'clock in the morning, when the heavens ought to begin to brighten. "We experience no daylight here," Qingyi replied calmly, remaining steadfast in her stance. "The Fox clan has an affinity for the night, which is why we chose to reside in proximity to the moon." At this juncture, Pang Wei interjected, "How can that be? Modern science informs us that all celestial bodies follow a trajectory. The moon orbits the earth, and the earth orbits the sun. It stands to reason that the moon and sun should alternate appearances. Such a place where only darkness prevails is inconceivable." Following his declaration, he cast a self-satisfied glance at Qingyi, as if to say, "What do you think? I am well-versed too." "That is your science, not ours," Qingyi replied, her gaze lowered. "You humans are yet in your youth, often believing you have grasped many truths, when in fact, much lies beyond the reach of mere sight." Seemingly disinclined to pursue the topic further, she gestured toward the towering palace. "The main hall of the divine palace lies yonder. It is the residence of the clan leader's heir, where the remains of our ancestral deity, the nine-tailed celestial fox, are interred." Having traversed the underground passage together, the group had begun to lower their guard around Qingyi. When she expressed her intention to proceed, everyone followed her upward without hesitation. Yet, her pace had noticeably slowed. Since entering this realm, she had exhibited an air of caution, as if imbued with reverence. Chen Zhi walked beside her, cautiously engaging her in conversation. "You mentioned having seen Bai Qian after her return from Japan. Was she not yet deceased at that time?" he probed, observing the shifts in Qingyi's expression. He was uncertain whether she was aware that Bai Qian had indeed perished in Japan, her remains reduced to ashes. The existence of deities is intricate and can manifest in various forms. A fragment of a corporeal organ, such as a severed tail, may embody a life, Qingyi stated in a measured tone. "However, what you discovered in the East indeed was Bai Qian's corpse, most of it, to be precise. Essentially, she had already been on the brink of death in the East. The remnants of her essence were scant, unable to sustain even a basic semblance, which emboldened the demigod that was meant to accompany her to challenge her." "Ah, I see." Chen Zhi nodded gently, still probing. "Are you familiar with Bei Qingming?" "Indeed, I am aware of him. Everyone knows," Qingyi replied with a faint smile, shaking her head. "Yet his lineage is noble, far beyond our lowly demigod status. And the feats he accomplished are eternally beyond our reach." As Qingyi spoke, her countenance suddenly shifted. Her features hardened as she turned, her eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, casting a chilling gaze upon Chen Zhi, sending shivers down his spine. "Do not attempt to probe me further," she warned, baring her sharp teeth in a menacing smile. Chen Zhi noted the pointedness of her teeth, a sight that unsettled him deeply. Chapter 254. The Deer Terrace Instinctively. Chen Zhi took a significant step back, creating a distance between himself and Qingyi, a dangerous signal igniting within his heart. He realized that the woman before him had transformed into something entirely different. Unlike the demigod Qingyi, she was undoubtedly closer to a divine entity. A potent intuition told him that her true nature was exceedingly perilous. Qingyi continued to advance, while Chen Zhi retreated to the midst of the group, maintaining a distance of 3 to 5 meters. A profound silence enveloped them. The white jade steps, though suspended in air, were remarkably stable, surrounded by drifting clouds that felt tangible. Upon contact with their bodies, the clouds morphed into layers of droplets, leaving everyone nearly soaked by the time they reached the center of the jade staircase. The staircase was lengthy, and they ascended for what felt like an eternity. Climbing the stairs was exhausting, and just as fatigue began to overwhelm them, they finally glimpsed the end ahead. Upon reaching the top of the steps, they found themselves in a vast plaza, which unfolded before them like a grand canvas. Directly ahead lay an expansive avenue paved with grayish-white stones, flanked by imposing white jade fox deity statues that stood solemnly along the sides of the square. Each fox deity statue bore a unique expression, their colossal forms adorned in armor, brandishing weapons with fierce visages that exuded a menacing aura, carved from the finest white jade. Each statue towered at heights of 40 to 50 meters, their exquisite craftsmanship glistening under the moonlight, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. The grand avenue stretched forward toward a magnificent main hall of pure white. While it had appeared monumental from below, the details of the hall had remained obscured. Now, scrutinizing it closely, Chen Zhi observed that the structure was not merely a palace but resembled a majestic castle. Behind it, the azure mountains and sea of clouds formed a picturesque backdrop, with towering peaks surrounding it, and ancient pines standing tall within the city walls. Before them lay a tranquil pool, its surface smooth as glass. In the night, ethereal purple mists swirled around, obscuring and revealing the entire palace intermittently, reminiscent of a mirage. Akin to the mystical realm of Penglai, Chen Zhi recognized this magnificent edifice at once. It was none other than the legendary Deer Terrace, a palace of mythic repute. In the era preceding the Shang dynasty, China existed within a mythological age, filled with convoluted legends and historical accounts, many of which were hard to believe. Among these tales was the legendary structure of Deer Terrace, described as a grand edifice that, upon its completion, drew numerous celestial deities and fairies down to celebrate with the king, witnessed by all mortals. Moreover, there exists a connection with Jiangxia. Legends recount that during the reign of King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, he was resolute in constructing the Deer Terrace in this location, driven by two motives. First, to consolidate his power and amass wealth for the long-term governance of his subjects. Second, to indulge his favored concubine, Daji, with splendid hunting excursions. The king commanded Jiangxia to oversee the construction of the Deer Terrace. But Jiangxia deemed such extravagant edifices excessively burdensome for the populace and dissuaded the king with sound reasoning. Enraged, King Zhou sought to execute Jiangxia, who, upon hearing of the king's wrath, fled under the cover of night, abandoning darkness for light, and thereafter assisted the Zhou dynasty. Consequently, King Zhou ordered his trusted minister, Cheng Hohu, to supervise the project. Obedient to the king's will, Cheng Hohu mobilized a vast workforce, gathering renowned craftsmen and consolidating resources from across the realm. Investing a full 7 years before the opulent structure was finally completed, King Zhou rejoiced, celebrating with his beloved Daji for 3 consecutive days in a grand display of festivity. Yet, in time, this magnificent Deer Terrace vanished from the mortal realm. Some say it was due to King Wu of Zhou, who, fearing that its excessive splendor might lead him astray from his duties, commanded the destruction of the terrace. Henceforth, the legacy of the Deer Terrace lingered only in folklore. Unexpectedly, this legendary palace has now resurfaced within the divine tomb of the nine-tailed celestial fox. All gazed in astonishment towards the front, their faces etched with disbelief, struggling to fathom the existence of such a breathtaking palace that defied verbal description. The Deer Terrace towered high, constructed entirely from white jade bricks, each piece a flawless gem of unparalleled value. The upper palace was entirely of wooden architecture, housing hundreds of halls and pavilions, adorned with intricate brackets and flying eaves, resplendent in its magnificence. The roof was covered with azure green glazed tiles, embedded with countless luminous pearls, casting a radiant glow under the moonlight. Is this truly the Deer Terrace? These ancient emperors and Su Daji certainly knew how to indulge in pleasure. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's description of the palace, Peng Wei could not help but exclaim in awe. No wonder King Zhou lost his kingdom. This old fellow was indeed excessively decadent. How could such lavish waste not lead to ruin? Just imagine the fortune required to construct this palace. It seemed as though all the treasures of the realm were encased within the Deer Terrace. The parrot and the others were equally mesmerized by the opulence of the architecture. The parrot chimed in, indeed. Just one of those pearls, if taken down, would yield a fortune. Peng Wei, grinning, reassured them, "Fear not, my young friends. This arduous task shall not be in vain. Once we explore within and find what we seek, we shall return to gather the spoils. You will be able to revel in the wealth, ensuring that your future generations will prosper endlessly." Laughter and excitement filled the air as they envisioned their fortune. At that moment, however, Qing Yi suddenly turned to them, admonishing, "You must refrain from such frivolous talk. This is a sacred ground of the Fox tribe. Do you mortals comprehend what lies buried here? Speak with caution, or you shall be reduced to ashes." Fat Wei and the others were taken aback by Qing Yi's words, hastily silencing themselves, fearful of speaking further. Qing Yi led the group across the square, advancing towards the Grand Avenue, weaving between the towering sculptures of fox deities. Just as they approached the entrance of the Deer Terrace, a thunderous crash reverberated, startling everyone. They turned their gaze to the left side of the Deer Terrace, where a side hall connected to a corridor suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash, scattering broken bricks and tiles across the ground, which left everyone in shock. What on earth is happening? How can a place inhabited by deities be so fragile? It appears magnificent from the outside, yet inside it is constructed of mere shoddy materials. After thousands of years without incident, why is it crumbling just as we arrive? Fat Wei exclaimed loudly. However, just as his words fell, a tower to the right crumbled entirely, crushing a row of pavilions below and sending dust billowing into the air. "Orange, is it safe for us to enter now? We might end up as mere pancakes if we do," Fat Wei urgently inquired of Chen Zhi. The others also halted, hesitant to proceed further. Meanwhile, everyone observed an unmistakable flicker emanating from the Deer Terrace ahead, an uncanny sensation as if the entire palace were a mere illusion suspended in the air, evoking a disconcerting sense of spatial distortion. At that moment, Ghost Blade suddenly leapt to the front of the group, tearing through the tattered illusionary talisman on his head. Pressing his hand against the blood to scrutinize the Deer Terrace intently, he addressed the quivering air ahead, cautioning, "Be careful, it is an illusionary city." "Illusionary city? What do you mean? Please clarify," Chen Zhi urgently asked. "An illusionary city is a phantasmal construct created by illusion magic. I once heard the grand sorcerers in our organization speak of it. Those with formidable magical prowess can conjure palatial structures within their illusions and bring them into reality. Known as an illusionary city. Once the illusion dissipates, the city collapses into ashes, but these cities are typically quite small, at most a few hundred square feet. I have never heard of illusion magic being capable of constructing such a vast city," Ghost Blade explained, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. His gaze fixed intently on Qing Yi as he continued, "We should no longer follow this woman. She intends to lead us to our graves for sacrificial burial.